Hey everyone, this is your part 2, so like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel for more novels. Chapter 79. Just when Sky Eagle was about to be regarded as a monkey, a violent voice suddenly came from the yard. You bastards, get out of here. As soon as this voice came out, all the members of the 11th Division stopped. They subconsciously looked back at a tall figure in the yard, with fear and admiration in their eyes. Tianying also wanted to take a look inside, but his view was blocked by the members of the 11th Division. After hearing this voice and combining it with the reactions of others, Tianying had guessed who the speaker was. Needless to say, the only one who can defeat this group of fighting madmen is the strongest Kenpeki of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki. After a while, the crowded crowd slowly began to squirm, and the members of the 11th Division stood in 2 rows, seeming to welcome Tianying in. At this time, Yumichika Ayasakawa held Tianying's hand, and regardless of whether Tianying agreed or not, he directly pulled Tianying and walked inside. Let's go in and take a look. Captain Zaraki seems to be very interested in you too. Interested in me? Tianying's hair suddenly burst. Everyone knows that Captain Zaraki of the 11th Squadron, Kenpeki, is a war mad maniac. So what interests him? Are you really interested in killing yourself? You have a knife, I have a knife. Everyone comes to suffer 1,000 cuts. With a grimace on his face, Amaji was dragged by Yumichika Ayasakawa and pushed by Madarame Ikeku into the courtyard of the 11th Squadron. After passing through the crowd, a tall figure came into Aquila's eyes after a while, overlapping with the image of Zaraki Kenpeki in his memory. He has a fierce face, indifferent eyes, and wears a soul-suppressing eye patch on his right eye. He wears a tattered captain's haori, his hair is tied into bunches, and there are small yellow bells on the tips of his hair. It was none other than Zaraki Kenpeki. On Zaraki Kenpeki's back, the pink-haired little girl Kuzujishi Yachiru was also looking at Skyhawk with her cute big eyes blinking. When Kuzujishi Yachiru saw Amaji walk into the yard, he jumped directly from Zaraki Kenpeki and skipped to Amaji's side with his little hands raised. Hehe, no wonder the bald guy didn't come back after being beaten away. It turns out he found something fun. Hey, how many times have I told you not to call me bald boy? Madarame Ikeku obviously didn't like the term bald boy and started shouting. Okay, bald boy. Kuzujishi Yachiru replied seriously. When Tianying saw Kuzujishi Yachiru, he suddenly had a bad feeling. If he remembered correctly, this little girl was particularly keen on giving others nicknames. Sure enough, Kuzujishi Yachiru stared at him with a pair of big eyes. Hello, chick. What a chick. Tianying was helpless, and he did not escape the poisonous mouth of Kuzujishi Yachiru after all. Seeing this, the members of the 11th Division on the side all suppressed their laughter and endured some hardships. Apparently, they are happy for their vice-captain to give others nicknames. Akio smiled awkwardly at Kuzujishi Yachiru. Hello, Vice-Captain Kusuka, my name is Shiba Tianying, not chicken. Okay, chick. Tianying felt Madarame Ikeku's helplessness and glanced at Madarame Ikeku subconsciously. What he got was a sympathetic look from Madarame Ikeku. Who the hell wants your sympathy? Tianying cursed secretly in his mind. If the eldest uncle doesn't laugh at the second uncle, they are both pitiful people. Although he was forcibly invited in, Tianying didn't feel too uncomfortable. He knew that besides being a bit belligerent, these people in the 11th Squadron were actually very cute. At least in the subsequent incident with Lucia, Team 11 was the only team that openly helped his cousin Ichigo, although the motives were a bit impure. But no matter what, the performance of the 11th Division is still very impressive. Amaji slightly straightened out his wrinkled Death Domination uniform that had just been pushed by Madarame Ikeku, walked up to Zaraki Kenpeki, and saluted him. Hello, Captain Zaraki, I have long admired my name. You are very good. Zaraki did not accept Sky Eagle's polite words, but instead stared at the soul-suppressing bracelet on Sky Eagle's right hand and said, "However, you are still a little bit behind now, and you are not worthy of being chopped." After saying that, he turned around and left the courtyard without any sloppiness in his movements. Skyhawk understood what Zaraki meant. He is saying that he is not yet qualified enough for him to operate. Although he didn't really want to fight a light A monster like Zaraki, he was despised for the first time when they met, which made Tianying a little unhappy. But Tianying didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't just pick up a knife and prove himself just because of someone else's words. So what's the difference between him and these reckless guys from the 11th Division? Kuzujishi Yachiru also followed Zaraki Kenpeki away. Before leaving, she looked at Tianying with a regretful expression and left a message. "Come on, Zaiji, maybe you can make Xiaoji unexcited." It would have been better if she didn't say this. As soon as she said it, all the Shinigami from Division 11 looked at Tianying as if they were seeing a naked beauty, and their eyes glowed green. Obviously, both the captain and the vice-captain just spoke highly of the young man in front of them. What does it mean to be worthy of being regarded as a future opponent by your perverted captain? The captain doesn't want to take action, but he and his group can take action. To be honest, these people were tired of fighting in the team every day. It was rare to see a fresh opponent, and they were all eager to fight. Madarame Ikeko temporarily resisted the idea of taking action due to his status, but the other team members couldn't help it. A soldier with a slicked back hair and a mustache walked out of the team. Team Shiba Skyhawk. "Fight with me, Makaizo Aramaki." Tianying glanced at Aramaki Makaizo speechlessly. He felt that this guy Aramaki Makaizo looked familiar, but he really couldn't remember who this guy was. But he could feel this guy's fighting ability. A typical example of fighting against the five scum. Tianying had no desire to take action. He turned back to Yumichika Ayasukawa and asked, "Senior Yumichika, could you please tell me which direction the 4th Squadron is? I'm still in a hurry to report." Ayase Segawa Yumika looked at Aramaki Makaizo in embarrassment, and he also saw that Tianying had no intention of fighting. After thinking for a moment, Ayasukawa Yumichika decided to send Tianying away. "Okay, I'll take you there." But the other members of Team 11 seemed to want to compete with Tianying, and they inadvertently blocked the door. Yumichika Ayasukawa frowned subconsciously. "What are you doing? Get out of the way. Ayase River 5 seats. Have you forgotten the rules of our 11th Squadron? You cannot refuse an invitation to fight between the team members." Aramaki Makaizo stepped forward and stared at Aquila closely. His combat level in the 11th Division is at the lower end, but he also wants to see what kind of guy is recognized by the captain. "Shiba Tianying, let's compete with me." Chapter 80. Aramaki Makaizo's words echoed in the courtyard for a long time. The other members of Division 11 are also ready to move. Tianying frowned slightly. This team is really a strange place, really unreasonable. I'm not a member of the 11th Squadron, so why do I have to abide by the rules of your squadron's courtyard? Or do you mean that if you join your squad, you have to follow your rules? Skyhawk twisted his neck a few times, then moved his wrist. This was the first time he had seen such a person seeking abuse. If I don't meet Aramaki Makaizo's strange request, I would really feel sorry for him. Then please enlighten me. Tianying said solemnly. When Aramaki Makaizo saw that Tianying agreed to his contest, a smile appeared on his face. "You draw the sword." "No need." Tianying shook his head. Aramaki Makaizo snickered. "Haha, are you afraid of getting injured in a sword duel? Our 11th Squadron has always practiced sparring with real swords and guns." What responded to him was a fist that quickly expanded in front of his eyes. An ray of wind blew past his cheek, causing some pain in his face. But after a moment, the fist disappeared from his eyes, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Aramaki Makaizo stood there in a daze, his mind blank. The faces of the members of the 11th Squadron who witnessed Tianying just using Shunpo to instantly hit and close suddenly changed their expressions. Behind Tianying, Madarame Ikeko and Yumika Ayasakawa shined in front of them. So silky Shunpo. They originally thought that this young man was praised, but now it seems that this young man has lived up to the affirmation of his captain. You may be overthinking it. There is no need to draw a knife in a competition with you. Tianying said helplessly. Amaji didn't know where Aramaki Makaizo got his mysterious confidence, but he had to say that Aramaki Makaizo's words combined with his face that needed a beating really made people want to beat him. However, Tianying still held back and did not punch Aramaki Makaizo in the face. I just came here to ask for directions, not here to slap you in the face. Tianying turned around, smiled and asked Ayasakawa Yumichika, Senior, can you take me to the 4th Division? Yumichika Ayasakwan came to his senses and said, no problem, let's go. The other members of the 11th Division stared blankly at Ayasakawa Yumichika and Tianying as they left, and consciously made way for them. It's true that they are warlike, but not abusive. Just based on Tianying's Shunpo, they thought they were no match for each other. In a fight between reckless men, if Kakuzu can't even touch each other's clothes, what can he do to chop them? On the way, Ayasakawa Yumichika and Madarame Ikeko took Tianying to walk and chat. Madarame Ikeko took the initiative to follow and seemed to be interested in Sky Eagle. Tianying naturally would not reject Madarame Ikeko's kindness, but he knew that Madarame Ikeko was a master of Bankai. I'm sorry, Tianying, most of the guys in our squad are a bunch of brainless fools, causing you trouble. After thinking about it, Ayasakawa Yumichika said to Tianying on behalf of the guys in his squad. An apology. After all, Tianying was going to the 4th Division. The 11th Division is actually the 4th Division's biggest customer. Yumichika had heard about Aquila's miraculous method of treating Shivatu. A broken arm is reborn. For these war-hungry guys in the 11th Division, this is equivalent to saving lives. Tianying smiled slightly, it's okay, Yamakika-senpai. The other seniors may just be a little bored and want to give some advice to the juniors. To the only person in the 11th Division who has a relatively normal mind, Tianying is still relatively polite. Although this guy would bully his younger brother Yanjiu according to the original plot, isn't he still bullying now? If he is really bullied in the future, then he will help Yanjiu bully him back. Aside. Madarame Ikeko put his zanpakut on his shoulder, looking carefree, and yawned while listening to the conversation between the two. Those scumbags are just good people and love to have fun. They don't have any skills and they still like to look for trouble. How about it, Shiba Tianying, are you interested in joining our 11th team? I think you have a great future. Skyhawk didn't respond. The future of the 11th Division is clear to him. It was really cut with one knife. Regardless of whether he was slashing or being chopped by others, scars are inevitable anyway. He should just be a doctor in the 4th Division honestly. Yes, an ultimate master hidden in the hospital. This is what is written in novels. Half an hour later, Tianying finally found his squad under the leadership of Yumichika and Ikeko. I have to say that the jingling court is so big that walking around it almost makes Tianying dizzy. He thinks that he is not a road crazy like Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzajishi Yachiru, but it turns out that the road to Shirai is not something that a normal person can remember. Seeing that they had arrived at their destination, Tianying clasped his fists at the two of them gratefully. Thank you two seniors. You can come and sit here next time you have time. Yumichika Ayasakawa glanced at the 4th Division and smiled slightly, haha, thank you for your kindness, but we don't dare to come to the 4th Division often. Madarame Ikeko touched his bald head with his hand, good guy, whoever has nothing to do runs here, I want to live for a few more years. Tianying realized that there was indeed something wrong with what he said. Normal people always run to the hospital when they have nothing to do. In places like Shirai, Shinigami all have their own divisions, and there is basically only one reason for coming to the 4th division, and that is serious injury. Why serious injury? Minor injuries can be treated by yourself. If he dies, there is no need to occupy the bed and he can be cremated directly. Thinking of this, Tianying smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, seniors, I'll treat you to a drink some other time when I have time. This time, Yumichika and Ikeku did not refuse, and politely agreed. Before leaving, I also specially invited Tianying to take some time to make gestures, euphemistically saying that he would lay the foundation for becoming a field doctor in the future. Tianying also agreed. Good opponents are rare, and Madarame Ikeku can indeed be regarded as one. After watching the two people leave, Tianying turned around and walked into the courtyard of the 4th division. This is his second time coming to Division 4. The last time it was because my sister-in-law Shiba was injured, and this time it was because I became a member of the 4th team. Compared to the 11th division, the 4th division was obviously much quieter. Although the people in the yard were busy doing their own things, they didn't make too much noise. After all, this is equivalent to a hospital, and many injured people are recovering here. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Hello, are you here to see someone? Tianying showed a smile, and the voice sounded a little timid. If he remembered correctly, it should be the team member who brought him and Toshiro through the door last time, Yamada Hanadaru. Hello, Yamada-senpai, I'm here to report. Tianying turned to Yamada Hanadaru and smiled. Senior. Yamada Hanadaru was a little confused. He didn't hear that anyone came back to report today, and no one had ever called him senior. When he saw Tianying's face, he showed a surprised smile. Are you, Shiba Skyhawk? Are you here to report? Have you joined our 4th team? His voice became louder and louder, and the last sentence was almost heard by the entire 4th division. Shiba Skyhawk has joined our 4th division. Chapter 81. This voice shouted. The entire 4th team, whether they were preparing medicine, delivering medicine, or walking with their heads lowered, all focused their attention on Tianying and Hanadaru. To the other squad members, Shiba Tianying's rebirth of his sister-in-law's broken arm was nothing more than Kaida's great reputation. But for the 4th team, it was a medical miracle. It is precisely because the members of the 4th division know Kaide that they know that it is impossible to regenerate a broken arm with Kaide alone. They were all eager to know what method Tianying used to create this medical miracle. Yamada Hanadaru didn't seem to realize that his voice would attract everyone's attention, and his face, which was already timid, turned red instantly. Tianying looked at the crowd gradually surrounding him, his head ached. I had just encountered the treatment of being watched in the 11th division. Why did I have to face it again in the 4th division? Fortunately, at this time, a person walked out of the house directly opposite the courtyard and stopped the behavior of the members of the 4th division in time. What are you doing? There are still patients up there waiting for medical treatment. If you have anything to do, we can talk about it later. The speaker was slender, with short silver-gray hair and several thin braids. He had a pair of red strip earrings hanging from his ears, and wore a vice-captain's armband on his left arm. After stopping the actions of the other team members, she walked directly towards the 2 Sky Eagles. This is our vice-captain, Yuyun Katetsu. Yamada Hanadaru whispered from the side. Tianying nodded and whispered back. I know him. Then he stretched out his hand and said hello to Katetsu Yongan. Sister Yonjian, I'm here to report. Because of Anohanaretsu, he and Katetsu Yuyun are actually quite familiar with each other and have a good relationship. Looking at Tianying's smiling face, Yonjian became angry. After receiving the notice, I ran to the 1st team to lead people, but when I arrived at the 1st team, I learned that Tianying had left. Just when he ran back to report to Captain Anohana, he heard Yamada Hanataro's cry in the yard. Hanadaru, what do you look like shouting in the 4th division yard? What if it affects the injured's rest? Yes, I'm sorry, Vice Captain. The timid Yamada Hanaderu bowed and apologized directly. Yanjian nodded, seeing that Yamada Hanaderu realized his mistake, he stopped talking to him. Then Yanjian looked at Tianying and said angrily, Shiba Tianying, come with me, Captain Anohana is waiting for you. After saying that, he ignored Tianying and took the lead in walking towards the house he just came out of. Tianying was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how he offended this tall elder sister, so he could only smile at Hanaderu, and then trotted over with Yuyin. The 4th Division Captain's room. Anohana Retsu was writing with his head down when he saw Kotetsu Yuyun walking in with Tianying, and showed a gentle smile. Although she knew that Tianying's motivation for choosing the 4th Division might not be pure, she was still very happy that Tianying entered the 4th Division. After Kotetsu Yuyun brought Amaji into the captain's room, he walked to Anohana's side without saying another word to Amaji. Tianying was a little confused, but fortunately Uzawa's next words told him the reason. Tianying, where did you just run? Yanjian ran to the first team to pick you up, but you were not there, making her trip in vain. Tianying finally understood why Yanjian was angry, but it was not his fault, and no one told him that he would wait for someone to pick him up in the first team. It was Sasakaibe who sent him out when he and Toshiro went out, and Sasakaibe didn't say anything. The damn old man is very evil. Tianying had no choice but to tell him the situation just now. Knowing that Tianying didn't run around intentionally, Yanjian's face looked much better, and there was a little apology in his eyes when he looked at Tianying. Anohana smiled slightly after hearing this. Did you go to the 11th Division? Did you see Captain Zaraki? Yeah. Tianying nodded, recalling Zaraki's appearance in his mind, and then said, Captain Zaraki gives people a strong sense of oppression. I don't know who is more powerful compared to him or the teacher. When Mao's Hiwa heard this, her expression froze, but she quickly recovered again. Of course it's Captain Zaraki, he's Kenpeki. Tianying didn't think much about it, thinking that it was his words that made Ms. Hiwa a little unhappy. After all, who would admit that they are inferior to others? I'm sorry, teacher, I shouldn't compare you with Captain Zaraki. After all, there are specialties in martial arts. You are the captain who specializes in kaid, and he is the captain who specializes in combat. Tianying has not personally seen the combat levels of other captains in this world, so he does not know the strength of other captains. He can only roughly classify the combat levels of the captains based on his impressions of anime. In his cognition. Needless to say, the strongest one, Captain Yamamoto, must be the first. The second should be Aizen. After all, that guy almost fell to the left of Team 7 Captain Komamura before ascending to Hueco Mundo. As for Zaraki Kenpeki, Aquila seems to be sometimes strong and sometimes weak, so it's really difficult to evaluate him. When Ichigo first invaded the Seireitei, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't even fight Shikai Ichigo. But later in Hueco Mundo he scratched Espada 5th Neutra. Seeing Tianying's apology, Uzawa just smiled and waved her hand. She no longer cared about these false names, just thinking of Zaraki Kenpeki, she felt her blood boiling again in an instant. But now Zaraki, she doesn't like it yet. Okay, Yanjian, I have to trouble you to make another trip and hand over this application for me. Anohana handed the paper she had just written to Kotetsu Yuyun, who was standing next to her. Kotetsu Yongin took a look at the paper, and his pupils immediately contracted. Team, Captain, is this too fast? He has just joined the team. After saying that, she glanced at Tianying inadvertently. This glance made Tianying feel itchy. It's not that he's itching for Kotetsu Yongin, but it's the paper heart in Kotetsu Yongin's hand. It's okay, just take it, I believe they will agree. Uzawa said with a smile. But, aren't you afraid of other people's comments? After all, you and he have a master-disciple relationship. Will anyone think you are abusing your power? Yanjian, have you forgotten what he did? He did something that no one in the 4th team could do. What else can others say? Are they sure that they won't need treatment in the future? Okay. Kotetsu Yongin nodded slightly, then took the paper Anohana gave her and walked out of the captain's room. Before leaving, he glanced at Tianying casually. Tianying wanted to stand on tiptoes and peek at the contents of the paper when Yanjian passed by, but Yanjian was too tall. He can't see it. Fortunately, Ms. Hiwa once again solved his doubts. I asked Yanjian to submit a report to promote you to the third seat of the 4th division. Are you ready? Chapter 82. Third seat. Does the 4th division also have chief officers? Tianying's question lingered in the captain's room for a long time. But after he finished speaking, he realized that there was something wrong with his words. They were both in the 13th division, so why didn't the 4th division have a chief officer? In fact, this can't be blamed on him. Other divisions are ranked according to strength from captain to chief officer, but the 4th division generally does not perform combat missions. Yuazawa stared at Tianying for a while. She really wanted to crack open the head of her stupid apprentice to see if it was filled with mud. Hee. Tianying smiled awkwardly. Teacher Yuazawa was obviously trying to help her gain a position, and her reaction was that of ARD. After becoming the third person, wouldn't it be natural to have a specialist clinic? When the time comes, you will have to charge a higher price, otherwise no one will be worthy of your status and level. Teacher Anohana, I'm ready. I think I'm completely qualified to take the third seat in the 4th division. Well, that's pretty much it. Yuazawa nodded with satisfaction. Okay, since you have nothing to do anyway, come with me to check the ward first. Recently, other divisions have sent some injured people over, so you can follow. Let's take a look and adapt to work as soon as possible. Tianying followed Yuazawa and began to inspect the 4th division, and Yuazawa also took the opportunity to introduce the situation of the 4th division to Tianying. You already know the responsibilities of the 4th team. It is the treatment team, so we do not have a regular training area here, but transform it into a treatment area as much as possible. On the west side of the entrance is the registration area, which is mainly responsible for registering the identity information and injuries of the injured, and is also responsible for arranging medical treatment. Tianying understood the registration area as soon as he heard it, so he asked, is there a fee? Anohana rolled her eyes at him. The only ones who can come here for treatment are the Shinigami of the Godii 13 team. Who will charge the fee? Ah! Tianying was dumbfounded. Can I get a hammer expert clinic for free? The teacher misled me. Don't other nobles come here for treatment? Tianying asked unwillingly. Anohana smiled directly at Kaide. The noble family has the Jino Pharmacy Academy, and the current president of the Jino Pharmacy Academy is Yamada Sanashuk, the former vice-captain of our 4th division. By the way, Yamada Sanashuk is the brother of Yamada Hanadaru who brought you here before. Poaching? It's shameless. Tianying muttered in a low voice. Uzawa ignored Tianying, pretending not to see his angry little face, and continued to introduce the 4th team. On the east side of the yard is the 4th division's pharmacy. The herbs used by our entire 4th division for treatment are stored there, and the medicine for the injured is also collected here. The medicine inside is basically collected by members of the 4th division in the suburbs. Of course, Yanjian and I often go back to collect herbs, and you will have to go there regularly in the future. Skyhawk nodded. He had no problem with going to the countryside. Anyway, he could control gravity and fly around, so he would be able to collect herbs very quickly. When the time comes, you can take the opportunity to run back to Shiba's house and go home for business, so it won't be considered lazy. The last one is the north side of the courtyard, which is where we are. Uzawa looked around, and then took Tianying to walk around the building. Only then did Tianying realize that besides the building he was in, there were two identical double-story wooden buildings behind him. From this point of view, the entire 4th division is actually quite large. The flowers of Uzumaki are introduced one by one. The first wooden building is the office area and dormitory area for our team members. The team members on duty are in their own team rooms, and the team members who are on duty will stay in the dormitory most of the time. The second and third buildings are both wards. Except for the single ward on the second floor of the first building, the others are all wards ranging from 2 to 3 people. Let's go, I'll take you to inspect the injured first. After all, this is one of your future jobs. Under the leadership of Ms. Hiwa, the two of them patrolled room to room. It must be said that Ms. Hiwa is a very responsible doctor. She can clearly remember the name and condition of every injured person who is hospitalized, which makes Tianying somewhat admired. Tianying roughly calculated that there were currently 16 injured people being treated by the entire 4th Division. Among them, the 10th Division and the 13th Division have the most teams. This is also understandable. The 10th Division is responsible for patrolling and guarding the entire Siritii, and also handles emergencies in nearby Rukonga. The emergencies here refer not only to riots, but also to virtual invasions. For example, the hollow that Amaji killed with Toshiro before entering Mao Spiritual Arts Academy was injured first by Matsumoto Rangiku, the deputy captain of the 10th Division. The 13th Division is responsible for the purification work of the entire world. The Shinigami stationed in each region are members of the 13th Division. Resident Shinigami is a high-risk industry in Tianying's mind. Once there is a serious virtual invasion in the real world, the first one to be injured or killed will be resident Shinigami. Of course, in addition to the members of the 10th and 13th Divisions, there are also 1 or 2 members of the 11th Division who are treated here. The reason why they were injured was rather strange. It was simply because they failed to control their strength during the competition. This also gave Tianying a new understanding of the belligerence of the 11th Division. As expected, they are all guys who only have muscles and no brains, except Yumi Chika. After a round of inspection, nearly an hour had passed. Anohana took Tianying back to the captain's room, and it happened that Katetsu Yuan also happened to come back. Uajawa, who has always cared for her subordinates, saw that Yanjian was back and said directly to Tianying, "Go get Yanjian a glass of water. Didn't you see that she made 2 trips to the first team for your business today?" Of course Tianying would not refuse, and immediately went to pour 3 glasses of water. The leader asked you to pour water for others, so you can't help the leader. Besides, Tianying just walked around the 4th Division and was a little thirsty. When Tianying handed the water to Anohana and Yongan, they were chatting. What did Team 1 say? Uzawa asked directly after taking the teacup from Tianying. Yanjian also took the water glass handed over by Tianying, and after taking a sip, Kaide said, "Captain, you wrote the application yourself, what can they say, and this is our squad's own acceptance of fate." Vice Captain Sasakabe was just a little surprised. Surprised? Why? Hearing Uajawa's question, Yanjian glanced at Tianying. Well, because Tianying, he is still young after all, and he has broken the record of being the youngest chief officer in the history of Seoul society. Anohana smiled and said, "What's the problem? The Godi I-13 is a place that only values strength. If he had no ability, I wouldn't recommend him for the 3rd seat. And with this little guy as the 3rd seat, we can relax. Since Sanashuk left, there has been a lot of pressure on both of us." Katetsu Yongan nodded. "Yes, since Vice Captain Yamada, no, Chief Yamada left, we don't have a single seat officer. Both management and treatment are quite hard. It would be good to have Tianying as the 3rd seat." Tianying was paralyzed when he heard the 2 leaders openly trying to give up their fight in front of him. "I'm just here to mix things up, why do I want to fly?" He was about to say that his level was not good enough and he still needed to learn, but Yanjian's next words shut him up again. "By the way, Captain Anohana, guess who else I saw in the first team today?" "Who?" Yanjian didn't show off, "It's Deputy Captain Matsumoto. She also went to the first team to submit an application." Your other disciple Toshiro is now the third seat of the 10th division. I don't know which of your two disciples will perform better. Skyhawk was numb. Both he and Toshiro's wife have become child laborers, and they are still the kind of people who have all the power. Chapter 83. The next day. Anohanaretsu and Katetsuyuan are gone. After announcing the order for Skyhawk to take up the third seat in the 4th division, they left the 4th division with a smile. Before leaving, Uzawa graciously left the captain's room to Tianying, euphemistically calling it Tianying's office. The room had not been cleaned yet. Tianying stood in the captain's room confused, looking at the sky outside the window speechlessly. His mother is also. I just want to hang out here, no one told me that I want to take the helm? It's okay for you two to leave, at least let me get familiar with this place. Tianying once asked himself 3 sole questions. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? I'm Shiba Tianying, I'm in Division 4, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Yes, he didn't know what he was going to do. He didn't understand why his always reliable teacher suddenly became so unreliable. Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? Knock knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the door of the captain's room, awakening Tianying from his confusion. He thought for a moment, then walked toward the door. After all, it was my first day at work, so I couldn't just say enter and then sit on the chair and listen to the team members' reports. Squeak. When the people outside saw the door open by themselves, they showed a surprised expression, and then returned to their cowardly look. Seeing the person coming, Tianying breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is the only familiar person in the 4th team at present. Yamada Hanadaru. Senior Yamada, come in and sit down. Tianying smiled slightly and invited Yamada Hanadaru in. An idea came to his mind that maybe he could use Yamada Hanadaru to figure out what he should do. It was obviously the first time for Yamada Hanadaru to be invited into the captain's room like this, and he was a little reserved. Such is his character, and he seemed a little inferior without touching his bottom line. However, Skyhawk will not look down upon him because of this, because Skyhawk knows that there is a huge power hidden in Hanatero's thin body. This power does not come from weapons or spiritual pressure, but from the heart. You know, Hanadaru is someone who dares to disobey Soul Society's orders for Rukia. He doesn't like Lucia, but he sticks to his own opinions, doesn't blindly follow wrong decisions, and dares to resist bravely. Akio, oh no, Shiba-sanchi, don't call me Yamada-senpai, just call me Hanadaru. Hanadaru stood at the door with his hands covered, his eyes a little evasive. Seeing this, Tianying took Hanatero's hand, took him into the captain's room, and closed the door. Outside the house, the members of Division 4 who saw Hanadaru entering the captain's room showed disdain in their eyes. Although they have all heard about Shiba Tianying's treatment of sister-in-law Shiba's arm, hearing is false and seeing is believing. Many people still have doubts. And Tianying is the direct disciple of Captain Mashiwa. He was directly appointed to the 3rd seat at such a young age. Of course, they were a little unconvinced. Inside the room, Tianying pushed Hanadaru down on his seat. Sit down, Yamada-senpai, I'll pour you some tea. As soon as Tianying turned around, Hanadaru stood up suddenly. Shiba 3 seats, how can that be done? You are the superior, I will do it. Tianying ignored Hanadaru, poured 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Hanadaru. Hanadaru was embarrassed to answer. Tianying directly took his hand and held the teacup for him. Let's do this. You call me Tianying, and I call you Hanadaru. I won't add any titles or honorifics. This will make it more friendly. Isn't this bad? Hanatero's eyes were a little dodgy. Okay, that's it. Seeing Akio insist, Hanadaru remained silent. After a while, Tianying spoke again. Hanadaru, why did you come to see me? Hanadaru nodded, that's right. It's almost time to patrol the wards. I saw that Captain Anohana and Vice Captain Katetsu are not here, so I came to remind you. Tianying felt warm in his heart, and instantly understood that Hanadaru came to help him out of kindness. He didn't expect that no one else told him, but Hanadaru, who had a timid personality, came to tell him. Thank you, Hanadaru, please come with me later. You also know that I am not familiar with the injured in the ward. I'm afraid I can't even name them. Hanadaru hesitated for a moment, then nodded. His kite is not strong. In the past, this kind of thing would not have been his turn, but it is difficult for him to refuse when Tianying opens his mouth, and his personality also determines that he is not very good at rejecting others. After sitting for a while, Tianying got up and took Hanadaru out of the captain's room, and went to the back ward for the first inspection in his career. Tianying is not worried that his kite level is not enough. To be honest, among the skills he has mastered, kite level is the strongest. As the two men entered the ward to conduct inspections, some members of the 4th Division also followed them secretly. Some of them were curious about Tianying's treatment level, and some just wanted to watch the joke. Of course Tianying discovered this, but he did not stop him. He knew that if he did not complete this work in front of these guys today, it would be difficult to control them in the future. To be honest, Tianying doesn't like management, but there's nothing he can do about it. My teacher gave me a 3rd seat position, and he was relieved to temporarily hand over the 4th Division to me. I couldn't embarrass my teacher no matter what. When Ms. Hiwa took Tianying on inspection yesterday, Tianying had already paid attention to it. The injuries of the 16 injured who stayed in the team have stabilized under the treatment of Anohana. He only needs to continue to use kite to stimulate the injured's flesh to heal. Because there were not many injured people, they were placed in the first ward behind the office building, and the two of them arrived soon after. If Tianying remembered correctly, there were 2 soldiers from the 11th Division living in the first ward. The injuries of these 2 people are actually almost healed. They can leave after using kite to recover a few times in the past 2 days. Knock knock knock. Although the ward door was open, Tianying knocked on the door several times out of courtesy to remind the injured inside. Seeing 2 short guys coming in, the 2 wounded men from the 11th Division were a little confused. However, because Anohana had brought Skyhawk for inspection yesterday, they still had some impression of Skyhawk. If they remembered correctly, the kid whom Captain Anohana introduced as the leader was the 3rd one. Hello, I'm Shiba Tianying. I met you yesterday. Tianying smiled slightly and said, Captain Anohana and Vice Captain Katetsu have something to do today. I will treat them for you. Chapter 84. Hearing that the 2 brats who came in actually said they were here to treat themselves, the 2 members of the 11th Division in the ward were a little dissatisfied. Although Tianying followed Uajawa in for ward rounds yesterday, Uajawa didn't introduce him too much. You should know that Ms. Hiwa will occasionally bring some team members in for inspections, on the one hand to explain some things, and on the other hand, it is also for education. The 2 members of Team 11 naturally regarded Tianying as a new member who needed education. After all, he didn't look very old and he was still a stranger. The curly-haired team member lying on the side near the door glanced at the 2 Sky Eagles, and then chatted with another team member. When he heard that Anohana and Katetsu Yuan were not there, their words were full of words. Ridicule. Haha, Fukuyama, do you think there is no one in the 4th Division? Let a child come here for treatment. Who knows? After all, this is just a treatment team. Without the captain, everyone else's level should be about the same. That's right. After all, we don't have to do daily practice here. It's much more comfortable than ours. Hey, what a lucky girl, why haven't I mastered Kai's talent? Tianying watched the 2 people calmly, and heard the laughter of the 2 people from time to time. Somewhat jarring. But he did not interrupt. After all, he was the injured person, and he had to let him finish what he had to say. This is the most basic respect. Before coming, he had already gotten a general understanding of the injured people's information from Hanadaru. The other 14 injured in the 10th Division and the 13th Division were all fine. They were all injured while performing tasks, and they were seriously injured on the job. But it's a bit ridiculous for these two guys from the 11th Division to be injured. One of them is called Fukuyama and the other is Shiraishi. The two claimed that they were injured during daily training competitions. If you get injured in training, just get injured in training. The fourth team also undertakes such treatment business. Everyone didn't think much about it at first and just followed the prescribed treatment. This treatment lasted just over a week. 2 days ago, after Anohanaretsu's diagnosis, Fukuyama and Shiraishi's injuries were healed, and they were informed that they could return to the 11th Division. At this moment, the two began to act. Either my hands hurt, my feet hurt, or my stomach hurts. The people in Division 4 are not fools, so can't you see that you are just faking it? These two guys were avoiding the training of the 11th Division and hid in the 4th Division. However, what puzzled some members of the 4th Division was that the captain Anohanaretsu did not force Fukuyama and Shiraishi to leave, but allowed them to live in the 4th Division. These team members have been subjected to them in the past 2 days. Angry. Tianying is very clear in his heart, this is clearly the problem that Anohanaretsu has left for him. If he handles it well, his third seat will be secure, and he can further establish his prestige in the 4th team. But if I don't handle it well, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me in the future. Not to mention being looked down upon by the members of the 4th Division. When Anohanaretsu comes back, he will not let himself go. Even though his teacher looks smiling on the outside every day, Tianying knows how ruthless she can be. These are the lessons learned in blood over the past 2 years. When he came back to his senses, it happened that Fukuyama and Shiraishi had finished complaining, and the whole ward was much quieter. Are you done? Can I check? Tianying looked at the two people in the ward with a smile, without any dissatisfaction in his tone. Yes, it must be yes. Since I am recuperating here, I definitely still need your cooperation, haha. The person who replied was Bai Shi, who was on the bed near the door. He was the one who just entered the room and started to stir up trouble. As if he heard Anohanaretsu's absence, he spoke a lot bolder. Logically speaking, if you are an injured person being treated by the 4th Division, you should cooperate with the members of the 4th Division, but he actually said that Tianying should cooperate with him. Hanadaru stood behind Skyhawk, pulled the corner of Skyhawk's clothes with some fear, and then pointed outside the room with his finger. Aquila didn't look back, he knew what the scene was in the direction of Hanatero's finger. It's just some boring guys gathering together in 2s and 3s, pointing at themselves from time to time. Akio patted Hanatero's hand, telling him to calm down, and then walked towards Shiraishi first. Team 11, Shiraishi, during yesterday's ward round, he claimed that he had pain in his right leg and could not walk, right? Hey? Did I talk about the right leg yesterday? That's the right leg, right? Shiraishi replied with a smile. Seeing that Anohanaretsu is not here, he is too lazy to even pretend. Tianying was not annoyed and asked Shiraishi, the pain in my right leg, where exactly is it? Ankle? Calf? Knee? Thigh? Thigh? Calf? After receiving Shiraishi's reply, Tianying nodded and touched Shiraishi's right calf with Kaida's unique green spiritual pressure in his right hand. How is it? Let me tell you, is my right leg injured? Shiraishi asked in a warning tone. Tianying glanced at Shiraishi, nodded slightly, then turned back to Hanadaru and said, Hanadaru, please record it, Shiraishi from the 11th Division has a fractured right calf. Tianying did not lower his voice deliberately, and the members of the 4th Division outside also heard it. Many people are a little dissatisfied. Although they had nothing to do with Fukuyama and Shiraishi, they had never given them false diagnosis results. In their opinion, Tianying's current behavior is completely embarrassing the 4th Division. Unlike the members of the fourth team, Shiraishi and Fukuyama in the ward were very satisfied with Tianying. Shiraishi even stretched out his right hand and patted Tianying on the shoulder. Your name is Shiba Tianying. I am very optimistic about you. Tianying ignored Shiraishi and looked back at Hanadaru. Have you remembered it? Hanadaru. Yeah. Hanadaru nodded timidly. Seeing this, Tianying raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then turned to look at Baishi, and asked seriously. Captain Shiraishi, your right calf is fractured. Is this diagnosis okay? Shiraishi was of course very satisfied, with a smile on his face. Tianying sighed and murmured with some regret, it's really a pity, why is it just the calf? The next second, Baishi laughed and cried. A piercing scream came out of Shiraishi's mouth, and instantly echoed throughout the entire fourth team building. Ouch! Shiraishi was smiling happily 1 second, but his face was in pain the next. Hanadaru looked at the scene in front of him blankly, his scalp numb. I saw Tianying gently lift his fist from Shiraishi's right calf, and then wiped it on the death BA suit. On the hospital bed, Shiraishi, who was smiling freely just now, was holding his right leg and wailing. Hanadaru was about to say something to Tianying, but he felt his throat was a little hoarse. He didn't even realize that he had inadvertently scratched the notebook in his hand just because of that scream. Tianying didn't care about Baishi. He straightened out his Death Overlord uniform, and then looked at the patient on the other bed with a gentle look on his face. Captain Fukuyama, what did you say you felt uncomfortable about yesterday? Chapter 85. Fukuyama was still looking at Shiraishi in a daze. Skyhawk kindly called him again. Captain Fukuyama, I'm asking you something. What did you say you felt uncomfortable about yesterday? Fukuyama shivered and then swallowed. He inadvertently glanced at Baishi with the corner of his eye, and then looked at the door. Don't know why. The arrogant words that were already on his lips seemed to be stuck at this moment. No, to be precise, it was forcefully swallowed into the stomach along with the saliva. The door of the ward. The black-haired boy named Shiba Tianying was bathing in the sun, wearing the same black death-defying outfit as himself, and smiled gently. But this smile made Fusion feel cold all over his body. Aren't you afraid that we will report it to the first team? Fusion looked serious and did not dare to answer Tianying's question directly. Tianying raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked in a very gentle tone, Sister Fukuyama, what do you mean by reporting to the first team? I don't know why, but Tianying feels that he has a little bit of the style of teacher Uajawa at this moment. Really, how real the smile is, how cruel the hands are. At this moment, Shiraishi suddenly pulled out his Zanpakut, slapped one hand on the hospital bed, and used his strength to slash at Tianying's face. UBD, I want you to die. But the next second, his Zanpakut was caught between two fingers by Tianying. Tianying didn't even look at Shiraishi, but turned to look outside the door. You all saw it. Shiraishi, a member of the 11th Squadron, openly attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense. Outside the door and outside the window, many members of the 4th Division were already surrounded. They were all attracted by Shiraishi's scream. But just as they took a clear look inside, they saw Baishi slashing at Sky Eagle with a knife. As Sky Eagle said, he was indeed the first victim to be attacked. But here comes the problem. Why did Shiraishi scream first? Tianying didn't care so much and kicked Shiraishi's right leg directly, kicking him back to the hospital bed. Click! Really adding insult to injury. Shiraishi's knife remained in Tianying's hand, and the man once again returned to the state of hugging his legs and wailing. Seeing that there were more people, Fukuyama didn't believe that Tianying would dare to do the same thing as before. He stood up and scolded directly, "A-hole, it was obviously you who injured Shiraishi's right leg just now, and he was acting in self-defense." Tianying sighed, "It's whatever you say. I think it's better to find someone to help this guy's leg to see if it's serious." Would any senior be willing to come and help this guy look at his legs? After Tianying finished speaking, a Shinigami with slightly curly brown hair came in from the door and walked straight towards Shiraishi. Yamada Hanadaru introduced in a low voice in Tianying's ear, Ajido Harunobu, a member of the 1st Senior Rescue Squad. Skyhawk nodded slightly. He always felt that this Shinigami named Ajido Harunobu looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Ajido Harunobu leaned down slightly and touched Shiraishi's right leg with Kaida's spiritual pressure in his hands. Broken right calf. Ajido Harunobu looked at Tianying and blinked several times quickly. The members of the 4th Division outside heard Ajido Harunobu's words and seemed to understand something, and they all began to discuss in a low voice. I don't see that this new 3rd seat is quite ruthless. His tactics are really dark. Yes, I really like this gangster. Let the 2 guys inside stay here and not leave, then beat them to death. Did you only see that he struck hard, but didn't you see that he held a zanpakut between 2 fingers? So? Is he really good at fighting? Who knows? Let's observe and observe first. I think it's pretty good to have such a tough guy in the 4th team. +1. Aquila and Hanadaru stood at the door, and of course they heard the discussion behind them. Hanadaru glanced at Tianying's back with some admiration, and he finally realized that all this was done intentionally by Tianying. At this moment, Fukuyama suddenly stood up. "A-hole, you 4 divisions are all in the same group. Just wait, I will go out and sue you right now. Wait for the revenge of our 11th squadron." After saying that, he pushed away Ajido Harunobu, who was still treating Shiraishi, and walked towards the door with his zanpakut. However, just when he was about to go out, Sky Eagle stopped him. "Captain Fukuyama, please wait a moment." A proud smile appeared on Fusion's face. He thought it was Tianying who was scared. Tianying said directly, "You can also help our 4th team bring something to the 1st team's deputy captain Sasakaibe." After saying that, Tianying took the paper and pen from Hanadaru and read while writing. To Vice Captain Sasakaibe of the 1st Division. The current 2 members of the 11th Division, Fukuyama and Shiraishi, faked their injuries and used the excuse of recuperation in the 4th Division to evade their duties. This behavior not only brought many adverse effects to the daily work of our 4th Division, but also indirectly it affects the team discipline of the entire Godi 13. I would like to ask if every Shinigami uses this as an excuse to use Division 4 as a refuge to avoid training or even to avoid performing their duties, will the entire Godi 13 team still have fighting power? Our mission has changed. Where to go? The current 3rd seat of the 4th Division, Shiba Tianying, kindly requests the 1st Division's Deputy Captain Sasakaibe to report this situation to the Chief Commander in a timely manner. He will deal with this inferior Shinigami seriously and purify the Godi 13th Division to serve as a warning to others. Every time Tianying read a sentence, Fusion's lips turned a little whiter. After reciting, the sweat on Fusion's forehead had become as dense as rain. He had just missed work for a few days, and how could it have become a bad incident that affected the entire Godi 13 team? After Tianying finished writing, he folded the paper in his hand and did not give it to Fukuyama. "Captain Fukuyama, you'd better go to the 1st team yourself. I thought about it and it's not appropriate to leave this thing to you. It would be better for our members of the 4th team to deliver it." After saying that, he glanced at the members of his team outside the room, and then smiled slightly. "Is there any senior who is willing to run a team for me? I'll treat him to dinner when he comes back, hee. As soon as Tianying finished speaking, many people outside began to respond. Me. I'm going. Give me 3 seats of Shiba." Skyhawk's actions just now clearly earned the respect of these guys. In fact, in the 4th team, everyone does not look at how strong you are, but how courageous you are. Of course, it is better to have both courage and strength. After all, those who can fight have gone to other divisions, and those who remain in the 4th division are some medical experts. Tianying turned around and walked to Shiraishi's side, his spiritual pressure condensing in his hands. A touch of silver spiritual pressure mixed with green spiritual pressure covered Shiraishi's right leg. After a while, Shiraishi stopped rolling and looked at Tianying with a shocked expression. My leg is broken and healed again. How about playing? Chapter 86. Fukuyama and Shiraishi left, leaving the fourth squadron dejectedly. There is no so-called verbal criticism, and there is no so-called vernacular warning. After the truth broke out, it was their fault. After they left, Skyhawk continued to care for the remaining 14 wounded under the leadership of Hanadaru. The difference from just now is that there are 3 other members of the 4th Division responsible for medical treatment following the inspection. After chatting, Tianying knew their names. Yachiwai Mura, Harunobu Ajido, and Chiho Edo. Ajido Harunobu is the brown-haired Shinigami who just came out in the first ward to help check Shiraishi's injury. He is a member of the first-level ambulance class. Yi Jiangkan is 80,000 and has yellow hair and wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He is the 4th seat of the 4th Division, and is also the monitor of the 1st Advanced Ambulance Squad. Before Tianying came, Ijiang Village Yakian he was about to become the 3rd seat, but was snatched away by Tianying. After seeing IE Village Yachiwa and Ajido Harunobu, Amaji remembered that he seemed to have seen the 2 of them in anime. If he remembered correctly, Yachikazu Imura did become the 3rd seat of the 4th Division later on, but his 3rd seat was a bit humble, and he felt that it was lower than the 3rd seat of other divisions. Edo Kyunhee is the only female team member among the 3. She is the deputy captain of the 2nd level rescue squad and the 6th seat of the 4th squad. Unlike tall beauties like Katetsuyuan, Edo Kyunhee is very small and exquisite, less than 1.6 meters tall. She has a cute baby face and 2 shallow dimples when she smiles, but she has a big belly at this time and is said to be several months pregnant. By the time all the injured were seen, nearly 2 hours had passed. Several people returned to the captain's room talking and laughing. As soon as he entered the door, Tianying asked everyone to sit wherever they wanted, and then walked to the side to pour water. Seeing this, Hanadaru followed up to help, and Skyhawk smiled at him and nodded kindly. Actually, Skyhawk still has a good impression of Hanadaru. After all, Hanadaru had helped him many times. Shiba was injured before, and Aquila hadn't joined the 4th team yet, so it was Hanadaru who brought Aquila and Toshiro into the 4th team's gate. And Tianying vaguely remembered that the Hanadaru Zanpakuto seemed to be very powerful. But now is not the time to ask these questions. Tianying placed the poured tea on the tea table on the right side of the door, where IE Village and others were. Hey! 4 seats in Ijiang Village, Captain Ajido, why don't you take a seat? Tianying was a little confused. Except for Edo Kyunhee, IE Village Yachikawa and Ajido Harunobu all stood aside and did not sit down. The 2 people from Ujiang Village smiled and waved their hands, indicating that Tianying should sit down first. Tianying realized that the 2 people from Ujiang Village were waiting for him. He shook his head with a wry smile, and then pushed the 2 of Ijiang Village down and sat down. Then Tianying waved again, called Hanadaru over, and asked him to sit down together. I just thanked the seniors for their support. Thank you for your hard work. Have a sip of tea to moisten your throat. Tianying smiled and distributed cups of tea to the other 4 people. Of course, the pregnant Edo Kyunhee Tianying only poured her a glass of boiled water. Edo Kyunhee took the water glass casually and took a sip, while the other 3 male Shinigami looked a little restrained. 3 seats, are we overstepping our bounds? How can our superiors pour water for us? Ijiang-kun stretched out his hand to adjust the glasses on his nose, his expression was very respectful. Haha, are you kidding me, Senior IE Village? Where are the superiors and subordinates after closing the door? Aren't we all members of the 4th Division? Tianying casually picked up the cup and took a sip of water, and then teased, I hope the elders in the village raised their hands after drinking the tea I poured, but please don't bless me in the diary. When Tianying said this, he remembered that Yujiang village seemed to have a habit. When he is fine, he often writes some therapy diaries. At the end of the diary, he erases his inner thoughts and writes blessings for the people he hates. IE village was stunned for a moment, then looked a little embarrassed. I don't quite understand where Shiba's third seat is. After speaking, he silently picked up the water glass and took a sip. The other three people on the field were a little confused. They couldn't understand the riddles of Tianying and Imura. Tianying did not explain, turned to look at Edo Kyunhee and asked with a smile, Edo-senpai, how many months have you been pregnant? It's about half a month before I give birth. Edo Kyunhee gently stroked his belly with his hand, his eyes full of love. But the next second, she suddenly slapped the tea table with her other hand. Bang! This startled Tianying, but the other three people present had normal expressions. Edo Kyunhee changed his gentleness just now and seemed to be a different person. Seem Shiba, you really relieved us today. I can't get used to those two guys from the 11th division. If there is a little guy in my belly, I will kill them with 2 swords. But to be honest, you are a little soft-hearted today. According to me, those 2 guys are constantly breaking their hands and feet, and no one can get out. Tianying picked up his teacup and took a sip to calm down his shock. He remembered a sentence. People cannot be judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured by its measure. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought that the petite and charming Edo Kyunhee had such a violent personality hidden in his bones? Edo 6 seats, if those 2 guys have broken arms and legs, do they have to stay for treatment again? Hanadaru timidly interjected, explaining to Tianying. Edo Kyunhee lowered his head and thought for a while, then patted his thigh. That's true. I can't tell you, Hanadaru, are quite smart. Hanadaru glanced at Tianying awkwardly, then silently picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. Tianying had a rough idea of the personalities of the people around him. The 4th seat of Ijiang village has a relatively humble personality, and can even be said to be a little weak, otherwise he would not have been unable to handle the affairs of the 2 people in the 11th division. Edo 6 seats looks very cute on the outside, but she hides a violent Lolita in her heart. She has a kind of big sister style with a knife in her hand and just follow me. Ajido Harunobu, as a member of the 4th division, he is one of the braver ones, otherwise he would not dare to check on Jiraishi's injury. In fact, Tianying invited a few people to the captain's room, and there were some things he wanted to discuss with them. After all, Anohana and Katetsuyuan are not here. Strictly speaking, they can already represent the top management of the 4th team. Tianying coughed lightly, and after seeing everyone looking at him, he slowly spoke. It just so happens that Imura-senpai and Edo-senpai are both here. I have something to discuss with you. It's about some of the daily work of Division 4. Ie Jiangkan sat upright and said, please speak. Chapter 87. Tianying took a sip of water and moistened his throat. Although the matter between Fukuyama and Jiraishi has been resolved, it is worth reflecting on why they can use such a method to cause trouble in our 4th division. Although the 4th division is a treatment squad, don't forget that we are also Shinigami and part of the Godei 13. As a Shinigami, if you don't even have the courage to stop unreasonable people, how can you talk about the ideals of your oath? I personally believe that being able to fight is not the only criterion for measuring a Shinigami. This is the Seiritei, and the most indispensable thing is Shinigami who can fight. No matter how good they are, can they beat Captain Yamamoto? The injured come to our 4th division for medical treatment. Their report of the injury is one aspect, but the main thing is to rely on our diagnosis. Fukuyama and Jiraishi have obviously completed the treatment 2 days ago, why can they continue to stay? If someone says he is injured, then we turn a blind eye and assume that he is indeed injured? If we all think like this, then the 4th team will probably become a complete joke in the future, and we should get out of here. If you don't leave, the injured who need to be treated can't get in, so our 4th squadron can be disbanded. I will suggest to Captain Anohana that combat training be included in the daily training of our 4th division. Who said that the Shinigami of our 4th team can only be a wet nurse? I want to show others that it's not that the members of our 4th team don't know how to fight, but they don't bother to fight. The wet nurse holds the knife, and no one can run away. Okay, that's good. Edo-kyun was the first to stand up. I agree to incorporate combat training into our daily training. Who said our 4th team can only serve the injured every day? Compared to Edo, Imura obviously thought more. He was a little worried. In that case, will the treatment level of the team members be reduced? After all, even if we go out on missions, our 4th team rarely participates in battles. We usually accompany the team as doctors. Tianying shook his head. He actually had this in mind when he proposed incorporating combat training into the daily training of the 4th division. We are with the team as doctors, but that doesn't mean we are just the team's doctors. If you don't even have the ability to save your own life, who can you rely on when all your teammates die? Hearing this, Yi Jiangkan fell into deep thought. Ajido Harunobu and Hanadaru were listening on the sidelines. They were just ordinary team members and did not join the conversation between the 3 Aquila. Hanadaru, Harunobu, what do you think? Tianying turned to look at the 2 of them and asked them. I think it's okay. The whole world is relatively peaceful now. Our 4th division is not that busy. It's good to take some time to practice. Ajido Harunobu nodded. Hanadaru replied weakly, I don't have any objections, it's okay. After a while, Yi Jiangkan seemed to have made a decision, and drank the water in the cup in one gulp. Whether it's practice or not, I don't think anyone will look down on our 4th team in the future. I don't want to think about how they would be so wasteful without us. Good treatment. After the decision, everyone left the captain's room one after another. Tianying stayed and began to formulate the daily training plan for the 4th team. At the same time, he also summarized some suggestions for the daily work of the 4th team. He thought that he could give it to Anohana when she came back. Evening. A huge manta fish faced the sunset and slowly flew back to the 4th division. Sitting in the captain's room, Amaji recognized this devilfish at a glance. It was transformed from Anohana's Zanpakut Minajiki, so he immediately ran to the yard. Sure enough, there were Anohana Retsu and Katetsuyuan standing on it. After spending a day wandering outside, they were finally willing to come back. Seeing the manta ray fall, Tianying stepped forward and said angrily, welcome the 2 leaders back from vacation. Yuazhuan noticed Tianying's dissatisfaction, and instead stretched out her hand to rub Tianying's head. Well done. Skyhawk sighed. Obviously, a spy has already told Uzzhawa what happened today. If those 2 guys don't leave, you won't be coming back today. That won't happen, but I won't come back with such a big fanfare. Anohana smiled at Kaide. Tianying was speechless. Although he had already guessed Uzzhawa's thoughts, he expressed his anger at Uzzhawa's unabashed teasing. However, this anger can only be hidden in the heart, and it cannot be beaten anyway. Returning to the captain's room, Uzzhawa saw the densely written papers on her desk at a glance. She smiled slightly and picked it up to read. What is written above are all matters that Tianying discussed with IE Village and others before. These include incorporating combat training into daily training and improving the treatment of members of the 4th Division. Well, that's a good idea, I agree. Ms. Hiwa waved her hand and directly adopted Tianying's suggestion. Tianying, you will be responsible for training the team members from now on, that's all. Teacher, are you kidding me? Tianying shouted directly after hearing this. How can you still be lazy when you lead the team in training? Isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? Teacher, I think that you and Vice Captain Katetsu, as the first and second leaders of our 4th Division, should take charge of team training instead of leaving it to me. Hearing this, Ms. Hiwa nodded as if it was serious. Yanjian, are you willing to be responsible for leading people to train? I'm very busy, I'm afraid I don't have time. Yanjian shook his head. Ms. Hua smiled slightly, I happen to be free too, so what should I do? Yanjian coughed lightly and said seriously, I think Shiba Sanchi's suggestion is very good. Since we are both free, let's leave it to him. After all, he has just arrived, so we should find something for him to do. Hey! Tianying was about to interrupt. But Hua interrupted him directly. Then it's settled. Anohana agreed, from now on, the third Shiba Tianying will also serve as the combat training instructor of our 4th division. Tianying's scalp is numb, but ginger is still spicy. He felt like he had dug a hole to bury himself. Ms. Hua and Yanjian are so cruel. They are not going to be the hands-off shopkeepers for one day, but they want to be the hands-off shopkeepers all the time. It feels good to be lazy for a while, and it feels good to be lazy all the time. Yuazhua and Yanjian looked at each other, and then both showed a satisfied smile. Then Hua stood up, walked to Tianying and patted his shoulder gently. Tianying, please make a training plan. Yanjian and I will go and hand over the medicine we collected today to the pharmacy. By the way, are you satisfied with the captain's room? If there is anything that needs to be purchased, you can directly make the decision. Yanjian and I will not be back in the next few days, and there is still a lot of medicine in the pharmacy. You work hard, the teacher will take good care of you. Chapter 88. A few months later. In the courtyard of the 4th division. The team members who were training stood in a neat square. Their bodies stood straight, their movements were consistent, their eyes were looking straight ahead, and their attention was not distracted by any disturbance around them. Take a break. Ajido Harunobu, who was at the front of the team, shouted the command loudly. Following his orders, the team members changed their movements in an orderly manner. Q training is also one of the daily combat training of the 4th division, and it is a new subject for Tianying. Since being appointed as the combat training coach by Anohanaretsu, in just a few months, Skyhawk has impressed all the members of the 4th division with his ability, Fist. He is now affectionately called the mastermind by the members of the 4th team, which means that in some aspects, what he says is even more effective than Anohanaretsu. As for Imura, Edo, Ajido, Hanadaru, and others who were the first to express goodwill to him, they have enjoyed related benefits to varying degrees. IE Village became the vice-captain who organized training and was responsible for reporting the daily training situation to Tianying. Although his position was still the 4th position, his status in the team was obviously different. Ajido and Hanadaru became on-duty coaches respectively, taking turns responsible for arranging the day's training matters, that is, shouting commands. Even though they are very glamorous now, they are also awarded such an honor due to their own hard work. After all, if you want to teach others, you must first become proficient yourself. Edo Kyunhee was granted half a year's leave by Tianying and went back to have a baby. Amaji later found out that the baby in Edo's belly was actually Kukaki Kurakawa's. I have to say that Kurakawa is indeed very charming, and he actually married off the rampaging Lolita from the 4th division. When Tianying first took over the training work, it was not so smooth. Some team members reported to Anohanaretsu for such militarized training. Needless to say, the results are all ended in vain. In fact, Tianying didn't object to these people doing this. He even wanted these guys to make more trouble. He once said in public that if anyone had the ability to sue him from his position as head coach, he would treat the complainer to a feast. Of course, the repeated failures also made the complainer understand one thing: Anohanaretsu protects Tianying to the death. Tianying has been busy for several months. Under his hard, hell, training, the entire 4th Division team members have undergone earth-shaking changes in terms of combat literacy, healing ability, and spirit. Of course, to achieve such results, we have to thank Anohanaretsu for her support. After all, she provided the funds. As the saying goes, if you are rewarded heavily, there will be a brave man, and if you are rewarded heavily, you will be able to practice hard. If the members of the 4th division were little sheep before, then they are now little tigers. The gentle look in their eyes has faded, and a glimmer of light shines out from time to time. After a while, Tianying walked out of the 3rd room with a thick stack of reports. He saw the training scene in the yard and nodded with satisfaction. This set of Q training was copied from Earth. It was the military training I learned while studying. Needless to say, the effect is unexpectedly good. Compared to the teenagers on Earth who have not experienced social beatings, these Shinigami are obviously much easier to manage. This is also due to the damn feudal system of Soul Society. After these team members knew that they could not resist, they became unexpectedly obedient. Ajido Harunobu, who was standing outside the queue, saw Tianying, gestured with his eyes, and then gave the order to disband. Disband. After giving the order, the soldiers in the queue left one after another and went about their own business. After they saw the Sky Eagle, they all smiled and waved hello. Tianying also responded politely one by one. Logically speaking, Tianying should be the object of their disgust for looking for trouble for them, but Tianying got them treatment and even some on-duty benefits, winning their favor again. 3 seats, today's training is completed. The members of the 4th training team performed well today. Harunobu Ajido, who was appointed by Tianying as the duty coach of the combat training team, walked to the office building and paid respectful attention to Tianying who was inspecting the scene. Report. Yes, I saw it. Tianying nodded slightly. He was very satisfied that the members of the 4th team could achieve this effect through training. By the way, Ajido, I recently heard that there are a few squads outside who want to steal our training methods, right? Well, 3 seats, as far as I know, the 2nd Division, 9th Division, 10th Division and 13th Division all seem to be learning from it. Tianying smiled, Ajido's words were much more elegant than his. Things between Shinigami cannot be called stealing. Tianying was not surprised that the 10th Division and the 13th Division were learning this type of training. After all, Kaien and Toshiro had come to ask about this matter before. As for the 2nd Division, as a covered mobile team in the Seeing Army, there is nothing wrong with learning this in order to improve the team's obedience. What surprised Tianying was the 9th team. Tyson wants to be Aizen's #1 pawn. Is he learning this because he wants to use the 9th Division to experiment? An inexplicable picture appeared in Tianying's mind. Outside Sui Palace, the Arankar Legion headed by Espada stood neatly in the desert, facing the wind and sand and respectfully calling Aizen, Sir. That's so FG scary. Arankar was organized and had a chance to win. Fortunately, Tianying also knew that the possibility was slim. Their unruly nature means that they cannot be as obedient to management as Shinigami. Apart from anything else, Balagon, Grimjo, and Neutra were not as obedient as they seemed. Thinking of this, Tianying gently patted Ajido Harunobu on the shoulder. Harunobu, thank you for your hard work during this period. You and Hanadaru can look for some helpers in the team depending on the situation. If you have good candidates, you can directly inform the 4 seats of IE Village. It is impossible to maintain the training of the entire 4th team with just a few people. Yes. Ajido Harunobu replied respectfully, are you going out? Shiba 3 seats. Well, I'll go visit the 1st team. Tianying sighed helplessly. The thick pile of reports in his hand is the plan and summary of the 4th team's training during this period. The reason why Tianying just asked Ajido if there was another team secretly learning the training of the 4th team was because the 1st team also took a fancy to his own training method. Yamamoto specially asked Sasakaibe to come over yesterday to deliver a message, asking him to sum up the experience and results of this training. Today he rushed to the 1st team to give a report. Since joining the 4th Division, Tianying feels like he has never stopped. Either organizing training or leading team treatment. He was so busy that he could only borrow time at night for his daily training. Fortunately, Zhongwen's time delay allowed him to make use of the little time he had. It's just that this kind of life is not the life Tianying wants. He is also a master of time management, so why do others live a happy life while he can only sail in misery? Chapter 89. First Team. Captain's Meeting Room. Captain Yamamoto sat in the middle of the lobby as usual, with 10 other captains standing in 2 rows below. Anohanaretsu has not returned yet because he went out to collect medicine. Jaishur Yukatake took a leave of absence due to physical discomfort. A group of captains stood in the hall, basically closing their eyes to relax. Yamamoto hasn't spoken yet, and they don't know why they were called here today. Instead of making blind guesses, it's better to wait for the rightful owner to speak. A long while. Suddenly there was a rumble at the door of the conference room, followed by a burst of bright light, and a figure appeared at the door. It seemed that the people at the door were a little confused when they saw so many people standing inside. He took a step back and glanced at the door number on the door, then stretched his head into the captain's conference room and looked around a few times. Hey? Are you in a meeting? Sorry for disturbing you. The person who appeared at the door was Tianying, holding a thick stack of reports in his hand. He thought Yamamoto had asked him to report privately, so he prepared to wait at the door. Come in, Shiba, everyone is waiting for you. Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes and stopped Tianying from closing the door. As Yamamoto spoke, all the captains turned their attention to Sky Eagle at the door. This was the first time that Tianying was watched by so many big guys at the same time, and he suddenly felt a great pressure on him. This is so outrageous. Are there so many captains waiting for you? He only has a 3-seat position, and he can't even be called the vice-captain. He finally realized that Mr. Yamamoto had not asked him to report in private at all, but was going to let him give a speech in the lobby. Tianying sighed and walked in bravely. Since there were all superiors inside, Tianying bowed down and saluted 11 times. Captain Yamamoto, Captain Sui Feng, Captain Ichimaru, Captain Aizen, Captain Nirvana. Yamamoto was pleased with Skyhawk's behavior. Being capable is one thing, being humble and polite is another. At least among the many captains here, not one of them is polite. Shiba Tianying, why did you come here today? Sasakaibe has already told you, right? Tianying nodded slightly. Well, Captain Yamamoto, Vice-Captain Sasakaibe already came to see me yesterday. Then let's get started. Captains, please listen carefully. After saying that, Yamamoto slowly closed his eyes. Tianying took a deep breath and stuffed the report into his clothes. If I had known that I didn't have to hand in the report, I wouldn't have had to write at all, and I wasted a half day in vain. He glanced around at the captains standing around him. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, but stage fright was useless. Anyway, it was just nonsense. Regardless of whether it was good or not, Captain Yamamoto was still there to support him. After all, he was the one who asked me to come. Thinking of this, Tianying felt a lot more relaxed. Captains, Captain Yamamoto actually asked me to come today to give a report on the reform of the 4th Division. I believe you already know that the 4th Division has been trying to reform the team's functions in recent months, and this reform proposal was proposed by me. I personally believe that after this reform, the role of the 4th Division will be infinitely expanded in the future, and this is also my original intention. Because he had already written a report, Tianying knew what he wanted to say. It is nothing more than stating the need for daily training reform, and the effect of this reform on the 4th Division as a whole, and even on the entire Godai 13th Division. Well, your idea is good. Yamamoto was satisfied with Tianying's statement. To be honest, he always felt that Tianying's choice to go to the 4th team was a waste of talent. Even if Tianying has a good kite and can regenerate his arm or even bring him back to life, so what? The function of Shinigami has never been to heal, but to kill. To maintain the balance of the 3 realms and make the world stable, kite can only play a small role. However, the recent troubles Skyhawk had with the 4th Division made Yamamoto feel that it would be a good idea to let him go to the 4th Division. After all, only the 4th Division is suitable as a pilot for this so-called reform. Tell me about it. If you have any questions, you can ask Shiba Tianying directly. Yamamoto glanced at the captains standing below and spoke slowly. He knew that several divisions had recently been imitating the tactics of the 4th Division, but the way they learned it was a bit nondescript, and it felt like they were imitating others. He simply called Shiba Tianying here to help everyone solve their doubts. The first person to stand up was Skyhawk's uncle Yushin. He had asked Toshiro to consult Skyhawk a long time ago, but it was difficult to implement due to functional issues in the team. Tianying, your 4th Division can carry out such daily training because the people in your team rarely go out to perform missions, but a division like our 10th Division, which is usually responsible for guarding the Jingling Ting, doesn't do that at all. Maybe we can train in your own way. Hearing this, Tianying nodded slowly. In fact, this problem does not only exist in the 10th Division, it should be said that it exists in all divisions that go out to perform mission functions. In the final analysis, it lies in the loose management model of the Godai 13. The Shinigami of the Godai 13 do not have a complete work system, so that all Shinigami are actually working and resting. Generally speaking, after each squad receives a mission, the captain issues an order and designates the chief officer to be responsible, and the chief officer then selects team members to go out and perform the mission. The result is a waste of personnel and uneven development. Shinigami, who is more capable, is often called out to perform tasks and breaks through himself again and again in battles. The weaker Shinigami has been guarding the home all year round, has not experienced the baptism of battle, and has slowly improved in strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Tianying slowly said, Captain Shiba, I think the question you asked is actually a common question, not only for your 10th Division, but also for other divisions. It's not difficult to solve this problem. Just implement a shift system. Whoever's turn is on duty will be on duty, whoever's turn is on duty will train, and whoever's turn will take a break will rest. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers in each division is uneven. The main reason is the uneven distribution of tasks. For example, if you have 2 Shinigami in your team, one of them is fighting outside every day, and the other is guarding the house every day. Which of the 2 Shinigami do you think is making faster progress? Shinigami's strength is gained by fighting in battles, not by training in the Serenity Garden. How can one grow without experiencing the baptism of the battlefield? Shiba heard the words wholeheartedly and nodded. Several other captains were also thoughtful. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki rarely spoke. Shiba Tianying, what does the formation training you did have to do with improving the strength of the team members? Chapter 90. Tianying smiled slightly at Zaraki Kenpeki and explained. There is no direct relationship, but it is very necessary for the 4th team. The soldiers of the 4th Division are different from the soldiers of other divisions. What they lack is self-confidence, the courage to dare to face dangerous challenges, or they lack team cohesion. Having never experienced fighting side by side, they are like a piece of scattered sand. Otherwise, the incident between Fukuyama and Shiraishi a few months ago would not have happened. Zaraki's face looked a little ugly when he heard this. After all, those 2 guys were members of his team, which really embarrassed him. Although Zaraki himself didn't care much about it, the team was furious because of their behavior. As a result, the 11th Division couldn't accommodate the 2 of them, and the Godai 13th Division couldn't accommodate them either. Fortunately, Fukuyama and Shiraishi took the initiative to join the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, thus retaining the last trace of dignity for themselves and the 11th Squadron. If they could survive, they might still be able to stay in the Godai 13. Zaraki closed his eyes and stopped talking. He felt that there was nothing that needed to be changed in his 11th Squadron. Nayuli suddenly smiled sinisterly. Hey, a group of guys who don't need to go to the front line, how can they learn combat skills? If we really have to go out on a mission, what difference does it make whether or not your 4th team joins the fight? Obviously, not all captains feel that their divisions need to be reformed. The nature of the 12th Division is somewhat similar to that of the 4th Division, in that they do not need to go out to conduct combat missions. Even in some aspects, the 12th Division is more nerdy than the 4th Division. Tianying was not angry. Well, Captain Nai is right, there is no need for your 12th Division to do this. After all, you are all scientific researchers and are very valuable. But I'm a little curious. If an enemy really breaks into the Quiet Spirit Pavilion, will the members of your 12th Division still be able to pick up the sword? Shiba Tianying, do you know what you are talking about? Nirvana's eyes turned cold. No team member had ever dared to talk to him like this. However, Tianying is not a fuel-efficient lamp, so he directly fought back. I'm just stating the facts. The reform of the 4th Division's training is not for others to see, nor is it to be willing to endure the battle of the division. The reason why I let them practice like this is just to give them a way to protect themselves. Force. I'll be obedient along the way. Our 4th Squadron and its entourage will support the battle. If the whole team is wiped out, at least we should be able to run away if we can't defeat it, right? You. Nirvana was still about to speak, but Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. That's enough. Isn't it embarrassing to have to make noise every time you have a meeting? After saying that, Yamamoto looked at Tianying again. Shiba Tianying, you did a good job. You can go back first. I will come to you if anything happens. Hearing this, Tianying bowed directly and left. To be honest, he really didn't want to stay in this miserable place. After leaving the captain's conference room, Tianying gave the written summary to Sasaki and returned directly to Shiba's house. The work in the team has been almost arranged recently, and he finally has time to take a break from his busy schedule. When we got back to Shiba's house, it was time for lunch. Today, the Shiba family has a family dinner. Since they have already said hello in advance, the food at home is quite sumptuous. Except for Ishin, Kaien, Shiba, and Toshiro all rushed back. Ever since Amaji and Toshiro joined the Godi I-13, it has been a long time since the Shiba family sat down to eat together. The whole family is having a great time, and Grandma Hitsugaya's face is smiling a lot more. After dinner, Tianying suggested that the family go to the hot springs, and everyone agreed. Because Grandma Hitsugaya was old, she smiled and let everyone go play while she stayed at home to take care of the Rock Eagle. Jin Yan and Yin Yan volunteered to stay and look after the family. Originally, Kaien wanted to go back to work, but Shiba gave him a wink and stayed. In the end, only 5 people, Kaien, Kongzuru, Toshiro, and Tianying, set off in a mighty manner. The outskirts of Lin Runan. On the mountain about 3 kilometers away from Shiba's house. There is a natural hot spring here, which is a secret place that Tianying and Toshiro discovered a long time ago. They have secretly visited it several times. The scenery here is beautiful, and the miraculous workmanship of nature has formed a unique landform. Warm spring water emerges from the ground and fills 5 or 6 naturally formed hot spring pools. Surrounding the hot spring pool is a natural scenery that has not been artificially treated. Although it is late autumn, it still has a different flavor. Kaien and others followed Tianying to this place and expressed their amazement. Especially Kyokaku, she has always called herself a know-it-all about Rukanga, but this is the first time she knows there is such a resort here. Looking at the white mist rising from the hot spring pool, everyone couldn't wait to go down and enjoy it. Skyhawk is certainly no exception. He took off his clothes and jumped directly into the pool outside where he often soaked. It's so comfortable. Tianying let out a beautiful moan, with an expression of great enjoyment. Seeing this, other people also found their favorite pool and jumped into it. In the end, only Toshiro was left standing on the shore wearing a death tyrant costume. His face was slightly red, and he seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the presence of Shiba and Kaku. Pfft! Tianying laughed out loud when he saw this. Come down, Toshiro, what are you talking about? No, I feel a little uncomfortable today. Toshiro waved his hand. The Sky Eagle glared at him, then jumped out of the water and pulled him into the water. You're not a woman, why are you uncomfortable? There's so much shit going on. Hearing Shiba Tianying's words, Kyokaku seemed to be interested. Hey, you seem to understand very well, Shiba Tianying. Tianying smiled slightly and said, I understand a little bit, after all, the fourth team also has that kind of business. Whenever my sister-in-law becomes pregnant, I will arrange a separate ward for you. We still have this right. Konghee's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Kaien and Shiba and asked, Yes, brother and sister-in-law, when are you going to add a child to our Shiba family? I still want to be an aunt. Hearing this, Shiba glanced at Kaien resentfully but said nothing. She also wants to open up the Shiba family. But Kaien is either busy working in the team or training, so he doesn't have this condition. Haha. Kaien noticed his wife's resentment and smiled awkwardly, hugging the back of his head. He also knew that he had indeed neglected his wife over the years. But there is nothing he can do. As the current head of the Shiba family, he is under great pressure. Tianying naturally understands Kaien's difficulties, but now that he has also joined the Godi 13, he can help Kaien share some of the burden. Since you can't do it yourself, you might as well let Kaien do it. The Shiba family must have a salted fish responsible for continuing the family line. Brother, why don't I go and ask for leave from Captain Jushiro for you and your sister-in-law? The only important thing for you and your sister-in-law at the moment is to continue the Shiba family lineage. Tianying said with a smile. When Konghee heard this, he immediately raised his hands and said, Second the proposal. Tianying pushed Toshiro with his hand, What about you? Do you agree? Toshiro didn't respond. Tianying was a little confused and turned to look at Toshiro. I saw Toshiro staring at Konghee with his face flushed, feeling as if his whole body was about to be soaked in the hot spring. Tianying understood, and Toshiro grew up. Chapter 91. After the fun, Tianying silently sank into the hot spring, leaving only his head. Whether on Earth or in the Shinigami world, he loves to soak in hot springs. He likes to think in such an environment surrounded by warm water. He has not enjoyed such a life for a long time since entering the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. From the time he entered school, Shiba was injured, and then went to the Daegzu forest. After returning, he directly took up the third seat of the fourth team without stopping for a moment. He has almost arranged everything. For now, there are 3 divisions that can be said to be in the hands of the Shiba family. The foundation of the 4th division is already in place, and Unohanaretsu seems to be interested in delegating power to him. After this period of management, the members of the 4th division have developed a good relationship with him. Uncle Shi is currently the captain of the 10th division, and his successor Toshiro has also successfully become the 3rd seat. As long as he learns Bankai, it is natural for him to take over as captain. As for the 13th division, as long as Skyhawk ensures that Kaien can survive, it will also belong to the Shiba family in the near future. Unknowingly, his side's power in the Quiet Spirit Court was already on par with Aizen's. What he lacked was only high-end combat power. The reason why Tianying mentioned the inheritance of the family line to Kaien was because he wanted Shiba to go out on combat missions as little as possible after becoming pregnant. As long as nothing happens to Shiba, Kaien's sanity will definitely not be in danger. After a while, Aquila bumped Toshiro with his arm. He felt that it was time to talk to Toshiro about something. Chuiro, what do you think of the current Godi 13? Toshiro was still shy at first, but when he heard Sky Eagle's question, he came back to his senses and asked, Why do you ask that? Tianying smiled and said, It's nothing. I just felt that after joining the Godi 13, I realized that the Godi 13 was not what I imagined. Hearing this, Toshiro pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. When you say that, I actually feel the same way. Although we are used to referring to the 13 divisions as the Godii 13 divisions, in fact most of the time each division performs its own duties and has little contact with each other. Even if there are occasional contacts between team members, it's just a personal contact. The entire Godii 13 seems to be a whole, but it's not as perfect as imagined. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Tianying gave Toshiro an appreciative look. He was worthy of being a young man who could quickly step up to the position of captain in the future. His eyes were indeed very vicious. He just wanted to tell Toshiro that we should stick together in the future and not be scattered like these guys. The management of the Godii 13 now is actually very loose. The connections between the divisions are not as close as imagined. Even the captains communicate with each other most of the time through captain meetings organized by the first division. The feelings are not that deep, and I don't think that's good. Why? Can't things be done well if everyone does their own thing? Toshiro was stunned. Although he pointed out the communication and cooperation problems of the Godii 13, it does not mean that he thinks there is anything wrong with this approach. After all, the Godii 13 team has been operating in this mode for so many years. Tianying smiled bitterly. What if a captain rebels? Will others know in time? Impossible, how could such a thing happen? Dong Shilang obviously didn't believe it. After all, such a thing had never happened in Jinglingting. Tianying stared into Toshiro's eyes and spoke slowly. I mean, if, what happens, this thing really happens, do you think the Godii 13 team can control it in time? Yes. Toshiro was not very confident, because he also thought that if this thing really happened, it would be difficult for the Godii 13 team to control the overall situation with the current operating mode. After a while, Toshiro narrowed his eyes slightly, approached Tianying and asked softly, "Do you know something?" Tianying rolled his eyes at Toshiro and pushed him away. "I'm just making a hypothesis. You don't know anything. Don't think too much. Only by improving your strength can it be true." Aquila didn't intend to directly tell Toshiro about Aizen's rebellion. After all, the two of them were still talking to each other. What he wanted to do was to plant a seed of doubt in Toshiro's heart first, and then slowly guide him. "By the way, Teacher Uazawa keeps asking me recently why you don't come to the 4th division to see her. She also said that she taught a white-eyed wolf. What do you think?" Go, go, go. Toshiro responded directly, "It's not because of the training you did, but now the captain is always staring at me and wants me to implement it in the 10th division, and I'm almost dying of work. I don't have time to go." "Hey, you're just lazy." Tianying scolded with a smile. After talking to Toshiro, Aquila ran directly to Kaien and successfully destroyed the two-person world of Kaien and Shiba. "Brother, I think I should give you some advice." Although Tianying tried his best to behave like an adult, because he looked young and a bit nondescript, Kaien and Shiba both laughed. "Well, you tell me." Kaien suppressed his smile and said seriously. "I think you should let your sister-in-law rest at home. You two are both in the 13th division. Who will take care of the house? There are so many people in our family in the Godii 13th division, and there is no shortage of a sister-in-law. Then I have to ask your sister-in-law if she agrees." Kaien directly asked this question to his wife. After all, he has to respect the opinions of the parties involved. Shiba didn't expect Skyhawk to come over and say this. It was a bit funny, so she poked Skyhawk's forehead with her finger. "Tianying, what are you thinking about in your little head? Isn't there an empty crane at home?" Kong He also nodded. "Yes, am I not at home?" "Hey!" Tianying rolled his eyes at Kong He, "You still have the nerve to say that you are at home. How many hours do you spend at home a day?" "Shiba Tianying. Are you itchy?" Kong He's eyes widened and he was ready to come over and take action. Shiba smiled and shook his head, signaling Kong He to wait a moment. Ever since her hand was healed by Tianying, she felt that Tianying seemed to have grown up a lot. She felt that Tianying must have something in mind when he said this. Give me a reason, otherwise I won't agree. Tianying rolled his eyes, didn't he already have the reason? Carry on the family line and spread the branches and leaves. Chapter 92. Night in Seoul society is different from reality. There is no pollution from heavy industry here, and the sky looks clean and spotless. A crescent moon hangs high in the night sky, surrounded by stars. It looks like the weather will be good again tomorrow. Tianying and others have returned to Siriti. After all, they have already taken up positions in the Godi 13th team, so they can no longer stay at home casually. Furthermore, Seoul society has not been peaceful recently, and virtual invasions still occur occasionally. Although it wasn't much, it never stopped. Aquila knew it was because Aizen's experiments had not stopped, but he couldn't stop it. It was still early, and he didn't plan to rest so early. Every day's training had been completed. He sat quietly in front of the window, looking at the quiet night sky, thinking about his future plans. Tianying already has a preliminary idea. If he wants to change the course of the Shinigami world, he must improve his strength as much as possible and strengthen his power at the same time. As a time traveler with a god's perspective, Skyhawk currently has an advantage, that is, the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark, just like Aizen is now with the Serenity Court, except that Skyhawk is hidden deeper. Currently, there are 3 captains in the Godi 13, including Aizen, who are known to be included in the rebel force. The others are the traditional Godi forces headed by Yamamoto, and the other 10 captains can all be regarded as members of this force. When encountering an incident that endangers the safety of Seoul society, this force is monolithic. But in normal times, they formed their own small groups. One is Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Jushiro. As master and apprentice, their philosophies are basically the same. Except for the incident with Rukia, Kiraku and Jushiro have never disobeyed Yamamoto's orders. There is also the captain of the 7th team, Komamura, who regards Yamamoto as his benefactor and teacher. It can also be said that he follows Yamamoto's lead. The second one is Sui Feng and Byakuya. Both of them put their own responsibilities first and don't get too close to others. As long as it complies with the laws of Seoul society, they will resolutely implement them. Then there are Anohanaretsu and Shiba Ishin. These two are relatively close because of their relationship. There are also Jushiro and Kiraku who are connected in series, and there are also a lot of people. The reason why Tianying listed these 4 people was to put himself into the role of Lucia being tortured. Once he suffered that kind of unreasonable disaster, the 4 Anohana 4 would not turn a blind eye. However, these 4 people are relatively neutral and act more in accordance with their own responsibilities. The only ones left are Zaraki Kenpeki and Nirvana. These 2 people rely on the Godi 13, but they act based on their personal preferences. Strictly speaking, they will not follow Yamamoto's orders and will not blindly obey them. For example, Kenpeki Zaraki, when a family later invaded Seoul society to save Rukia, directly led Team 11 to switch sides, and even took action against Komamura Zyuochan and Tisan. No matter what his reason is, from Shinigami's point of view, helping Taka attack his colleagues can be considered rebellion. Nirvana, on the other hand, goes his own way and is a typical mad scientist personality. In order to satisfy his thirst for knowledge, he has done a lot of things that violate the Shinigami code, otherwise he would not be thrown into the maggot's nest. Tianying wrote the names of these people on the paper in one stroke. What he had to do was to try to gain the recognition, or support, of these people. Unlike Aizen, he has no idea of subverting the Seoul society, so he does not conflict with the philosophy of the Godi 13. It is only a matter of time before he can establish relationships with these people. The next task is to defeat these captains. Sui Feng, Byakuya, Komamura, Zaraki, Nirvana. Tianying wrote down his goals on paper one by one, thinking about who to start with. Sui Feng is more difficult. She has a cold personality. Except for your Yuaki, who can make her have some emotional ups and downs, there is nothing to start with. Byakuya is pretty good. I heard that after Rukia joined the Kukaki family, Hyjin's health did not improve. You can start with Hyjin. Komamura's left formation is fine, but he has to wait until Tissen is gone, otherwise Tissen will go to Aizen to report and purely cause trouble for himself. As for Zaraki Kenpeki, it is easy or difficult to conquer him. The only way is to kill him, but that is too wasteful. Nirvana's words are just to suit his liking. If you can arouse his interest, you can whet his appetite. After thinking about it, Tianying decided to start with Byakuya. He wanted to try first to see if he could save Hyjin. If he could save Hyjin, Byakuya's favorability level would probably be maxed out. Winning the favor of the head of the Kukaki family is a very important thing for the Shiba family. Why? Tianying sighed silently. It was too difficult to be the younger brother of the Shiba family. It was already difficult to live in this world, and he had to lead the family to rise. It was a complete hell mode. Just when Tianying was in a daze, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Shiba 3 seats, are you there? Tianying glanced at the door, with some confusion on his face. Who else would be looking for him at this point? However, the knock on the door was a bit urgent, so Tianying didn't think much about it. Here, the door is unlocked, come in. As soon as Tianying finished speaking, the door was quickly pushed open, and Hanadoru ran in with a hurried look. Shiba 3rd seat, we have just received notification that a hollow appeared in front of number 64 Rukanga. The 13th division is in a bitter battle. We hope that we will send personnel to go to the rescue together with the 5th division. Hearing this, Tianying felt a bad premonition emerge. Team 13? Who's gone? The 3 seats of the 13th division are all led by Shiba. I heard that they have been there for an hour. Hanadoru quickly cried. Tianying stood up from his seat, his face a little ugly. Something is strange about this time. Anohana and Katetsuyuan were not here, but the higher UPS actually asked the 4th division to provide support. This was such a coincidence that Tianying even suspected that this was Aizen's premeditated plan. In the past, the 5th division also had support missions, but rarely needed people. Why did it need people at this time? Anohana and Yongan are not here, so the 4th team can only take the initiative themselves. The support team of the Godii 13 is the 5th team. They have the right to apply for assistance. Aizen must have wanted him to go. Skyhawk sighed. Mad, he didn't expect that he would still be targeted by Aizen. This guy is rotten. Needless to say, it can make Shiba, who is the 3rd seat, into a bitter battle. Such a hollow must have come from Aizen's hand. Aizen's proper fishing law enforcement. The key is that I knew it was fishing law enforcement, but I still had to take the bait. Who told the guy to choose Shiba as bait? Protect my sister-in-law and always be on the road. Amaji pondered for a moment, picked up his zanpakut and rushed out of the room. Before leaving, he quickly said to Hanadoru, reply them in 2 minutes and tell them that I was worried about my sister-in-law's safety and rushed over first. He wanted to create a time difference, rush there as quickly as possible, and try to stagger his meeting with Aizen. Although Hanadoru didn't know why Shitaka had such a plan, he still chose to obey his order. Outside the house, the night was getting dark, and suddenly a breeze began to pick up. Chapter 93 Soul Society Area 64. In a lush forest. There were broken branches and traces of battle all around, and blood was scattered on the plants and the ground. It looked like it had just experienced a big battle. A clearing between a few trees. Shiba and the other 2 team members stared straight ahead, as if facing a formidable enemy. Where they were watching, another team member slowly pulled the knife out of the body on the ground, and kept making weird laughter from his mouth. This is already the 3rd teammate he has killed. There are 7 people in the team, and now there are only 3 in Shivadu. Shiba 3 seats, why don't we withdraw? This hollow's ability is too weird, we are no match for it. Behind Shiba, a yellow-haired Shinigami wearing glasses said tremblingly, obviously the experience just now made him some fear. Yes, Shiba 3 seats, let's go first, this hollow is not something we can deal with. The speaker was Shinigami, another red-haired woman behind Shiba. Her hand holding the Zanpakuto was still trembling slightly. Shiba's face was a bit ugly. After receiving the mission, she rushed here with 6 other team members. In just 1 hour, 3 team members had died tragically, which reminded her of the hollow she encountered in Karakura town before. Just as weird, just as powerful. She knew that the 2 team members behind her were right. Evacuation was the first choice at this time, but she was still hesitant. The hollow I encountered this time has the ability to possess someone. The Shinigami who was slashing at his teammates with a knife was possessed by a void. Shiba didn't know if the possessed Shinigami could be saved, but she felt that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she could not leave like this. It seemed that I heard several people talking. The possessed team member let out a weird laugh. Jija, aren't you Shinigami very emotional? Don't leave. If you ask me to kill one more person, I will let the controlled boy go. How about that? He slowly turned around. At this time, he had become somewhat inhuman, his skin had turned blue-black, and there were 2 dark patterns in the sockets of his eyes, which looked extremely strange. After staring at Shiba for a while, he stretched out his tongue and licked around his lips, and laughed again. Shiba heard this and tightly held the Zanpakuto in his hands. I have to say, this Su was indeed very treacherous. He knew that the reason why she didn't leave was because he wanted to save people. After sighing, Shiba slowly spoke to the 2 people behind him, you go first. I can't leave him behind. But the red-haired girl Shinigami wanted to ask Shiba to go together. However, he was interrupted by Shiba, come on, I'll hold him back while you go bring the backup. She knew that this hollow could actually kill them all a long time ago, and now it was just teasing them, but as long as this hollow still had the idea of teasing, she could delay time. She had already experienced despair once in Karakura town. She was no longer afraid of death. What she was afraid of was seeing the team members she brought die before her again. The yellow-haired Shinigami looked very hesitant. After a moment, he decided to run away. Facing such an impossible enemy, he became cowardly. The moment he turned around, the possessed Shinigami let out a strange cry and twitched all over. After a moment, a void emerged from his body. I saw that this hollow was extremely long and weird, with 6 arms propped on the ground like a crab. The lower part of Hollow's mask protruded outwards on the left and right sides to form 2 fangs, and there were 2 clusters of orange patterns around the eyes. Want to run away? Then I won't be able to play with you. With a strange laugh, it stretched its 6 arms to death and jumped directly towards the yellow-haired Shinigami. Seeing this, Shiba gritted his teeth and raised his Zanpakuto, trying to rush forward to stop him. She wants to create time for her teammates to escape. But this hollow ignored her, stretched out an arm to push away her Zanpakuto, and then continued to castrate her. The yellow-haired Shinigami let out a scream and was bitten on his right arm by Su. After biting the yellow-haired Shinigami, this virtual creature raised its head and started stuffing the yellow-haired Shinigami into its mouth with its hands, making disgusting chewing sounds. A hole. O King, mask of flesh. March forward. Had S-31 red cannon. Seeing the tragic death of another teammate, the red-haired female Shinigami quickly spoke up and shot a red fireball from her hand towards the strange hollow. Bang! The red artillery was held by Su with one hand, and it was crushed and exploded without causing any damage. At this moment, Shivatu's word spirit also ended. Had 33, blue fire pendant. The blue spiritual light shot straight towards Su's back. But this hollow seemed to have eyes on its back, and it directly used its two arms to retreat. Boom! An explosion louder than before sounded in the woods, causing a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Shiba quickly picked up the newly possessed Shinigami, then used Shunpo to appear next to the red-haired Shinigami, pulling her to escape quickly. She had used the Kanghuo pendant to attack this void before, knowing that it would not cause much damage, and just hoped to stop the void for a moment. After running for about 50 meters, both Shiba and the red-haired girl Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to stop. Although the Su has not caught up with them yet, they are not out of danger now. While escaping, Shiba reached out and touched the pulse of the Shinigami behind his back. After discovering that the Shinigami was dead, his expression was a little sad. She finally knew that the hollow had been lying to her. From the moment he was possessed, the possessed person was hopeless. Unfortunately, there are only 2 people left now. After a while, she found a hidden place to put down the dead Shinigami, and then caught up with the red-haired Shinigami again. Yin, if it catches up later, I will stay and stop it. You must not look back, do you understand? Shiba didn't want to see all her teammates wiped out again, she was ready to fight to the death. Yin didn't answer. She never thought that things would turn out like this. It was just an ordinary mission, so why were there so many casualties? Why on earth would a hollow with such strength appear in Soul Society? She was puzzled. At this moment, a strange cry suddenly came from behind, from far to near, getting closer and closer. Yin was a little desperate. Really catching up. Chapter 94. Hold head high. In the forest, Su's strange calls were getting closer and closer to Shiba and the 2, and they seemed to be mixed with a hint of teasing. After nearly an hour of fierce fighting, the physical strength of both of them had declined, especially Shiba as the leader. From the very beginning of the battle, she never stopped for a moment. You go, Yin, I'll stay and see if I can sneak attack it. After hearing Shiba say in a calm tone that he wanted to stay, Yin had tears in his eyes. No, Shiba 3 seats, if you want to leave, you must leave. You are stronger than me and you should live. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just because I'm better than you that I'm qualified to stay. Shiba smiled softly, with a hint of determination in his tone. If she could escape, she would certainly not choose to die. But the reality is frustrating. The virtual speed is faster than the 2 of them. If no one is left to stop them, both of them will be caught up. She can choose to let Yin stay, but that is meaningless. Yin's strength cannot stop her at all. She will be killed by the virtual in a short time, and then she will still be left to fight with the virtual. Instead of doing this, it would be better for her to stay. Maybe if she fights to the death, she can survive for a while and help Yin escape. Thinking of this, Shiba stopped. Yin hadn't even taken 2 steps when she realized that Shiba hadn't even followed and stopped. Let's go! Shiba shouted, and then said quickly, report the information about this hollow to the team. This hollow is no longer something that ordinary Shinigami can handle. Tell Kaien and ask Captain Jushiro to take action. After saying that, Shiba hid behind a tree in front of Yin and used bent light. With tears in her eyes, Yin gritted her teeth, and finally chose to carry out Shivata's order. She knew that Shiba was right. This hollow's ability was too weird. If its information was not reported to the team, there would be greater casualties. Shiba was hidden in bent light. After seeing Yin leave, he showed a satisfied smile, but this smile was a bit bitter. She didn't expect that. In the afternoon, the family took a hot spring bath together and spent a short happy time. In the evening, he was about to die in this battle. However, she has no regrets, at least she feels that dying like this is better than abandoning her teammates and living. Bang! Bang! Behind her, the sound of the virtual pursuit was getting closer and closer to Shiba. She held her Zanpakuto tightly and was ready for a fight to the death. After a while, the empty figure loomed in the gap between the trees. A cold and cruel aura hit his face. Dance lightly. Transform into a butterfly. In an instant, the Zanpakuto in Shiba's hand changed. The handle of the knife's guard turned into the shape of a butterfly, and the blade was covered with a light pink color. When the Shikai was completed, Kaien happened to appear in the attack range. Shiba all jumped out of the bent light, holding a Zanpakut that transformed into a butterfly and struck at Hollow's mask. She had freed the Zanpakuto in the previous battle, but a frontal attack could not hit the Hollow at all. The butterfly's ability requires cutting the target to be effective. The nerves of the target injured by the butterfly will gradually be paralyzed by the butterfly toxin that invades the body. After being completely paralyzed, the target's body will make weird movements out of control, making it look like dancing. However, the effect of butterfly toxin depends on the strength of the target's spiritual pressure. The stronger the spiritual pressure of the injured target, the weaker the effect of the butterfly toxin and the shorter the control time. This time, Shiba went directly towards the Hollow's mask. She attempted to kill the Hollow with one strike through this sneak attack. However, six-armed Fusion Su has noticed that there is an ambush here. Jaja, the delicious spiritual power in this area is so strong, I guess someone must want to make a sneak attack, and that's true. I saw Shivatu slashing towards Kain's mask's butterfly being tightly held by a green arm, while Kain was looking at Shivatu jokingly. Originally, the most delicious food should be saved for last, but I didn't expect that you would choose to bring it to my mouth first. Shiba ignored the taunt of the virtual creature and used all his strength to pull the butterfly out of its hand. Tear. Hua Dai finally cut open the virtual palm. Bang! Su's other arm hit Shivatu hard, sending her flying dozens of meters and slamming into a tree nearly 3 meters in diameter. Puff! Shiba collapsed under the tree and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, her lips instantly became bloodless, and her face revealed a sickly paleness. Before she had time to adjust, a strong howling wind blew in her face. Woo! The six-armed body was like a cannonball, quickly enlarging in her sight. A relieved smile appeared on Shiba's lips. Although the sneak attack was discovered, at least he successfully hit the target. It should be able to delay Yin for a while. She glanced at the direction Yin was leaving from the corner of her eye, and then slowly lifted her Zanpakut and held it in front of her. Scenes of the past flashed through my mind like a movie. She was originally a commoner in Rukanga in Seoul society. She met Kaien when she was studying at Mao Spiritual Academy. Later, they were in the same squad by chance. After a long time together, the two fell in love and got married. Get to know each other, and fall in love. Later, I married into the Shiba family, saw the birth of Sky Eagle and Rock Eagle, and spent decades of wonderful time together. Worth it. Shiba slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Shiba's closed eyes flashed with light. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion broke out on the ground. Hold head high. Su let out a heart-breaking roar. Shiba's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Wrong. The imagined pain did not come. Shiba slowly opened his eyes. Less than 1 meter in front of him, a figure wearing a death tyrant suit stood upright in front of the tip of the butterfly knife. It was Sky Eagle, who finally arrived at the last moment. Seeing that Shiba was about to die in Su's hands, he directly gave up his spirit and sent out a fiery lightning howl. Tianying recognized this Su and was glad that he came in time. If he remembered correctly. According to the original plot, it was this creature named Metastasia that killed Shivatu, made Kaien lose his mind, and finally died. This fiery lightning howl directly penetrated nearly half of Metastasia's left side. With 3 arms on the left as support, Metastasia fell to the ground covered in blood and howled. Tianying showed no mercy and quickly drew out his Zanpakut. Reversal, fragmentation, time is dim and empty. With the liberation of the dark sky of time, the strong gravity pressed Metastasia to the ground, unable to move. Sky Eagle raised his hand and waved out a dark sky-broken star. The silver sword light was wrapped with a harsh sound of breaking through the air, and instantly penetrated Metastasia's pale mask. He never thought about getting close to this hollow from the beginning, because he knew that this hollow had the ability to fuse the Zanpakuto and invade Shinigami's body. For such enemies, it is safer to kill them remotely. Chapter 95. Skyhawk. A weak voice sounded behind Tianying. Tianying quickly turned his head and saw Shiba's face, which was slightly pale due to injuries. The hollow had been dealt with, and Tianying knelt down to help Shiba wipe the blood off her face, and then began to use Kaid to restore her injuries. Fortunately, Shiba was not fatally injured, but his internal organs were slightly damaged because he was hit by a virtual attack and hit a tree. Shinigami of the Godei 13 has been battle-hardened for a long time and his physique is not bad. These injuries can only be cured by a period of rest. Under the influence of Kaid, Shiba's face regained a little color, but his expression still looked a little weak. "Are there any flowers on my face? Sister-in-law?" Seeing that Shiba was still looking at him blankly, Tianying made a joke. After saving Shivatu, he felt much relieved. Especially since Metastasia was killed this time, it can be said that a major hidden danger was eliminated. "You." Shiba stretched out his finger and poked Tianying's forehead out of habit. As Skyhawk squatted down, Shiba saw the scene behind Skyhawk. The originally lush forest was now scorched black. There was a deep knife mark on the ground, and the Sioux had disappeared. Although Shivatu's sight was blocked by the back of the Skyhawk, he also guessed that the hollow had died at the hands of the Skyhawk. "Why are you here?" Shiba asked in a low voice. "Then I have to thank Captain Aizen. He sent someone to Division 4 to tell me." "Captain Aizen?" Shiba was slightly startled, then seemed to think of something, and then said, "You are talking about Captain Aizen going to the 4th Division to apply for auxiliary personnel." Skyhawk nodded slightly. He originally wanted to complain about Aizen, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Seeing Shiba, his expression has improved. Tianying helped Shiba up, then put his right hand around her waist, letting her lean half on his shoulder. "Let's go back first, the provincial brother is worried." Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared in their sight. "Captain Aizen." Seeing the person coming, Shiba took the lead and shouted. Tianying frowned subconsciously, then quickly recovered. "Captain Aizen." He also said hello to Aizen and looked around with the corner of his eye. Seeing that Aizen was alone, he had a headache. Unexpectedly, he met Aizen, which was unlucky. This guy came over alone, obviously he had no good intentions. Shiba didn't know that much, and thought Aizen was really here to rescue him, and kept thanking him. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Aizen. Sue has been killed, but this time our team suffered heavy casualties." Shiba felt a little sad when he thought that a group of 7 people came and only 2 escaped. "By the way, Captain Aizen, Tianying, have you seen Yin in our team? I asked her to go back and report Sue's information first." "Well, it's a red-haired female Shinigami, right? I saw her going to the Serenity Garden." Tianying nodded slightly, keeping his eyes on Aizen. Hearing Shivatu's question, Aizen also showed a gentle smile. "Is it Suzuki Yin? I asked her to go back first, and I have to thank her for showing me the way." Shiba breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the last member of his team had evacuated safely. After Aizen finished speaking, his eyes remained on Tianying. In fact, he was already there when Skyhawk killed Metastasia, and he also heard the conversation between Skyhawk and the two. Just as Tianying expected, it was his design that attracted Tianying. The purpose was also to see Tianying's strength. As he expected, the young man's strength was close to the captain level. Although there is no Bankai yet, the Ryutsu is real. If he read it correctly, fiery lightning howl abandoned the spirit of Tianying. Aizen has decided that Tianying is a genius more terrifying than Yin's talent, which makes him even more determined to recruit. He originally wanted to come with Skyhawk, and then take the opportunity to use Kaika Suijutsu to make Skyhawk a prisoner, but this plan was ruined by Skyhawk. Shiba do Sangzi, as long as you're fine, let's go back first. Aizen smiled slightly, not discouraged by the small mistake. After all, there will still be a long time to come. The most important thing is that Aizen has sensed that spiritual pressure is coming. Tianying breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Aizen's words. It seemed like nothing happened today. Do you need me to help you carry it? Aizen said suddenly when he saw the little man Aquila supporting Shivato. Skyhawk shook his head. Are you kidding? How can your sister-in-law let others carry her? But let's not talk about it. If he didn't know what kind of person Aizen was, he might actually have a good impression of this guy. But he knew that such kindness was just Aizen's routine. On the way, Aizen intentionally or unintentionally extended an olive branch to Tianying. After realizing Tianying's strength, he suddenly felt that Hinamori Tao was no longer good, and the vice-captain had been replaced by the young man in front of him. Tianying, I haven't seen you for a few months, and your strength has improved a lot. With your fighting ability, I think it would be a shame not to join the combat team. How about it, come to the 5th division. I'm still missing a vice-captain, and I need someone as capable as you to fill the role. Aizen's tone was sincere. But the more he behaves like this, the more Tianying feels that he is wilting. A liar who plays with emotions. But he couldn't refuse directly, he could only find an excuse at will. Can I become the vice-captain directly after I go there? Tianying asked innocently. Well, I will submit a report to the first team when you come. I believe there should be no problem. My last vice-captain was Ichimaru Jin, and he is now the captain of the 3rd team. Aizen smiled and drew a picture for Tianying cake. Hey! Tianying showed a hint of excitement. A smile flashed in the corner of Aizen's eyes. But before he could be happy, Tianying sighed. I really want to go, but I don't know if teacher Yuazawa will agree. How about I ask her when I get back? Tianying said regretfully. Yes, if you have this intention, I can apply to Captain Anohana on your behalf. I believe that as your teacher, she also hopes that you can go further. After hearing Aizen's words, Tianying couldn't help but complain a little in his heart. It's all a routine, and now he wants to alienate the master-disciple relationship between himself and Mao's Hiwa. Tianying understood the subconsciousness of Aizen's words. It is nothing more than to express that if Anohana refuses to go to the 5th division to serve as the deputy captain, it will be selfish and prevent the apprentice from progressing. But Aizen doesn't know that the person who is blocking Skyhawk's progress is actually Skyhawk himself. The vice-captain is very popular, but Tianying doesn't want to use the knife on his own people casually. Tui. Scumbag Aizen. Chapter 96. The pungent smell of traditional Hyuxia medicine permeated the ward area of the 4th division. A single ward. Jushiro, Kaien, and others stood outside the door, waiting for Skyhawk inside to treat Shiba. Not long after Aizen, Aquila, and Shiba all left the forest, they met Jushiro, Kaien, and others who were coming. Although the team on the mission suffered heavy losses again, Kaien breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shiba was fine. Aizen returned to the 5th team after returning to Siritii. Jushiro was here, and he didn't have much contact with Tianying again. Anyway, his rescue mission has been completed, there is no need to stay anymore. Indoors, Aquila's hands were glowing with green light, and he was carefully treating Shivatu's internal injuries. In the forest before, I only performed simple recovery and did not have time to treat carefully. Sister-in-law, when you recover, take a good rest at home and try not to go out on combat missions again. Yet. This time Shiba didn't hesitate much after hearing Tianying's words, and agreed after a moment. In just a few months, he has led his team to 2 destructions, and Shiba no longer persists at this moment. Don't think too much, sister-in-law. I'm really afraid that something will happen to you. Big brother can't think about it. You also saw how worried Big brother was just now. Tianying took a long breath and put away Kai's spiritual power. Not only Kaien, he was also shocked. Fortunately, Shiba was fine. After the treatment, Tianying walked to the door and called the people outside in. After a while, many people gathered around the empty ward. Kaien walked in and sat directly on the edge of Shibatu's hospital bed, caring about his wife's injury. Jushiro is asking Tianying about Shibatu's injury. He was relieved to learn that Shiba was fine. But his face was still sad. In the past 2 months, the 13th Division can be said to have suffered heavy losses. In the 2 incidents of Karakura Town and Rukanga, the 13th Division lost nearly 10 Shinigami. Jushiro blames himself a little. If he was in better health and could lead the team, this situation would not be possible. Thank you, Tianying. If you hadn't rushed over first, I can't imagine how things would have turned out. Jushiro looked at Tianying seriously and bowed directly to Tianying. This time, the Sky Eagle was startled. He never thought that Jushiro would actually give such a gift. After all, Jushiro's status was not ordinary. Not to mention that Jushiro is a veteran captain, and he can be regarded as the ancestor of Tianying based on his age. Jushiro's bow also dissipated a lot of the resentment in Tianying's heart. In fact, he had grievances against both Jushiro and Kaien after this incident. Although Shiba's 2 injuries are not directly related to Jushiro and the others, as the superiors who arranged for Shiba to lead the team, they also have an unshirkable responsibility. Looking at Jushiro who was still coughing lightly, Tianying sighed. He helped Jushiro up and said, "Captain Jushiro, you are too ignorant. You are my sister-in-law. This is what I should do." Jushiro shook his head and pushed Aquila's hand away. "Ahem, actually sometimes I feel that I am very incompetent. I obviously shoulder the responsibility of captain, but I am troubled by this injury. Perhaps, I should suggest to the captain that he change the captain of Division 13. As if out of guilt, Jushiro coughed more frequently. At this moment, Kaien walked up behind Jushiro, stretched out his hand and gently patted Jushiro's back a few times. "Captain, I can't blame you for this matter. I arranged for everyone to go and it has nothing to do with you. If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for being too careless." After receiving the mission today, he originally wanted to lead the team in person, but an alarm suddenly came from the other side of the world. He stayed behind in the team and did not dare to wander around. After all, compared to Rukanga, the current world is their team's main area of responsibility. In Rukanga, at least there are other squads that can provide quick support. But in this world, the only ones who can dispatch immediately are their squad. Tianying heard Kaien's words and looked at him angrily. "Hey, you still have the nerve to say that? You said you were not free last time, and you are not available this time. Is the 13th Division so busy?" He is much more resentful towards Kaien than Jushiro. After all, Jushiro is in poor health and has been recuperating in Yugantang, but Kaien is not. He is responsible for all the work in the team. Kaien naturally knew that Tianying had resentment towards him, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Tianying, I know you are blaming me. After this incident, I will let your sister-in-law go home to recuperate for a while." After saying that, Kaien looked at Jushiro seriously. "Captain, I hope you can approve it." "Yes." Jushiro nodded, and then said, "I agreed. When she was injured last time, I didn't want her to return to the team so quickly, but she kept insisting that she should have a good rest this time no matter what." "Thank you, Captain." Kaien bowed deeply. Shiba, who was lying on the hospital bed, also heard what Jushiro said. This time she didn't say anything about returning to the team. Just turned around and looked out the window at the night sky. The stars twinkled, like teammates who had passed away blinking at her. Unknowingly, she had burst into tears. Tianying watched silently, took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Shivadu. Sister-in-law. Just as he was about to open his mouth to comfort him, he was interrupted by Shiba. Shiba's face was filled with tears and he showed a forced smile. Sky Eagle, I'm fine. My team members all sacrificed their lives to fulfill their duties. They are all qualified warriors. Tianying was speechless and opened his mouth to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be stuck. He had never experienced the pain of a colleague who lived with him day and night dying tragically in front of him, so naturally he could not speak to comfort Shivadu. At this moment, a hand gently patted Sky Eagle's shoulder. Tianying turned around and saw Jushiro's calm face. Aquila turned slightly to the side and gave up his position to Jushiro. Jushiro stretched out his right hand and touched Shivadu's head, then took the paper from Tianying's hand and wiped the tears from her face. As the leader, you have done a good enough job. Yin has already told me everything. She has always been very grateful to you for your ability to stay and help her break up. Originally, Yin wanted to come to visit you, but I asked her to rest first. After all, she has experienced the battle at night, and I think she is also a little tired. Don't worry, no one has ever blamed you, whether it's me, Kaien, or other members of the team. We are all proud of you. On the side, Kaien listened to the captain comforting his wife, and tears flowed out unsatisfactorily. As the vice-captain of the 13th Division, he has a really heavy burden. Just dealing with team affairs every day made him exhausted, and he didn't even have enough time to practice. Only his wife, Shiba, has been silently accompanying him. Shiba's help to him was never shouted out of words, but selflessly done with practical actions. This time, he was really afraid of losing Shivadu. Kaien can't imagine how he will live without Shivadu in the future. Chapter 97. I will arrange for you to suspend the team. You can rest at home for a month. Kaien looked at his wife on the hospital bed tenderly. Although he spoke of consultation, his tone was a bit firm. Shiba nodded silently. But Skyhawk wasn't too happy. His thoughts are: my sister-in-law should quit the Godii 13. There are already 3 men in the Shiba family working for the Godii 13, and there is no shortage of Shiba. After thinking for a moment, Skyhawk decided to discuss it with Kaien and at least let him know his thoughts. Brother, can't you just help my sister-in-law to withdraw from the team? My uncle, you, and I are in the Godii 13 team, so let my sister-in-law stay at home to support her husband and raise her children. As soon as Tianying's words came out, the entire ward instantly became silent. A long while. Kaien glanced at Tianying helplessly, but hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Isn't it possible? Tianying frowned slightly. It's better to quit the team than to quit. At this moment, Jushiro suddenly turned back with a serious expression. Sky Eagle can only take a break from the team, but cannot quit. This is for her own good. Tianying looked confused. Jushiro's paternalistic approach seems familiar. The way he talks about doing her best is very similar to the kind elders in TV dramas on Earth. Seeing Amaji's confusion, Jushiro pondered for a moment and then slowly said, the Godii 13 team does not have a system for quitting the team. Tianying looked unbelieving. Are you kidding me? Can I join but not withdraw? This place is not humane at all. To be honest, if I don't want to work anymore in the future, I will just walk away, and I will be fired at the worst. I don't want to work anymore. I just want to live a good life. You can't kill me, right? Jushiro stared at Tianying for a while and sighed, Tianying, you'd better not have such thoughts. In fact, there are some things I shouldn't tell you, but I guess you will definitely understand them through your own channels. I might as well tell you directly. It is true that the Godii 13 does not have a withdrawal system. To leave the Godii 13, you can only die in battle, defect, or be expelled. Skyhawk nodded. I didn't want to die in battle, and I didn't want to defect, so I had no choice but to be expelled. Anyway, I have seen the list of people who have been expelled from the team in the roster of the fourth team. You don't know if you don't look at it, but there are quite a few at first glance. Over the past 1,000 years, there must have been hundreds of people. Basically, one person is fired every year, and maybe I will be the next one. Jushiro seemed to be aware of Tianying's thoughts, and stood up slowly, looking down at Tianying, changing his usual gentle image. Sky Eagle. Don't think too much. There is actually no difference between Shinigami who quits the team under these three circumstances. It goes without saying that he died in battle. He sacrificed his life for the safety of the three realms, and at least he gained the recognition and respect of everyone. If you defect, you will be hunted by the Godai 13, and you will be hunted by the Shinigami endlessly. As for expulsion, Jushiro paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then looked out the window. Do you know why I only help you with the suspension of the team? He changed the question and asked Tianying. Tianying shook his head. Does this have anything to do with expulsion? Ahem. Jushiro coughed lightly as if he had said too much. After taking a breath, he spoke again. The situation of leaving the team due to personal reasons is called suspension. Kaien and I can help with this. But the break must have a deadline, and there must be no signs of unwillingness to return. Otherwise, Otherwise, he or she will be removed from the team. Hearing this, Tianying muttered in a low voice, that's not good. Hello to you, hello to me, hello to everyone. No. You're thinking too much. Jushiro interrupted Tianying. All team members who have been expelled from the team must be specially supervised because their power is different from ordinary soldiers and they are considered to be potentially dangerous objects. After finishing speaking, Jushiro glanced at Tianying and said word by word, those identified as potentially dangerous objects will be forcibly contained in the supervision tower of the 2nd Division according to the regulations of Central 46. And that supervision tower has a very disgusting name, it's called Maggot's Nest. Tianying's pupils contracted. Maggot's Nest. That was the place where Nirvana was previously imprisoned. Harakisuk seemed to be the person in charge of the Maggot Nest in the 2nd Division before he served in the 12th Division. Suddenly, a picture flashed in Tianying's mind. That's a scene from anime. Harakisuk, who had been promoted to captain of the 12th Division at the time, took Hiri, then deputy captain, into the Maggot Nest and seemed to have explained the withdrawal system. Because it was a recollection, Tianying watched it in fast forward, so I don't remember it very clearly. However, under Jushiro's words, the memory fragments in his mind were pieced together. At the same time, Jushiro spoke again, saying what Harakisuk had said to Hiri at that time. The Godai 13 is a noble organization, and it is not allowed to have unqualified people among the qualified ones. This is the idea of managing the 46th room of the Siritii. So those who have unsuitable tendencies are all identified as terrorists by room 46, and leaving the team means they will be dealt with secretly. Maggot's Nest. Sky Eagle sneered. Jushiro nodded, knowing that Skyhawk understood what he meant. But Tianying's next words made Jushiro couldn't help but frown again. What a joke! Why don't those guys in room 46 consider themselves so-called terrorists? A group of frogs who have no power to protect Soul Society will only sit in a well-called 46 chambers and talk nonsense. I won't talk about the new Shinigami. Are the seniors who have sacrificed their lives and blood for Soul Society for hundreds of years not allowed to retire safely? Shut up! Kaien rushed up and shouted to Tianying in a hurry. He never imagined that Tianying would actually say these treacherous words in front of Jushiro. Tianying dared to say these words in front of Jushiro, so he had naturally considered it. He knew that Jushiro was not a person who was foolishly loyal to Chamber 46. What Jushiro only insisted on was the belief in protecting Soul Society. On the premise of not violating his own beliefs, Jushiro even dared to disobey the decision of Room 46. Saving Lucia from double death is a good example. Sure enough, Jushiro's expression just changed and he did not reprimand Tianying. He coughed lightly and exited the ward. Seeing the captain leaving, Kaien and Shiba both said goodbye briefly, glanced at Tianying helplessly, and followed Jushiro away. Outside the house, a few dark clouds suddenly drifted into the originally clear night sky. And tomorrow, there will be a funeral. Chapter 98. I don't know when the sky suddenly started to light up. It's just that today is really not a good weather. A steady drizzle has been falling since the latter half of the night. In the quiet ward, the only sound was the crackling of rain falling on the window sill. Tianying was still sleeping soundly on the edge of Shivatu's hospital bed. He didn't leave last night. But at this time, there was no one on the hospital bed. After a while, the compartment door was opened. Shiba, who had already changed into a death tyrant outfit, walked out. Her face was still a little pale, and a pair of clean eyes looked at the drizzle outside the window, revealing wisps of sadness. Today. It is the day when the funeral of the fallen members of the 13th Division will be held. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Shiba's lips. The last time such a funeral was held, it seemed that it was because of her leadership. Maybe she is really not suitable to shoulder such a responsibility anymore. Too heavy. With a sigh, Shiba walked towards Sky Eagle and shook his body gently. Aquila, Aquila. Hey! Tianying, who was sleeping soundly, stretched out and looked around with squinted eyes. After seeing Shivatu who had changed into his death tyrant costume, Tianying's confused eyes regained their clarity. Sister-in-law, why are you up? I want to go to the funeral of the team members. I missed it last time and I can't miss it again this time. Although Shivatu's voice was not loud, his tone was firm. Tianying originally wanted to advise Shiba to take a good rest, but when the words came to his lips, he was blocked by Shiba's sad expression. Okay, wait a minute. Tianying asked Shiba to sit in the ward, and then went to his dormitory to get a coat back. It's still raining outside, and you're still injured. Be careful of catching a cold. Siritii, Shinigami Cemetery. A thick layer of dark clouds floated in the sky, heavy with grey like a curtain blocking the sun. The sad rain fell drop by drop from the curtain, as if the curtain was falling for the few people who died in the battle. The patter. The rain is getting heavier. In the cemetery, Captain Jaishur Yukatak and Vice Captain Kaien of Division 13 were taking the lead in saluting the 5 tombstones. On the tombstones are written the names of several Shinigami who died in the battle last night. Behind Jushiro and Kaien are the members of Division 13. There were not many people, less than 100 people. Because the area of responsibility of the 13th Division also includes the present world, many Shinigami stationed in the present world cannot come over. The only ones in the cemetery now are the members of the 13th Division who were left behind to guard Jinglingting. Of course, there are Shinigami coming in one after another outside the cemetery. Although they are not affiliated with the 13th Division, they are more or less related to the 5 Shinigami who died in the battle. Some of them graduated from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy at the same time. Some are friends or partners who have experienced battles together. Others are relatives. Without exception, each of their faces looked extremely heavy, and some were even crying sadly. After a while, Tianying appeared in the cemetery holding an umbrella and supporting Shiba. It seemed that Shiba on the side was infected, and Tianying's face was also very serious. He saw 5 new tombstones in the cemetery, and also saw the backs of each one saluting. For the first time, Tianying felt that he had integrated into the Shinigami world because of a certain incident. For a long time, although he lived in the Shinigami world, he always felt like a spectator. In his eyes, some plots seem to have been arranged and will still follow the established procedures. Even though he took action several times and destroyed the original setting, the general trend of the Shinigami world has not changed. He got to know Taoshiro one step ahead of Matsumoto Ranjaku and changed Taoshiro's trajectory. But by some mistake, Toshiro went to the 10th division. This is Tianying's own request. Somehow, Toshiro seemed to belong there. As for Aizen, he is still the conspirator. Perhaps as long as he is still there, the current Shinigami world will never be peaceful. The present world, Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society are all within his sphere of influence. Unknowingly, Tianying supported Shiba and walked into the crowd. Some Shinigami who were saluting had some indescribable expressions in their eyes when they saw Shiba. Not everyone in the Shirai knows Shiba's performance in the 2 battles. What they saw? It was Shiba who led the team on combat missions twice. Almost all the team members died in the battle, but she, as the leader, survived. Is it a coincidence? Or a pity for life? Or? During this period, some gossips continued to spread from the outside world. It seems as if there is an invisible hand controlling public opinion. It seems that because of Shiba's defeat this time, the entire Shirai has connected her with an ominous person. After all, these 2 incidents can be said to be the most casualty incidents in Jinglingting in the past 10 years. And Shiba didn't know about all this. She just wanted to send her teammates off quietly for the last time. Jushiro and Kaien saw Tianying helping Shiba to the cemetery and came to greet him. The weather was not very good, and Jushiro was in poor health and kept coughing. However, he still cares more about his subordinates than himself. Why don't you take a good rest in the 4th division? You are still injured. There is no need to come here on a rainy day. After saying that, he covered his mouth and coughed a few more times. Kaien on the side waited for Jushiro to finish speaking, and then spoke impatiently. Tianying, didn't I ask you to keep an eye on your sister-in-law? How could you let her come in such weather? He frowned slightly, his tone was a bit reproachful, and as he spoke, he helped Shiba from Tianying's hand. Come over. It's not the fault of Sky Eagle, I'm the one who came. Shiba sighed, I couldn't attend their funeral last time, and I can't miss it again this time. After hearing Shibata's words, Jushiro and Kaien looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. After a while, Kaien, holding an umbrella, and Shiba walked to the 5 newly made tombstones and bent down to salute. After bowing 3 times, Shiba's face was already wet, and he couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring you back. Her voice was choked, and her tone was indescribably sad. Behind her, Tianying looked at the rows of tombstones in front of him, his eyes a little shocked. For the first time, he knew that so many Shinigami had died in battle over the years. Are you surprised? Jushiro appeared behind Tianying unknowingly. Yet. Tianying nodded slightly. Ahem. Jushiro coughed a few times, looked at Tianying's face, and spoke again, this is actually just the cemetery for ordinary team members, and the cemetery for captains and some deputy captains are not here. Why? Tianying was puzzled. Jushiro smiled, because of the spiritual pressure. Ryutsu. Yes. Jushiro glanced around the cemetery and then said, ordinary team members, whose spiritual pressure is not strong enough, can be buried directly. After the passage of time, their remains will be slowly decomposed into spiritual children, and they will be buried again. Return to Soul Society. But the captain and some of the vice-captains, their spiritual pressure is too strong, and they cannot be buried after death. Because their own spiritual pressure is too strong, the spirit body will not decompose naturally at all, and they can only be cremated in the end. So, they were not buried here, but in another place. Tianying nodded slightly and did not show any surprise. As a modern person's soul traveled through time, he had no concept of having to be buried in the earth after death. He is dead, and it doesn't matter how you dispose of the body. Chapter 99. On the 3rd day after the funeral, Shiba's body returned to normal. She did not continue to stay in the 4th division, nor did she return to the 13th division. Instead, according to the arrangements given to her by Jushiro and Kaien, she went through the suspension procedures and returned to Shiba's house to recuperate. Her physical injuries are no longer serious, but the psychological trauma still needs time to heal. In the past few days, rumors about an evil person in Shiba's family have become more and more intense in Jinglingting. Even the members of the 13th Division came forward to explain, but they did not suppress the gossip. This made everyone in the Shiba family feel angry. The 4th Division team building. Tianying called Hanadaru over, and he asked Hanadaru to go outside to investigate the source of the rumors in the past 2 days. Tianying raised his eyebrows slightly and said with an unhappy face, "Hanadaru, have you found out who is spreading the rumors? The recent rumors about my sister-in-law seem to be spreading uncontrollably in the Jingling court." He was very angry. Shiba obviously fought to the end every time, so why did he become an ominous person? I have to say that this rumor maker has thought carefully. They just called Shiba an evil person, but they didn't deny her performance in the battle. This method really gives people a headache. Things like luck are illusory, but some people believe in it. The occurrence of these two incidents is also difficult not to think about. Hanadaru saw Tianying's anger and whispered, "I've been asking around in the Siling court for the past 2 days, but this rumor seemed to spread overnight and became more and more intense, but this rumor seemed to only target the Siling court. Inside, Rukanga is not widely spread, which is a bit strange." Ha! Tianying sneered, "This proves that the rumor makers are consciously targeting a certain group to frame my sister-in-law. It's not that they didn't go to Rukanga to spread it, but for the civilians of Rukanga, this kind of rumor doesn't have much effect. My sister-in-law is a Shinigami. Even if she goes out on a mission, she is a Shinigami with the Godei 13. She has nothing to do with civilians. They are spreading such rumors among the Shinigami. Who will dare to follow my sister-in-law out in the future?" "Well, it seems that what you said makes sense." Hanadaru nodded and said, "As far as I know, Shibata-san has always had a good reputation in the Godei 13. Who would do such a thing to her?" "Yes, who would do such a thing to his sister-in-law?" Hanataro's question suddenly seemed like a bright light that dispelled the doubts in Tianying's heart. "I see." Tianying's face changed. "The rumor mongers are not targeting my sister-in-law at all, but the Shiba family. My sister-in-law is just the first victim of the Shiba family." He understood that, as Hanadaru said, it was impossible to offend anyone in the Godei 13 with his sister-in-law's character. If someone wants to target her, the only possibility is her identity. To put it more bluntly, it is her last name. Shiba. Although the current Shiba family is small in number, their power in the Godei 13 is real. 1 captain, 1 vice-captain, 2-3 seats. The Shiba family has these positions in the Godei 13th Corps, and has surpassed many nobles of the Siraidii. Even stronger than the Kukaki family. You must know that the Kukaki family is in the Godei 13th Division, which is also the front of Byakuya Kukaki. As for other families such as the Tsunoya Shiro family, the Shifon family, the Kazumioji family, etc., they don't even have a division captain. Hanadaru, thank you, I'm going out. After understanding the key points, Tianying hurriedly thanked Hanadaru and rushed directly to the headquarters of the 13th Division. These 2 days. Kaien is also troubled by the rumors spreading wildly in Jinglingting, which makes him unable to deal with the affairs of the team. Fortunately, after Shiba retired from the team, Jushiro, as the captain, came out from Mugantang and helped Kaien share a lot of work. Captain's room. Jushiro called Kaien over, sat down to drink tea together, and took care of his right-hand man. He saw Kaien's absent-mindedness these past 2 days and wanted to have a chat with him. "Kaien, don't worry too much about everything. After a while, these rumors will naturally dissipate." "Captain, I know, but I still can't help but want to find out the rumor maker." Kaien's face looked a little ugly. After all, the person involved was his favorite wife, and she had experienced 2 disasters. "You've obviously given enough, why do you have to endure this? Hearing the anger in his words, Jushiro patted Kaien's shoulder gently and comforted, I happen to be resting during this period, so don't be too angry. Haven't you seen that this matter is aimed at not everyone, but your Shiba family? As a bystander, Jushiro actually sees things very clearly. But it's really busy during this time. He wanted to talk to Kaien several times, but he was always disturbed by trivial matters. Jushiro's words made Kaien think of the key moment. He's not stupid. Like Akio, it's just that as an authority, he was too concerned about Shiba and ignored some things. Captain, are you saying that someone thinks that our Shiba family is showing signs of recovery and wants to stop it? Jushiro nodded. At this moment, a knock on the door came from outside. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Captain Jushiro, is my brother here with you? Hearing this familiar voice, Jushiro couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. I had just finished talking to Kaien when a big talker came out who was not afraid of anything. Come in, Skyhawk, Kaien is with me. That's right, the person who came was none other than Sky Eagle, who came from the 4th division. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside the house, and Jushiro couldn't help but tighten his coat. Tianying noticed Jushiro's movements and hurriedly closed the door. I'm so sorry, Captain Jushiro, for bothering you at this time. Cough cough cough. Jushiro coughed lightly, it's okay. Now that you're here, just sit down. He pointed to the cushion next to Kaien and motioned for Skyhawk to sit down. Tianying was not polite and sat cross-legged on the mat. To be honest, he has always disliked the kneeling and sitting position, it was so awkward. I can kneel to others, so why should I kneel to others? Certainly. Ms. Hiwa and her elders are another matter. Chapter 100. After Tianying sat down, Kaien poured him a cup of tea. It just so happened that Tianying was a little thirsty all the way here, so he drank it all in one gulp without being polite. Kaien shook his head and helped him get another drink. Sky Eagle, what's wrong? You're running over here in a hurry. Hey, it's not because of my sister-in-law, you should know about the rumor spread in Jinglingting recently, right? Tianying didn't hesitate and went directly to Kaide. For such a big thing, luckily Kaien still has the time to have tea with Jushiro here. Kaien nodded slightly. In fact, he also guessed the purpose of Sky Eagle's coming, but he still had to ask. I know, Captain Jushiro and I have been looking for the source recently, and now we have some clues. Any clues? A hint of surprise appeared on Tianying's face, do you know who it is? I don't know. Kaien rolled his eyes at Tianying, calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then you are talking nonsense. Sky Eagle was speechless. This Kaien made his happiness all in vain. He thought Kaien had found the person who spread the rumor, and wanted to see if it coincided with the person he guessed. Let me tell you, this rumor is not targeting my sister-in-law, but the entire Shiba family. Hearing Tianying's words, Jushiro and Kaien both showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Tianying to think of this. Oh? How did you see it? Kaien asked vaguely. What's the point? Tianying stood up, my sister-in-law is so popular? Who would do such a boring thing against her? Someone must be jealous because more and more people from the Shiba family are holding positions in the Godi 13. Then who do you think it will be? Jushiro suddenly asked curiously, he wanted to see if Tianying already had a candidate in mind. Kaien also looked at Tianying with his eyes open, wanting to hear whether Tianying already knew the identity of the rumor maker. Hey, they are not those pests who don't want the Shiba family to rise again. I guess they are either nobles or the 46th family. With their faces, Kaien heard this and stood up suddenly, interrupting Tianying's words. Sky Eagle. Be careful what you say. After saying that, he nervously ran to the door, opened the door of Jushiro's dormitory, stretched out his head and took a few glances outside. After making sure there was no one outside, he breathed a sigh of relief, returned to his seat, and pulled Tianying to sit down. Kaien scolded, "You kid, how dare you say anything? Are you risking your life?" After saying that, Kaien looked at Jushiro apologetically, "I'm sorry, Captain, Skyhawk is still young and not sensible." Jushiro sat aside calmly. He just observed silently from beginning to end and did not speak. Skyhawk had made such remarks before when Shiba was in the ward of Division 4, so he was not surprised. In fact, what Tianying said makes sense. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if the Shiba family returns to the status of the top 5 nobles, it will affect the group Tianying mentioned. Jushiro lowered his head, silently picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. "What are you going to do if it's them?" Jushiro's concern has never been about the truth of the matter, but whether it will affect the overall situation of Soul Society. Furthermore, the behavior of certain nobles and the practices of the 46th chamber did make him somewhat disappointed with this so-called upper class. He thought of a person, and that person was a descendant of the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles. That guy was the same generation as him and Kirikou, and was also the first graduate of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata once killed his wife Yuta Masakata and another Shinigami, but because of his status as a noble, he was not sentenced to severe punishment by the 46th chamber, and was only expelled from the Godei 13th team. This is why Skyhawk despised Room 46 because of the Godei 13's withdrawal system, but Jushiro didn't stop him. He knows. As Skyhawk said, although Room 46 is the highest authority and judicial institution of Jingling Court, it is not fair and impartial. Hearing Jushiro's question, Tianying frowned slightly. "Yes. Even if you know, what can you do? Kill them? Don't say you can't fight. I'm afraid that the Godei 13 will be the first to be unable to tolerate you," so Yamamoto came over with Rijinjaka in hand. But he was unwilling to do anything. He couldn't wait 40 or 50 years before Aizen took action and massacred all the 46th rooms. At least he had to fight back now. After thinking for a moment, Tianying had an idea flash in his mind. Revolution. As an Earthling, he has long known that the feudal system will never reach its end, so why not lead the entire Soul Society to a huge revolution? Overthrow the nobles and overthrow the 46th chamber. To civilians, the so-called nobility is not like those high-ranking imperial powers. You can trample on the dignity of others. For Shinigami, the 46th chamber is like a group of treacherous ministers surrounding the imperial power, doing things to protect the imperial power under the banner of sages and judges. They arbitrarily influence Shinigami's work and influence Shinigami's decisions. But we can't talk to Jushiro about the revolution. The Yamamoto family is a firm supporter of the 46 chambers. They will not allow themselves to do this because it may affect the balance of the entire Soul Society. Even if Jushiro doesn't like the face of the 46th room, he will not let himself affect the existence of the 46th room. To know. Even though Aizen later slaughtered all the 46 chambers, a new 46 chamber still appeared not long after. Just change the soup but not the dressing. All he had to do was smash the bowl containing the medicine. "Brother. When I get back, I'll go to the 4th division to hang up a sign. It says nobles, nobility, 46 rooms, and dogs are not allowed. What do you think?" Tianying suddenly turned his head, looked at Kaien and said seriously. "Puff." Before Kaien could swallow the tea he just had in his mouth, he spit it out in one gulp. Jushiro was about to put the cup down, but lost his grip and hit it on the table. Obviously, they were all frightened by Tianying's bold idea. But they didn't know that this was not Tianying's true thoughts. "I'm afraid they won't really draw their swords against him until they know that Sky Eagle is planning to overthrow Soul Society's existing system." "Sky Eagle, what are you thinking about? Can you write that thing?" Kaien was furious. If you really hang a sign like that at the door of the 4th division, I'm afraid the door of the 1st division will be broken down the next day. Besides, I really want others to know that it was Shiba Tianying who asked for this. How could the Shiba family have the nerve to request the return of the 5 nobles? When the time comes, others will just say a word. Dogs don't keep company with people. Jushiro also smiled bitterly and shook his head. But he was a little lucky. Fortunately, Tianying didn't have any radical ideas, it was just like this. Hee. The kid is just having a tantrum. The kid in front of me really wants to go out with a sign like this. I'm afraid there's no need to wait for Captain Yamamoto to reprimand him, Captain Anohana will break his legs first. Chapter 101. Skyhawk left the 13th Division. Before leaving, he promised Kaien repeatedly that he would not put up a sign saying nobles, room 46 and dogs are not allowed at the entrance of the 4th Division. The same goes for Kaien. He just said it casually and he took it seriously. Otherwise, you can't just say that you want revolution in front of Jushiro. Sometimes Tianying has to worry about the overall IQ of the Shiba family, no wonder they are almost wiped out. This is so damn submissive. Kukaki home. During this time, the atmosphere in the Kukaki family has been quite heavy. There seemed to be a dark cloud hanging over the family residence. The reason is, of course, that the wife of the family owner Byakuya Kukaki, Hyjin, is not in good health. The combination of Byakuya and Hyjin was not chosen by the family, or it was a purposeful combination. But truly love each other. Just like both Kaien and Shiba. But unlike Kaien, Byakuya's status is more noble. At that time, as the heir apparent of the powerful Kukaki clan, no one thought that he would marry a Rukonga commoner despite his family's opposition. And this civilian is really just an ordinary civilian. His spiritual power is not high, he has no talent, and he does not have the so-called physical body of a spiritual king. It's different from the original plot. Byakuya in this world is more careful, and through his wife Hyjin's deteriorating body, he noticed in advance her search for her sister Rukia. But the results were regrettable. Even though he brought Lucia to Hyjin, Hyjin still didn't get better. Hyjin only recovered for a few days before falling ill again. During this period of time, the Kukaki family invited many people to treat Hyjin. Among them are the captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, and the president of the Mao Pharmacy Institute, Yamada Kiyonosuke. The result is the same, all in vain. They all came to the same conclusion. Hyjin's body was like a leaky pocket, and the spirits kept flowing through the gap, unable to stop it at all. Seeing Hyjin's body getting weaker and weaker, Byakuya became a little desperate. He has been staying at home recently and rarely goes to the team. I just want to spend more time with my wife. Fortunately, the 6th Division is just a guard team for the nobles and has few external combat missions. In addition, as the captain, he is the head of the nobles and soul society, so no one dares to say anything. In an empty room, Byakuya quietly knelt beside his wife Hyjin. Looking at Fei Zhen's increasingly thin face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of distress. If possible, he wished he could use his lifespan to exchange for Hyjin's health. Even if 100 years are exchanged for 10 years. Rukia stood behind Byakuya, looking at her sister Hyjin with a complicated expression, and there were many tears in her originally bright eyes. She recalled the scenes when she came to Kukaki's house and spent time with Hyjin. Before meeting Hyjin, she had no idea that Hyjin existed. But from the first moment she saw Hyjin, she knew that the woman in front of her must be related to her by blood. Not to mention that the two of them have faces that look like they were carved out of the same mold. Just the irrepressible feeling of closeness alone can explain the relationship between the two. Rukia learned the truth about her abandonment from Byakuya when she was at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. To be honest, she initially hated Hyjin. She doesn't even want to see her so-called sister. For this reason, she also searched for love for 2 days many times. But don't know why. After hearing that Hyjin was in poor health, she chose to enter Kokaki's house without any hesitation. She wanted to see her only relative in Seoul society, the only relative with blood ties. Even if she abandoned him, even if he still hated her. Meeting Hyjin for the first time. Rukia will never forget the scene. This woman named Fei Zhen has such a pale face. The eyes she looked at were filled with guilt, joy, self-blame, and joy. Lucia didn't know why she could read so many emotions from those eyes that were exactly like her own. But it was from that one look at each other that she saw her sister's feelings for her. Hyjin didn't even dare to call her own name. I just kept mumbling sorry. Later. After several months of getting along, Lucia and Hyjin have gotten to know each other a lot. Hyjin is really nice to Rukia. Excellent care. Even the good ones are a bit humble. But this kind of kindness makes Rukia, who grew up in Rukonga, not used to it. She grew up in Inyazuri, South Rukonga 78 district. Everyone in Seoul society knows that the larger the number, the further away from the Siritii the further away the Rukonga is, and the worse the public security will be. She and Renji did anything to survive. Sneaking, fighting, etc. More than once she fantasized about getting out of that life, out of Inyazuri. Certainly. She and Renji did it too. They relied on their talents to enter the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and officially broke away from their status as civilians. However, Rukia never thought that she would directly become a member of the noble Kokaki family before graduating. The reason is actually because of my sister whom I have never heard of. This sister has been looking for me for many years, and her body is already dying. Just like the cherry blossoms that are about to wither and disappear with the wind. Rukia. Hearing Hyjin calling her, Lucia hurriedly knelt down and sat on Hyjin's other side. Sister, you will be fine. Looking at Hyjin's lips that had no color at all, the tears in Lucia's eyes couldn't help but flow out. Byakuya stood up with a painful look on his face, walked out the door, and temporarily gave the two sisters some of the little time he had. He knew that his wife had a lot to say to her sister Lucia, but there was really not enough time. Outside the door, he clenched his right fist. Byakuya wanted to loudly ask why heaven was so unfair. After losing his father when he was young, in order to inherit the position of family patriarch and captain of the 6th Division, he was educated by his grandfather Kokaki Jinling, and he never relaxed in learning and training. The only time he disobeyed his grandfather and family was when he married Hyjin. Why do you want to take Hyjin away? As a Shinigami, he has obviously done his duty well enough, so why should he send his wife away just in front of him? Suddenly, a figure appeared at the gate of the courtyard and saluted Byakuya respectfully. Master! Someone outside wants to see you. Byakuya frowned slightly and looked calmly towards the entrance of the courtyard. Didn't I say that I won't see anyone during this period? The person who came to report was a little hesitant, but he still said it bravely. The visitor is from the 4th Division. He said his name is Shiba Tianying and he wants to see Mrs. Hyjin. Chapter 102. Shiba Skyhawk. Byakuya frowned slightly, looking at the sky in deep thought. Hyjin rarely goes out at Kokaki's house. I don't know anyone in the Serenity Courtyard at all, let alone this kid named Shiba Tianying. Master, do you want to send him away? The attendant stood quietly at the door of the courtyard and waited. As long as Byakuya gives an order, he will go and reject the kid at the door. I also wanted to do meritorious deeds and I went crazy. When I heard about the 4th Squadron, I thought I could cure my wife. What about the 4th Division? Company Captain Unohanaretsu failed in the face of Mrs. Hyjin's illness, let alone a small 3rd seat. After a while, Byakuya seemed to think of something and looked up at the attendant at the door. Go and bring him here. Yes. After a while, the attendant led a young man to the courtyard where Byakuya was. Master, we have been brought here. Well, you go down first. Byakuya waved his hand to the attendant, motioning for him to leave first. After the attendant left, Byakuya turned his attention to the boy who was walking towards him. He remembered that the last time he met this young man named Shiba Tianying was when he took Rukia away at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. After not seeing each other for a few months, this guy has become the third seat of the fourth team. The reason why Byakuya let Aquila in was because he thought of the previous rumors about Aquila's treatment of Shiba's broken arm. As a noble captain, he never took that rumor seriously. Because he knew that Nirvana's Technology Development Bureau was also developing a drug that could complement the body. But that kind of injury is different from Fusion. Anohanaretsu and Yamada Sanashuk have already diagnosed that Hyjin's spiritual energy has been lost and cannot be replenished. Byakuya is looking at Skyhawk, and Skyhawk is also looking around. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Fusion lying in the room and Lucia kneeling on one side. It seems that Mrs. Fusion has really run out of gas. Captain Kukaki. Facing Byakuya's gaze, Tianying saluted him and said hello. Unlike other people in Kukaki's family, Tianying does not have a strict concept of superiors and subordinates. In his heart, no one is as high as others. As for why he came here today, of course it was to conquer Byakuya. Oh, it seems that Uajawa had mentioned to her about treating Fei Zhen before, so she came to fulfill her master's destiny. What's more, as long as Hyojin can be saved, Byakuya's favorability is estimated to be at least 80 or above. Of course, Tianying didn't feel that he was 100% able to save Hyojin. If we can't save it, then we can't save it. He has good intentions, Byakuya can't get angry at him because of this, right? If Byakuya really wants to vent his anger on himself, then he can find trouble with his cheap teacher Anohanaretsu. She didn't treat people well either. And that traitor Yamada Sanashuk who broke the medicine garden, didn't he treat people well? Byakuya looked at the boy in front of him calmly and nodded slightly as a greeting. Amaji is not angry either, Byakuya's character is like this, he is a stable and aloof male god. I heard that Mrs. Fusion is not in good health. Teacher Uajawa asked me to come over and check on her. Tianying directly moved the cheap teacher Anohanaretsu out. I have to say, the name Anohanaretsu is still very useful. Sure enough, when he heard that it meant Anohanaretsu, Byakuya's eyes showed a hint of realization. Come in. Byakuya turned around and walked directly into the house without any sloppiness in his movements. Tianying nodded slightly and silently followed Byakuya into the house. Rukia saw Byakuya coming in again with someone, and stood up and stood aside. She looked at the skyhawk behind Byakuya out of the corner of her eye, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Tianying nodded to Lucia as a greeting. To be honest, Tianying couldn't be more familiar with Lucia, both in terms of personality and hobbies. It's just that there was a dimension between them before. After coming to the Shinigami world, the first time he met Rukia was when Rukia was taken away by Byakuya. Therefore, Tianying and Rukia didn't have much contact at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, and they couldn't talk about much friendship. After saying hello to Rukia, Amaji turned his attention to Hyjin lying on the tatami. Kukaki, Tianying carefully observed this legendary woman who attracted the heart of Soul Society's most aloof male god. His face was pale, his body was weak, his spiritual power was severely drained, and he was exhausted. This is Tianying's first impression of Fusion. Fusion saw her husband and sister standing on one side, and a stranger came over, and struggled to raise her hand. Seeing this, Tianying sat cross-legged on Fujin's side. Mrs. Hyjin, don't be nervous. My name is Shiba Tianying. I am the third seat of the 4th division. I came here to see you under the instruction of my master, Anohanaretsu. Sure enough, Anohanaretsu's name worked, and Hyjin, who was originally a little hesitant, gradually calmed down. Tianying didn't waste any time, he directly used Kaid to cover his hands, and then used his spiritual power to sense the situation inside Fujin's body. After a moment, his brows furrowed. As Anohanaretsu said, Hyjin's body is like a funnel, and his spiritual power is constantly leaking out. You must know that the people in the soul society are spiritual bodies, and spiritual power represents vitality. The spiritual power cannot be retained in the body, and the final result can only be dissipated in the world, turning into nourishment for the reincarnation of this world. How to rejuvenate such a dying body is the biggest problem at present. Amaji thought as the green spiritual pressure of Kaid condensed in his hand gradually dissipated. Forcibly instill spiritual pressure into Fiajan's body to continue her vitality? No. Fiajan's body simply couldn't bear it. If this method is feasible, Anohana and Yamada Senashuk can definitely do it. And even if Fiajan's spiritual power is supplemented by spiritual pressure infusion and helps stabilize her spiritual body, what happens next? Given her physical condition, her spiritual power would still leak out. This method treats the symptoms but not the root cause. For treatment, the source must be found. Since Fiajan's body is like a funnel, can I prevent her spiritual power from flowing out of the leak? Behind Aquila, Byakuya's face flashed with disappointment. When he saw the green spiritual pressure on Skyhawk's hand disappear, he guessed that Skyhawk had no cure. To be honest, he didn't know why he was disappointed. In fact, in his heart, he didn't have much expectation for the treatment of the young man in front of him. But maybe? What if? With a slight sigh, Byakuya didn't go over to let Aquila get up. Instead, he turned his back and went to the door to take a breath. There were still dark clouds outside, just like Byakuya's heart. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from behind. It's Rukia. You. What do you want to do? Byakuya quickly turned around. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink into needle shapes. Chapter 103. In front of you. This boy named Shiba Tianying, he is actually in Kukaki's Shikai. He also pointed a silver knife at his wife Fiajan. Shiba Skyhawk. What do you want to do? Byakuya immediately used Shunpo to block in front of his wife Hyjin, and directly drew out his Zanpakuta with his right hand. Byakuya stared at the boy in front of him. If the boy didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would make the boy regret appearing in this world. Tianying was slightly startled when he saw Byakuya suddenly appearing in front of him. He was too absorbed in thinking just now. After thinking of a treatment method, he immediately prepared to conduct an experiment and forgot to notify his family. Looking at Byakuya Kukaki's eyes that revealed murderous intent, Tianying had a headache. Careless. This time I might have to pay for myself. If it can't be cured, it can't be cured, but now it's like this. I'm afraid it's still a question of whether Hyjin can walk out of the Kukaki house. He swallowed and sighed helplessly. Captain Kukaki, please step aside. I am treating your lady. How can I continue if you ask me to do this? Byakuya obviously didn't believe it. Does treatment require pointing a knife at someone? I've seen guys like you too many times, and I seriously suspect that you have evil intentions towards the Kukaki family. If the young man in front of him didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he was going to take the young man down and ask who was behind it and what was the intention of the person behind it. Tianying frowned slightly. This was a bit too much. I came to treat you with good intentions. Although I had some selfish motives, I was specifically targeting you, Byakuya Kukaki. What does it have to do with your Kukaki family? When my revolution is successful, whether your Kukaki family will still be there or not is a question. But thinking about it, the problem still has to be solved, and continuing to confront Byakuya like this is not the answer. Captain Kukaki, what you said is wrong. Who said you can't point a knife at someone for treatment? What kind of place is this? Siridii. What kind of abilities don't you have? Do you, Senbonzakura, still use a knife to kill people after being liberated? My teacher's Minajiki saved someone and he swallowed it. What happened if I pointed it with a knife? Why should I point a knife at Mrs. Hyjin for violating the Kukaki family? If I want to attack, I'm also attacking you, right? You can try. Byakuya stared at Skyhawk closely, but his eyes became slightly calmer. A long while. Byakuya felt someone pull gently from behind. He turned around and saw Fiajan's hand squeezing his Captain Yuji, as if he had something to say. Byakuya immediately leaned down and put his ear close to Hyjin's mouth. While listening, he kept looking at Tianying with his eyes, his expression was a little struggling. After a while, he stood up and put his zanpakut back into its sheath. You come to treat me. His tone was a little tired. Just now Fiajan told him that since he had sought medical treatment many times to no avail, he might as well let this young man give it a try. After some intense mental struggle, Byakuya compromised. As Byakuya stepped aside, the weak Hyjin appeared in front of Aquila again. I'm sorry, Shiba-sanchi, Byakuya, he is too worried about me. Fiajan's voice was very low and intermittent, but the room was quiet at this time, and Tianying could still hear it clearly. Tianying saw Hyjin's desire for life, his reluctance to let go of the world, and his love for Byakuya. He did not blame Byakuya for being rude. After all, if it were him, he would probably do the same thing. Tianying nodded slightly and walked to Fiajan's side again. He inserted the black angkong on Fiajan's left side, and an invisible wave radiated from the angkong blade. For a moment, a rectangular light grey mask enveloped him and Fiajan. This is one of Ankora's abilities, space limitation. Skyhawk had used it before when he killed the octopus that attacked Shiba City in Karakura town. In this space, you can release spiritual pressure at will without being perceived by the outside world, and at the same time, you can also prevent the flow of spiritual power in this space. Byakuya and Rukia stood on one side and saw the scene in front of them without making a sound. But from their eyes, one can easily see an emotion called tension. Even Byakuya, whose personality is like an iceberg that lasts 10,000 years, can't help but feel waves in his heart when faced with the life and death of his wife Hyjin. Lucia clenched her fists tightly, and her mouth turned white from the force. She was also nervous. In fact, after several months of getting along with her, she has accepted her sister in her heart. Within the limited space, after seeing the grey light shield rising, Tianying took a deep breath. Then, he pointed the silver light at Fiajan again. This is the first time he freed his zanpakut and released the power of time through time. To save Fiajan, we must first stop the leakage of spiritual power in her body. To do this, we can only go back in time and form a leak-free physique. Under the control of Tianying, the silver spiritual pressure representing the power of time was slowly released from the tip of the knife, drifting like smoke towards Fiajan who was lying on the tatami. Because of the limited space, the silver spirit remains within the light grey light shield and does not overflow, which prevents Sky Eagle's spiritual pressure from wasting too much. Because the silver spirits floating around were absorbed into his body again. 10 minutes later, Tianying was sweating profusely. He manipulated the spiritual pressure to wrap around Fei Zhen's every meridian, knot, and movement, without letting go of any of them. He couldn't let his spiritual pressure castrate too fiercely, otherwise Fiajan wouldn't be able to bear it. Soon, Fiajan's body surface flashed with silver light, and Tianying's face was already a little pale. The double consumption of spiritual pressure and energy made him extremely exhausted. Fortunately, this operation did not last long. As the silver light on Fiajan's body flashed faster and faster, the frequency of flashes reached a peak. The silver light on Fiajan's body became stable, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in silver light, and his eyes closed unconsciously. Plop! Tianying fell to the ground, as if he had been lifted out of the water, and was soaked all over. At the same time, the time and the dark sky turned into two rays of light, one silver and one black, and instantly flew back to the Zanpakuto scabbard on Aquila's waist. Byakuya and Rukia were still standing opposite Tianying, which was the other side of Hyjin. Byakuya's hands were already covered with sweat. He could feel that Hyjin was still breathing, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Tianying sat on the ground and sat there for several minutes. During this period, neither Byakuya nor Rukia opened their mouths to inquire. They both saw that Tianying was very exhausted. Fortunately, after a few rapid gasps, Tianying stood up staggeringly with his hands on the ground. After standing up straight, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, then clasped his fists and said to Byakuya and Rukia, "Thank you for your honor. Mrs. Fiajan's condition has stabilized." Chapter 104. What did you say? As if Byakuya didn't hear clearly, he rushed to Skyhawk in one step, held Skyhawk's shoulders with both hands and shook him. Although Tianying's treatment just now seemed exaggerated, Fiajan showed no signs of recovery. So even if Tianying personally said that Fiajan's condition had stabilized, he couldn't believe it. Tianying was in trouble, he was almost exhausted, but with Byakuya shaking him like this, all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. "Captain Kukaki, let me go first, dizzy." Seeing this, Rukia on the side also pulled Byakuya behind his captain a few times. Byakuya's mood finally stabilized and he regained his composure. Skyhawk finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Byakuya strangely and then rubbed his shoulders a few times. "Good guy, this damn volcano that has been extinct for thousands of years finally erupted because of his relationship with Fiajan. He is also considered the first person to light a fire." Tianying took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Mrs. Fiajan's condition is under control and will not get worse." Just as Byakuya and Rukia's eyes flashed with joy, Tianying continued. "But Mrs. Fiajan's body has not recovered and she still needs treatment." "What do you mean?" Byakuya glanced at his wife and asked hurriedly. "Captain Kukaki, you should know about Fiajan's situation, right?" Byakuya nodded, a little confused on his face. Tianying continued, "Fiajan's body is too weak. I just stabilized the injury and didn't let it worsen. However, follow-up treatment will be needed." "What do you need? Tell me. I'll find it." Although Byakuya's expression returned to calmness, his tone was urgent. Tianying didn't show off. "No, I will come once a week to use my spiritual pressure to condition Mrs. Fiajan. Her body is currently only effective if my spiritual pressure is infused into her body." A time retrospective cycle was formed in Fiajan's body. The spiritual power would not pass away, but it would not increase either. Except for Tianying's spiritual pressure with the power of time that can irrigate her meridians, other people's spiritual pressure entering her body will only be washed away by the power of time. Originally, he could come for the first treatment today, but Tianying was too tired, so he decided to take a day off and come back tomorrow, and then come once a week. He added, "I'll come over tomorrow." Byakuya glanced at his wife Hyjin. The silver light on Hyjin's body had disappeared and returned to its original appearance. He also saw that Tianying was indeed very tired today, so he did not force Tianying to stay. Knowing that the young man in front of him might really be able to save his wife, he didn't dare to force this young man now. Besides, they took the initiative to say that they would come tomorrow, and then forcing them to receive treatment today is not good for both public and private purposes. Byakuya nodded slightly, "Okay, Shiba Tianying, if you really cure Hyjin, I, Byakuya Kukaki, owe you a favor. If anything happens in the future, I can help you as long as it doesn't violate the principles." Although Tianying felt happy, he still waved his hands calmly and said, he knew that since Byakuya Kukaki said so, he would definitely do it. Byakuya suddenly turned his head and looked at Rukia behind him. "Rukia, take care of Hyjin here, and I'll see Shiba Sangzi out." "Okay, brother." Outside the door, Skyhawk said goodbye to Byakuya, and then slowly returned to the 4th division. Before going out, he specifically told Byakuya not to tell others that he could cure Fiajan. Even if he did, Fiajan's health must be completely improved. Byakuya didn't think too much and agreed directly. He saw the unusualness of Sky Eagle Shikai and knew that everyone has their own secrets. Furthermore, Even Aquila, who is a savior, is unwilling to publicize his abilities, so Byakuya will naturally not publicize them. Early the next morning, after resting, Skyhawk came to Kokaki's house again. Different from yesterday, this time the attendant skipped the step of informing the head of the family and directly led Tianying into Byakuya's residence. When I saw Fiajin again, Fiajin had woken up, but there was no change in her complexion. After all, what Tianying did yesterday was just to prevent her body from deteriorating further. Byakuya and Rukia were still standing on the other side of Hyjin, waiting for Akyo to treat Hyjin. Yesterday Byakuya didn't sleep all night, and he spent the whole night like a year. If it weren't for his good upbringing, he would have wanted to pull Tianying over before dawn to treat his wife. After Tianying greeted a few people, he didn't waste any time and sat cross-legged next to Fiajin. This time he did not release the Zanpakut. Yesterday, because he had to transform Hyjin's body, he needed to release the Zanpakut to enhance his control over spiritual pressure. But today is different. He only needed to slowly control the spiritual pressure and let the spiritual pressure with the power of time be instilled into Fei Zhen's body. An hour later, Tianying wiped the sweat from his head and stood up. Although he was still a little tired mentally, his own spiritual pressure consumption was not large, and he did not appear embarrassed. After this recuperation, Fiajin's delicate face has regained some color, and her spirits have improved a lot. Byakuya and Rukia looked happy when they saw that Hyjin's condition had indeed improved. Lucia ran to the side and poured a glass of water for Tianying, her charming eyes full of gratitude. Byakuya knelt down next to Hyjin, stretched out his hands and held Hyjin's right hand tightly. "Hyjin, are you feeling better?" "Yes." Fiajin showed a rare smile. It seemed that because Byakuya held her Royi in front of others, a hint of shyness appeared on her face. "Byakuya-sama, I feel that my spirit has recovered a lot. It's not that cold anymore, I'm a little hungry." Speaking of being hungry, Fei Zhen's voice became much softer. Only this time it wasn't because of weakness. "Okay, okay." Byakuya held Fiajin's hands harder and harder, as if he wanted to hold Fiajin tightly and prevent her from leaving. Fiajin could read Byakuya's reluctance to give up on her from Byakuya's eyes, and also read Byakuya's overwhelming joy at this moment. Her hand also silently used a little strength to respond to Byakuya. Although Fiajin was not very strong, Byakuya did feel it. He had not felt such a response from Fiajin for a long time. "Hijhen, you have a good rest. I'll ask my servant to prepare some food." Byakuya patted Hyjin's hand and stood up. "Rukia, go tell the attendants to prepare some liquid food for your sister, and ask them to prepare a sumptuous lunch." After saying that, Byakuya turned to look at Skyhawk again. "Sky Eagle, stay for a light meal at noon and have a drink with me." Unconsciously, Byakuya's name for Skyhawk has changed. From Shiba Tianying, to Shiba Sangzi, and then to Tianying. This indicates that his favorability towards Tianying has improved a lot. After hearing this, Tianying did not refuse Byakuya's kindness. Joke. "Byakuya Kokaki invited me to dinner and drinks. This kind of scene is rare. Apart from anything else, I am probably the first among non-captain Shinigami. No. Just Byakuya's character. Perhaps he is the first among the captain-level Shinigami." Chapter 105. Noon. The main hall of Kokaki's house. Tianying enjoyed special treatment and was arranged to dine at the first left-hand seat in the main hall of Kokaki's house. Opposite him was Kokaki Kurikawa, his former teacher at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. In order to receive Tianying, Byakuya specially called Kurikawa back from the academy. In the Kokaki family, Kurikawa and Tianying have a good relationship. Moreover, Kurikawa is a little more talkative than him and can also warm up the atmosphere. It can be seen that Kurikawa and Byakuya have a good relationship, and they are not too restrained. However, Byakuya's sudden behavior made him a little confused. He never imagined that Byakuya would invite Tianying to dinner. As the dishes were brought out one by one, Byakuya coughed lightly and then raised his glass. Tianying, Kurikawa, take a sip together. Upon seeing this, Tianying and Kurikawa raised the wine glasses on the table and drank the wine in one gulp. I have to say that the wine in this place where I was living a good life tasted weird. Although Tianying drank the so-called fine wine of the Kukaki family, he recalled the Urkuatu of earth in his heart. Compared with traditional Hyuxia liquor, the wine here is tasteless. Tianying didn't know if it could make people drunk. Anyway, he felt that it tasted like diluted liquor. Kurikawa seemed to have noticed Amahawk's discomfort with drinking, and joked, "My lord Byakuya, if you let Amahawk drink when he is still a child, aren't you afraid that Vice Captain Kaien will come to the Kukaki family for accountability?" Accountability? Byakuya glanced at Skyhawk calmly, "I didn't force him." Pfft! With your status, how dare you not drink what you serve to others? Byakuya thought thoughtfully, "Skyhawk, do you need to change the wine for you?" Tianying shook his head, "No, I'm just thinking about a question. This wine is as light as water, how can it make people drunk?" Tianying suddenly had an evil idea and wanted to see the cool male god Byakuya look like when he was drunk. When he was doing black boxing on earth, he was in good physical condition and his body had a high tolerance for alcohol, so his drinking capacity was not bad. After arriving in the Shinigami world, he exercised more diligently and drank well, so he had the confidence to say such things. Of course, there is another reason. He has the ability to restore his body through time retrieval, but if that doesn't work, there are plug-ins. Byakuya glanced at Tianying and silently poured the wine again, feeling an urge to drink the boy down. Although he is a strict self-discipline and rarely drinks alcohol after becoming the captain of the 6th Division, it does not mean that he cannot drink. You know, he is the head of the Kukaki family, the head of the nobility in the Soul Society. He has a lot of entertainment. How can he deal with other families without a certain amount of alcohol? As for Kurikawa, he just smiled and started saying that Tianying was arrogant. A child, Jiajia, actually questioned whether this wine could be intoxicating. He made the same move as Byakuya, picking up the wine cup again and filling the glass. After pouring, he directly raised his glass and gestured to Sky Eagle. "Come, Skyhawk." Seeing Kurikawa taking a sip, Tianying also filled a cup and drank it. Goodoo! The cup was small, the wine was weak, and it didn't taste like fart. After finishing the drink, Tianying filled another glass, and then raised his glass to Byakuya. "Thank you, brother Byakuya, for the banquet. Let's do it first." Goodoo! Another mouthful. Taking the opportunity, he directly called brother Byakuya instead of the head of the Kukaki family. Byakuya doesn't care either, that's not bad either. He was just thinking about how to drink the wine in the glass with the young man in front of him, but he didn't expect that the young man would strike first. He didn't hesitate and drank it directly. After all, the three of them are not ordinary people. After 2 or 3 drinks, they had no reaction, their faces were not red, and they were not out of breath. Certainly. The main reason is because the cup is too small, even if it is full it only costs 2 cents. When Amaji saw Byakuya finished drinking, he directly suggested changing to a larger container. Seeing that Tianying said this, Byakuya and Kurikawa also readily agreed, who would coward a child. Under the service of the waiter, all 3 people put on their eating bowls. This time the drinking speed is much faster. After a few rounds, Byakuya and Kurikawa both blushed, while Tianying didn't react at all. "Wine, water, drink. If you can't drink, use a plug-in." An hour later, Akio left Kukaki's house with a depressed expression. His idea failed. Byakuya didn't go crazy after getting drunk. He remained cold and just lay down. Returning to the 4th Division, as soon as Tianying entered the door, he saw Anohana and Yongin preparing to go out. Thinking of the months of hard work, Tianying stopped the two of them directly. "Dear Captain, Sir Captain, where are you going?" It seems that because they have been the hands-off shopkeeper for several months, they feel a little ashamed of Tianying, and both Ms. Hua and Mao's Hua showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. "The pharmacy is empty. I'll take Yanjian to pick up some medicine." "Haha." Tianying sneered, "You two have been picking this medicine for a few months, right?" "What? The pharmacy of our fourth team is bigger than Jingling Ting." Seeing the displeasure on Tianying's face, Yuazhua had a headache. It seemed that she had really used Tianying's apprentice badly in the past few months, and she couldn't blame him. Uzhua was thinking about how to appease, fool, the apprentice in front of her, when suddenly a breeze blew from the direction of Tianying. "There is a smell of alcohol in the wind." Uzhua sniffed, then walked to Tianying, and sniffed Tianying's clothes again. Immediately, her face turned serious, and she was secretly happy. "Shiba 3 seats, it's working time now, how can you drink at noon?" Seeing this, Yanjian also came up and sang along with Mao's Hua. "Aquila, Captain Uzhua fought against all odds to promote you to the third seat. She is under a lot of pressure." Ms. Hua nodded. Yanjian continued, "The reason why we left the team during this period of time is mainly because Captain Uzhua wants you to make some achievements for others to see and stop others' mouths." Ms. Hua nodded again, looking well-intentioned. Yanjian said again, "You did a great job before, and the training reform you introduced was highly praised by Captain Yamamoto. We are all proud of you, but today you have disappointed us so much. How could you be so great? Going out to drink at noon? Do you think you are the leader of the Beijing orchestra?" Ms. Hua has a sad expression and is heartbroken. Kirikou, who was in Division 8, sneezed, "It's strange, I haven't caught a cold in the past few days." The entrance of the 4th Division. Tianying was first accused by a wave of evildoers from his own team's captain and vice-captain, and he suddenly felt angry in his heart. Okay. You continue to act. I'll go find Captain Kukaki later and join his 6th Division as the vice-captain. I'm not going to take the 3rd position in the 4th Division. Chapter 106. Ms. Hua frowned directly. "Captain Kukaki? Byakuya Kukaki? Yes. And Captain Aizen? Aizen Suk? Who else? You say it all at once." Mao's Hua is a little impatient. "My dear, I have only eaten the cabbage I grew for a few days, and then pigs came to ruin it. Can I bear this? Is it because these guys are too arrogant, or because I feel that I am too old to go under the knife? Walk." Ms. Hua turned around and pulled Yanjian to leave, looking like a wild beast guarding its food. "I'm not going to collect herbs today. I'm going to the 5th Division and the 6th Division to contact each other for work." When Tianying saw this, he didn't stop him. Anyway, Aizen and Byakuya did say that they would let him serve as their vice-captain, so he was not cheating on them. There is just something strange about Byakuya. I just had a good meal at someone else's place, but before the food was fully digested in my stomach, it was sold. Aizen doesn't feel any guilt at all towards Aizen. He was even eager to take this opportunity to divert Anohana's attention to Aizen. Just enough to make Aizen's forces subside a little. As for whether Aizen will do something dirty to Anohana, that is not within the scope of Aquila's consideration. Even though her teacher, Anohana Retsu, is a female figure, she is not an economical person. You must know that in the case of Aizen's subsequent defection, although it was Toshiro who discovered it first, it was Anohana Retsu who was the first to report the news of Aizen's rebellion to the Quanjing Lingting. Moreover, Tianying always felt that his teacher Anohana Retsu seemed not simple. Amaji is no longer the BD from the Shiba family. After joining the Godi I-13, he can roughly judge the strength of some people. Just based on the swordsmanship Anohana taught herself and Toshiro, few people in the entire Serenity Court can compare with it. No, except for Captain Yamamoto, I'm afraid no one can compare. Moreover, Tianying also discovered a very strange thing. As the traditional veteran captains, Jaishur Yukatak and Kurako Shunsui seemed to respect Anohana very much, and even had some fear. Apart from anything else, just now Anohana Retsu dared to directly go to the 5th Division and 6th Division to make trouble, which shows how confident she is. Suddenly, Tianying's eyes lit up. In the past few days, hadn't Aizen always asked himself whether he had made any plans? Hey! The luo of black and white, the bridge of 22, let's fill the Taiyuan garden and reach the sky. 77 of Bakud Tenting Kong Luo. Coordinates of the 5th Division. The amount of spiritual pressure I felt was a bit too much, and I couldn't tell which one was Aizen. Forget it, just shout. Captain Aizen, what's wrong? I just told Captain Anohana that I would transfer you to your job, and Captain Anohana left angrily. The 5th Division Captain's room. The room was very simple. Apart from a cabinet, there was only a square table that only reached the knees and was placed by the window. Aizen, wearing Captain Hayori's clothes, was kneeling at the table, bowing his head and writing rapidly. Suddenly, a voice came into his mind. Captain Aizen, what's wrong? I just told the teacher that I would be transferred to your place, and the teacher left angrily. Looking at the direction she left, it seems to be the 5th Division. Bada. Aizen's expression was startled, and he slowly placed the brush in his hand on the table. After a short while, he regained his composure. Think for a moment. He stood up slowly, put his arm around the Captain Yuji, and after getting dressed, he calmly opened the door. At the same time, Uzawa was almost at the gate of the 5th Division. The distribution of the Godai 13 Division's garrison is divided into 12 divisions except for the 1st Division. In order of division number, the 46th room in the center of Siridii, the Penitence Palace, etc. are arranged in a clockwise circle. Key vital parts are wrapped. The first team is the command organization, and below it also suppresses the passage of the endless hell at the bottom of the Mao Great Prison, so it is also classified as a key and vital part. According to the order, the 4th Division is not far from the 5th Division. To go to the 6th Division, you have to go through the 5th Division, so Anohana came to see Aizen at the first stop. Seeing Anohana Retsu coming, the members of the 5th Division were slightly startled. Just now, Skyhawk's Tente Kunra could not locate Aizen, so they did not avoid others. The 5th Division's members also heard the news. The content of the sound. Before Anohana Retsu arrived, they thought it was someone's prank, but after seeing Anohana Retsu, they instinctively sensed something was wrong. But seeing the gentle smile on Anohana Retsu's face, they were a little confused. Is this the expression someone looking for trouble should have? While they were hesitating about what to do, Anohana Retsu had already walked into the 5th Division's compound. Captain Anohana. Vice Captain Katetsu. Captain Anohana. Vice Captain Katetsu. The members of the 5th Division first greeted Anohana Retsu and Katetsu Yuan. As one of the only female captains of the Godai 13, Anohana Retsu is still very recognizable, and Katetsu Yuan is also well known because of his height. Anohana Retsu, with Katetsu Yuan, still maintained his proper demeanor and responded to the members of the 5th Division one by one. They came to communicate, not to cause trouble for the team members. At this moment, Aizen walked out of the 5th Squadron team building with a smile. I'm telling you why today is unusual. It's obviously still winter, but the temperature today is very comfortable. It turns out that Captain Anohana and Vice Captain Katetsu are visiting, which really makes our 5th Division shine. Aizen knew that the two of them were here because of the incident involving the young man Tianying, so he first held Uzawa in his arms. Haha, Captain Aizen is really good at talking. Anohana covered her mouth and smiled, not looking like she was looking for trouble at all. He couldn't reach out and hit the smiling man, let alone in front of so many team members. What? Captain Aizen, won't you invite us in to sit down? Aizen was not afraid. It was not that he had absolute confidence in his own strength, but that in the 5th division, he did not believe that Anohana would dare to do anything to him. Blame me. Aizen bowed slightly to apologize, keeping his posture very low. He turned sideways and raised his right hand, showing an invitation gesture toward the team building, and then said, Captain Uashika, Vice Captain Katetsu, please come inside. Anohana and Yonggon were not polite and followed Aizen's right hand directly into the team building. This was not her first time here, and she knew the way to where the reception was. Aizen waved to the courtyard at this time, Captain Kurosawa, could you please help me and the 2 captains of the 4th division get a cup of tea? This was Aizen's style of life before he turned black. As long as he was in front of everyone, he would be polite to superiors and subordinates, even to students from the Jinnu Spiritual Arts Academy or even to the common people of Rukonga. It was hard to fault. A little bit of a sting. This is also the reason why Tianying can't report Aizen directly, because no one will believe him. Aizen is so good at acting, he's a real Oscar winner. If you want to choose the most heartwarming captain of the Godi 13, Aizen must be one of the strong contenders. As for the other candidate, he just walked in with someone. Chapter 107. No one knows what Anohana and Aizen talked about in the room, so no one can know deeply about the 8 trigrams of Akyo, Aidenkara. Furthermore, when Anohana and Aizen came out, both of them had kind smiles on their faces, and it was like they were having a simple conversation. After coming out of the 5th division, Ms. Hiwa took Yanji into the 6th division, but failed. At noon, Byakuya was drunk by Skyhawk at Kukaki's house and did not come to the 6th division. Anohana didn't go directly to Kukaki's house. If she really went to Kukaki's house to find Byakuya, it would be a bit ostentatious. The movement between squads is for liaison work, but it doesn't look good if a squad leader goes to the house of a big noble to look for trouble. Tianying didn't know this, so he simply went to the 10th division after falling behind in the 4th division. He took Toshiro to skip work, and his destination was naturally the hot spring outside Lin Runan. Number 1 Rukonga Lin Runan. Tianying and Toshiro walked out of the Serenity Courtyard while chatting and laughing. Toshiro glanced at the shops on the street and said, let's go buy something first. Tianying nodded and followed Toshiro towards the lively street. Toshiro was originally from Lin Runan, and he was the 3rd member of the patrol team of the 10th division. He often led the team to patrol near the Jinglingting Temple, so people on the street were familiar with him and smiled at him. Greet. Tianying also took advantage of it and enjoyed the treatment of being surrounded by stars. However, even though their identities are different now, they still have to give money to buy things. They are not short of it, but they are doing business through gate of opening. After walking for a few minutes, I heard a loud noise in front of me. Many people gathered in front of a fruit shop that Tianying and I often visited, pointing inside. Seeing this, Toshiro pushed aside the crowd and walked in. As a member of the patrol team, he often handles security incidents that occur in his jurisdiction. After seeing the scene inside, Toshiro's expression was slightly startled. The originally neatly arranged fruit shop was in a mess, with fruits scattered everywhere on the ground. 2 richly dressed nobles stood aside eating bananas, and from time to time they ordered 4 black-clothed attendants to beat the 2 people lying on the ground. Through the occasional gap between the attackers, Toshiro recognized that it was the owner and his son of the store who were being beaten. Seeing this, he ignored the Sky Eagle behind him and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. What are you doing? Who are you? Who gave you the right to beat people and smash up shops in broad daylight? With that said, he squeezed into the innermost area, pushed away the servant who was beating someone, and protected the shop owner and his son who were being beaten. When a Shinigami suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed attendants, they were instantly at a loss. They all took a step back and turned to look at their master. The 2 nobles were a little surprised when they saw that Shinigami was actually taking care of things. However, their expressions soon returned to normal. Come back, You guys. The man in yellow clothes did not panic. After swallowing the banana in one gulp, he waved to the 4 attendants in black. The 4 black-clothed attendants were slightly relieved when their master told them to retreat. They did not want to conflict with Shinigami. In fact, many of these noble attendants were civilians recruited from Rukanga, but they became the lackeys of the nobles because of their physical strength. If they were really talented, they wouldn't just become attendants instead of joining the Godai 13. They are good at bullying civilians, but if they really want to fight against the well-trained Shinigami, they are definitely no match. Sky Eagle. Come here quickly and help treat me. Toshiro, who was squatting beside the 2 injured people, suddenly turned his head and shouted to the Sky Eagle at the door. Tianying, who had already reached the door, passed directly over the 6 people making trouble and walked straight towards the injured lying on the ground. When he really saw the situation of the shop owner and his son, Tianying's expression became ugly. I saw a middle-aged man lying on the body of a white-haired old man. There were bruises all over his body and he seemed to have lost consciousness. The shopkeeper under the middle-aged man, although well protected by his son, looked very pale. Tianying quickly walked to the 2 injured people and directly cooperated with Toshiro to gently remove the middle-aged man from the old man's body and lay him down on his side. There is blood on his right forearm. Needless to say, Hero, Sky Eagle also saw it, and a bad premonition lingered in Sky Eagle's heart. Without the middle-aged man's cover, the old man's body was completely exposed in front of the 2 Sky Eagles. So much blood! Toshiro Sui, who was on the inside, suddenly shouted. Tianying didn't hesitate at all, and directly reached out to feel the old man's pulse. Toshiro, go check on the injury of the shop owner's son. Toshiro reacted instantly and moved to check the middle-aged man's injuries. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I just fainted. He turned to look at Skyhawk. But Tianying's expression was a little gloomy at this time. The blood indeed belonged to the old man. His preliminary judgment was that the old man was pushed to the ground, and the back of his head hit the ground and was hit, creating a bleeding hole. Because of the chaotic situation, the middle-aged man only focused on protecting the old man and did not realize that his arm was stained with the old man's blood. The 2 men in Hyuxia clothes at the door also saw the condition of the 2 injured people, their faces darkened, and they immediately wanted to leave. Skyhawk is already using Kide to treat the old man. Toshiro stood up directly, rushed to the door in a few steps, and pulled out his Zanpakuto with a clatter. Stop! Don't even think about leaving until we get a clear understanding of this matter today. His attitude was very firm, which immediately stopped the 6 people who wanted to leave. But who would have expected that after his move, the 2 men in fine clothes stopped moving, but casually picked up the fruit still on the shelf and started eating it, seemingly not paying attention to him at all. Just as Toshiro was about to speak to stop the 2 of them from their arrogant behavior, Tianying slowly stood up. Dead. The old man is dead. He used Kide to wrap the power of time in an attempt to repair the old man's body, but the result was in vain. The power of time is indeed very effective in healing, but it is not omnipotent. The old man lost too much blood and lay on the ground for too long. He was unable to recover. Hearing Amaji's words, Toshiro's hand holding his Zanpakuto trembled slightly. To be honest, he often goes to this store to buy things because of this elderly store owner. He and the shopkeeper had known each other before going to Shiba's house. To be precise, this shopkeeper was one of the few people Lin Runan had ever really cared about Hitsugaya's grandfather and grandson. But at this moment, he is dead. Chapter 108. The crowd watching outside heard that someone was dead inside, and the discussion started to boil again. The owner of Nohara is dead. These damn beasts! How could they have the heart to attack an old man? Damn the nobles, they should be sentenced to death. Seemingly seeing Shinigami's intervention, the civilians of Rukanga became a little bolder. But I am limited to attacking with words, and I don't dare to really attack. This is the current state of Seoul society. No matter how resentful the commoners were, under the absolute rule of Jinglingting, they would not dare to do anything drastic against the nobles. Let's not talk about whether they can kill a noble. Even if they can, so what? If you kill a noble, your whole family may be buried with him. Long-term feudal oppression has made these civilians servile and fearful of power. If they really dared to come forward, the owner Nohara would not die in the store. Certainly. There is another reason why they dare not take action. The Shinigami world is a world that values strength. In the face of absolute strength, quantity is just a joke. Similarly, this is also an unfair world. The spiritual power of nobles is naturally higher than that of civilians. Perhaps most civilians will gradually become worse than a newly born noble after decades or even hundreds of years. This is an indisputable fact. Otherwise, why should the nobles be so superior? In the store, Toshiro's expression had turned ferocious, like a young lion on the verge of rage. You guys, you killed someone and still want to run away. Upon hearing this, the noble in yellow glanced at the angry civilians outside, and spat out the apple he was chewing with disdain. What does it have to do with you whether you run or not? Don't think that Shinigami is great. Let me tell you, the guy next to me and I were also from the Godai 13. It's just that we quit because we didn't want to continue. Do you think who is it? Captain Yamamoto. Are you from the Godai 13 team? Amaji walked slowly to Toshiro, glanced at the nobles in yellow and white, and then said, as far as I know, the Godai 13 team members left the team. In the system, there is only death in battle, defection and expulsion, and there is no such thing as quitting if you don't want to work. Amaji recalled Jushiro's words. If he remembered correctly, Jushiro's original words at that time were, the Godai 13 is a noble organization, and there is no room for unqualified people among qualified people. Those who are unwell will be judged as potential threats by Central 46 and then placed in the maggot nest. After hearing Tianying's words, the two nobles looked at him as if they were an idiot, and then laughed. The nobleman in white who had been silent for a long time finally spoke for the first time. Hey, are you a civilian Shinigami? Skyhawk didn't answer. The nobleman in white smiled slightly. Do you know what the privileges of aristocrats are? For you commoners, there are really only the situations you mentioned, but for us nobles, there is another situation called retirement. We can quit at any time if we don't want to do it anymore, do you understand? As soon as the noble in white finished speaking, the young man in yellow also laughed. At this moment, Toshiro stepped forward and stared at the two of them fiercely. I don't care what special privileges you have in the Godai 13, but if you kill someone now, this matter is not over. Ha 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 ha. The two nobles seemed to have heard a big joke. The nobleman in white stretched out his hand and patted Toshiro on the shoulder. Which of your eyes saw me killing someone? The nobleman in yellow also responded, yes, which eye did you see? Do you have any evidence? Snap. Tianying slapped the white-clothed noble's hand away, then pointed at the dead Nohara shopkeeper and said, evidence. Isn't the evidence right there? After saying that, he turned around and pointed to the crowd of people watching outside, and them. They also saw it with their own eyes. Now the Sky Eagle behind Toshiro recalled the scene he had just seen, and instantly understood the meaning of the noble man in white. The ones who beat up the shop owner and his son were 4 black-clothed attendants. The two nobles did not take action, which can be seen from their clothes. There were no wrinkles in their clothes, and it didn't look like they had just been touched. Therefore, they could completely blame the murder on a few black-clothed attendants and get away with it. Sure enough, what the noble in white said the next second confirmed his suspicion. The nobleman in white continued to pick up the apple and took a bite of it calmly, then looked at Toshiro playfully and said, Hey, Shinigami, it was 4 attendants who beat the person. The 2 of us didn't do anything, and the people outside are all witnesses. After saying that, he pulled a bald attendant behind him and asked, Ichiro, why did you kill someone just now? Ichiro rolled his eyes and said, Master Tokikaze, please don't frame me falsely. The old man fell down by himself. We beat his son. What does it have to do with me whether he is dead or not? The white-clothed noble Shifeng smiled and patted Ichiro's bald head. I'll give you what I can, so what if you say I'll kill you? Are you afraid that I can't protect you? Ichiro chuckled and didn't reply. Toshiro finally understood that no matter what, the death of the Nohara shop owner had nothing to do with these two nobles. There seemed to be a fire burning in his chest, and he wanted to chop these people directly with the zanpakut in his hand. But he couldn't do it. Calmness was his nature. Even if his chest hurt from anger, he couldn't cut it down directly. When the civilians watching outside saw the stalemate inside, they all showed disappointed looks on their faces, and the originally harsh words slowly subsided. Yes. This is the current situation in Seoul society, so what can be done? In the end, commoners can't defeat nobles. Even if this commoner becomes a Shinigami, he is still a commoner after all. Seeing that Toshiro was silent, Shifeng stretched out his finger and tapped the back of Toshiro's zanpakuto a few times. Hey, put the knife away. You accidentally hurt me. You can't bear the responsibility. After saying that, he was about to leave with the others. The noble in yellow also looked at Tianying and Toshiro with disdain, and threw the fruit in his hand on the ground casually. Bah, Shinigami, what are you pretending to be? Just after taking a step or two, Shifeng seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and looked at Tianying and Toshiro again with a smile. By the way, I forgot to tell us that there is another privilege for nobles. He leaned slightly closer to Toshiro's ear and said at a volume that only the people in this room could hear, even if we admit intentional homicide, you can't do anything to us? Room 46 can sentence you to death. But they take extra care of us nobles. Ha 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 ha. Shifeng patted Toshiro on the shoulder again, and was about to leave with the noble in yellow and 4 attendants in black. But at this moment, he felt his neck tighten, and then he flew backwards back into the store, hitting the black-clothed attendant named Ichiro heavily. Snap! Tianying slapped Shifeng on the face. Are you called a noble? Chapter 109. Whether outside the store or inside, everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Tokikaze, who fell on Ichiro, was stunned. After a while, he stood up with his eyes widened, staring at the Sky Eagle who took action. He had always maintained the attitude of a superior, but for the first time he went crazy. You dare to hit me? Shifeng covered his face with his right hand, pointed at Tianying with his left hand and said angrily, Do you know who I am? Tianying asked cooperatively, Who is it? Tokikaze was completely hysterical. He shouted loudly, You are finished. If you dare to hit me, Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, I will definitely kill you. Upon hearing the words of the white-clothed nobleman in front of him, Tianying was startled. It's true that the Dragon King temple was flooded with water, and Shiba beat Tsuneyashiro. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have beaten a guy named Tsuneyashiro or something at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, and that guy even asked Byakuya to get involved. As expected, none of the nobles of the Tsuneyashiro family is a good bird. Hey, do you know Tsuneyashiro Nagano? Tianying smiled slightly, and he remembered that the guy he beat was named Nagano. Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze thought Amaji was showing weakness and was trying to get close to Tsuneyashiro Nagano, so he said angrily, I don't care about Nagano or Nagano, even if Captain Yamamoto is here today, I still want you to look good. Shifeng turned around and told the black-clothed attendant, Stop him. After saying that, he started speaking the spirit, apparently wanting to release Kid. But before he could say a few words, a figure appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a snow-white fist encircled the ear-piercing wind, and the sound amplified rapidly in front of his eyes. Bang! Shifeng and Ichiro who were hit by him were instantly knocked away and hit the innermost wall of the store heavily. It was still Ichiro who supported Shifeng. But Shifeng was also stunned by Tianying's punch. The two of them knelt on the ground. Coincidentally, the direction in which they were kneeling was the body of the Nohara shopkeeper. Amaji used Shunpo again, grabbed Tsuneya Shiro Tokikazu's neck and stood up, then threw him out of the store like a dead dog. After throwing Shifeng, he picked up Ichiro and threw him out of the store. This time, Ichiro suppressed Shifeng. To be honest, Tianying was a relatively emotional person when he was on Earth, otherwise he wouldn't have taken advantage of the gang of children in the orphanage. But he is also a principled person, otherwise he would not have been killed on the street because he refused to give fake punches. After coming to the Shinigami world, Aquila rarely gets angry except when someone from the Shiba family is injured. But today, when he saw a civilian who was working hard to survive dying in front of him, he still couldn't help but take action. In the past, whether it was the casualty caused by Matsumoto's team before entering Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, or the two subsequent destructions of Karakura Town and 68 Rukonga led by Shiba, Aquila never saw anyone die with his own eyes, but this time he saw. Not only did he see dead people, but also people he knew died. Nohara is a nice old man. Every time he and Toshiro returned to Shiba's house from Siraidai, they would patronize this place. The old man would also tell them to take good care of Grandma Hitsugaya and often give them some extra fruits for Grandma Hitsugaya to eat. Although with his current status as Toshiro, these things are not valuable, but they are a piece of heart. What's more, Tianying also learned from Hitsugaya's grandma and Toshiro that old man Nohara often helped the Hitsugaya family, which was a kindness. Tianying felt that Toshiro was his chosen brother, and the kindness he showed to his brother was a kindness to himself, and he must repay it. Even if it means breaking the sky, you have to pay it back. Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze was a noble, so why the hell wasn't he? Although the Shiba family moved out of Siraidai, their title of noble was never revoked, but everyone chose not to talk about it. What's more, there are people above him. Not to mention the cheap teacher Anohanaretsu, the cheap uncle Shiba Ishin, and the cheap big brother Kaien. Right now, Hyjin is still waiting for his treatment, and Byakuya Kokaki will not let anything happen to him at this juncture. Tushiro, beat them up, don't let any of them escape. After saying that, Tianying directly picked up another attendant in black and threw him out of the store. Seeing this, Toshiro also threw the remaining two black-clothed attendants out, and then walked slowly to the yellow-clothed noble. You. Think carefully. I am from the Kokaki family. Can you afford to offend two great nobles at the same time? He didn't mention the Kokaki family, but when he did, Toshiro became even more angry and kicked him in the abdomen. The nobleman of the Kokaki family bowed down like a prawn, covered the place where he was kicked, and vomited out all the fruit he had just eaten. Tuhiro instantly appeared behind the noble in yellow, kicked him in the buttocks, and kicked the noble in yellow out. Outside the house, Tianying glanced at the crowd of people watching, and then spoke silently. Dear neighbors of Lin Runan, I don't want you to come up and beat people up for me. I just ask you to surround the outside more tightly and let people outside come in later. Can you do that? When the civilians onlookers heard this, they looked at me and I looked at you. After a brief silence, the originally extinguished flame burned brightly again. A man in blue cloth shouted loudly, Shinigami boy, don't worry, we gathered here today and didn't see anything. Other civilians also echoed. Boy Shinigami, you and Hitsugaya-sanchi will beat them up hard. We have been blind once today anyway, and we don't need to be blind again. Yes, with Shinigami like you here, the rest of us are not afraid. The courage of the civilians was inspired by the actions of the two Sky Eagles. It's not that they don't want to resist, but they are unable to resist. Only when you are in this abyss can you understand how difficult it is to get out of this abyss. After experiencing a long period of darkness, even a ray of light suddenly appears, which is so dazzling. Tianying stretched out his right hand and gave the man in green a thumbs up. At first glance, they are real people. I didn't say anything and let them pretend not to see it. They just took the path. Looking at the civilians who were gradually recovering their vitality, Tianying remembered his previous goal of overthrowing the aristocratic rule, and a fire suddenly burned in his heart. He remembered a sentence he had heard before on earth. If there is no torch from now on, then I will be the only light in this world. Amaji jumped on top of Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, raised his fists and started beating him. You are the one who called Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, and it was you who my grandfather beat. Why don't you go to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy to inquire about it? Will it be useful when Tsuneya declares his family name on Nagano's behalf? What the hell, Captain Yamamoto is here and you want to kill me? Do you think you are the Soul King? Chapter 110. A cracking fat beating. The two nobles and 4 attendants in black were all beaten to death by Tianying and Toshiro, and lay on the ground wailing. These 2 so-called nobles of the Tsuneyashiro and Kokaki families did join the Godai 13 and became Shinigami. But so what? As the direct disciples of Anohanaretsu, Amaji, and Toshiro can each serve as the 3rd seat of a division, which is enough to prove their strength. It's not too easy to defeat 2 gold-plated gangsters and 4 stronger ordinary people. But after all, Lin Runan is one of the number 1 Rukanga closest to Jingling Ting. The news from the fruit shop quickly spread to the Godai 13 and the nobles. It happened that after Tianying stopped Toshiro from continuing his attack. Not long after, a large number of Shinigami rushed out from the White Way Gate. These Shinigami seemed to have received the order. Once they arrived at the scene, they directly tried to forcibly disperse the civilians who were watching. Get out of the way, everyone, get out of the way. Is this a riot? Guys inside, listen, I don't care who you are, please stop right now, do you hear me? Stop talking nonsense, drive these guys away and rush in directly. With a burst of curses and screams, the number of civilians who originally surrounded the fruit shop gradually decreased. Immediately afterwards, a Shinigami squeezed in. Although their clothes are similar to ordinary Shinigami, they have many extra accessories, which look expensive. After Shinigami squeezed in and saw the scene, he didn't immediately ask about what happened in the store, but instead questioned the 2 Skyhawks. Hey, hey, hey! Which division are you 2 from? Who gave you the right to beat up nobles in the street? The speaker was a Shinigami who was dressed like Byakuya Kokaki. He wore a 3-layered silver hair ornament on his head, a silver scarf around his neck, and a pair of white fingerless gauntlets on his hands. He looked very coquettish. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't wearing Captain Hayori, this guy would be a living ugly man wearing Byakuya's coat. Tianying was naturally aware of the movement around him, but he didn't care. But until he saw the guy who just spoke, his expression finally changed. Not scared or shocked, but confused. I drank the genuine Byakuya at noon, and in the afternoon I encountered a high imitation Byakuya. Although Tianying's education level is not high, an idiom still appeared in his mind instantly. Dongshi imitates. How apt? This idiom was simply created for the saucy bag in front of me. If Tianying remembers it correctly, the hair accessory worn by this Byakuya is called star pliers, and the scarf hanging around the neck is called silver windflower gauze, which only upper-class nobles are qualified to wear. To put it simply, most people simply cannot afford it. Whether it's the star pliers or the silver windflower gauze, a single piece can build 10 houses. As for why Tianying can remember it so clearly. Because when he had dinner at Kokaki's house today at noon, he specifically asked Byakuya what his headdress and scarf were. What a coincidence! No need to ask, Tianying has already guessed who are coming. Division 6. Only the so-called descendants of nobles in the 6th division would dress up like animals. Sure enough, Byakuya announced his home after a while. Seeing that Tianying didn't speak, he walked up to Tianying arrogantly and poked Tianying's chest with his right hand. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Byakuya stared at Tianying angrily, then pointed at Toshiro and continued, I don't care who you are with him. I am very responsible to tell you. You are in big trouble. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and stroked the star pliers worn on his head, and then lightly patted the non-existent dust on his body a few times. Let me introduce myself. I am Tsuneya Shiro Weiryu, the 4th seat of Division 6, and the leader of the Noble Guard group. Yes. Tianying nodded cooperatively, and then stared at Tsuneya Shiro along without speaking. To beat or not to beat? This is a problem. There was Tsuneya Shiro lying on the ground, and another Tsuneya Shiro came. Amaji wonders if there is something wrong with everyone in Tsuneya Shiro's family? Otherwise, they are naturally incompatible with the Shiba family. If Tianying remembered correctly, half of the nobles he beat had the surname Tsuneya Shiro. Tsuneya Shiro Walong seemed to be very dissatisfied with Akio's attitude towards him, and took another step forward, his chin almost touching Akio's forehead. Boy, our 6th division is arresting you and that little white-haired man in the name of beating up nobles in the street. Is there any problem? Arrest your uncle. Bang! Tianying directly punched Tsuneya Shiro Walong's mouth, and several teeth flew out of his mouth along Tsuneya Shiro Wearyu's saliva, drawing a beautiful arc in mid-air. I was trying not to hit you, but you came right in my face? Tsuneya Shiro Walong covered his face with his left hand, and looked at Tianying in disbelief with a pair of sesame and green bean-like eyes, as if he had never thought that this kid actually dared to take action. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand, pointed at the Sky Eagle and shouted loudly. He's from the 6th division. Take care of him for me. Base. 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 Behind him, more than 20 Shinigami who followed him drew their swords at the same time, and the continuous sound of swords echoed all around. Split a few people and rescue the guy lying on the ground. The others will follow me. After saying that, Tsuneya Shiro Walong also pulled out his zanpakut directly from his waist. Aquila and Toshiro were still calm, and they didn't even think about approaching each other to defend themselves. In the Shinigami world, quantity is actually quite fragile to the strong. Both Aquila and Toshiro can feel the spiritual pressure of these salty fishes in the 6th division. In one word, weak. They didn't even think about drawing their swords. Amaji moved his neck a few more times, then turned to Toshiro and said, Ziobai, go and send the Nohara store manager's son to treatment first, and we'll see you at Shiba's house later. Okay. When Toshiro heard this, he turned around and walked back to the store without further ado. Arrogant. Capture them for me. Tsuneya Shiro Walong took a step forward with his sword in hand, and took the lead in rushing towards Sky Eagle standing in front. Immediately afterwards, nearly 10 Shinigami followed on both sides of him. Some of them moved closer to Tsuneya Shiro Walong, and some walked directly past Tianying and walked behind. Bang! 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 Tianying's body shook slightly, and he used Shunpo to move a few positions left and right. In the blink of an eye, 4 attendants in black flew towards the Shinigami on the left and right like cannonballs in twos and twos, blocking their approach to the canteen. After doing all this, Tianying had no intention of stopping. He used Shunpo again, appeared in front of Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze and the noble in yellow, and kicked them one after another towards Tsuneya Shiro Weiryu and others in the middle. However, an accident happened. Although the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was not loud, it caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink. Chapter 111. A shallow blow penetrated Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze's back. Blood flowed down the blade to the end of the handle, and then dripped on the ground. Tick! Tick! Tsuneya Shiro Wei was stunned on the spot, and the warm feeling coming from his hand made his hair stand on end. The same goes for everyone else. They didn't expect that something like this would happen. Another dead person. This time the person who died was a big noble. Even Tianying was temporarily absent-minded. Things are getting serious. He never thought about killing Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze. Even if he had the killing intention for a moment, he would do it unknowingly in the future, not now. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Everyone get out of my way. Suddenly there was noise again outside the crowd, and all the civilians were dispersed by Shinigami. After a while, more than 20 Shinigami poured in outside again. The leading woman has short orange hair, a mole on her lip, a necklace with a silver ring on her chest, and a deputy captain's armband on her left arm with a 10 written on it. It's Matsumoto Ranjaku. She also arrived with the members of the 10th Division. After all, the 10th Division is a patrol force. Such a big incident happened here and they must deal with it. However, Matsumoto Ranjaku did not expect that as soon as she arrived at the scene, she would see such a bloody scene. Although she is already a vice-captain, this is the first time she has encountered such a thing. Gudu. Matsumoto Ranjaku swallowed, and then looked at the scene out of the corner of his eye. After a brief thought, she made a decision. Surround them up. Don't let anyone go. After hearing Matsumoto Ranjaku's order, the members of the 10th Division who arrived formed a semicircular human wall, surrounding the entrance to the fruit shop. Later, Matsumoto Ranjaku called for a team member. Go and notify Captain Shiba and Captain Kukaki. She understood that this matter was no longer something that she, the vice-captain, could handle. All she could do was to control the person first. 2 hours later. The 6th Division team building. Captain Byakuya Kukaki had already washed up and hurried over from Kukaki's house. Vice-Captain Jinjinjiro was waiting at the door. When he saw Byakuya coming, he hurriedly greeted him. Captain, something big happened. A noble from the Tsuneyashiro family was killed in Linrunan. Byakuya nodded slightly, then walked straight into the team. He came here just because he heard about this incident. Killing a noble in the street, such an incident has never happened in Seoul society. Captain's office. Byakuya sat at the table by the window, holding a report on the Linrunan incident. Jinjinjiro stood opposite Byakuya, waiting for further instructions. No Harakura, Shiba Tentaka, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, Kukaki Kaime, Tsuneyashiro Wiryu. Byakuya frowned and read out the key figures in the Linrunan incident one by one. It has to be said that the scope of this incident is really too wide. From the common people, to the chief officers of the Godai 13 Corps, and even to the great nobles. Byakuya knows Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze. He and Byakuya joined the Godai 13 in the same year, and both entered the 6th Division. But today, Byakuya has become the captain of the 6th Division, while Tokikaze quit the Godai 13th Division early and became a dawdling nobleman. Byakuya looked out the window at the street and thought, tapping the table with his right index finger from time to time. If it were an ordinary chief official, he might not care so much. But the chief minister involved was Shiba Tianying, and his wife Hyjin still relied on him for treatment. Byakuya has a headache. I just had a meal with this guy Tianying at noon, and this guy caused such a big fuss in the afternoon. Jinjinjiro. Hearing Byakuya calling him, Jinjinjiro took a step forward. Captain Kukaki, I'm here. Where are Tsuneyashiro Iryu and Shiba Akyo now? Tsuneyashiro Iryu is currently being held in the prison cell of our 6th Division, and Shiba Tientaka was taken away and imprisoned by the 10th Division. After hearing this, Byakuya put the report in his hand on the table, then stood up and walked around the office several times. After a while, he stopped, looked at Jinjinjiro again and asked, "What's the reaction from the Tsuneyashiro family?" Jinjinjiro said, "The Tsuneyashiro family has contacted Central 46 to put pressure on the first team, asking the Godai 13 team to hand over all the people involved to Central 46 for trial, including Tsuneyashiro Wiryu and Kukaki Kiki." Byakuya nodded, not surprised. The Tsunoya Shiro family's reaction was pretty much what he expected. First, control the person through Central 46, and then control Room 46 for trial. At that time, all right and wrong will be decided by them. Byakuya knows this very well. Although he doesn't bother to use it, this is the right of being a great noble. What did Captain Yamamoto say? Captain Yamamoto is still negotiating. After all, the two Shinigami involved are not ordinary team members, and their identities are also somewhat special. Jinjiro thought for a while and replied truthfully, I heard that the 4th Division, the captains of the 10th Division rushed to the 1st Division. I got it, take me to Tsunoya Shiro Wiryu. The first team captain's office. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled into the house through the windows, giving the inside of the house a layer of pale gold. In the innermost part of the room, Captain Yamamoto was sitting on a square chair behind a wooden table. Standing next to him was Vice Captain Sasakaibe Kojiro. Opposite Yamamoto and Sasakaibe, the two captains stood side by side. One male and one female. It was Unohanaretsu and Shiba Ishin who arrived one after another. The two of them came on this trip because of what happened to Lin Runan in the afternoon. On the chair, Yamamoto sat with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. Sasakaibe stood by his side quietly, like a guard. A long while. Unohanaretsu spoke first. Captain, I have heard about Lin Runan's incident this afternoon. As far as I know, the party at fault is not with our Godai 13 team. Unohanaretsu's words were very clever. She did not directly exonerate Aquila and Toshiro, but elevated the incident from a personal perspective to the Godai 13 team's perspective. There is indeed nothing wrong with her description. After all, the reason why Amaji and Toshiro got involved in the first place was because Tsunoya Shiro Tokikaze and his followers killed the fruit shop owner. After hearing Unohanaretsu's words, Shiba Ishin also spoke. Report to the captain, regarding the whole story of Lin Runan's incident in the afternoon, the 10th Division has investigated clearly. The civilians of Lin Runan can prove that the death of Tsunoya Shiro Tokikaze was not murder. Unlike Unohanaretsu, Shiba was bent on exonerating Aquila in the form of a report. But they all overlooked one point. That's how seriously Yamamoto takes the Central 46. Chapter 112. Are you done? An old voice sounded in the captain's office. At the same time, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni slowly opened his eyes. Do you all think that this matter is as simple as the death of a noble and a commoner? I will not forgive those who neglect justice. Unohanaretsu and Shiba looked at each other and said nothing. They naturally knew in their hearts that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. It doesn't matter why the civilian named Nohara shopkeeper died. It doesn't matter whether Tsunoya Shiro Tokikaze's death has anything to do with Shiba Akyo. The only thing that matters. It was the Tsunoya Shiro family who wanted to put pressure on the Godai 13 through the 46th chamber to highlight the special status of the nobles. Unohanaretsu and Shiba came here because they wanted to see the captain's attitude towards Central 46 on this matter. But obviously, Captain Yamamoto still maintains his consistent style and will support Central 46. For thousands of years. With the establishment of the Godai 13th Division, the voice and authority of the nobles in the Seireidii are gradually weakening, even to the point of retreating behind the scenes. In order to maintain peace in Seoul society and stabilize the nobles, Yamamoto acquiesced in the establishment of Central 46, and even helped Central 46 maintain its authority for a time. It can be said that his attitude towards Central 46 is laissez-faire. Even if we know that Central 46's decision is wrong, we will resolutely implement it. This time, it seems that he will let Central 46 play freely. Sure enough, Yamamoto's next sentence made Unohanaretsu and Shiba Ishin frown at the same time. Central 46 has already sent someone to see me. Let them decide whether this matter is right or wrong. Captain. Shiba wanted to say something, but Yamamoto's eyes closed again. Anohanaretsu pulled Shiba Ishin's sleeve, signaling him to stop talking. This meeting ended on bad terms with Yamamoto's tacit approval of Central 40SIX's involvement. Anohana and Ishin walked out of the first team's gate together. I don't know what started, but the sky had become a little gloomy, and it seemed that a heavy rain was coming. Captain Shiba, when you go back, try to investigate the incident in more detail. Even if you have to go through Central 46 trial, they must respect the course of the incident. Yeah. Shiba responded absently, and then looked at the door of the first team again with some unwillingness. To be honest, he never understood why Yamamoto was so conniving towards Room 46. The activities done by Room 46 over the years have been seen by everyone except Captain Yamamoto, who turned a blind eye. If the Shiba family was still so powerful, Shiba would never come here to find Yamamoto. Your Tsuneya Shiro family has someone in Room 46, and my Shiba family is no less. The worst case scenario is that the two sides will start a war. But the problem is that after so many years, the Shiba family has declined. Although he and Kaien are still serving in the Godi I-13, they are only in the Godi I-13. Whether it is Central 46, the seats of nobles and elders, or even important positions in various positions, the Shiba family has lost control. All of this is due to the scarcity of Shiba family members. After so many years, too many members of the Shiba family died in the war, and the main family and branch house were all severely damaged. In this family, the only ones left are Kaien, Sky Eagle, Rock Eagle and Konghe. As for the branch house, only Shiba Ishin's branch is still outside, and he is the only one in this branch. Anohanaretsu stretched out her right hand and patted Ishin on the shoulder. She saw Shiba Ishin's unwillingness. To be honest, she was also very unwilling. However, Anohana still spoke to comfort Ishin. Captain Shiba, don't worry, Room 46 has not yet tried Akyo, and everything is still unknown. I hope so. Ishin nodded slightly, then sighed and said, Captain Uajika, thank you for your hard work. I'll go back to the team to find the boy Tianying. I'll contact you if I need anything. After saying goodbye, Ishin returned directly to the 10th Division, while Anohanaretsu went to the 6th Division. As a patrol and security unit, the 10th Division occasionally arrests and imprisons some people who violate the law, so it also has 6 prison cells in the team. Tianying and Toshiro were both locked in the prison room. Because it is more familiar. There were no soldiers in the 10th Division to put restraints on the 2 Sky Eagles. They simply locked them in and specially arranged 2 compartments for them that were relatively close together. At this moment, Toshiro was sitting on the bed in the prison cell, staring at the sky outside the window in a daze. He didn't expect that as soon as he sent away the Nohara shopkeeper's son, he would be brought here. Toshiro didn't blame Tianying, no one would have thought of such a thing. He just couldn't figure it out. Why was the death of Nohara's shopkeeper not taken seriously, but the death of Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze shocked even the entire Godi I-13 team? I have to say, this is really a ridiculous result. Compared to Toshiro, Tianying seems to be much calmer. He was indeed a little shocked for a moment when Tsuneya Shiro Kashinai, but now he has returned to normal. During this time he has been thinking about a question. That's why Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze bumped into Tsuneya Shiro Wiryu's sword? Amaji knew that his kick was not heavy, and Tsuneya Shiro Wiryu could react and take Tsuneya Shiro Tokikaze instead of stabbing him with a knife. Did Tsuneya do this on behalf of Wolong intentionally or unintentionally? If it was intentional, it would be too obvious. Tsuneya Shiro Wolong should not be so stupid, he is dragging himself into the water. But if it was unintentional, what exactly influenced Tsuneya Shiro Wiryu? After thinking for a long time, Tianying couldn't think of a reason. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the wall. Toshiro was locked up next door. Toshiro. How is the son of the Nohara shopkeeper? I don't know, I sent him to the doctor and then left. Oh. Tianying replied lightly, and the prison room became quiet again. After a while, Toshiro patted the wall again. Tianying, why didn't anyone take Grandpa Nohara's death seriously? He doesn't care about how he will be treated, but wants to know why there are so many differences between people. Tianying thought seriously for a while, and originally wanted to answer that it was because his background was too humble, but after thinking about it, he changed his answer to a more appropriate answer. It's because my own strength is too weak. Yes. Origin and so on are just an innate factor. Being weak is the original sin. In this world, the lives of the weak are like ants. Only the strong can decide their own destiny. Tianying's words were like a bolt of lightning that penetrated Toshiro's heart. In fact, Toshiro already had the answer. But he didn't want to believe it. Chapter 113. 2 days later. Toshiro was the first to be released from the prison cell. The reason is that Toshiro was not present when Kusanai died in Tsuneyashiro. This is also the result of the dedicated work of Anohanaretsu and Shiba. Of course, the most important thing is that Tianying takes the responsibility of beating people by himself. Compared with the death of Kusanai during Tsuneyashiro, the beating was just a minor episode. What's more, the person that the Tsuneyashiro family wants to pursue is not Toshiro, but the Shiba family's Sky Eagle. Letting Toshiro go would be considered as giving face to the Godai 13th team. For the Tsuneyashiro family, replacing a branch house BD with a Shiba genius would not be a loss at all. In fact, most people don't know that the Shiba family's current decline is indeed related to the Tsuneyashiro family. As for why? Those who know will not mention it, and those who do not know will not ask. Afternoon. The captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, brought several Xing troops to the 10th Division in person, with the purpose of forcing the prisoner Shiba Tianying into a nest of maggots. After the trial of Central 46, former 4th Division 3rd Seat Shiba Amanita deliberately killed Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, relieved him of his position as 4th Division 3rd Seat, expelled the Godai 13th Division, and imprisoned Maggot's nest. To be honest, after Tianying learned the news, he was not surprised. From the moment Tsuneyashiro's Kusanai fell, he knew that someone would make a fuss about it. Skyhawk was not worried that he would be executed. Although the Shiba family has now moved out of Siritii, their aristocratic status is still there. According to Sky Eagle's idea, he should be imprisoned in Mao underground prison. But he didn't expect that he would be imprisoned in the maggot's nest in the end. Although Sky Eagle has never been to the maggot nest, he is no stranger to it. The current captain of Division 12, Niri Yuri, was released from the maggot nest by Urahara Kisuk. Jushiro also said before that some Shinigami who left the Godai 13 without authorization were also imprisoned there. When he was taken away from the 10th Division by Sui Feng, Tianying only wore a white plain clothes. On the day he was confirmed to be imprisoned in the maggot nest, he had already been deprived of his Shinigami identity. The Zanpakutt and the death-haunted suit had already been confiscated at that time. But Skyhawk didn't care. No one knows that even if he doesn't have a Zanpakutt in his hand, he can still exert the power of the Zanpakutt. The tattoo on the back is a medium similar to a Zanpakutt. During this time, Libra has been analyzing the functions of the Zanpakutt. Not so long ago, time told Tianying that Libra could actually be used as a medium to transform into a Zanpakutt. Moreover, the Zanpakutt transformed by Libra was truly bred from the soul of Sky Eagle and is not subject to any interference from any force. On the way from the 10th Division to the 2nd Division, Yuxin and Sui Feng walked in front. Toshiro and the current 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the supervision team Ahara Yunzuk followed the 2 division captains. Tianying was tightly surrounded by Xing Jun. He acted very calmly and did not look like he was being imprisoned at all. This made Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, and Yun Ji, the captain of the supervision team, couldn't help but look at him. They had escorted many people into the maggot nest, but this was the first time they had seen someone so calm. In fact, the name Shiba Tianying is still very famous in Jinglingting. the youngest student at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and the fastest to graduate. Shinigami is the youngest in the Godi 13 and the fastest promoted. Each title proves this young man's talent. Even the current training method used by Xing Jun was developed by this young man. The occurrence of this incident made Sui Feng a little regretful. But it's just a pity. For Sui Feng, all she has to do is implement the tasks assigned by the first team. As for other rights and wrongs, they are not within the scope of her consideration. In fact, as this matter has developed so far, Sky Eagle has only been imprisoned in the maggot's nest, and it was through the efforts of many people. Anohanaretsu and Shiba don't say anything at all. Jushiro, Kiraku, and even Byakuya also contributed. It is because of them that Aquila was saved from being imprisoned in Mao's underground great prison. The door of the second division. Jushiro, Anohana, Kiryu, Kaien, Shiba, and others are all waiting here. They wanted to see Aquila one last time before he entered the maggot nest. Although they can also enter the maggot nest, the procedures that need to be completed are very troublesome, and the impact of frequent visits to the maggot nest in their capacity is not good. Seeing Sui Feng and Yuxin approaching with a large army, Uzhawa and others stepped forward to greet them. "Thank you, Captain Sui Feng." Ms. Hua nodded slightly to Sui Feng, but there was no usual gentle smile on her face. Jushiro and Jinraku also came over to say hello to Sui Feng. Sui Feng glanced at a few people and simply replied, "It's my duty." Then he waved behind him, signaling Xing Jun to bring Tianying over. After all, the people standing here are the top brass of the Godi 13, so I still need to give these people some face. Let's talk, but don't delay for too long. Understood, thank you. Jushiro called Kaien and Shiba over. Shiba couldn't stop crying when he saw Tianying for the first time. She never imagined that her second brother, whom she had been proud of countless times, would actually become a prisoner this time, and would be imprisoned in a place like the maggot's nest. Kaien's face didn't look good either, but he could only sigh silently. He only hated that he was not capable enough and failed to protect his younger brother well. Upon seeing this, Tianying walked directly in front of Shivatu and stretched out his hands controlled by the wooden frame to wipe Shivatu's tears. "Sister-in-law, it's not like I'm dead. Don't be so sad." Tianying. Shiba sobbed and touched Tianying's face, and murmured in a low voice, "It's all my fault that my sister-in-law is incompetent and can't protect you properly." Kaien also came over, "Sky Eagle, don't worry, my uncle and I will do our best to rescue you from the maggot nest. You should stay in there for a while first." Skyhawk smiled and nodded. To be honest, he wasn't worried about his situation. It's just a nest of maggots. He can leave anytime he wants. With this period of practice, he has been able to master part of Nkong's abilities. Although it is impossible to directly tear apart the space and enter Hueco Mundo like Nkong did before, there is still no problem in moving within the scope of Jinglingting. In the past 2 days, Tianying has been thinking about the whole story. The fact that Tsuneyashiro Wiryu accidentally killed Tokikaze is very suspicious in itself. Tianying thought of a possibility, that is, the intervention of a third party affected Tsuneyashiro Wolong's cognition. That's why he accidentally stabbed Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze to death. There is only one person who can do this. That would be Izensuk. Chapter 114. Maggot's Nest. This place is located underground in the northwest of the station of the 2nd Division of Jinglingting, and next to it is a moat-like place. The entrance to the maggot nest is on the surface. From the outside, it looks like a square passage. Many Xing troops stand guard on the left and right sides of the passage, and there are patrols around from time to time. Judging from the garrison strength, the security here is quite strict. Yunji, captain of the 2nd Division Supervision Team, said hello to several Xing Jun soldiers, and then led Tianying into the entrance of the maggot nest. When you first enter the passage, the light gradually dims, and the surrounding area is not very wide. It is probably only enough for 4 people to walk side by side. I have to say that this design is very clever. After all, this is just a prison and there is no need to make it very open. With this kind of design, if people inside riot, the narrow passage alone may save a lot of manpower to suppress it. After walking up nearly 100 steps, the light source from the ground has completely lost its effect. Fortunately, a lot of ginkgo are planted on the top of the passage. Through the faint light emitted by the ginkgo, people can still see clearly. Yunja seemed to be very satisfied with the design of the maggot nest, and from time to time he would introduce the situation here to Tianying, but Tianying didn't feel too big about it. After all, because of Kyokaku, he lived underground in Shiba's house for a long time. After descending the stairs, Yunji led Tianying through a maze-like place. At the end of the maze, a black iron door stood solemnly. "Arrive." After hearing Yunji's words, Tianying nodded slightly. In fact, Yunji didn't need to say it, he knew it was coming. Seeing Yunsuk coming with people, 2 Shinigami walked out of the room outside the iron gate, and they looked like they should be guards. Sure enough, Yunji said hello to one of them and then walked to the iron gate. After a while, Yunsuk and Shinigami, who had greeted each other before, took out a key from their clothes and inserted it into the 2 keyholes of the iron door. Kaka. It seems that because this door is not opened often, the friction sound of the 2 keys turning in the hole is a bit harsh. Following a harsh roar, the prison where the heavy criminals were held was opened again. As usual, Yunsuk walked aside and informed the other Shinigami on duty about the information about the detainees. Shiba Skyhawk, formerly the 3rd seat of the 4th Division, was convicted of murdering a nobleman. After being tried by Central 46, he was expelled from the Godei 13th Division and imprisoned in Maggot's Nest. The Shinigami on duty nodded, took out a booklet, and wrote down the information Yunsuk said. When he heard Tianying's identity at first, he couldn't help being surprised, but after knowing the reason why Tianying was imprisoned, he didn't ask too much. The 3rd officer of the squad was imprisoned in Maggot's Nest for murdering a nobleman. This information revealed a lot. "Okay, Captain." A few minutes later, the recording Shinigami closed the book and gave an explanation to Yunsuk. Yunji nodded, without saying anything in particular, and walked directly into the iron gate with Tianying. The scene you see after entering the iron gate is similar to the scene in the anime. Unlike the narrow passage outside, the real main area of the maggot nest is very open. Tianying took a preliminary look and found that it was about the size of a football field and about 40 meters high. Directly in front of the door is an empty square. There are 2 rows of cells arranged in order on the left and right sides of the square. Black iron bars are inlaid on the khaki walls, making the cells neatly and orderly. At this time, there were not many people in the cells of Maggot Nest, and the detainees were all standing in the square. Quiet. It was Sky Eagle's first impression of this place. Although there were many people dressed the same as himself standing in the square at this time, they did not make a sound, but stared blankly at Yunji and himself, looking like the walking dead. Seeing that Tianying didn't speak, Yunja patted his shoulder gently and showed a meaningful smile. In the maggot nest, no one can help you arrange anything. Everything has to be done by yourself. You need to find the cell by yourself. If you have the ability, knock down one of them and his cell will be yours. You. After saying that, Yunji walked to one side of the iron gate, then crossed his arms across his chest and leaned his back against the wall, as if watching a show. In fact, with Yunji's ability as the captain of the supervision team, he could forcefully subdue these prisoners, but he was not prepared to do so. First, the young man in front of him is not related to him, so there is no need for him to help this young man stand up. Secondly, this young man has caused a lot of noise in Jingling Court during this period, and he also wants to see what kind of thing this legendary young genius is. Third, as the captain of the 2nd Division Supervision Team and the absolute manager of the Maggot Nest, he needed to let the young man understand that this was no longer the outside, but a prison cell. In other words, Yunji wants to tell Tianying that you are no longer the third equal to me. You are just a prisoner and must accept my management. Tianying glanced at Yunji. He understood what Yunji was thinking, but he didn't care. Although he didn't want to make any big noise, it was still necessary to establish his authority. He didn't want to be bullied by this group of walking zombies. Moreover, defeating the guys here at once can save a lot of trouble. After all, Tianying came here with other plans. Although most of the people imprisoned here are not strong, there are still many people who have withdrawn from the Godai 13 and been imprisoned. Being able to become a Shinigami, no matter how weak the strength is still stronger than an ordinary Shinigami. In Tianying's eyes, these people are all materials that can be made. Maybe if they work hard, they can build a team. Thinking of this, Tianying smiled slightly. He moved his neck, and then slowly walked to the center of the square. No one here had a zanpakut, so they could only use gestures and fists. Who would convince people with reason if they could conquer them with their hands? Hey, I'm not targeting anyone. Everyone in this nest of maggots, except me, is a waste. After a few seconds, the whole nest of maggots was boiling. Beat him. Beat this brat to death. Get out of your way, I want to fight him one-on-one. Get out of here. Is it your turn to be a weakling like you? Don't rob anyone, I will definitely kill him today. Originally, there were some prisoners who didn't completely lose their minds when they saw Yunsuk's presence. But when he saw everyone moving, he could no longer suppress the violence in his heart and rushed towards the young man standing in the middle of the square with a roar. Yunji leaned against the wall, his eyes twitching slightly. He asked this young man to find a cell and live in it. This young man really wanted to take over everything. Immediately, the amusement in Yunji's eyes disappeared, and he secretly adjusted his body posture. Although he still looked half leaning on the wall, several power points on his body had found support, and he was obviously ready to take action. Yunji wanted to educate this young man, but he didn't dare to let anything happen to him. On the way to escort, Yunji saw with his own eyes the 4 captains coming to see him off. Even Sui Feng, his always meticulous partner, made an exception and gave the young man time to say goodbye to his family. All in all, although this guy came in, there were people above him. I can't afford to offend myself. Not to be offended. Chapter 115. Maggot's nest is in the middle of the square. 20 or 30 prisoners rushed towards Tianying, and there were many prisoners around who were charging towards him. Tianying's face was calm, not at all panicked, and he assumed a fighting stance as if he were strolling in a garden. Street fights were commonplace in the original world. The first ones to approach Tianying were 2 bald prisoners, one on the left and one on the right, taking advantage of the attack. The bald man on the left swung his right fist and hit Tianying directly in the face. The bald man on the right raised his right leg, trying to sweep the sky eagle's abdomen. In an instant, the eagle moved. He directly used his left foot as the axis, rotated his body in a circle to avoid the 2 attacks, then raised his right hand and hit the side of the left bald head hard with his elbow. Bang! Tianying's blow was so powerful that it knocked out several teeth of the bald man on the left. Because the force was too great, the bald head who was attacked was unable to control his body for a while and hit the bald head on the right side heavily. Just like that, the 2 reflective heads came into close contact, and they both collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Now that he has taken action, Tianying naturally has no intention of controlling his power, and he knows that these guys will not be killed so easily. After knocking down 2 bald heads, Tianying advanced instead of retreating, found a gap in the double team, and quickly punched. As a black boxer, he naturally knows that attacking a person's jaw is the easiest place to make people faint, so he always hits this point with every punch. It's really impossible to hit. He also hit the prisoner's ribs and abdomen. In short, every blow would cause the prisoner to be severely injured. It seems that because of the existence of such things as Zanpakuto, the boxing and kicking skills of most Shinigami in this world are generally not strong. The so-called Zanpakuto, boxing may be the least valued skill. If Tianying remembers correctly, among the 13th Division, only the members of the 2nd Division would pay more attention to white hits. As time passed, more and more prisoners were lying on the ground, but Tianying showed no signs of fatigue and was still chasing a group of people alone. That's right, it's a person chasing a group of people. This was basically impossible to happen in the original world, but in the Shinigami world, Aquila did it. Although he was attacked many times, he was always able to avoid the vital points with his rich fighting experience. With the support of his strong body, he completed the feat of 1 to 50. Soon, only 3 people were left standing in the middle of the square, including Sky Eagle. Some of the remaining 40 or 50 people had fainted, while others were lying on the ground rolling around, holding the areas where they had been attacked and wailing. "Are you still fighting?" Hearing Sky Eagle's question, the heads of the 2 remaining prisoners shook like rattles. One of them, Shinigami, who had a flat nose, took a trembling step back. Don't fight, I will listen to you, you will be the boss of the maggot nest from now on." Another Shinigami with blue hair looked pale and his legs were shaking. "I wonder what I call this boss." "Amazon." Amaji smiled heartily, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "My name is Shiba Amazon. Nice to meet you. Can you help me find an empty room?" Tianying smiled kindly, but the prisoner with the flat nose and blue hair felt a chill in his back. Who would have thought that just now, the kid in front of him used a strange fighting method to kill 40 or 50 prisoners? You must know that although these prisoners are not strong men, there are still some former Shinigami in them. Just as the 2 were about to take Tianying to a cell, a burst of applause suddenly came from the door. Bang 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 bang! At some point, Yunji, the captain of the supervision team, had left the wall he was leaning on and stood not far away. "I didn't expect you to adapt so quickly, Shiba-sanji." Yunji applauded and walked over with a smile. As he approached the center of the square, Yunji suddenly pointed at the Sky Eagle and asked the prisoner with a flat nose and blue hair, "Qing Yuan, Zhang Ping, what did you just call him?" The 2 prisoners known as Qing Yuan and Zhang He looked at each other, and then showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Yun. Captain Yunsuk, we are joking." As they spoke, they backed away, looking very afraid of Yunsuk. It's not their fault either. As the captain of the supervision team, Yunsuk suppressed many riots in the maggot nest. A person like Tianying can clean up all the prisoners with his bare hands, which is just the most basic requirement to become the captain of the supervision team. Tianying occasionally tried his best today, but Yunja was really good at clocking in on time. In order to establish his authority, Yunji would basically find an excuse to clean up the prisoners in the maggot nest every half a month. The prisoners were obviously more afraid of Yunji than Tianying. Tianying glanced at Yunja, then stretched out his left hand to scratch the base of his ear. Yunji's point about Xiaojuju is too obvious. He just wanted this group of prisoners to suppress him, but now that he saw the prisoners being taken care of by him, he couldn't help but want to do it himself. To be honest, if Yunji and Tianying had made it clear from the beginning and told Tianying to be honest inside and not cause trouble, Tianying might still listen to him. But the problem is that the fight has already happened. He plotted against Tianying, and Tianying didn't want to save face for him. Ever since the incident involving Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze, Tianying has figured out a lot. If you want to be content, others won't let you be. In front of someone who dislikes you, even if you do nothing, he will still target you. It has nothing to do with hatred, just because of a certain thing. I don't look for trouble, and I'm not afraid of trouble. If you want to use yourself to establish authority again, then you have to show the truth. Tianying coughed lightly and took a step forward. "Captain Yunsuk, they just called me boss. Is there any problem?" Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping obviously did not think that Tianying would stand up for them. When they saw Tianying walking forward, their pupils shrank. Yunji naturally noticed the expressions of the two prisoners, and his expression became a little ugly. To be honest, he has no grudge against the young man in front of him, and he has never thought about doing anything to the young man in front of him. Yunzuk's only miscalculation was that he didn't expect White Hits, the third member of the healing team, to be so strong. But things have happened, and he must take action. As the third seat of the second division, he is also the captain of the supervision team in charge of this maggot nest. He, Feng Yunjia, must make all the prisoners in this maggot nest understand that there can only be one boss inside. That's him. Chapter 116. He. Yunji suddenly laughed and moved his limbs. As he moved his hands and feet, there was a clicking sound from the joints. He stared at the skyhawk for a while and showed a weird smile. Shiba Tianying, you haven't figured out what this place is yet. I don't care what your status is outside, but inside this nest of maggots, what I say counts. As soon as the words fell, Yunji disappeared from the spot instantly. Immediately afterwards, Tianying felt a harsh sound breaking through the air from the left side. Shunpo plus straight punch, simple and clear attack. The second division is the management department of the secret mobile team, and the overall level of squadron member Shunpo is the highest in the entire GODI 13 team. And Yunji happened to be the best in the secret mobile team. Although he and Sui Feng were both descendants of the B family, Sui Feng promoted him to the third seat of the second division without any mixed feelings. Well done! Skyhawk's eyes lit up. Every time he fought with Hollow, he used a sword or kid. It was rare to encounter an opponent with good skills, and Tianying also became interested. The moment Yunji's straight punch came, Tianying did not dodge, but raised his left arm at a 90-degree angle to protect his left foot. This is an action he has been used to since he was a black boxer. Raising his arms to defend allows him to grasp the opponent's strength and make an expectation for the next fight. Boom! Yunzuk's fist directly hit the outside of Tianying's left arm, making a muffled sound. The eagle was motionless. After this period of polishing, coupled with Kaide stimulating his body all the time, his physical strength is obviously not something that a three-seat man can penetrate with his bare hands. What's more, this is the Shinigami world. Unless the difference in spiritual pressure is not big, the battle will be a crushing one. As it happens, Tianying's spiritual pressure is much higher than Yunzuk's. This is a gap that cannot be made up by speed alone. Seeing that the straight punch missed, Yunji turned his fist to grab Tianying's wrist, directly used the force to twist his waist and push his left knee towards Tianying's face. But the attack was still in vain. Tianying's right hand appeared in the path of Yunzuk's left knee attack in advance, and directly suppressed this knee strike. Yunji frowned, released Tianying's wrist, used his left knee as a point to push away Tianying's right hand, returned to the original point and disappeared again. This time he appeared behind Sky Eagle and hit Sky Eagle's back with his right whip leg. As if the Sky Eagle had eyes, it took a step forward to avoid the attack. Seeing that the attack failed, Yunji once again took up position and kicked to the side. Boom! This kick was powerful and heavy, but Tianying still blocked it with his arms. Next, Yunzuk launched a violent offensive, his body constantly moving around Tianying, his hands, feet and even his head all became weapons for Yunzuk's attack. The Sky Eagle was like a boat, swaying left and right under the violent attack, but from beginning to end, he never fought back. But it's not because he doesn't dare, but because he wants to observe Yunzuk's fighting style. Shunpo's routine of combining punches and kicks is not very proficient. It's rare that someone can let him learn from it, so why not do it? If he takes action and Yunji lets him get injured, who will teach him a lesson? With this idea in mind, Tianying only passively defended and didn't even make any counterattacks. 2 minutes later, Yunzuk stopped. The high-intensity attack that lasted for 2 minutes did not disturb his breath, but at this moment, his face looked a little helpless and a little angry. Although Yunji didn't want to admit it, the fact was that he had kicked an iron plate. He really couldn't defeat the young man in front of him. Yunsuk thinks that his white hits level is very strong, and even some captains of the Godi may 13th not be as good as him in terms of white hits alone, otherwise he would not agree to become the captain of this supervisory team. In the entire second division, except for Captain Sui Feng who could really crush him, even Vice-Captain Omada couldn't do it. But now there is one more Shiba Skyhawk. Although this boy deep in the nest of maggots was expelled from the Godi 13, he was now a prisoner under the management of the second division. Technically speaking, he belonged to the second division. But if you can't beat him, you can't beat him. Even if you are knocked down, Yunji will admit it. Not fighting back is an insult to yourself. Why don't you fight back? Yunji stared at Tianying, his tone a little annoyed. Knocking you down won't do me any good, why should I fight back? You. Yunji felt like a clown at the moment. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. When Tianying saw this, he didn't say anything sarcastic. As he just said, defeating Yunja would not do him any good. It was just changing the manager of the maggot nest, which was unnecessary. What's more, Tianying saw a hint of madness in the eyes of the prisoners next to him. He was afraid that as long as he knocked Yunsuk down, they would rush out without hesitation. All around. With this confrontation between Tianying and Yunsuk, the nerves of the still conscious prisoners in the maggot nest became tense. There is no doubt about the strength of this new guy. The prisoners all saw that Yunsuk did not let go. The speed of Yunsuk's attack just now was not at the same level as the speed he used to educate them. But even so, such a fierce attack was still blocked by the guy in front of him. Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping had already hit aside, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, as if they had seen the young man leading them to overthrow oppression. All the prisoners who were still lying on the ground also stood up. They helped each other and walked to the side. Even the unconscious guy on the ground was woken up by a rough slap with a big mouth. Yunji naturally noticed the behavior of these people, and his face became more and more ugly. He was even somewhat grateful that the young man in front of him had not knocked him down, otherwise there would have been a riot in the maggot nest, and he would have been torn into pieces by the prisoners who had been educated by him all year round. Thinking of this, Yunji felt that Tianying was a lot more pleasing to his eyes, but he still looked at Tianying nervously. After all, he didn't know what Tianying was thinking. Tianying's expression was calm, showing no emotion or anger. He just glanced at Yunja lightly, and then slowly approached Yunja. Following Tianying's movements, Yunsuk, like all the prisoners, clenched his fists nervously. Tianying stretched out his right hand. This action made Yunji feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. But Yunja thought too much. Tianying just patted him lightly on the shoulder. Okay, Yunji Sangzi, you have sent me in, why don't you leave? Yunji exhaled a breath, you. He originally wanted to ask Sky Eagle what his plans were next in the maggot nest, but he held back. He didn't know in what capacity he should ask. Managers? They are not strong enough and cannot suppress them. Colleague? This young man has been expelled from the team. Friends? Not really. I just wanted to plot against them. As if seeing Yunji's hesitation, Tianying leaned forward a little, and then whispered in Yunji's ear. Yunja Sangzi, I have no interest in becoming the boss of this shabby place, nor do I have any interest in leading this group of prisoners to riot. You continue to be the captain of your supervision team, I will continue to be my prisoner, and everyone will be safe. Okay. At this moment, Yunja really felt like a clown. Everything he thought was actually just his wishful thinking. He was convinced. Chapter 117. In the days that followed, Sky Eagle lived very comfortably in the maggot's nest. No prisoner dared to cause trouble to him, and he even served him comfortably. Since then, Yunji has never come to trouble him again. Everything in the maggot nest has returned to its original state, except for the addition of an obedient boss. Nothing has changed. Of course, Sky Eagle doesn't do nothing. He occasionally gets to know the prisoners in the maggot nest through chat, trying to dig out one or two treasure captains like Nirvana from here. After a few days of contact, he still fell in love with two people. These two people were Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping, who were the only ones left standing after the attack on Tianying. Both of them had been imprisoned not long ago, but it had only been more than 2 years. Compared to other guys who were like walking zombies, although these two people also wanted to get out, they still had some sense. Qing Yuan was a former member of the 11th Division. Because he could not adapt to the abnormal training mode of the 11th Division, he had the idea of retiring from the team. Who knew that this withdrawal would change him from a decent Shinigami to a prisoner? As for Zhang He, he was originally a member of the 12th Division and a member of the Seoul Society Technology Development Bureau. The reason why he came in was rather tragic. Nirvana often does some prohibited experiments, and when he is discovered occasionally, some participants naturally need to come forward to support him. Zhang Ping is such an unlucky guy. A week has passed since the Sky Eagle entered the maggot nest. Kukaki Hyejin's condition has not worsened due to Akio's treatment, but he still looks a little weak. Byakuya tried feeding Hyejin food with high spiritual power, and also tried to supplement Hyejin's missing spiritual power with his own spiritual pressure, but it had no effect. Everything is as Tianying said, only he can cure the strength in Hyejin's body. After much thought, Byakuya decided to take Hyejin to the 2nd Division. Previously, Byakuya had already greeted Central 46 and the 2nd team because of the problem with Hyejin. Both parties agreed to let Shiba Tianying treat Hyejin every week. Of course, the time is only half a day, and it can only be in the 2nd team building. During this half day, Skyhawk can once again obtain the Zanpakutte, but Byakuya and others assume the responsibility of guarding it. This is Jinglingting, a place where the idea of privilege is extremely serious. In the eyes of those in room 46, allowing Sky Eagle to come out of the maggot nest is already a gift to him. As for Sky Eagle's own thoughts, they don't care. But they didn't know that Tianying would help Hyejin treat him not because of their little charity, but because of Byakuya himself. In Skyhawk's opinion, Maggot's nest is pretty good. There is a group of obedient subordinates inside, and Byakuya can still owe him a favor outside. The most important thing is that after he has found out all the people inside, he can implement the next plan. After the lunch break, Tianying was lifted out of the maggot nest by Yunji. He saw someone being taken out of the maggot nest, and the prisoners inside almost rioted again. However, under Tianying's sharp look, all the prisoners became honest. Stepping onto the ground again, Skyhawk looked up at the sky. Maybe it was because he had been down there for a week, and even though it was winter, the Sky Eagle felt that the sunlight was a bit dazzling. After a while, Tianying followed Yunsuk to a very ordinary room. Byakuya and Hyejin were waiting at the door, and Sui Feng and Anohana were also standing beside them. Amaji's Zanpakutte was temporarily confiscated in the 4th Division at Anohana's strong request, and Anohana came this time to naturally give away the sword. Tianying smiled at everyone, and then took the Zanpakutte from his teacher's hand naturally, not at all like a prisoner. However, after receiving the Zanpakutte, Skyhawk did not enter the room immediately, but turned to look at Byakuya. Captain Kukaki, there is something I need to make clear to you. Although Tianying and Byakuya had become quite familiar with each other after the last banquet at Kukaki's house, there were still outsiders present, so he still addressed Byakuya's position directly. Hearing Tianying's words, Byakuya nodded slightly. You say it. Tianying smiled slightly. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to tell you that I treated Sister Hyejin not for the sake of room 46 or other outsiders, but simply because of the teacher's instructions and my actions. You have to understand the responsibility of a doctor. He said this just because he didn't want Byakuya to misplace his favor. Tianying feels that revenge has a debtor, and the same is true for repaying kindness. When Byakuya heard this, he was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally. He naturally heard what Tianying meant. Seeing the serious expression on Aquila's face, Byakuya secretly felt funny, but he still nodded to express his agreement with Aquila's words. After briefly speaking, Tianying took Fiajin into the room for treatment. During the treatment, the three captains stayed in the room, while Yunsuk stood outside. About half an hour later, Tianying slowly stood up. Fiajin's face was obviously much better than before, which made Byakuya very happy. This was the first time for Sui Feng to see Skyhawk healing someone else. She didn't know Kaide, so she didn't understand why it was necessary to release Skyhawk from the nest of maggots to treat an ordinary person. However, she didn't say much. Selling Central 46 and the Kukaki family saved face, so why not do it? After a good meal, Tianying was taken back to the maggot nest by Yunsuk again. Before leaving, he specifically told Byakuya that the next treatment would be in the morning 7 days later. Only by confirming the time, he could safely get out of the maggot nest. Go out for a walk. I had been staying inside before and didn't dare to leave, because I was afraid that Byakuya would suddenly bring Hyjin over. It will be fun when the second team runs into the maggot nest and cannot find themselves. Skyhawk already had a plan. This time, after he returned to the maggot nest, he used Angkong's ability to sneak out. First, go to the 12th Division to steal some high-tech communication equipment and give it to Zhang Ping and Qing Yuan. This way, you can ensure that you can keep an eye on whether anyone is checking the post at any time, and you can feel more at ease outside. Tianying also wants to go to Pu Yuan in the present world to see if he can get a black cloak. The black cloak is a good thing, a must-have for killing people, setting fire to homes and robbing homes. Returning to the maggot nest, Tianying washed the brains of the prisoners inside and then rested. A silver light flashed in the cell, and no one except Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping knew that there was another prisoner missing in this maggot nest. Chapter 118. The night in Jinglingting has always been quiet. As the headquarters of Shinigami, the safety factor here has always been very high. Even if Rukanga is occasionally visited by experimental virtual objects released by Aizen, it has never affected this place. After all, there is a city wall made of murderous stones on the outside of Jingling Court, and the 4 gates located on the 4 sides are also guarded by heroes. Skyhawk directly used the space from the maggot nest to move to the equipment room of the 4th Squadron because his Zanpakuto was here. Although Tianying has mastered the skill of space transfer, he is still unable to move as freely as Angkong. His space transfer must arrange items with space marks in advance. Because the incident happened suddenly, he did not make such preparations when he entered the maggot's nest. Fortunately, his Zanpakuto was not taken back by the team and could still be used as a teleportation item. After appearing in the equipment room, Tianying casually picked up a Death Domination outfit from a shelf. After tying the pockets of the Death BA suit, he hung his Zanpakut on his waist and walked out. Wearing the white prison uniform of Maggot's Nest, walking on the avenue of Jinglingting is too conspicuous, and it will be very troublesome if he is discovered. Jinglingting seems to be defenseless at night, but Tianying knows that there will still be patrols from the 10th Division on various roads occasionally. Even if he can hide himself from them, he will still be caught by the video of the 12th Division. Attention is drawn to surveillance findings. Tonight's target was Division 12. After Skyhawk left the house, he set off towards the west. Tianying hid his spiritual pressure all the way, avoiding the patrolling team members, and finally arrived at the door of the 12th Division without any danger. With a slight leap, he jumped onto the top of the 12th Division team building, then took out a mask and put it on his face. During his tenure as the 3rd seat of the 4th Division, he came to the 12th Division several times to pick up items, so he was quite familiar with the place and would not get lost. Relying on his memory, Tianying touched the warehouse. He did not rush in, but took a piece of cloth to cover his face, and then stretched out his hand to touch the top of the warehouse. A trace of spiritual pressure poured into the wall along his arm. Through the spiritual feedback from the wall, he confirmed that there was no one in the warehouse. This is not surprising. The security factor of Jingling Court has always been very high, and a lock is enough to prevent theft. Certainly. Beware of gentlemen, not villains. The Sky Eagle is exactly the little man. Meat supplement? This damn Nirvana created this thing and didn't even take it out. Communicator, take it, take it. Meat bombs, good stuff. When Tianying saw the good things in a warehouse, he was immediately elated. Anyway, we can create a storage space and put it all in. After a while, the entire warehouse was completely emptied. Based on the principle that if you don't steal, it's a waste, Tianying didn't even leave the shelves where the items were placed. No, how can something done by a scholar be called stealing? I just borrowed it. After taking the things, Tianying thought for a while, found a piece of shashuo and took a space mark on it, so that he wouldn't have to go to such trouble next time. After doing all this, Sky Eagle teleported directly back to the maggot's nest. When they came back, Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping were not sleeping yet, but were staring nervously at the door. Tianying was very satisfied with their work attitude and patted their shoulders lightly. Well done. Yeah. Zhang Ping replied subconsciously, but he soon discovered that the position of his body being photographed was wrong. Qing Yuan was on his left side, but his shoulder should have been patted from behind. FK. Tianying quickly covered Zhang Ping's mouth with his eyes and quickly pulled Qing Yuan into the cell. Boss Tianying, why didn't you make any movement when you came back? It scared me to death. Zhang Qing kept patting his chest with his hands, his voice trembling as he spoke. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZU3 OTG3 OJQ equals. Tianying chuckled, took out 2 chicken legs from inside his clothes and threw them to the lookout duo. Of course, the chicken legs were not hidden in the clothes, they were taken out from the clothes just to hide them. The chicken legs were picked up by Tianying when he visited the kitchen of the 4th Division. He was a little hungry at that time, so he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, there were 2 chickens. Boss, where did you get it? It's such a good thing. I haven't eaten it in a long time. When Qing Yuan saw the chicken legs, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but swallow. Zhang Ping started chewing directly. As spiritual beings, people in the Soul Society actually do not need to eat. Even if they do eat food, it is usually just to satisfy their appetites. Moreover, the food in the Soul Society contains spiritual power and can help the body's recovery or cultivation. Generally speaking, the prisoners held in the maggot nest do not have food to replenish their spiritual power. This is mainly to weaken the prisoners' strength and facilitate the management of the supervision team. Qing Yuan and the 2 were eating, and Tianying was not idle either. He took out some things from his pocket and placed them on the ground. Green needle, wire-like rope, yellow ball. The things were all scavenged from the 12th team's warehouse. Because they were quite miscellaneous, Tianying didn't recognize them, so they were put out for Zhang Ping to see. Zhang Ping, come and see what these are. Woo, okay. Zhang Ping replied vaguely while still eating chicken drumsticks in his mouth. When he lowered his head and saw something on the ground, he stopped chewing. Goodoo. Zhang Ping swallowed all the chicken drumstick in his mouth. Boss, did you go to the warehouse of Division 12? Tianying nodded, then pointed to the ground and continued, there are too many things. I took a little of everything. Please help me see which ones are useful. Hearing this, Zhang Ping put the chicken drumsticks aside and casually wiped his hands on his clothes a few times. He first picked up the green syringe, put it next to his nose and smelled it, then picked it up and shook it a few times before staring at it for about 4 or 5 seconds. This is a meat supplement. I was arrested 2 years ago because I participated in its research and development. Zhang Ping's expression was a little ugly, and he laughed at himself and said, the meat supplement at that time was still in the experimental stage, and the subjects of the experiment were all Rukonga civilians with numbers after 70. In order to perfect this thing, many civilians were killed. Haha, I didn't expect that after I came in, this thing was actually completed. Tianying reached out and patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder. He sympathized with Zhang Ping, but there was no other way. This was Soul Society. Zhang Ping waved his hand, I'm fine. I've looked away from it in the past 2 years since I came here. I only have one wish now, which is to get out of the maggot nest. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to realize this wish. After a while, Zhang Ping picked up another wire-like rope. This thing is called the snake belly wrist. It was made by Nirvana for himself. It can be hidden in the arm. After being liberated, the arm can be extended to attack or capture. Of course, to use this thing, you must first modify your body. In the entire Technology Development Bureau, Nirvana is the only one using the snake belly wrist. Tianying nodded. He remembered the scene in the anime where Nirvana's arms stretched out quickly like lion majesty. It should be that this thing was installed in the arm. Tianying couldn't use this thing like Nirvana, and he had no idea of transforming his body. However, it can be placed in the storage space. It's also good as a concealed weapon. Chapter 119. This is a human explosive bomb. It can be hidden in the body of a Shinigami or civilian to turn it into a human bomb. And this one is a sickle. It's not very powerful but can be used as a hidden weapon. Zhang Ping pointed to the yellow projectile-shaped object and a small sickle and explained respectively. Is this communication device useful in the maggot nest? Tianying took out the communication device specially used for communicating with the Soul Society and handed it to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping reached out and took the communication device. Boss, how much of this communication device did you take? It's best to give it all to me first. Zhang Ping's expression was a little serious. He took apart the back of the communication device, took out a small white part from it, crushed it with his hands and threw it on the ground. Every communicator produced by the Technology Development Bureau will have positioning parts inside. On the one hand, it is to determine the position of the handheld communicator Shinigami, and on the other hand, it is also to prevent loss. After hearing Zhang Ping's explanation, Tianying quickly took out more than 100 communication devices from the storage space. This was all the inventory in Zhang's library of the 12th Division. Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping's jaws almost dropped to the ground when they saw Tianying constantly taking out things from his clothes. They really couldn't imagine how such a thin piece of clothing could hold so many things. But they didn't ask too much. After all, everyone has their own secrets, not to mention they are still their younger brothers. That Zhang Ping, please teach me and Qing Yuan how to dismantle it, otherwise it would be too slow for you to dismantle it one by one. In order to reduce Zhang Ping's burden, Tianying came up with a good idea. Zhang Ping's eyes twitched slightly. Seeing the communication devices all over the floor, he probably guessed that Tianying had looted the warehouse of the 12th Division. To be honest, he felt quite happy. As long as the people in Division 12 are unhappy, he will be happy. Who let those guys push themselves out and become abandoned? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that dismantling more than 100 communication devices was no longer a chore. That's right. Tianying suddenly looked at Zhang Ping and shouted, and then asked, Zhang Ping, if we have so many communication devices here now, have they been located by the Technology Development Bureau? Have you turned on the communication device? Zhang Ping asked. No. Sky Eagle shook his head. He came back directly after loading the things in the warehouse, so he had no time to study. That's no problem. Zhang Ping started to dismantle the communication device. The communication device will only send spirit waves to the Technology Development Bureau when it is turned on. When it is turned off, the Technology Development Bureau cannot locate it. That's good. Tianying breathed a sigh of relief. Although he has storage space and will not be discovered, he will become very passive if the 12th division targets the maggot nest. Zhang Ping, what is the communication range of the communication device? There is no problem from the Serenity Court to the present world, but I don't know about Hueco Mundo. Will communications be captured? It's hard to say, because the terminals of all the communicators are in the 12th division, and the content may be recorded, but it is not difficult. I will just set it up on a few communicators later. These communicators the band will not be captured by the terminal. Next, Tianying asked Zhang Ping some questions about these items of the 12th division. Zhang Ping answered these questions one by one, and even helped Tianying solve some problems in the use of items. For example, meat explosive bombs do not necessarily have to be placed in the bodies of Shinigami and civilians. Qin can also do it. Another example is that the snake belly wrist does not have to be installed inside the arm. It is also good to hide it inside the sleeve. You can even hide it in your pants. As soon as Zhang Ping proposed this suggestion, it was immediately rejected by Tianying. He didn't want murderous intent in his crotch. But Zhang Ping clearly suggested that he wear trousers. Early the next morning. The duty room of Division 12. Ta 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 ta. There was a rush of footsteps in the originally quiet room, and then the door was pushed open with a bang. The person on duty in the duty room wiped his blurred eyes and looked at the door with some surprise. Deputy Director. Why are you here? The officer on duty suddenly stood up and stared nervously at the man who came in. This man has black hair and 3 small horns on his forehead. He is the current Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau, Ajin. Akin is the same as Nirvana. They were both prisoners released from the maggot nest by Urahara Kisuk about 60 years ago, but they defected with Urahara Kisuk. Nirvana became the captain of the 12th Division and the director of the Technology Development Bureau, while Akon was the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau. Of course, Akon himself didn't care. Compared with his position, he cares more about whether he can conduct research well. At this time, Akon had lost his usual calmness, and the expression on his face was a bit ugly. He glanced around and then walked to the person on duty. Did you notice anything unusual while you were on duty last night? The red-haired Shinigami on duty shook his head. No. He fell asleep last night. How could he find anything abnormal? The Technology Development Bureau has the most advanced equipment in the entire Soul Society. Once an abnormal spiritual power fluctuation occurs somewhere in the Soul Society, the entire duty room will sound an alarm. So under normal circumstances, the on-duty personnel can actually rest, just don't sleep too much. The warehouse has been evacuated, did you know? Ajin asked calmly. The red-haired Shinigami shook his head subconsciously, and then froze for a moment. The warehouse was emptied. He ran directly to a row of machines on the left side of the duty room and pressed a few buttons on the machines. After a while, he pulled up all the surveillance images around the warehouse. Look here for yourself. If you can't find any problem, just wait until Director Niriyuri handles it. After saying that, Akon ignored the Shinigami on duty and walked out of the duty room directly to find Niruri. For such a big thing, he must report it to Nirvana. Nirvana's room is located in the dark room of the scientific research room. At this time, the scientific research room is empty. Ajin walked directly to the innermost wall, stretched out his hand and knocked on the wall. After a while, the wall in front of Ajin made noises, and Nirvana, who had just woken up, walked out of it. Akin? What are you doing here to disturb me so early? Chapter 120. At this time, Nishalai was still wearing pajamas, her eyes were a little hazy, and it seemed that she was busy late yesterday. Ajin was a little helpless. As a captain, he was smart, but he was also really lazy. Apart from doing experiments and sleeping in, he seemed to have no other interests. In this regard, he is somewhat similar to former Captain Urahara Kisuk. Maybe this is a common problem among scientists, and isn't it the same for me? If it weren't for the warehouse manager's announcement. Akin sighed, Captain Nirvana. The warehouse was stolen. Nishulai hadn't reacted yet, but stretched out to himself, with a somewhat impatient tone, what did you steal? What's all the fuss about? Everything was stolen. If you steal it, just steal it. There are so many things in the warehouse, how many can you steal? All. It's all. Ajin finally became impatient with Nirvana's perfunctory response, and his voice rose a few degrees. A huge roar echoed in the scientific research room, and the scene fell into dead silence. Nirvana and Urahara Kisuk seem to be Akon's nemesis. As long as one of these two people is around, the calm Akon is always easily agitated and even loses his temper on the spot. All. Akon's almost furious tone finally woke Nirvana out of his daze, and then he also let out a roar. Where are the people on duty in the duty room? What are they doing? The entire warehouse has been emptied, why don't you go check it out? After saying that, Nayuli ran towards the duty room without even changing into her pajamas. The red-haired Shinigami in the duty room had been staring at the screen for a while, but he didn't notice anything unusual at all. His expression was a little dull, as if he had seen a ghost. Boom! With a loud noise, the door to the duty room was knocked open again. The person who came was none other than Nirvana. He walked in without saying a word and went straight to the red-haired Shinigami on duty. Daro Yashida. Tell me what happened last night. Looking at the furious Nirvana, Daro Yashida quickly organized the words in his mind. Captain Huainai, according to what Deputy Director Ajin said, the warehouse has been evacuated. My subordinates have checked the surveillance cameras repeatedly and found nothing unusual. There was no alarm in the duty room last night. BD. Nirvana was like a furious lion, kicking the wall next to him. Where's the surveillance in the warehouse? How could there be nothing abnormal? The surveillance system in the warehouse has been out of order for 2 days. My subordinates have reported to you that this is a maintenance application. Please take a look at it. After saying that, Daro Yashida took out a piece of white paper from the pocket of Shiba's jacket and handed it to Niruri. Without saying a word, Nayuri snatched the paper from Yashida's hand and took a look, and then his hands were shaking. The paper does say application for warehouse monitoring and maintenance, and there is Nirvana's signature below. Why? Nishulai crushed the application into a ball. Why is it that even though this application has been approved, the monitoring in the warehouse is still broken? What about those bastards in the maintenance department? I must fire them. Put them away, sent to a nest of maggots. At this time, Akon came in from the door and answered Nirvana's words. Didn't you send all the people from the maintenance department to various Rukanga? There are still people there. In order to deal with the frequent Daegzu invasions in Rukanga, Nirvana asked people from the maintenance department to cooperate with the communication department to establish spiritual network monitoring in each Rukanga to facilitate the control of soul society. In the past 2 days, everyone in the maintenance department has left early and returned late, so no one has time to take care of the team's affairs. What's more, in all these years, I have never heard of anyone stealing from the warehouse of the 12th Division without opening their eyes. Nirvana thought for a while and looked at Yashida hatefully. He couldn't find a topic to scold Yashida. He felt very sad. Go and call Yasu over to me. There is communication equipment in the warehouse. I don't believe someone stole it and didn't use it. Yasu is the chief of the Communication Technology Research Department and the Radio Wave Measurement Department. He has equipment that can detect those communication devices. Nearly half an hour passed. The otaku-like Yao Zhou walked in sleepily, and Cai Hui came with him. Sae is the chief of the capture section, the person in charge of capturing experimental subjects of the Technology Development Bureau. She has long dark wavy hair, her left eye is covered by hair, and she has a grandeur that does not belong to the deputy captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Ranjaku. When he saw his two subordinates entering the door, Nai Yuli didn't waste any words. Yuzhou, the team's warehouse has been stolen. Everything has been stolen. Among the stolen items are a batch of communication devices. Now I need you to use technical means to locate the batch of unregistered communication devices. No problem. Yazhu took out a device similar to a USB flash drive from his pocket, and then walked to a corner of the duty room. There is equipment there specifically for his department. As the USB flash drive was plugged in, a series of codes appeared on the device's screen. I saw Yazhu's fingers flying like flies, and rows of codes were being generated continuously. Snap! Yazhu finally pressed a button hard, and a radar-like screen appeared on the screen. There are many green light spots on the screen, they are scattered irregularly, some are moving, and some are still. Yazhu yawned, the green light spots are registered communicators. They are within my monitoring range at any time. Unregistered communicators will display red on the screen, which means they have not yet been authorized. After saying that, Yazhu stared at the screen carefully for a while. Nai Shulai and others were also staring at the screen, looking for the red light spot that Yao Zhou mentioned. Why is there no red mark? There are more than 100 communication devices in stock, how come there is not even one? Nirvana murmured. Maybe it hasn't been turned on yet. Ying Zhou held his chin with his right hand and thought for a while before replying, the Communications Technology Research section can only position the communicator when the communicator is turned on. If the communicator is not turned on, otherwise, the positioning signal will not be sent. Yes. Nairi nodded, and then looked at Daro Yoshida, from now on, you will keep an eye on this place for me. Once you find a red signal, immediately notify me. When did you find the signals from those communication devices? When will you let me rest again? Seeing Daro Yoshida's seemingly reluctant face, Niriyuri suddenly raised his voice, did you hear that? Yes. Yoshida Dalin lowered his head. Although the Yoshida family is a noble, it is obviously not easy to function in such a scenario. Yao Zhou continued to tap on the device a few times, then stood up from his seat. Okay, I've already set it up. Once an unauthorized communicator is found, the duty room will sound an alarm. I'm going to rest first. Yeah. Nirvana nodded slightly. After Ying Zhou left, Nai Yuli looked at Cai Hui, the chief of the catching department. Cai Hui, go to the warehouse later and see if you can find any clues. As the chief of the capture section of the Technology Development Bureau, Cai Hui has completed many on-site capture missions. His reconnaissance capabilities are among the best in the 12th Division and he is deeply trusted by Nirvana. No problem. After receiving the order, Cai Hui walked out with charming steps. With such a figure, if he were in other squads, he would probably attract a lot of people's attention. But this is the 12th Division, the Otaku's ancestral grave. Chapter 121. Another night. Tianying asked Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping to guard the cell while he slipped away to Shiba's house. The modification of the communication device has not been completed, and Tianying did not come out with the communication device, so it cannot be out for too long. Shiba's house does not have the space coordinates left by Tianying, so he can only go there alone. After hiding all the way out of the White Way Gate, Skyhawk finally entered Rukonga. Rukonga was very quiet at this time, because it was night and the stores were closed tightly, so Tianying couldn't buy anything. Walking onto the familiar streets again, Tianying raised his head and glanced at the dark night sky, then fell into deep thought. The prisoners in the maggot nest have almost been surrendered by him. As long as it can be brought out, it will become a force that cannot be ignored. But now is not the time to bring them out. Once there is a problem with the maggot nest, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Godi 13th team and lead to arrests. Tianying was a little embarrassed. Because of Lin Runan's incident, he has been expelled from the team and has lost the ability to operate within the Godi 13 team. Although Anohanaretsu, Ishin, Kaien, and 2 Hero are all still in the Godei 13th team, except for 2 Hero, others do not completely have the same idea as him. Kaien and others still want to restore the glory of the Shiba family, while Anohana still relies on Yamamoto's orders. After all, my own strength is still too weak. Skyhawk sighed. Unknowingly, he had walked out of Lin Runan and set foot on the forest road in the suburbs. Except for the occasional sound of wind blowing against my face, there was no other sound around. Wrong. Sky Eagle suddenly stopped and glanced around. He didn't know why, but he always felt as if he was being watched as soon as he entered this forest road. Who is it? Come out! Tianying shouted tentatively, and his spiritual pressure flowed to his hands, ready to initiate space transfer back to the maggot nest at any time. After about a minute, there was still no movement around. There's something creepy about the Skyhawk. He had secretly turned on the spiritual power detection, but the feedback he got was that there was no spiritual power fluctuation within a radius of 2 kilometers. This is completely unreasonable. Tianying was convinced that Lin Runan was within the range of his spiritual power detection. Even the civilians there would have more or less spiritual power in their bodies, so it was impossible for them not to be able to sense it at all. The only possibility is that someone is deliberately interfering with his perception. No, you have to leave. After Tianying made the decision, his left hand prepared to condense the space spiritual pressure for transfer. At this moment, he felt his shoulder being held down. Yet, young Sky Eagle, are you ready to leave? Although this voice sounded gentle, it made Sky Eagle tremble all over. Aizen-suk. I actually forgot that this guy has a lot of spiritual surveillance in Rukanga. Oh? It seems like you have guessed who I am. I am really a smart little guy. Aizen let go of his hand, his words full of appreciation. The Skyhawk slowly turned around. Although he had already guessed that the person was Aizen, when he actually saw Aizen, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The corner of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and an imperceptible light flashed in the corner of his eyes. You seem to be afraid of me? Can you tell me why? Aizen has always been wondering why this boy has always been afraid of him. Although the young man did not show any abnormality on the surface, his eyes always dodged unnaturally when he looked at him. At first Aizen thought it was because of his status as captain. After long observation, he discovered that this was not the case. This young man's past behavior did not look like someone who would be afraid of the opponent's captain status. Aizen still remembered the scene where Yamamoto asked Skyhawk to promote the training model in the first team captain's conference room. Skyhawk seemed to have had a quarrel with Niruri. Does this look like someone who would be afraid of the captain? Therefore, Aizen was sure that the boy's fear of him must have other reasons. Tianying looked at Aizen and felt a chill in his heart. Unexpectedly, I had to guard against wolves all day long, but still fell into the wolf's mouth. Captain Aizen, you should know my identity. How could I not be afraid if you caught me here at this time? To be honest, Tianying was really scared this time because he didn't know what the big boss in front of him would do to him. Aizen didn't seem to be very satisfied with Tianying's answer, but stretched out his right hand and rubbed Tianying's hair in an exasperated manner. Little slippery man, you seem to be deliberately misinterpreting my question. You should know that I am not asking this question, but every time before. Why do you subconsciously want to escape from my sight every time you see me? The first time, in the teaching building of Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, I heard that you and Toshiro were obviously going to take my class, but when I asked you, you denied it. The second time, it was Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. I obviously helped you resolve the conflict with Captain Kokaki, but you left with Toshiro. The third time, Karakura Town. The fourth time, Rukanga. You've been avoiding me every time, do you still want to deny it? After saying that, Aizen pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his eyes fixed on Aquila's pupils. Tianying didn't expect that even though he had been deliberately avoiding Aizen, Aizen would still find out the clues. In just such a few encounters, Aizen was able to detect something abnormal about himself. Captain Aizen, in fact, I'm mainly afraid of you because of Anohana-sensei. At the critical moment, Tianying used his flower escape again. My teacher Anohana-retsu usually looks very gentle, but she can be very cruel when she hits me, so I concluded a truth. What's the point? Aizen narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you want to listen? Tianying glanced at Aizen with some embarrassment. Aizen didn't answer, just looked at Tianying quietly. He wanted to see what this kid could come up with. Don't tell Anohana-sensei. Tianying muttered in a low voice, then moved slightly closer to Aizen's ear. This was the first time he took the initiative to approach Aizen. If he had no other choice, he would not do it even if he killed him. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Chapter 122. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, put his hands into his sleeves, bent down and looked at Tianying with a strange smile. Young man, are you challenging my patience? Still you think I really can't bear to kill you? How about I kill you now and then take your body back to the Godi I-13? Threat, Chikuokuo's threat. The soft ones are not enough, and dying is finally coming to hard ones. Tianying knows that Aizen has never been a soft-hearted person. For Aizen, except for himself, everyone else is just a stepping stone to the throne of the sky. Tianying also put away some small thoughts. He knew that he would not be able to fool him today. Since he couldn't escape, Aquila simply said it, taking this opportunity to see if it was Aizen's trick to enter the maggot nest. Captain Aizen, let's not beat around the bush. You must have some thoughts about me when you come to me. Haven't you already used coercion and inducement? If it weren't for you, would I be able to enter the maggot's nest? I'm just curious about what you want to do with me next. Aizen heard this and did not deny it. You are really smart. When did you realize it? Tianying smiled slightly. Just now, I just made a guess before, but now I have confirmed it. He is indeed a cunning kid. Aizen stretched out his hand to rub Tianying's hair again, and then asked, then guess why I did this? How would I know? Tianying sighed and continued with a self-deprecating tone, Captain Aizen, what do you like about me? Should I change my career? Aizen ignored the sarcasm in Tianying's words and looked at Tianying calmly. Stop talking about these worthless nonsense. You should know what I did, right? That's right. When? Urahara Kisuk once told me something when we were in Karakura town, but I remained skeptical. It wasn't until you asked me to go with the team to Area 64 to rescue my sister-in-law that I finally became suspicious. Then you actually showed up. Then guess what I want to do? A trace of curiosity flashed in Aizen's eyes. As he expected, this young man really knew something. I just don't know if this young man can know his true thoughts. For so many years, the only person in the entire Soul Society that Aizen could take seriously was Urahara Kisuk. But that guy Urahara is just a salty fish. He doesn't have such a smart brain, but he is willing to be the lackey of Jingling Ting. Thinking of Urahara, Aizen felt helpless. He really couldn't imagine why such a smart person would be willing to be inferior to others. I hope the young man in front of me can understand the general situation, otherwise. Captain Aizen probably wants to become the Soul King. Tianying's straightforward answer finally made Aizen lose his original calm. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually understood his innermost thoughts. Bang 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 bang. Aizen took his hands out of his sleeves, then looked at Skyhawk and applauded. I saw you right, you are indeed a smart boy. Sky Eagle chuckled. I really want you to misjudge me, but your hand was already holding the knife just now. Do I have any choice? Captain Aizen, what do you want from me? I surrender. Haha, it's good that you understand your situation. Aizen patted Sky Eagle on the shoulder. Soon Soul Society will stop a wave of Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. I heard that they are planning to pick from the maggot nest this time. Some people are coming over and I want you to join them. Okay, no problem. Aizen was a little surprised to hear Tianying agree so readily. Why don't you ask why this time? Tianying said helplessly, the more you know, the faster you will die. I understand this. Aizen stared at the skyhawk for a while, becoming more and more satisfied with it. Whether it's ability or mind, the young man in front of him seems to be stronger than Yin. Actually, there is no need for you to touch me, Shiba Skyhawk. Aizen spoke slowly again, but this time his words were not as sharp as before. I know that your Shiba family has always wanted to restore its former glory. This does not conflict with my goal. As you said, if I want to become the Spirit King, I will definitely need some managers like the existing nobles. I can promise to help your Shiba family return to the position of the 5 great nobles, or even become the only great noble, but the prerequisite is you who must be loyal to me. In this way, I can guarantee the safety of the rest of your Shiba family. Aizen's words were both soft and hard. He promised to give glory to the Shiba family, but also threatened Tianying with the safety of other members of the Shiba family. And family is Aquala's only support in the Shinigami world. Okay. Tianying chose to surrender. He knew that once he chose to refuse, the Shiba family would never have peace. In the original plot, Aizen did not deliberately target the Shiba family, but almost destroyed the Shiba family. If I refuse, I'm afraid the Shiba family will really be wiped out. The reason why his cousin Ujiga was able to live and grow up was thanks to Aizen for showing mercy to him. Seeing Tianying's surrender, Aizen smiled silently. Go and see your family. They have been worrying about you a lot during this time. Tianying nodded and walked past Aizen. During this period, Aizen didn't make any unnecessary moves. But when Tianying was about to leave, he left a few words lightly. You have managed the maggot nest well, but I personally think the ants there are not worth worrying about. After seeing his family, the Skyhawk returned to the maggot's nest. After he asked Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping to rest in their respective cells, he lay quietly on the bed and thought. Aizen's last words kept echoing in Tianying's ears. He didn't know how Aizen knew what he was doing in the maggot nest. Could it be that there is someone from Aizen among the prisoners in the maggot nest? Or is there someone from Aizen on the supervision team? Compared to the prisoners in the maggot nest, Sky Eagle prefers those with Aizen in the supervision team. Not every prisoner has the right to leave the nest of maggots like an eagle. At least during this period of time, Skyhawk has not noticed that any prisoner has left. The only explanation is that there is someone from Aizen in the supervision team, and this person can also grasp the situation of the maggot nest at any time. I have to say, Aizen is really scary. Even Tianying, who knew the subsequent plot, only knew that Jin and Tisan were Aizen's people. As for the other little Kalamai traders, Sky Eagle doesn't know any of them. Why? Tianying sighed heavily, then turned over on the bed. Today, Aizen caught him in action and disrupted all his plans. According to Aizen's wishes, he would probably leave the maggot nest soon. Joining the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force means that you will leave Soul Society completely. Tianying once asked Angkong if he could transfer back to Soul Society from the Hueco Mundo space, but the answer was no. Before Bankai, he could not transfer across a spatial plane. In other words, if he wants to return to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo, he must go through the official channel of Soul Society. The only thing that can give Tianying some comfort now is that his family can be temporarily safe. Although Aizen is cunning, despicable, and shameless, he will not attack worthy people. As long as Skyhawk keeps showing his worth, the family will be safe. Chapter 123. A week later, in the morning. As usual, the prisoners in the maggot nest walked out of their cells aimlessly in 2s and 3s and walked to the square. Tianying took Zhang Ping to stay in the cell and let Qing Yuan out to watch. Tianying didn't know when Aizen mentioned that the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force was recruiting prisoners, so he could only work overtime to quickly digest the things that came from the warehouse of the 12th Division. The transformation of the transformation, the mastery of the mastery. Just when Tianying and Zhang Ping were busy in full swing, there was a noise outside the cell, and Qing Yuan also ran in. "Boss, you are so amazing." Captain Yunsuk really brought a guy to the maggot nest, saying that he wanted to recruit members of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. Tianying stopped what he was doing, patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, and motioned to go out and take a look together. The two of them followed Qing Yuan and slowly walked towards the square. With the arrival of the 3 Sky Eagles, all the prisoners who were watching consciously gave way to a path. This scene quickly fell into the eyes of the blue-haired Shinigami in charge of recruitment. He asked Yunji in a low voice, "Yunji, what is going on?" Judging from the title, this Shinigami, who is responsible for recruiting the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, seems to be an acquaintance of Yunsuk. Sure enough, Yunsuk didn't mind this Shinigami's rudeness. He coughed lightly, then approached the blue-haired Shinigami and whispered, "Zayasuk, the young man walking towards us is called Shiba Tianying. He is the 3rd seat of the former 4th Division. You should have heard of it." Shinigami, known as Susuk, heard this and his eyes lit up. "Oh? Is he that boy from the Shiba family? It is said that his kite is very strong." Zayasuk was of course very interested in Sky Eagle. Before coming here, he had deliberately learned about the prisoners in the maggot nest. Master Kite is exactly the talent his team lacks. He came just for Shiba Skyhawk. Yunsuk saw Zayasuk's expression and naturally understood why. As the leader of this group of Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Forces, Zayasuk will lead the team to go deep into Hueco Mundo to conduct a crusade. There is a Kite master in the team, which can greatly reduce casualties. Yunsuk patted Sushuk's shoulder lightly. Not only is he strong in Kite, but he is also terrifyingly strong in white hits. You can tell. Zaihuzu nodded slightly. He should be the boss of the prisoners in the maggot nest. If you want to deal with these guys with your bare hands, white hits must be strong. By the way, have you ever competed with him? When Yunji heard Zayasuk's question, his face felt a little unnatural. Zayasuk obviously read the answer he wanted from Yunsuk's expression, and instead of asking any more questions, he stepped towards Tianying. He extended his right hand to Tianying. "Hello, I am Amagai Sushuk, the recruiter of this Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, and will also be the person in charge of this Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force in the future." Upon hearing Zayasuk's full name, Tianying was stunned on the spot. How the hell does this have to be such a coincidence? No wonder he just felt that the Shinigami in charge of recruitment looked familiar. It turned out to be the famous Amagai Sushuk. Amaji remembers that this guy took over as the captain of Ichimaru Silver Division 3. "Hello, Captain Amagai, I am Shiba Amaji." Amaji subconsciously reached out his hand and shook Amagai Susuk. Hearing what Tianying called him, Amagai Zayasuk scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Haha, I'm not a captain, I'm just an ordinary Shinigami responsible for recruiting the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. You can call me Amagai or Sushuk." Just then, Yunsuk came up from behind. "Akyo, this Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force picked some people from the maggot's nest because of Susuk's suggestion." Yunsuk's words instantly made Zayasuk gain favor in the eyes of the prisoners in the maggot nest. These prisoners have been locked up here for so many years, and their only thought is to get out. Even if they were asked to work in Hueco Mundo, they would not hesitate. Tianying didn't have that many ideas. All he has to do is just complete what Aizen said. As for what happened to Amagai Susuk, it had nothing to do with him. Tianying would like to see if Amagai Susuk can still bring the team back without any damage under Aizen's attention. Needless to say, it should be quite difficult. Unless he wears 2 pants. Seeing that Tianying was silent, Ambe Zayasuk held Tianying's hand tightly and then spoke. "Akyo, are you interested in joining my team? I am currently short of Kite Masters. As long as you come, I will let you manage all Shinigami who know Kaide. Furthermore, I will be fully responsible for your safety in Hueco Mundo. As long as I am alive, I will not let you be harmed. Tianying was slightly startled. He was just distracted, but he didn't expect Bei Xiaozu to directly promise him benefits that day. Of course Tianying doesn't know that the news of his treatment of Shivadu and Fiajin has now spread throughout the Jingling. But in terms of medical skills, Tianying's reputation in Siriti was no less than that of Anohanaretsu and Yamada Sanashuk. You know, Anohanaretsu is the captain of the 4th team. And Yamada Sanashuk is the general representative of Jino Shiyakuan. The reason why Amagai Susuk proposed to select soldiers from the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force from the Maggot Nest this time was precisely because he knew that Aquila was inside. Looking at Bei Xiaozu's hopeful eyes, Tianying nodded slightly. Before, he was still thinking about how to sneak into the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Seeing that Tianying agreed to his invitation, Amagai Xiaosuk's face was obviously very happy. For him, coming to the Maggot Nest to select people this time was just a formality. Once you get Skyhawk, it doesn't matter whether other prisoners are involved or not. Tianying, I asked you to call you this since I am older than you. Bei Xiaosuk pulled Tianying behind him, his tone was very gentle. Do you think there are any other people here who are suitable to join our Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force? As long as you think it is possible, I will apply to the above. After hearing Amagai Susuk's words, all the prisoners looked at Tianying enthusiastically. They knew whether they could go out or not depended on the young man's thoughts. Chapter 124. Tianying glanced at Bei Xiaozu, and he understood that Bei Xiaozu was selling himself a favor, allowing him to choose to take someone he knew well out. Tianying was not polite and pointed directly at the 2 people who followed him. Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping are both very capable. Okay. Bei Xiaozu agreed directly. He pulled Tianying and walked outside. Someone will be responsible for the next recruitment. You and I should go get to know the other teammates first. Yunji was helpless. The purpose of his friend was too obvious, so he just took them away, leaving a mess behind. What a careless friend! Outside the 2nd Division team building, several Shinigami were waiting outside. When Amagai Susuk came out, a brown-haired Shinigami wearing glasses and woolen clothes came to greet him. Team leader. Amagai Susuk nodded slightly, and then introduced to Amaji, Amaji, this is Kai Funiri. Hello, I have long admired my name. Skyhawk stretched out his right hand. Kifune was slightly startled, and after a moment of hesitation, he quickly reached out and held Tianying's hand. Hello. He thought Skyhawk was just being polite. But Skyhawk does know this guy. After returning from the Hueco Mundo expedition, Kai Buniri and Amagai Suosuk joined the 3rd Division and became the 3rd seat. However, this guy doesn't have a very good reputation. He will do anything for power. If you are in the same team with him, you definitely don't expect him to care about you. Realizing that Tianying was staring at him in a daze, Kifune raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Do you know me? Ah? I've heard of the name, but I don't recognize it, haha. Tianying covered his head and smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Amagai Susuk suddenly interrupted, Amaji, let me take you to get the Zanpakut. We will set off in the afternoon. So fast? Tianying frowned slightly. He thought he would have to recuperate for at least 2 days so that he could have time to see his family and say goodbye. Amagai Susuk saw Tianying's thoughts and looked a little apologetic. Actually, we are almost ready. We can leave directly after recruiting people. I understand, then I can go to the 4th Division to get a Zanpakut. Tianying was a little helpless, but he could also understand the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force's approach. After all, people like myself were released from the Maggot Nest, and it was impossible for Central 46 to let the prisoners roam in the Jingling Court for too long. Amagai Susuk patted Tianying on the shoulder and comforted him, it's okay. When you come back from Hueco Mundo, you will never have to enter the maggot nest again. As the person in charge of this expedition, I will definitely protect your safety. Yet, Tianying didn't say much. Amagaisuk was quite reliable when it came to caring for his teammates. The only thing Amaji is curious about now is Amagaisuk's strength. He wants to know whether Amagai is qualified to become the captain of Godai 13th Division. Captain Amagai, have you mastered Bankai? Hearing Amaji's question, Kaibunria looked at Amagaisuk curiously. He was also curious. However, Amagaisuk did not answer directly, but smiled mysteriously. What's the rush? We'll find out later. Seeing that Tianbei didn't say anything, Tianying didn't ask again. It seems that this guy must have mastered Bankai, otherwise he wouldn't show such an expression. No wonder this guy can bring everyone back, it turns out he already has the strength of an average captain. The time soon arrived in the afternoon. After taking the Zanpakut, Amaji simply said goodbye to Anohana and did not go to see Ishin and Kaien again. Afternoon. Near the Jinglingting boundary gate. This is the gathering point of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. The time is approaching, and team members are arriving from all directions one after another. Amaji, Amagaisuk, and others were waiting at the door. Beside them were Kaibuniri, Kyujin and Zhang He. Time passed by, and more team members gathered. Tianying didn't know these people, but Amagaisuk, as the person in charge, knew his team members well. The time is almost up, and the originally empty platform is now crowded with people. Tianbei is making a final count. If everyone is gathered, he will rush to the battlefield immediately. Tianying carefully looked at these members of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, and they had different expressions. Some are very annoyed, some are very leisurely, and some are gearing up. This is understandable. After all, not every Shinigami will join the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force in order to implement their beliefs like Asido. Most of them are still recruited. Compared with the others, Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping, who were brought out by Sky Eagle from the maggot nest, behaved very calmly, which made Sky Eagle a little funny. This reminded him of a saying. Life is truly precious, but love is more valuable. If it is for freedom, both can be thrown away. Thinking of this, Tianying couldn't help laughing. Qing Yuan, Zhang Ping. Tianying turned around and glanced at the two people standing behind him like bodyguards. Aren't you afraid? It's okay. Qing Yuan and Qing Yuan said in unison. It's better to go to Hueco Mundo than stay in the maggot's nest. At least you can still see the sky. Qing Yuan smiled slightly. Zhang Ping nodded and agreed with King Yuan's point of view. Tianying was stunned. Are you satisfied if you can see the sky? The pursuit of these two guys is really superficial. Tianying thought of the sky in Hueco Mundo. He remembered that it must be dark there, but he didn't know if Aizen had built an artificial zenith. The last time Aquila went to Hueco Mundo, he only stayed in the Daegzu forest for a few days and did not go to the surface of Hueco Mundo. He really wanted to see the miracle created by Aizen. While Tianying was chatting, Ambei Zaihuzu had already finished counting the people and came back. We've all gathered, it's almost time to set off. He was about to go up to make his final speech before the expedition, when another group of Shinigami came over from the end of the team. Zaihuzu, wait a moment. A familiar voice came from the crowd. Ambei Zaihuzu was slightly startled, and when he saw the person approaching, he quickly greeted him. Captain Yamamoto, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Yamamoto Genri Usai Shigakuni, and there were many captains behind him. You are about to go on an expedition. For such a big event, I must be here to see you off. Yamamoto slowly walked up to Amagai, then stretched out his hand and gently patted Amai on the shoulder. Tianying looked at this scene with some amusement. Yamamoto probably didn't know that the person in charge who came to see him off was bent on killing him. But before he could stop his smile, Yamamoto noticed him. "Kid, what's the matter? Are you so happy to come out of the maggot nest?" Yamamoto slowly opened his squinted eyes and looked directly at Sky Eagle with sharp eyes. "What else? Keep him locked inside." Tianying looked back at Yamamoto's gaze. Skyhawk is no longer afraid of Yamamoto. From the moment this rigid old guy decided to obey the orders of Room 46 and imprison himself in the maggot's nest, Sky Eagle had decided to let himself go. "I was dragged aboard by Aizen, and I was so scared." Chapter 125. Bang! Before Yamamoto could say anything, Shunpo, Anohana, appeared next to Tianying. "Tianying, why did you talk to the captain? Apologize." Although she seemed to be beating up Sky Eagle, she was actually trying to excuse Sky Eagle. However, the next plot did not go according to her ideas, because Tianying had decided to change her past submissiveness. After all, Aizen was watching from the side. "Teacher Uajawa, why should I apologize?" Tianying took a step back. "Although I was not humble and polite in the past, I can still be considered respectful of teachers, right? But what's the result? I fulfilled my duty as a Shinigami, but some guys sent me to a maggot nest for murder." Skyhawk sneered. "How ridiculous! I'm not going to talk about whether the murder is established or not. Even if it is established, then I didn't do anything wrong. Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze can instruct his attendants to kill people. Do I have a problem with killing him? Does he have privileges just because he is a noble? Then who are we guys who fight for Soul Society? When Hollow invaded the real world and Soul Society, where was Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze? When Shinigami was injured and I was treating him, where was Tsuneyashiro Tokikaze? When we guys go to Hueco Mundo to fight, where are those so-called nobles? I don't deny the contribution made by Division 6 to the Godi I-13, but that is only because of Captain Kukaki's perseverance. As for these bugs, I really look down on them." "You." Anohana Retsu raised his hand and wanted to slap Tianying, but for some reason he couldn't. Tianying's words are indeed thought-provoking, but they should not be said at this time. Shiba Ishin also hurriedly appeared beside Tianying and hurriedly covered Tianying's mouth. Although Tianying's words sounded refreshing, they were indeed inappropriate now. Yamamoto leaned on his crutch and stared at Tianying closely. No one could tell what he was thinking. The scene fell into dead silence. At this moment, Ambe Zyasuk walked to Tianying's side to smooth things over. "Captains, Tianying still has some resentment in his heart. I will slowly enlighten him later. We are about to go on an expedition. We also hope that there will be no more troubles, otherwise it will greatly damage the morale of our expeditionary force. I have to say that Amagai Zyasuk is indeed a responsible person, and he dared to find Tianying to protect him after he said these treacherous words." Yamamoto took a deep breath, his whole body was like a volcano about to erupt. He originally wanted to say goodbye to the members of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, but he didn't expect that this annoying brat would cause trouble again. "Amagai Zyasuk, lead the team and set off." Yamamoto resisted the urge to slap the Skyhawk to death and directly gave the order to set off. Just as Amagai Zyasuk said, the kid in front of him has already joined the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, and it is really not easy to teach him a lesson. Yamamoto has discovered that what Tianying just said has won the favor of many team members. If he takes action, it may really damage the morale of the expeditionary force. After receiving Yamamoto's order, Amagai Zyasuk hurried to the side and asked the people of the 12th Division to open the special passage. The Realm Gate was originally built to allow Shinigami to enter and exit the real world, but it was modified in order to allow large armies to conquer Hueco Mundo. Following the operation of a member of the 12th Division, a dark vortex appeared in the boundary gate, which was the special passage leading to Hueco Mundo. Ambe Zyasuk quickly picked up Tianying and walked into the passage. He was also afraid that the young man would say something treacherous again. Tianying let Tianbella hold him, and took one last look in the direction of Yamamoto before entering the passage. Behind Yamamoto, Aizen was looking at him with a smile on his face, and there seemed to be something intriguing in his eyes. Lower level of Hueco Mundo. In a desolate desert, a wave of fluctuation suddenly appeared. After a while, a dim door of light appeared out of thin air. Along with twisting ripples, two Shinigami walked out of it. It was Abula and Amagai Susuk who had left Soul Society. As soon as they came out, they first looked around and found that there was no Su moving around, so they sat down next to them. After a while, the light gate that had not yet disappeared began to fluctuate again, and neatly dressed soldiers walked out of it. Amagai Susuk took Tianying and sat aside, waiting for the team to assemble. While waiting, he decided to have a good chat with the young man, and he happened to take the opportunity to explore the young man's thoughts. Amaji, you really dare to say anything? Can you complain like this in front of the captains of the Godi 13? There was no blame in Amagai Susuk's tone. It sounded like it's about caring in general. Tianying showed a disdainful expression. Hey, can't you curse them even if you can't wake them up? They keep saying they are doing justice, but justice has become a FG aristocrat. As he said that, he glanced at the door and said, when I go back, I will continue to scold you. Amagai Susuk sighed helplessly, and then glanced at the team members walking out of the door. After what happened just now, Tianei Shanbei Zaihuzu admired Tianying even more. He also had his own dissatisfaction, but he couldn't express it as freely as Tianying. Damn nobleman, what you say is so good. There was a moment of silence. Tianbei patted Tianying on the shoulder sincerely. If you want to do something, you must learn to be patient and wait until you are absolutely sure to show your edge. What he said was very vague and pointed. After all, he still can't regard Tianying as a person he completely trusts, and needs more contact with him. But Amaji has long known about the hatred between Amagai Susuk and the Yamamoto and Kazumioji families. Tianying knew it was a misunderstanding, but he couldn't say anything, and besides, he didn't have much contact with Amagai Susuk. He never thought of stopping Amagai Susuk's revenge. They were a united front in attacking Kazumioji's family. As for planning old man Yamamoto, it was better to let Aizen do this kind of thing with a higher success rate. About 10 minutes passed. The boundary gate disappeared, and the 41 Shinigami were assembled ready to go. Amagai Susuk walked over to arrange the next work, and Tianying followed. The 41 Shinigami are divided into 4 teams according to their respective skills, namely the Scout Team, the Kid Team, the Melee Team and the Treatment Team. Each team has 10 people. Amagai Susuk himself is not in the 4 teams. The members of the Scout Team are all good at Shunpo, and the Shinigami in charge is a male Shinigami named Yoshioka. Yoshioka is not tall and has a white headband in his hair. As the name of the Kid Team suggests, the team members are all Shinigami who are good at Kid. The person in charge is a female Shinigami named Riko, who is also the only woman in the entire team. The leader of the Treatment Team is Aquila, and the leader of the Melee Team is Kifuri. According to the introduction in the anime, Kaibuniri's kendo level is quite good. Of course, it is still a few 100 million points behind compared to Tianying. That's the difference between King and Gold. Chapter 126. Skyhawk looked up at the sky. It was dark above, with only a sliver of light penetrating through the gaps at the top. Tianying understood that this time the exit of the boundary gate was still in the lower level of Hueco Mundo. But it's okay, if you are on the upper level, you will be discovered by some high-level Daigzu and you won't even have a place to hide. As the leader of the Hueco Mundo expedition, Amagai also knew about Hueco Mundo from some information, and he also understood the position of people like himself. After counting the number of people, he called the leaders of several teams to him. Amagai Susuk first looked at Yoshioka, the leader of the scout team, and ordered, Yoshioka, send all the members of the scout team out to investigate. We need to find a place to stay nearby first, otherwise the target of more than 40 people will be too high. Big. Tianying secretly nodded, coming to a strange place, it is definitely a smart choice to first find out the surrounding environment. Although the mission of their expeditionary force is to kill as many Sioux as possible, it is more important to find a place to stay before the mission begins. You must know that this is Hueco Mundo. Just the 40th person in the expeditionary force is not enough to fill his teeth. After arranging the scout team, Amagai turned to look at Kaibuniri. "Ri, take your people to guard the area first and be ready to respond to the scout team at any time." "Okay." Kifune responded. Amagai looked at Riko, the leader of Team Kid. "Riko, let the members of the Kid team first use bent light to set up a barrier and hide the remaining people. After the barriers are completed, let the team members work hard. Don't relax for the time being. Provide support to the scout team and melee team at any time." "Understood." Litsi nodded slightly. "Okay, let's go and arrange it." "Yes." The three of them responded in unison, and then each went to the team he was responsible for to arrange work. Seeing that Tianbei had no arrangements for his team, Tianying directly asked the treatment team to rest where they were. In fact, Tianying felt that his treatment team did not need to keep so many people at all. This expedition was to defeat the virtual, and it should be mainly to strengthen the combat power. A healing team of 5 people is sufficient. If all 10 people really need to be put into treatment, then the casualties of this expeditionary force will probably be very serious. But Tianying didn't tell Tianbei what he thought. After all, Tianbei is the person in charge of this expedition, maybe he has his own plans. When he had nothing to do, Tianying called Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping to his side. These two guys were specially left by Amagai for Aquila, and they are also the only 2 Shinigami who don't know Kite and are just playing tricks in the healing team. In order not to cause dissatisfaction among others, Tianying planned to arrange work for the 2 of them. He glanced at the 2 of them first and then spoke directly. "You 2 don't know Kite, so you'll have to do something if you are in the treatment team." Qing Yuan and Zhang Ping heard this and nodded in agreement. After all, compared to other team members, their identities are quite special. Strictly speaking, they, like Sky Eagle, are prisoners recruited from the maggot's nest. They also knew that the reason why they were placed in the treatment team by Ambei Zaihuzu was because Ambei Zaihuzu valued Tianying, and it had nothing to do with them personally. "Boss, you make arrangements and we'll just do it." Qing Yuan replied. "Well." Tianying first looked at Qing Yuan and pondered for a moment. "Okay, Qing Yuan, you are originally a member of the 11th Squadron. You are temporarily acting as a guard for the treatment team. Is there any problem?" Tianying arranged a good job for Qing Yuan. Although it is said that Qing Yuan is allowed to perform his guard duties, it is not actually dangerous. You must know that the expeditionary force has 3 combat teams. When the treatment team is providing treatment, the 3 combat teams must perform escort duties. Tianying asked Qing Yuan to be responsible for protecting the treatment team. He only needed to come forward when the 3 combat teams were short of manpower. Qing Yuan also agreed to Tianying's arrangement very wisely. He also knew that there was no better position than this. After arranging Qing Yuan, Tianying turned to look at Zhang Ping again. To be honest, how to arrange the Tibetan Sky Eagle is really a bit of a headache. Zhang Ping Yuan originally belonged to the 12th Division. Tianying didn't know his level, and he didn't want Zhang Ping Yuan to go out to fight. Although Zhang He does not have the same level of research as Yurin and Niryu Uri, he is still a scientist anyway. Tianying still respects scientists very much. Seeing that Tianying didn't speak, Zhang He thought for a while and then took the initiative to say, "Boss, how about I be responsible for guarding like Qing Yuan? My skills may not be as good as Qing Yuan, but Kid's level is still good. Is your Kid level okay?" Tianying smiled. "What level of Kid can you unleash?" Zhang Ping shyly pinched the corner of his clothes and said, "Kid with a rank of around 40 will have no problem. If he performs better, he can release a kid with a rank of around 50. Tianying was a little surprised. Zhang Hei's level could barely make him a seat officer in the Godi 13th team. Okay, then you and Qing Yuan will be responsible for guarding the treatment team. Zhang Hei looked a little happy when he saw that Tianying agreed. In order to show his kid level, he went to the kid team to help decorate the bent light barriers. What Amaji didn't expect was that Zhang Hei not only joined kid team in deploying bent light barriers, but also helped kid team improve the barriers, creating a function that can be switched on and off at any time. At this time, Rico, the leader of the kid team, seemed to have discovered a treasure and ran over to ask Zhang Hei to join her team. Tianying asked Zhang Ping for his opinion, and seeing that Zhang Ping seemed reluctant, he politely rejected Litsi, but Tianying still promised that Litsi could come and borrow Zhang Ping at any time. Half an hour later, a mustachioed soldier from the scout team came back. Just at this time, Amagai Sushik was discussing something with Tianying and Rico. When Shinigami saw this, he walked over directly. Captain Amagai, Captain Yoshioka, and I discovered a piece of Gobi Desert about 2 kilometers to the west. There are several caves there that are very close to each other and can be used as our base. Captain Yoshioka asked me to come back and report to you first. Oh? So fast? Good job, Ono. Amagai Susuk didn't expect to find a place to stay so quickly, with a happy face. Amagai patted Ono's shoulder with appreciation, and then asked, "How is the environment over there? Are there any traces of virtual activities?" Ono pondered for a moment. Captain Yoshioka and I have already explored the area and found nothing unusual. There seems to be a forest further ahead, and we dare not enter rashly. When Tianying heard about the forest, he immediately thought of the Great Void Forest. But he couldn't be sure whether it was the Great Void Forest. After talking with Amagai, Tianying finally had a systematic understanding of the lower levels of Hueco Mundo. The lower level of Hueco Mundo is a large space. There are deserts, gobas, hills, forests, etc. And not all forests are Daegsa forests. According to records, it seems that a special magnetic field is required to form the Great Void Forest. How this magnetic field is formed is still unknown. This special magnetic field will send out a wave to the Great Void that evolves into Killian, attracting the Killian Security Department. Besides, the Great Void Forest is not just one place in the lower level of Hueco Mundo, but there are several. In other words, Tianying's previous encounter with Isido was purely a coincidence. While Tianying was thinking, the people who went out to investigate had come back one after another. The team set off again. Chapter 127. The Expeditionary Force, a group of 40 people, soon followed Ono to what he called the Gobi Desert. From the outside, this Gobi Desert looks a bit like Isido's secluded place, except that there are more caves scattered among the cliffs. Sky Eagle counted about 5 places. Each cave is about 100 meters apart and can be seen from each other, which is more suitable for the needs of the expeditionary force. More than 100 meters, for Shinigami, only a few shunpo. After a while, Yoshioka returned to the team. He had completed the survey of the caves and determined that they were all safe. Tianbei immediately decided to station the team here and arranged for personnel to be on duty in turns. The 5 caves were numbered in order and divided among the 4 teams, with each team occupying a cave. The extra cave number 3 in the middle was given to Rico and another woman from Kid's team. This cave is surrounded by 4 other caves and is relatively safe. In cave number 5, Tianying and the members of the treatment team are sorting out. In fact, the main purpose is to clear out some gravel and make a flat place for people to rest. The conditions were very difficult, but no one said much. Now that they are here, the members of the expeditionary force are already mentally prepared. Tianying secretly gave some things he had obtained from the 12th Division to Zhang Ping and Qing Yuan, asking them to keep them for themselves in case of emergencies. He didn't give it to others in the team. After all, he was not very familiar with it yet, so it was better to be cautious. Not long after, Amagai asked the previous scout named Ono to come over and inform Tianying to go to cave number 1 to discuss. Tianying guessed that Amagai's investigation of the forest had come to fruition. Not surprisingly, there was really a big void there. Forest. Cave number 1. This cave is where the scout team lives and is also a hub for information transmission. However, at this time, only 3 Shinigami from the scout team were resting at the entrance of the cave, and the other Shinigami seemed to have been sent out again. Tianying sighed. Luckily he was responsible for the treatment, otherwise he would have been running around outside. Deep in the cave, the leaders of other teams have arrived, and they all seem to be waiting for him. Tianying was a little strange. He came here as soon as he was notified, so why did he feel like these people had been waiting for a while? This is very unreasonable. But he didn't have much to do. A kid released from the maggot nest parachuted in and became the person in charge, which would probably make anyone feel uncomfortable. Tianying is not much trouble, but some people don't seem to be ready to let him go. Captain Shiba, you are so arrogant, please keep us waiting for a while. It was Yoshioka who spoke, and his sinister tone made people sound a little uncomfortable. Kaibuniri also raised his head and glanced at Tianying, then nodded. Only Litsi smiled and waved to Tianying, signaling Tianying to come quickly. Tianying understood that Xiao might have lost a lot of his way when he called him just now. And the guy who signaled Ono to be lost was probably Yoshioka, the street kid. Thinking of this, Tianying said back angrily, "I'm sorry, Captain Yoshioka, I will put a sign at the door of cave number 5 next time to prevent your people from getting lost." "Say it again." Yoshioka narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Just now, Tianbei Zaihuzu missed Tianying when he made arrangements, which made him a little unhappy. Why are people like him working hard outside, but this kid only has to sit back and enjoy the benefits? In his opinion, Tianying is just a little better than Kite and is not qualified to be on an equal footing with him. But he seemed to have forgotten that Tianying didn't even give Yamamoto face before setting off. "I said, do you want to put a sign at the entrance of cave number 5 to prevent your people from getting lost, Captain Yoshioka?" Tianying stared at Yoshioka's eyes and said every word. At this point in their conversation, everyone else understood why Tianying was late. Ambei frowned slightly and glanced at Yoshioka with some reproach. "Okay, I came to you to discuss the battle ahead. How can you spend the rest of the days together like you are?" At this moment, Kifuria smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Yoshioka, Amaji, don't get angry over a small matter. Captain Amagai still has work to arrange, let's wait for him to finish." Yoshioka gave Tianying a hard look, but after hearing what others said, he could only suppress his anger. Tianying raised his eyebrows at Yoshioka with disdain, then walked to Riko and sat down next to him. Seeing that everyone was here, Ambei Zyasuk coughed lightly. "I just went to check out the forest that Yoshioka and Ono mentioned before, and I can confirm that it is the legendary Daegzu forest. I am calling you here just to ask for your opinions on whether you should do this. Carrying out a crusade in the Great Void Forest." Although everyone here was mentally prepared, they were still a little shocked after hearing the news. Because there are actually not many records about the Great Void Forest in the Soul Society, and there has never been any precedent of conquering it. Li Zi asked worriedly, "Captain Amagai, how are the number of hollows in that Great Hollow Forest?" Tianbei shook his head, indicating that he was unclear. Kifune glanced at Amagai and said in a deep voice, "Captain, I think it's feasible. Just because no one has ever succeeded in conquering it, if we annihilate the hollows in this Great Hollow Forest, our achievements will be recorded in the corpse souls. The history of the world." Yoshioka also opened his mouth to cater to Kaibuniri's words. It seemed that both of them wanted to launch an attack on the Daegzu forest. Tianbei seemed a little impressed. He was confident in his own strength, not to mention that this time he was carrying a murder weapon. Everyone expressed their opinions, but Tianying kept watching with cold eyes, which also attracted the attention of Amagai Zyasuk. Amagai Susuk shifted his gaze to Tianying, and slowly asked, Tianying, tell me your opinion. Tianying calmly glanced at everyone and showed an intriguing smile. Captain Amagai, I agree to conquer the Great Void Forest. But I think it's best to send a small group of personnel to clean up the outside first, and let the large force use bent light barriers on the outside to support at any time. He knew that these guys would not give up if they were not allowed to go in and experience it. Anyway, the worst result is that the Taoist friend will die, but the poor Taoist will not die. It's best to kill a few troublemakers before Aizen contacts him. Chapter 128. The Great Void Forest. This gloomy place is only about 5 kilometers away from the expeditionary force's stronghold. The thick tree trunks run through the upper and lower floors like pillars of heaven, and part of the middle is submerged in the yellow sand. No one knows how this tree grew so tall in this dark Swaren. The only explanation may be that the corpses left behind by Swaren devoured each other and became the tree's nutrients. The environment in Hueco Mundo made a small number of expedition members uncomfortable, and many of them became drowsy after entering the cave to rest. As the person in charge, Amagai Susuk finally listened to Tianying's opinion and entered the Great Sioux Forest with only 11 people. This 11-person team consists of Amagai himself, 4 team leaders, 2 scouts, 2 melee Shinigami, and 2 kid Shinigami. Members of the healing team were not included in the advance team. Because once they fight in the Great Void Forest, they may not have time to use Kaid to treat the injured. But to be on the safe side, Amagai included Skyhawk in the advance team. On the one hand, to ensure safety, on the other hand, Amagai was actually very skilled in getting Skyhawk from Yunsuk. In this way, Tianying, as the leader of the treatment team, joined the so-called advance force on behalf of the treatment team. Amaji wanted to refuse, but Yoshioka and Kifune repeatedly encouraged Amagai, and Amagai immediately firmly decided to take Amaji with him. Obviously, Tianying's idea of a dead Taoist friend but a poor Taoist had come to nothing. But fortunately, the Great Void Forest is no stranger to him. Compared with other team members, he is more familiar with the environment of the Great Void Forest, and has more experience in escaping from the virtual group. Having entered the Great Void Forest for a while, the advance guard and his party groped forward cautiously. Amagai's idea was to kill a Killian first. The purpose is to test the team's current combat effectiveness before making further arrangements. The 2 scouts were sent out again, this time they traveled together, mainly so that they could respond to each other in case of emergencies. At the front of the team was Amagai, while Yoshioka and Kifune each took 2 Shinigami with strong melee abilities in the team to protect them on both sides, while Aquila, Rico, and the remaining 2 kid Shinigami were protected in the middle. The 9 people walked for a while, but strangely they did not encounter any hollows. This made Yoshioka and Kibune a little impatient. They entered the Great Hollow Forest this time to conquer the hollows and gain merit, but Su never showed up, and their ideas were not satisfied. Litsi seemed a little nervous. She actually didn't agree with entering the Daegzu Forest directly to conquer before, but she was forcefully pulled in without twisting her arm over her thigh. Although the surroundings were quiet at this time and there were no signs of virtual activity, her face was still a little pale as she was used to living in the sun. Seeing that Tianying looked normal, Litsi was a little puzzled because the 2 of them were protected in the middle and very close to each other. She directly asked this puzzlement together with the doubts in the previous meeting. Captain Tianying, why did you agree to their entry into the Great Void Forest this time? I observed your expression when they were discussing before, and you didn't seem to want to join. Tianying didn't expect that Litsi observed so carefully that he could detect his own thoughts during the meeting. He glanced around and saw that the attention of Tianbei and others were on alert, and they were still some distance away from him, so he approached Riko Kaid in a low voice, Sister Riko, you also saw their expressions during the meeting, even if I say it's probably useless if I don't agree. Since they are determined to investigate, why should I stop them? Yes. Litsi nodded. She tried to stop it, but failed. Litzy grasped the corner of her clothes uneasily. The darkness seemed to have surrounded her, and the only light source was not enough to dispel the panic in her heart. However, she found that chatting with Tianying seemed to be a suitable distraction, so she spoke again, "You are so young, aren't you afraid of such an environment?" Tianying shook his head, "If fear can dispel the boundless darkness of Hueco Mundo, I will definitely retract my head into my clothes, like an ostrich, but I also know that is impossible. The darkness of Hueco Mundo is not because you are afraid of it. It doesn't exist. Since we are already deep in darkness, we might as well open our hearts to accept him." Litzy didn't expect Tianying to be able to say such philosophical words at such a young age. When she heard Sky Eagle say that she wanted to retract her head into her body like an ostrich, she couldn't help but laugh, and the fear in her heart seemed to be dispelled by this smile. Tianying noticed that Tianbei and the others didn't seem to notice that someone in the team was making jokes, and in order to kill the boring time, he spoke again. "Actually, I don't know what Soul Society's intention is in sending crusade troops into Hueco Mundo. To be honest, this does not reduce the number of hollows. Instead, it wastes the lives of many Shinigami." Tianying thought of Asido and his group of teammates who died in the Great Void Forest somewhere. According to Asido's description, his teammates are indeed worthy of respect and should not be buried in this dark Hueco Mundo. Hearing this, Litzy pondered for a moment, and then gave Tianying an answer. "I think the existence of the Crusade force is still necessary. After all, the Hollow is the most direct enemy of our Shinigami. Understanding Hueco Mundo's strength can allow Soul Society to have an anticipation of the war that may be launched at any time. And the purpose of our existence, perhaps just to explore Hueco Mundo's strength. So we have to use some potential Shinigami to fill it with life. Yes, this is the meaning of our existence as Shinigami," Rico said with a smile. Tianying saw that Li Ziyi was a person who was severely brainwashed by Jing Lingting's education. Perhaps compared with Asido and others, he just lacked the courage to face death calmly. "I just don't know if she can still implement that so-called meaning when the danger really comes. Those pigs in the Serenity Courtyard are just talking nonsense if they want to bring back the information about Hueco Mundo through such a conquest. What useful information can be collected by just cleaning up some lower-level virtual beings in the lower level of such a virtual world?" Aquila could tell that among the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force where he was located, there were quite a few people like Yoshioka and Kifune who wanted to take credit for killing a few Jillians. But what is Jillian? The bottom of the Daegzu food chain? No, that's just for Daegzu. An existence like Jillian might be the top hunter for the Shinigami in his team. A Shinigami number of over 40 may not be enough for Jillian in this great virtual forest. What if there are a few strong Shinigami in the team? You must know that this is Hueco Mundo. Jillian is almost like a soldier. At this moment, Amagai who was walking at the front suddenly stopped, and Yoshioka and Kifune also walked to the front from both sides. Seeing this, Tianying and Litzy looked at each other and walked behind Tianbei. At the entrance, the two scouts had returned. The previous scout named Ono was the first to speak. "Captain Amagai, we found a Jillian wandering about 1 kilometer ahead. Jiro and I have surveyed the area and found no other Jillian activities." "Okay. Thank you both for your hard work." After hearing this, Ambei reached out and patted Ono and Jiro on the shoulders, then quickly turned back to everyone and said, "Cheer up and prepare to fight." "Yes." Yoshioka and Kifune showed excited smiles and already touched the Zanpakut. Others also cheered up and prepared for the first clearing since entering Hueco Mundo. Chapter 129. Pair, open your bent light barriers, the others march in battle formation. After Tianbei gave the order, everyone entered a state of tension. Yoshioka and Kifune once again returned to both sides of the team. After the two returning scouts reached the back of the team to suppress the formation, Rico opened bent light barriers. There was a flash of ripples, and the 11 people quickly disappeared in place. After a while, Everyone arrives at the designated location. Looking at Jillian, who was almost as tall as Xuangji, among the 11 people, only Tianbei and the 4 team captains showed no reaction. The other Shinigami, including the 2 scouts Ono and Jiro, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After all, Ono and Jiro just observed from a distance and did not get close. Tianying glanced at the others and sighed secretly in his heart. It's not surprising that everyone has such a reaction. Although Jillian's information is not a secret among the Godii 13, the Jillian in the information is just an imaginary product. The real Jillian is not only huge, but also exudes chaotic, violent, and expanding spiritual pressure. This is definitely a great pressure for some Shinigami who lack strength. Tianbei obviously noticed this and frowned slightly. Several members of the advance team are already the best among this expeditionary force. If they are like this, how will they cope with the long expedition career in the future? Fortunately, the reactions of the 4 team captains were relatively calm, which gave Ambei some comfort. After pondering for a moment, Tianbei made a decision. He must first dispel the fear of these soldiers. It was obviously not appropriate for him to take action himself. After all, it was used for training troops. Tianbei glanced at the 4 team captains and saw their calm expressions, and he immediately had an idea. He called the 4 Aquila to his side and asked directly, Yoshioka, Kifune, Shiba, and Riko, are you confident in taking down this Jillian? No problem, Captain Amagai. Don't worry. The first ones to answer were Yoshioka and Kifune. They had been ready to make a move since they saw Jillian, and they obviously regarded this Jillian as a meritorious service. Seeing this, Li Ziyi could only nod helplessly. She saw what Tianbei was thinking. In order to facilitate the expeditionary army's subsequent expedition, she didn't mind taking action first. Tianying, on the other hand, said nothing, already greeting Tianbei's relatives in his heart. This guy Tianbei is not a son of a man, and his words are like farts. He said before in the maggot nest that he was only responsible for treatment, but now he actually wants to be the main attacker himself. Seeing that Tianying didn't respond for a long time, Yoshioka started to get angry again. Captain Amagai, the 3 of us are enough. Don't worry, it's just a Jillian. No treatment is needed at all. Kifune also nodded and agreed with Yoshioka's words. But Tianbei ignored the 2 of them and still looked at Tianying, waiting for Tianying to answer. He called Tianying up together because he actually wanted to see Tianying's strength. After all, he had only heard about Tianying's strength. Yunzuk said that Tianying was good at boxing and kicking, and Tianbei wanted to see what he was doing. Okay, I'll go. When Yoshioka mocked, Tianying had already made a decision. To shut this guy up, it's time to show real skill. You want merit? Dream on. I don't care, I won't get it for you. In fact, there was another reason that forced Tianying to make this decision, and that was to avoid being besieged by Jillian. Before anyone could react, Aquila drew his Zanpakutt and walked out of the bent light barriers. Hey, what are you doing? We haven't discussed tactics yet. Yoshioka shouted directly. In this quiet jungle, this sound quickly caught Jillian's attention. She turned her head to look in the direction of the team, and immediately saw the Skyhawk who had walked out of the barriers. Buzz! The temperamental Jillian was obviously not prepared to give Skyhawk time to react, and directly condensed a red light at the tip of her nose. The terrifying spiritual pressure gathered instantly, and the red light flashed to send out a dangerous signal. This attack had already covered the advance troops. Amagai glanced at Yoshioka accusingly, sighed, and was about to draw his knife. He didn't think Skyhawk was qualified to kill Jillian alone. However, before he could take action, the Sky Eagle moved. Click! Just hearing a slight cracking sound, the Sky Eagle rose from the ground. Everyone subconsciously looked at the position where Tianying was before. The originally rough ground had cracks like broken glass. The Skyhawk, on the other hand, headed straight for Jillian's huge void mask like a cannonball. Facing the red void flash, the Skyhawk went upstream. The Shinigami of the advance team found the silhouette of Skyhawk in mid-air. This scene was unforgettable for some Shinigami who faced Jillian for the first time. They could feel the terrifying spiritual pressure emitted by Su Shan, but this spiritual pressure could not stop the slender figure. Tianying controls gravity to continuously accelerate himself. Although he can resist the false flash, the fluctuations of the false flash will make the entire Great Void Forest boil, and then the advance troops will surely face a tough battle. Although he doesn't mind a few dead flies, there are still innocent Shinigami after all. Dark Sky Broken Star. In mid-air, Skyhawk used a shallow strike to unleash the skills that Shikai could originally release. As time said, the Zanpakuto is just a medium, and the real carrier is Skyhawk's tattoo. The silver sword light tore through the dazzling red light, cut off the virtual flash that had condensed into a red ball of light in the blink of an eye, and hit Jillian's huge mask. The virtual flash disappeared, and Jillian's huge body seemed to be frozen, motionless, while the Sky Eagle had returned to its original position. A breeze blew by. Jillian's pale mask gradually began to crack from the middle. Dense cracks continued to spread, the mask was like a broken mirror, and the fragments fell from the sky like snowflakes. Jillian, who had been condensing a virtual flash just now, had fallen down and didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 130. Is this guy a monster? Killed Jillian with one knife. Xiao, did you find a fake Jillian? Are you stupid? That Jillian just started to release virtual flash, so can the spiritual pressure be fake? But don't the rumors say that if you want to kill Jillian alone, only a high-ranking chief or even a vice-captain can do it? Have you forgotten, that boy was the third seat of the 4th division before he entered the maggot nest? Can. But killing Jillian instantly, not even the vice-captain can do it. This is what everyone wants, but no one speaks out. Tianying had already walked back to the advance guard, and Chienda inserted the sword into the scabbard on his waist again. Following the battle just now, everyone looked at him completely differently. There was a trace of shock, a trace of satisfaction, and a trace of hidden deep fear in Tianbei's eyes. Litsi, like the other team members, had an inexplicable admiration in her eyes. To them, in a dangerous place like Hueco Mundo, having one more super powerful fighter in the team can guarantee a lot of safety. With the return of Tianying, Yoshioka and Kifune hid their previous dissatisfaction to the deepest level. Bang 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 bang. Tianbei was the first to applaud and stepped forward to greet him. Well done, Tianying, your sword is really shocking. Haha, Captain Tianbei is joking, this Jillian is probably just a matter of one blow to you. Although Tianying smiled, his voice was very low, and there was no hint of happiness or anger. As he spoke, he glanced at the two swords hanging on Amagai's waist. These two swords have been carried by Amagai ever since he entered Hueco Mundo. If Akio guessed correctly, they should be Amagai's Zanpakuto Thunder Fire. And the legendary Taper Yao knife. As for Kifune's Taper Yao knife, Tianying has not discovered it yet. Hearing Tianying's flattery, Amagai Susuk did not refute, obviously he was confident enough in his own strength. By the way, Captain Amagai. Tianying walked up to Amagai Zyasuk and scratched his head in embarrassment. The hollow had already released the hollow flash before, so I could only kill it in a hurry. It didn't ruin your plan to train, did it? Oh, it's okay. Tianbei was startled and shook his arm a few times to show that he didn't care. You have a good grasp of the timing of your attack. If it really releases the false flash, I'm afraid the team will be more or less affected. Some impact. That's good. Tianying smiled and nodded, then walked back to Litsi. In fact, he knew that Tianbei was lying. For a captain-level strongman, it is not difficult to resist Jillian's false flash. The first battle of the advance army was concluded hastily. Under Aquila's brazen attack, Yoshioka and Kifune had no room to perform. Amagai obviously didn't want to go back directly, and Yoshioka and Kifune had the same idea. The three of them decided to send out scouts again to look for Kilian. In this way, the two hard-working scouts Ono and Jiro were sent out again. Riko was very smart this time and did not raise any objections. Instead, she led the two Shinigami in her team to surround Aquila tightly. Amagai noticed Riko's movements, but didn't say much. "Brother Tianying, please remember to protect the rest of us later." Litsi didn't waste any time and directly asked Tianying for protection. When calling out Brother Tianying, Litsi showed a shy expression on her face. Perhaps because the Great Void Forest was too dark, Tianying didn't notice the unnatural look on Litsi's face. He glanced around and was silent for a moment. In this Great Void Forest, everyone is a hunter and everyone is prey. No one can protect anyone. I'll try my best. In order not to embarrass Litsi too much, Tianying could only respond. Half an hour later, the 9 members of the advance team continued to walk forward. For some reason, Tianying looked at the darkness around him, feeling increasingly uneasy. It's unusual that the two scouts haven't returned after such a long time. Although the Great Hollow Forest covers a large area, there are also many hollows here. It is not difficult for the scouts to encounter a Kilian. What's more, while the scouts were investigating, the team was also moving forward. How could it be possible that neither side would encounter Kilian? As if to confirm Tianying's premonition, suddenly, the originally quiet Daegzu forest began to boil. "Hold head high! Hold head high! Hold head high!" Roars one after another continued to sound from all around, causing the entire Shinigami in the advance team to fall into a daze. They obviously haven't realized why this happened. But Tianying, who has experienced such a scene, knows that if such a situation occurs in the Daegzu forest, his group should have been discovered. To be precise, Ono and Jiro, who should have been sent out, have been discovered. Only Shinigami can bring the Great Void Forest to life. Battles between emptiness and emptiness are very common in the Great Void Forest. Kilian and Kilian, Kilian and the inferior hollow. They fight and devour each other. Although they also make strange roars, it is not enough to cause such a big reaction. While everyone was hesitating, Sue's weird screams were getting closer and closer to the team. Boom boom! Boom boom! The earthquake on the ground became stronger and stronger. Except for Tianying, everyone else in the team looked nervously at Amagai Zyasuke, waiting for his order. Just when Tianbei was hesitating, a figure wearing a Death Tyrant uniform quickly approached from the front. "Captain Amagai! Captain Yoshioka! Quick, run!" The light in the Daegzu forest was too dark, and the trees that blocked the sky were thick and leafy, so it was still impossible to tell who was coming. Fortunately, Yoshioka is relatively familiar with the members of his team. He reminded Tianbei, "Captain. It's Jiro." Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. As Jiro approached, the thing following him was also approaching quickly. Below is a dark area. Above are dozens of pale masks and scarlet eyes. "You go first. I'm going to rescue Jiro." Amagai made an instant decision and rushed out of bent light barriers alone. I have to say, as a captain, Tianbei is still very responsible. Compared to Amagai, Yoshioka and Kaibun behaved in a very contemptible manner. The moment they saw Kilian, they turned around and fled together. They also snatched the bent light barrier's medium from the hands of a Shinigami from Kid Team. Their movements were so fast that Riko didn't even react. "Yoshioka, Kifune, you two bastards!" After reacting, Litsi cursed directly at the backs of the two of them. "Captain Litsi, let's run away quickly." Next to Riko, the Shinigami who had the medium taken away was not in the mood to curse along with him, and quickly urged Riko to run away. Just when Litsi wanted to call Tianying, she glanced left and right, but found that Tianying was not around at all. A-hole! No man can be trusted. Litsi looked back at Tianbei one last time, and then quickly fled with the others. Chapter 131. A hole. No man can be trusted. Dark place. Tianying used the power of space to open a tree and hid it in the trunk, leaving several holes for observation. After hearing what Li Ziyi shouted angrily, he smiled and shook his head. Although I promised Litsi before, I would try my best to protect her safety. But that's only in times of crisis, not now. This place is not far from the exit of the Great Void Forest. With full calculation, everyone has only walked less than 2 hours after entering the Great Void Forest. Moreover, they were still groping forward rather than marching in a hurry. It's different now. Once people like Litsi use Shunpo to find the correct direction to escape, the 2-hour journey at a slow pace will only take a few minutes for them. What's more, there are Amagai and Jiro ahead to attract Killian's attention. As long as Rico and others don't get lost, they will be safe. There are actually 2 reasons why Tianying left the team. First, when he appeared in Killian, he found that the communication device he bought from the 12th Division actually vibrated. There were a lot of people in the team, so I had no chance to check, so I had to leave first. Secondly, he wanted to judge Amagai-suk's strength at this time through the battle between Amagai-suk and Killian, as well as his mastery of the taper, mo, yao, knife. Seeing that Amagai-suk had appeared in front of Killian, Tianying temporarily gave up the idea of checking the communication device and watched Amagai-suk's battle attentively. 13. Sky Eagle counted and found that there were 13 Killians in total in this batch. And as Amagai-suk got closer, they actually began to condense at the tip of their noses at the same time. This is not surprising, after all, a tough guy like Killian has no other skills besides using virtual flash. For the slightly more capable Shinigami, Kurlin's huge body is actually a huge target that moves slowly. 13 false flashes of light almost covered the area in front with red, and the violent spiritual pressure made the surrounding atmosphere extremely chaotic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tianying was curious about how Amagai-suk would respond. Since he chose to rescue Jiro, he probably wouldn't escape. Otherwise it would be too hypocritical. Judging from Amagai's performance in the anime, apart from his inexplicable hatred for the Kazumioji family and Yamamoto, he is not actually a pure villain. Sure enough, just as Tianying expected, Amagai-suk pulled out the light blow from his waist. Amaji remembers that Amagai-suk's Zanpakuto is called Thunder Fire, and Bankai seems to be called Thunder Fire Flame Shell. Because of the distance, Tianying did not hear Amagai-suk's words of liberation. As a burst of red light flashed, the light blow in Tianbei's hand changed. A crescent-shaped pattern appeared on the top of the blade, and a white handguard appeared on the grip, protecting the entire grip. Shikai. Judging from the appearance of Amagai Zanpakut, Amagai just Shikai Zanpakut. If it is Bankai's Thunder Flame Shell, a huge arm guard will appear on the handle of the knife, and the entire knife will become almost as tall as a person. Amaji was a little confused. He thought Amagai would directly choose Bankai to quickly resolve the battle, but he didn't expect Amagai to just use Shikai. It seems that Tianbei is very confident in his own strength. You must know that this is Hueco Mundo. If we don't solve it quickly, there will be a steady stream of Killians coming from around. Under Tianying's gaze, Tianbeiziu took action. I saw him waving the thunder fire in his hand, and dozens of flames shot out through the crescent moon on the top of the thunder fire blade toward the 13 Killians. Boom! 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 The flames hit Killian, who was condensing the false flash, causing these Killians to let out weird screams, and also successfully prevented their false flash from accumulating power. The next moment, while the smoke obscured Killian's sight, Amagai-suk quickly turned around and fled with Jiro, chasing in the direction where Rico and others left. That's it. Tianying stared blankly at Amagai-suk leaving, his eyebrows knitted together. This guy can hide better than me. He just killed a Killian. Fortunately, I had been hiding in the tree for a long time, so I didn't see the power of the bankai, nor the power of the taper yao knife. Just a few small fireballs and you ran away? It's really boring and a waste of your time. Looking up at the 13 iron hanin standing in a row in the distance, Tianying temporarily gave up the idea of showing up when he saw that they were not chasing Tianbei. Anyway, in the tree, let's first see what's going on with the communication device. Tianying reached out and took out the communication device from his clothes, and then pressed it a few times. It actually says you have a message. This made Tianying a little confused. How could his communication device receive information? Zhang Ping? Qing Yuan? Only they know the contact information of this communicator. After thinking for a moment, Tianying clicked to check. After 1 second, the content of the message is displayed. Sky Eagle, come out of the lower level of Hueco Mundo alive. I'll wait for you on the upper level of Hueco Mundo. For a moment, Sky Eagle's hair stood on end. Upper Hueco Mundo? I don't have any acquaintances in the upper echelons of Hueco Mundo. To say that the only ones I have come into contact with are Aizen and others. Therefore, this message probably came from Aizen. But why was Aizen able to contact himself through the communication device? These communication devices were modified by Zhang Ping, and even Nirvana couldn't locate them. Zhang He? Is he from Aizen? Tianying suddenly realized that if Zhang He was Aizen's man, then everything would be explained. At the beginning, Tianying also questioned Zhang Ping, if there was no base station for the 12th division, whether these communication devices would be useless. But Zhang He said no at the time. He knew a very hidden base station that the 12th division could not monitor. Damn, no wonder. If Team 12 could monitor Aizen, how could he do so many earth-shattering things? Just as Tianying was thinking, the originally dark tree trunk seemed to become a little brighter again, and faint red light shot in through the holes. Tianying temporarily put aside his thoughts and glanced outside the hole. The next moment, the Sky Eagle directly opened a hole in the trunk of the tree and Shunpo got out. Buzz! A burst of fiery spiritual pressure instantly penetrated the position where the Sky Eagle had just been hiding, breaking the nearly 10-meter diameter tree in the middle. If it weren't for Tianying's quick dodge and this false dodge, he would have done it. Chapter 132. Tianying looked coldly in the direction where the virtual flash had just been launched. When he entered his eyes, a Daigzu with a single horn on his head was looking at him teasingly. This one-horned Daigzu already has human limbs, but the mask of the void is still in a complete state, and the snow-white wings on its back have not completely faded away. It should be in a semi-finished state of Arankar. Pseudo-Arankar Yaku Kaz. Tianying frowned slightly. If he sensed it correctly, the one-horned Daigzu's spiritual pressure had far surpassed that of Kilian, and had obviously reached the level of Achiukaz, and judging from its size, it seemed to have evolved once. The level of evolution of this Yaku-Kaz actually surpassed that of the king of the Great Void Forest in Asido. That's that. Tianying glanced at Akaioka's right hand, and his face turned a little ugly. At this moment, in the hand of the one-horned Yaku-Kaz, he actually held a compass-like instrument. The pointer of the instrument was facing me at the moment. Positioning device. Although Tianying was not a technical geek, he still recognized the purpose of that instrument at a glance. No wonder. No wonder it even knows which tree it is hiding in. This Yaku-Kaz must have relied on the positioning of this instrument to launch that precise attack. Interesting, coming out of the lower level of Hueco Mundo alive, is that what it means? Tianying sneered and raised the communication device in his hand to take a look. If he guessed correctly, the object located by the compass-like instrument was the communication device in his hand. In order to verify his conjecture, Tianying casually threw the communication device to the right. Sure enough, as the position of the communicator changed, the pointer of the instrument in Yachika's hand also changed and continued to point at the communicator. Aizen, you guy! Tianying murmured in a low voice, and then casually issued had number 4, white thunder to penetrate the communication device. He finally understood. This group of Killians were not attracted by Ono and Jiro at all, their target was themselves. Tianying didn't expect that he would eventually fall into Aizen's trap. As expected of Aizen, he is really hard to guard against. If nothing else, Aizen must have known about his ability to store items and move in space. After all, he had demonstrated these two abilities in front of Zhang Ping and Qing Yuan before in the maggot nest. Hey, are you the Shinigami named Shiba Skyhawk? I didn't expect you to be quite smart and know how to throw away that crap. The one who spoke was the one-horned Achiukas opposite the Skyhawk. It laughed and put away the pointer instrument in its hand, looked at Tianying teasingly as he took a step forward, and released his spiritual pressure towards Tianying unscrupulously, as if he wanted to make Tianying feel scared through his spiritual pressure. But its plans failed. Skyhawk just raised his head and glanced at the Achiukas, then sneered, "Shiba Skyhawk, did Aizen find a guy like you to join me?" As he spoke, the Sky Eagle did not retreat but advanced, staring into the eyes of this Achiukas without fear. The chaotic spiritual pressure of this Achiukas actually had little impact on him. What the hell? It's so unreasonable. The one-horned Achiukas laughed angrily. It didn't expect that a Shinigami brat would dare to laugh at itself. Its pale face showed a strange expression, and it replied to Skyhawk's question with a cold mechanical voice, "Shiba Skyhawk, you are really naive. Let me tell you directly, the order I received was to kill you, not to make a connection. Remember, my name is Sustaina Yubo, the leader of the Great Void Forest No 11. After saying that, the Yachukas named Ebo was about to rush forward and fight. However, Sky Eagle stopped it. Tianying feels that this Yachukas is very suitable for communication and can exchange a lot of information. Wait a minute, Ebo. Before you kill me, can I ask you a few questions? When Yubo heard this, he frowned and stopped, as if he was sure of winning the matter of killing Tianying. Tell me, my patience is limited. I can answer you at most 3 questions before you die. Okay. Tianying nodded. He was very satisfied with IPO's honesty. In some ways, Kyun was actually better at communicating than Shinigami. First question, you just said that you are the leader of the Great Void Forest number 11. How many Great Void Forests are there in the lower level of Hueco Mundo? I don't know, I haven't calculated it. Yubo is very honest, really honest. It really doesn't know and has never calculated it. Then how do you know this is Daegzu Forest number 11? Was it the number assigned to you by Aizen? Tianying asked quickly. Those are 2 questions. IPO thought for a moment, stretched out 2 fingers, and then continued Kaid, I don't know Aizen. The numbers of Daegzu Forest are arranged in order by Sui Palace. I don't know, is there a Daegzu named Aizen in Sui Palace? I only know Mr. Bale Gang. Bale Gang. Tianying murmured, last question, have you been transformed? Hearing Tianying's last question, the pupils under Yubo Su's mask shrank slightly. Then it shook its head. No. Tianying didn't believe it. No. Yubo was silent for a moment. Before this question, you have already asked 3 questions. I can choose not to answer this question. Also, I have fulfilled your request, prepare to die. After saying that, Yubo waved his right hand to the Killian group behind him. A moment later, the huge mask of 13 Killians began to shine with dazzling red light again. Tianying wiped his nose, as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Base. Tianying didn't waste any time and directly pulled Jienda out of the scabbard at his waist. He is not Amagai Susuk, who only knows how to escape. Aquila has decided that he will not return to the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, nor will he return to Soul Society for the time being. He wants to stay here, keep fighting, and improve his strength. When did you learn Bankai? When will you go back? Tianying had a hunch that he was not far away from Bankai. All he lacked was time and understanding. A person fighting in Hueco Mundo may be able to become stronger. As long as Aizen has nothing to do with him, then he will be successful. Tianying looked at the 14 Daigzu in front of him and smiled coldly. Doesn't Aizen have strong spiritual pressure? As long as you give yourself time, your spiritual pressure won't get any worse. Don't forget that the black hole that Angkong belongs to also has the ability to swallow the void to enhance the host's spiritual pressure. The scene in Tianying's dream when he saw the void that he killed being swallowed into a black hole was a demonstration of this ability. This Hueco Mundo doesn't have much. It's just too much. Kilian, Yaku Kaz, and Vastad. These are all proper spiritual pressures. Skyhawk is confident. As long as he grows weak and develops, by the time he goes to the upper level of Hueco Mundo, even Sui Palace will be demolished by Aizen. Chapter 133. Skyhawk took a deep breath. Directly insert the Zanpakuto into the ground, reverse, shatter, and the time will be darkened. As the words fell, the light hammer in Tianying's hand emitted a burst of dazzling silver light, and a mysterious and dignified spiritual pressure swept all around in an instant. Immediately afterwards, dark ripples spread out in all directions with the dark Tang Dao Angkong as the center. This ripple silently penetrated the trees of the Daigzu forest, and also penetrated the bodies of Yubo and 13 Kilians, forming a dark transparent barrier about 100 meters long and wide. Space spiritual pressure is limited. This is a skill that Amaji showed off during his first Shikai. Within the scope of this barrier, he can fight as he wishes, and any aftermath caused by the collision of spiritual pressure will not be perceived by the outside world. The moment the barrier was formed, the accumulated spiritual pressure of the 13 Kilian virtual flashes trembled violently at the same time, as if something was interfering with the formation of the virtual flashes. Yubo's eyes gradually became serious, and he also noticed something abnormal. Call. Falling into the dead silence of the great void forest, Tianying exhaled the filthy breath he had just taken in deeply. 13 Kilians and 1 Yaku Kaz. This was the first time he faced such a fighting force. However, he was not nervous, but rather excited. Although he had been hanging out in the 4th division before, he never gave up on his own cultivation. The stable life did not numb his mind. After all, in front of him stood the insurmountable mountain of Aizen. After such a long time, he was much stronger than the last time he killed the alien Kilian in the Great Void Forest. Shunpo can kill 5 Kilians in close combat, and then use Dark Sky Shattering Star to kill 5 more. Then he only needs to avoid the false flashes of the 3 Kilians. Tianying estimated that this fighting method can avoid being hit by the virtual flash to the greatest extent, and at the same time, it can also reduce the number of virtual groups. However, this requires wielding Dark Sky Broken Star 5 times in one go, which is quite difficult. Moreover, space spiritual pressure is limited as a field, which consumes a lot of Skyhawk's spiritual pressure. With his current strength, he can only open it for about 10 minutes. There's another Ashoka's. Tianying glanced at Yubo, who was standing in front of the 13 Kilians, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Aizen gave him such a great gift, and he had to return the favor. Although these hollows are nothing more than ants to Aizen, a large hollow forest has been severely damaged, and Bailgang will probably be disappointed. That guy at Bailgang is not someone who obeys Lan Ran's advice. So, this Sustaina Ebo must be killed. And after killing it, we must devour its spiritual pressure as soon as possible. Now that he has decided to improve his strength alone, Tianying must take advantage of now and cherish every opportunity. Skyhawk knows. Once he kills IPO, the other leaders of the Great Void Forest will definitely be more cautious. Sui Palace may also send people to the lower levels of Hueco Mundo to participate in the encirclement and suppression of itself. Laugh. Tianying pulled out the dark sky that had just released the spatial spiritual pressure limit from the ground, and then according to the determined battle plan, he swung 5 dark sky broken stars at the 5 Kilians on the left as quickly as possible. As the Sky Eagle slashed 5 times in a row, 5 silver sword lights went straight to the 5 huge Killian heads on the left. At the same time, Skyhawk used Shunpo to disappear. The next second, he appeared in front of Killian on the far right. Shunpo and gravity floats. The Skyhawk successfully hovered on the tip of Killian's nose. At Tianying's feet is the red spiritual pressure that is accumulating. Without any hesitation, he held the time in his right hand and slashed at Killian's huge mask. From the top of his head to his lower jaw, this Killian seemed to be unresponsive. Relying on gravity, Skyhawk continued to use Shunpo to repeat the previous attack without a fulcrum in mid-air. 4 times later, 3 false flashes arrived as promised. The red spiritual pressure made a buzzing sound, as if it pierced the space. Unfortunately, Killian's spiritual pressure seems to be very strong, but it does not compress the spiritual power enough. Even if it hits, Skyhawk will not be injured. However, Tianying had no intention of trying it out. It seems very domineering to resist virtual flash, but it also requires the consumption of one's own spiritual pressure. It is not very cost-effective to consume too much spiritual pressure on these Taihanhan miscellaneous soldiers. After all, there is an Ashokas down there that is suspected to have been tested by Arrancar. Using the ability of gravitational levitation, the Sky Eagle moved around in mid-air, like a fallen leaf flying in the wind, perfectly avoiding these 3 false flashes. And the attack he sent before also had an effect in the process of dodging. The 5 Killians who were directly hit by the dark sky broken star all had their heads cut off, and the huge false mask fell to the ground from high altitude, making bursts of sounds. As for the other 5 Killians who were attacked by Sky Eagle in close combat, their mask of the hollow was split in half from top to bottom, and none of them was spared. Bang 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 bang! Suddenly, a burst of applause came from the ground. The evading Sky Eagle frowned and looked at the source of the applause. IPO. Well done, kid. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Yubo was still applauding, his eyes full of admiration, as if what the Sky Eagle killed was not its own kind, but a group of ants. Actually that's right. Although Killian is a great void, to Yubo, who has evolved into Ashokas, he is no different from an ant. They are just miscellaneous soldiers. If they die, they will die. The most important thing in the Great Void Forest is Killian. Tianying smiled coldly. He originally thought that Yubo was just stupid, but he didn't expect that he would also be arrogant. But that's fine too. If it weren't for Yubo's brain failure, he might not be able to understand some things. It was precisely because it was holding the pointer-like instrument in its hand that it could detect that the communication device was located. It was precisely because of what it said casually that he knew that Aizen had issued the killing order through Sui Palace. And although Yubo did not directly admit the fact that he had been transformed, it was judged by his behavior. Aquila is basically certain that Aizen has started Arrancar's experiment in Hueco Mundo. Seeing that Yubo had no intention of taking action, Tianying was not polite and directly used Shunpo again to kill the remaining 3 Killians. With Killian's death, their corpses slowly dissipated and turned into spirit particles that floated towards the Sky Eagle's body. Tianying stared at Yubo for a while, and saw that it had no reaction. He was sure that only he could see such a scene, and he immediately felt relieved. It's your turn. Ibo. Chapter 134. Shunpo, Dark Sky Broken Star. Tianying suddenly appeared in front of Yubo, waving in the sky with his hand, and raised his hand with a knife. The dark sky reflected the faint light penetrating from the middle desert, and the cold silver blade flashed, lighting up the originally dark forest. The speed of this knife was very fast. At least in front of this speed, those Killians just now were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But this time the Sky Eagle attacked a Yachokas, and it was impossible to kill it with just one knife. Ipo waved his wings and retreated quickly. Not only that, its flapping wings also created a strong gust of wind, which suddenly hit the Sky Eagle. Although Tianying could not detect the strong wind with his naked eyes, the harsh sound breaking through the air made him aware of something abnormal. Missing the attack, Sky Eagle jumped directly into the sky. Bang! 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 The next moment, there were several violent explosions where the Sky Eagle was originally located. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Wind! Tianying glanced at Yubo's wings and roughly guessed that the attack just now was caused by airflow. Did you guess it? So what? Yubo showed a sneer, flapped his wings again, and appeared behind Sky Eagle in an instant. It raised its right hand and aimed it at Sky Eagle's back. Intense spiritual pressure condensed on its index finger, emitting high-frequency flashes. Buzz! Unlike Killian's false flash, which requires a long time to accumulate power, Yubo's false flash was shot out after only 2 seconds. The red virtual flash passed through the distance between the two people at lightning speed. Wherever he passed, the gloomy and dark forest was given a touch of violent blood. Tianying's black hair flew wildly under the powerful spiritual pressure, but he had no intention of dodging. He turned around and swung his sword, and Angkong made a harsh cutting sound again, and the silver sword light slashed straight towards Sudian. Foolish! A sarcastic smile appeared on Yubo's lips. It didn't expect that Tianying would not dodge the false flash, but directly swing the sword. This kid may be crazy. Doesn't he know that Akaioka's false flash is much scarier than Killian's? However, the next moment, Yuba's smile froze on her face. It never thought that the false flash it sent out would be blocked by the kid in front of it. I saw the silver sword light and the red virtual flash colliding together, making a silent conflict. At the intersection of the two attacks, silver light and red light flashed alternately, reflecting each other. No, Yubo discovered in shock. The false flash he sent out had insufficient stamina, and his spiritual pressure could not keep up with the consumption of this slashing attack. If you don't dodge, you will be attacked by this slash. Damn it! In desperation, it flapped its wings and turned sideways to avoid the dark sky broken star. After thinking about it, Yubo decided to change his fighting method and flew straight into the sky. In Hueco Mundo, it has not seen that Shinigami can fly. Even if this is the Great Void Forest and can rely on trees to pursue, the movable trajectory can still be seen. It thinks that it can avoid it with the advantage of flying. But it never imagined that as it continued to rise, the Sky Eagle followed closely behind, getting closer and closer to it. Where are you going? Aren't you going to kill me? The Skyhawk's voice was very calm, and the time was in his hand, controlling the gravity and flying straight to Yubo. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. A series of dark sky broken stars were swung out from the hands of Sky Eagle, like lightning in the dark, heading towards Yubo. Yubo was forced to keep dodging in the air. And the more it does this, the closer the Sky Eagle gets to it. When the difference between the two was only about 10 meters, Tianying directly used time delay. Yubo only felt that his eyes were blurred, and a flash of sword light came towards him. Puff! The sword light struck Yubo, making a muffled sound. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Ipami turned sideways to avoid the attack, and the Zanpakut struck it on the shoulder. Yubo let out a scream, covered his shoulders and kicked the Sky Eagle in front of him. By now, it has understood that the situation in front of it is simply beyond its control. It's not that it can control the life and death of the Sky Eagle, but that its life and death are under the control of the Sky Eagle. Poof! Under the influence of slow time, Yubo's movements looked extremely slow in Skyhawk's eyes. Tianying casually slashed Yubo's right leg, which he had no time to recover. This knife directly chopped Yubo into limbs. The severe pain finally made fear appear in Yubo's eyes. It didn't understand why the situation suddenly became like this. Now it has only one thought in its mind. That's escape. Wait a moment. Yi quickly spoke, trying to stop Tianying's attack. However, the Sky Eagle ignored it and cut off its wings with both swords. Yubo, who had lost his wings, could no longer maintain his flying state and quickly fell to the ground. The Sky Eagle was just stuck in front of Ibo like a shadow, ready to turn this Yaku cause into his own spiritual pressure at any time. Finally, the fear of death made Yubo put down his dignity, and he shouted heartbreakingly, "Uh-huh! Don't you have questions to ask me? I can tell you anything." Hearing these words, Tianying finally withdrew the dark sky that stabbed Ibo Su's mask. Immediately afterwards, Tianying grabbed Yubo's neck and fell to the ground. Bakut's 33 flashes of mouth. In order to prevent Ipami from counterattacking, Skyhawk used Bakut to imprison Ipami on the ground. After sensing the spiritual pressure in his body, there were about 2 minutes left in the space limit. Tianying decided to use these 2 minutes to understand some things. "I ask, you answer, you can't think for more than 3 seconds, otherwise I will kill you directly, understand?" Tianying glanced at Yubo coldly and said quickly. Yubo nodded quickly. But the next second, it felt like its left hand had been slashed. "I asked you to answer, not to nod. Remember, I will kill you directly next time." "I know. I know." Yubo's mind has been occupied by fear. Seeing this scene, Tianying flashed a trace of disdain in the corners of his eyes. To be honest, this Yaku cause somewhat tarnished Sky Eagle's impression of Su. In Sky Eagle's memory, both the Espada and their subordinate officers are a group of warriors who are not afraid of death. "How do you get in touch with Sui Palace?" "There are special communication devices in my lair." "How to get to Sui Palace from the lower level of Hueco Mundo?" "If you want to go from the lower level of Hueco Mundo to Sui Palace, you must first find the penetration of the desert, otherwise you will not be able to directly pass through the yellow sand layer." "Are you reformed?" Hearing this question, Yubo was silent for 2 seconds. "Don't. I say." Seeing Tianying's hand holding the Zanpakut raised, Yubo quickly stopped him. "I don't know what transformation is, I really don't. I only remember that a long time ago, I and some other Yaku cause were recruited to Sui Palace, where I was fortunate enough to receive the spiritual pressure gifted by Suwang Bail Gang, and my body shape and strength have evolved somewhat. However, my level of evolution is very low. It seems that I have not passed His Majesty Bailagang's test, so I was sent to this great void forest." Hearing this, Tianying thought for a moment and asked the last question, "How do you think my strength compares to that of Bailgang?" Yubo sighed, "I don't know, maybe it's just like the gap between you and me." "Okay, then I'll have to see it sooner or later." After saying that, Tianying looked at Yubo indifferently and cut off its head with a knife. "Don't blame me. You didn't negotiate terms with me, and I didn't say I wouldn't kill you." Chapter 135. Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force Station, outside the cave. On the top of a steep rock, the Sky Eagle stood quietly here, hiding its figure with bent light. He stared at the 5 caves indifferently, watching the people of the expeditionary force coming in and out. It is estimated that Amagai Zyasuk would never have thought that a group of 11 people went out and only 9 people came back. No. To be precise, Zhang Ping, who has left the team, must also be added. Having just entered Hueco Mundo, there were only 38 people left in the 41 team. Just as Skyhawk expected. Zhang Ping also left the team. In other words, only Qing Yuan is left among the Shinigami who came out of the maggot nest and joined the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. With Tianying and Zhang Ping leaving, Qing Yuan was moved from cave number 5 to cave number 2 by others. If Tianying guessed correctly, he should have been transferred to the melee team. Although he was a little apologetic, Tianying was still not ready to go back. Inside cave number 1. All the scouts were sent out to investigate, but only Tianbei and the remaining 3 team captains remained here. All 4 of them had heavy expressions on their faces, especially Tianbei, who had a trace of sadness in the corners of his eyes. The disappearance of Tianying, the death of Ono, and the disappearance of Zhang Ping. In less than a few hours, the team lost 3 members, which was a blow to Ambe. When he came, he said in a joking tone that he would definitely protect the safety of others. Now, that sentence has really become a joke. Tianbei sighed secretly and reorganized his emotions. No matter what, as the leader of the expeditionary force, he must not show negative emotions. Yoshioka, Kaibyun, and Riko, tell me, do you want to use the entire team to conquer the Great Void Forest? No. Captain Amagai. Riko was the first to object, her expression serious. As you just saw, we were attacked by more than a dozen Killians before we even penetrated into the Great Void Forest. If we really set the location of the expedition directly here, we would probably suffer heavy casualties. Litsi actually always felt that. Tianbei directly used the Daegzu forest as the location for the expeditionary force. This move was too reckless. After all, these people have just arrived in Hueco Mundo and have not yet adapted to the environment here. Moreover, there are still some people in the team who have never fought with Su, so it is too far-fetched to directly face Killian. Hearing this, Amagai Susuk nodded calmly and looked at Yoshioka and Kifyun again. What about you? Do you have the same idea as Li Zi? Yoshioka and Kifyun looked at each other. Kifyun nodded vaguely. Yoshioka said directly, I think Captain Litzi's view is right. It is not easy for us to use this great hollow forest as a crusade target for the time being. We should first sweep away some lower-level hollows in the surrounding area and kill some lone Killians, let the team members familiarize themselves with Killian's spiritual pressure and improve their strength in battle. There are too many Killians in the Great Void Forest. Once we are targeted by more than 10 Killians at the same time, our team will collapse without even having to take action. Yoshioka had just finished speaking, and Kifyun followed suit with his final speech. I also agree with Captain Riko's view, and I also support Captain Yoshioka's strategy of sweeping the surrounding area first. It is indeed too reckless to directly attack the Daegzu forest. In words, he seemed to have decided the expeditionary army's future crusade strategy for Ambe. Yoshioka and Kifyun were so ambitious that they used Riko's objections to directly deny Amagai's previous strategy. Kifyun, in particular, carried out his objections in an irrelevant manner. Tianbei glanced at the 3 team captains under him, with some displeasure on his face. However, he did not speak, but remained silent. At this moment, Litsi spoke again. Captain Yoshioka, Captain Kaibyun, you two know how to support me now? What have you been doing? I have objected to entering the Great Void Forest before. If you hadn't encouraged Captain Amagai to go in, would Ono have died? Would Sky Eagle have disappeared? Litsi's words were full of anger. She had thought that Tianying abandoned her and her teammates and ran back, but when she returned to the station, she found that Tianying was not there at all. Speaking of facing Killian, I remembered something. Riko glanced at Yoshioka and Kifyun coldly, then turned to Amagai and said, Captain, just now Yoshioka and Kifyun, when the 2 of them escaped, they snatched the bent light barriers from Shinigami in our team. I think they need to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will lead the kid team to withdraw from the expeditionary force. My team members and I have always believed that these 2 people are not worthy of trust. Oh? There's still this matter. Amagai glanced at Kifyun and Yoshioka, and then continued coldly, Kifyun, Yoshioka, you 2 really should explain it carefully. Usually Amagai is very tolerant of Kifyun, after all, Kifyun is the bridge between him and Kazumioji's family. But through this time, Amagai understands that Kifyun is not a guy who is willing to be inferior to others. If he is not careful, he may be used as a stepping stone by this guy. Riko's words gave Amagai an excuse to attack Kifyun and Yoshioka, and he could beat them both. Captain Amagai. Don't listen to Riko, she. Yoshioka was about to quibble, but Riko interrupted angrily, Yoshioka, do you want me to ask the team members to come over for a confrontation? What's the point of quibbles at this time? All I need is an explanation. You are so tolerant. People are disappointed. After saying that, Litsi stood up directly, turned around and was about to walk out of cave number 1. At this moment, Tianbei reached out and grabbed Litsi. Wait a minute, Litsi, I'll let them give you an explanation. Amagai also slowly stood up, and the terrifying spiritual pressure instantly locked onto Yoshioka and Kifune. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his hand had already touched the Zanpakut. Tell me, if you don't tell me clearly today, each of you will leave an ear. Chapter 136. In the quiet cave, Yoshioka and Kifune looked at each other. They didn't expect things to become so troublesome. Those Jillians are really useless. They couldn't keep people like Litsi, so they lost a Shiba Skyhawk. Yoshioka curled his lips and hesitated. Captain Amagai, Captain Riko, actually we took the bent light barriers to find Ono. After all, only Jiro came back at that time. Ha! You are so shameless. You can say such things. Have your conscience been eaten by a dog? Bah! Litsi pointed directly at Yoshioka's nose and cursed, Ono has already been sacrificed, and you still want to use him. When it comes to talking about things, you are worse than a beast. Yoshioka was so scolded that he did not dare to say a word. He could only give Kifune a vague look and signaled Kifune to speak. But how could Kifune interrupt? Although he and Yoshioka robbed the bent light barriers and escaped, it was Yoshioka who did it, so what does it have to do with him? Tianbei smiled coldly and asked Litsi directly, who robbed it? He. Yoshioka. Riko pointed at Yoshioka without saying a word. Pfft! Ah! Yoshioka screamed. Amagai cut off one of Yoshioka's right ears, then slowly put away the knife, looked at Li Ziyi and said, okay, this matter is over here. Next time I find such a situation, I will. It's not as simple as just one ear. Amagai decided to let Kifune go, which was to save some face for Kifune. After all, he still needed Kifune as his contact person for the Kazumioji family. Seeing that Yoshioka was already in terrible condition, Riko didn't attack again and just gave up. After all, she couldn't really leave the main force with the members of Kid Team. Without Amagai's high-end combat power, it would be difficult for them to survive in the lower levels of Hueco Mundo. Give me back the bent light barriers. Riko glanced at Yoshioka with disgust, then stretched out her right hand. Yoshioka endured the pain, covering his ears with one hand, and took out the bent light barriers medium from his clothes with the other hand. The medium is actually a stone half the size of a hand. It's just that Yoshioka didn't expect that the stone would be so hot. He just covered it for a while and then removed one of his ears. He glanced at Riko, Kifune, and Amagai with secret hatred, and then found a place to sit down. Amagai sensed Yoshioka's dissatisfaction, and this was the effect he wanted. Only in this way can he establish the absolute authority of his captain. As for whether Yoshioka will make any small moves in the end, just pay attention to it yourself. You had a good idea just now. Let's do what you said and let the soldiers of the expeditionary force attack some lone Jillians nearby. As long as the Great Void Forest is still here, Jillian will be summoned and come continuously. Tianbei obviously knows this. Litsi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but speak. Captain Amagai, do we still need to send people in to find Captain Shiba and Ono? They may. Riko wanted to say that maybe they were still alive, but she also knew that was unlikely. I understand. I will go in and take a look when I have time in the next few days. Please be careful while I'm away. Amagai thought for a while and agreed with Riko. He also wanted to find that kid Shiba Tianying. After all, that kid's kite is what he needs, and more importantly, that kid's attitude towards Siridii makes Amagai very satisfied. They didn't know that the kid had already completed the first kill in the Great Void Forest number 11 and quietly left the scope of activities of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. Now that he has decided to grow alone in Hueco Mundo, Skyhawk embarks on his travels again. This time he found a goal for himself, which was to learn Bankai before returning to Soul Society. On a deserted Gobi desert, an ordinary Jillian is taking huge steps in one direction. The chaotic and violent spiritual pressure created a vacuum around it, and some weak lower-level hollows kept away from it. Behind Jillian, a strange figure followed it. This figure was wearing a black death tyrant costume, with a bull-headed Su mask on his face, but what was strange was that his chest did not have the unique hollow of Su. Bah! How long will this Tai Hanhan have to go? Why is this ghost place so big? It's really annoying. The one who was following Jillian was the Sky Eagle. He had been following Jillian for 5 days. Along the way, he had been either in the desert or the Gobi. He had not seen any of the Great Void Forest. In fact, before this, the Sky Eagle followed another Jillian, but unfortunately that Jillian became the food for the 5 Yachukas. The most important thing is that I still know those Ashuka's Sky Eagles. The leader was a leopard. Although the leopard didn't have Arankar yet, Skyhawk recognized the guy as Grimjo at a glance. It was precisely because of this that Tianying held back and did not take action. He has no plans to fight Espada yet. Even though the leopard hasn't become Espada yet, the talent is here, and Grimjo's combat power is not weak, and cannot be compared to the weaklings in the Great Void Forest. What's more, the leopard was followed by 4 younger brothers. Tianying sighed and looked up at the sky. This pitch-black sand layer was really disturbing. Hey, if I had known I had packed more food, I would have almost lost my mouth. Before coming, Tianying went to the 4th Division to get his Zanpakut, and stopped by the 4th Division's kitchen to grab some food. Not much, he has already finished eating, and now he has completely become an ascetic. Although Shinigami does not need to eat to survive, he will always feel better if he can have some delicious food. Unfortunately, the good mood is gone. Ang Kong, didn't you send me to Hueco Mundo from Soul Society last time? Why don't you let me go back again? When a person is bored, Tianying often chats with Guangyang and Ang Kong. Although this seems a bit like talking to himself, it is better than being alone. Yes, but it will consume 1/3 of your spiritual pressure. You must obtain this spiritual pressure through training or hunting hollows again. Ang Kong's cold voice sounded in Tianying's mind. Tianying has asked the same question many times. Ang Kong respected Tianying every time and answered him with the same answer. This kind of communication seemed to be Tianying's only pleasure in this barren land. Why don't you go and grab it? Tianying replied angrily, the last time I absorbed the Ashukas in the Great Void Forest, it only increased the spiritual pressure by 1/10. You ask for 3 of them. Yakukas, I can't afford it. Haha, Sky Eagle, if you absorb 10 more Ashukas, your spiritual pressure will reach a qualitative change, and you can learn Bankai by then. A gentle voice gave Sky Eagle a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Time. I know, aren't you talking about the liquefaction of spiritual pressure? Tianying replied dully. He has never heard of the vaporization and liquefaction of Shinigami's spiritual pressure. How come his way of training is split, which is different from other Shinigamis? It looks like a cultivator. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Guanjian's gentle voice sounded a bit mean. I'm optimistic about you too. Ang Kong also added coldly. Oh, you guys are so annoying. I want to work harder too. I wanted to take action when I met those 5 Ashukas before, but didn't you tell me to hold on steady? Ang Kong, I asked you to cheer, not to send you off, silly. Guangyang, silly +1. Sky Eagle, maid, I'm going to shave off the tattoo with a knife right now, you 2B. Hey! The journey of growing up alone is so lonely. Chapter 137. Skyhawk stretched and focused his sleeves on Killian in front of him again. Whether it was for the reason of improving his strength or the reason of being able to enjoy a big meal in Soul Society, he still had to focus on absorbing spiritual pressure. Killian was still walking, and Skyhawk thought of him as a mobile spiritual pressure extraction machine with fragrant roast chicken. The grilled chicken had no wings and was quite big. Suddenly, Tianying frowned slightly. Grimjo. Mud, these damn idiots. Eyeing my own roast chicken again. Skyhawk really wanted to ask these guys. You guys are already Yakukas, and you still keep eating Killian. Isn't it poisonous? Does it need to be bigger and more fragrant or something? Why don't you accept Aizen's call and prepare to be an old silver coin for the rest of your life? To go up or not to go up? That is the question. Have you followed this Killian for so long, and your efforts have been in vain? Tianying was a little reluctant. But it's not a little more difficult to deal with 5 Yachukas at the same time. While thinking about it, Killian was already knocked down by the 5 old men, biting him crazily. Maid, gone again. Tianying is very angry. These damn guys are definitely here to fight against him. He must give them some color. After looking at the distance between the two sides, it was probably about 500 meters apart. Tianying had seen the opponent's speed and could still escape by using gravity acceleration. Done. 5 consecutive cuts of dark sky shattering star. While the 5 Ashokas were eating, Tianying drew his sword and struck out 5 times. These 5 slashes were aimed at the same Ashokas. This Ashoka's hollow mask is like a hat, with a gap in the mask. It's you. D-Roy. Who told you that even your mask was bitten into pieces by Grimjo? 5 silver sword lights wrapped in a harsh sound of breaking through the air appeared behind D-Roy in the blink of an eye. Grimjo's Achiukas subconsciously dodged after noticing the attack from behind, while D-Roy seemed to be unable to react for a moment because his strength was damaged. At the last moment, it could only turn slightly sideways. But 5 dark sky-shattering stars successively blocked its escape route. No matter which direction it faced, it would definitely be hit. Pfft! The sound of slashing into flesh was accompanied by a scream. D-Roy's right shoulder was hit by the dark sky broken star, and his entire right arm was chopped off. Damn it! It was so close. Skyhawk was a little annoyed when he saw that D-Roy was not fatally injured. But there is no way, the distance between the two sides is too far. Damn it! There's a false attack over there. Who is it? The speaker was Xiaolong Qufang. Its arms were entirely composed of bone energy, and its long and narrow fingers were like 5 sharp scimitars. Before meeting Grimjo, he formed a hunting team with 3 great hollows, Eldorad Leonis, Nakim, Ilford Grants, and D-Roy. He was the leader of this team. Leader. Now seeing D-Roy injured, it became furious. Grimjo moved quickly in the direction of the Sky Eagle. It had not yet been evolved by Hgyaku. The original body was a cheetah and was extremely fast. In less than 3 seconds, it appeared at the spot where Sky Eagle stood before. But Skyhawk had already slapped his and fled, and Grimjo could only see a small black dot in the distance, as well as 2 harsh words left by Skyhawk. If you Yakukas eat Killian again, I'll watch you and make a sneak attack. Don't ask me who I am. My name is Aizen. Buzz. Grimjo tentatively released a blue flash towards Sky Eagle, but Sky Eagle nimbly dodged it. After a while, Xiaolong appeared next to Grimjo. It stared in the direction where the Sky Eagle left, its eyes full of anger. Aizen? It doesn't look like Daezu. Xiaolong didn't ask Grimjo why he didn't chase him, because the figure retreated very quickly, and he might not be able to stop him if he chased him. Yet, Grimjo replied coldly, then turned around and walked back to his previous position. Xiaolong followed closely behind. Near Killian's body, D-Roy covered the broken part of his right arm with his remaining left hand, his face pale. There was still a hint of fear in its eyes. If he hadn't turned sideways at the last moment, maybe his body would have been hit. Zus are actually somewhat similar to humans, especially high-level Zus like them. They also have internal organs. It doesn't matter if their arms are cut off. As long as they swallow more sushu, they can slowly recover. But if the internal organs are damaged, it will be hopeless. Get out! Who the hell attacked me? Roy gasped for air, feeling a little painful from the stinging pain coming from the broken arm. Xiao Long sighed, then shook his head. Grimjo chased after him immediately, but the sneak attack guy ran away after attacking. I only saw the back. By the way, the guy seemed to say his name was Izensuk. Izensuk? Have we ever offended this guy? Roy carefully thought about the hollows who had been attacked by his group of people in his mind, but he had no impression. That guy is not a hollow. Grimjo glanced at Roy indifferently. Sometimes he really felt that the group of burdens following him were a bit stupid. If it was a virtual attack from such a distance, it would definitely use a virtual dodge. In that case, we must have noticed it. Not a hollow? What is that? Are there other creatures in this Hueco Mundo? Roy asked subconsciously. Grimjo turned his head and looked away, obviously not wanting to answer such mindless questions as Roy. Sholong said Kide, maybe Shinigami. During their long hunting career, they had fought against Shinigami, but those Shinigami were not very strong, otherwise they would not have survived until now. But having never encountered one does not prove that there are no strong people in Shinigami. They know this very well. Just like this Hueco Mundo, Ashoka seems to be the existence of a superior, but there is Vastad above, which is the top of the virtual world and their goal. However, among their group of hollows, only Grimjo has the talent to become Wastad, which is why they are willing to surrender to Grimjo. Eat that guy quickly. Continue hunting after eating. Grimjo gave Roy a cold look, then walked aside alone to be on guard. If it weren't for this guy, who would be willing to hunt Killian? It's really boring. Grimjo thought of what his friend had just said, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Izensuk? That's really interesting. Chapter 138. Skyhawk is happy. Although the sneak attack on Roy did not kill him. But it must be said that I found some fun in this boring place. After entering Hueco Mundo for so long, he found for the first time that Hueco Mundo seemed to be a place where he could find happiness. Although this kind of fun may seem boring to others, so what? Happiness is your own, and you don't need to trouble others. Whether others are boring or miserable has nothing to do with you. Edi's hometown is in that village. Yinner was born and raised in the village of Ahaja. Don't look at it. The Sky Eagle, who was in a good mood, hummed a ditty and even walked with a swagger. Tianying, you seem to be in a good mood. Suddenly, Guanjian's gentle voice sounded in Tianying's mind. Of course, as a Shinigami with lofty ideals, I must learn to adjust my mentality. Otherwise, what should I do if my mentality explodes after being with you two guys for a long time? Bah! Haha! Angkong sneered, and a voice as cold as a machine sounded, then you have the ability, don't use our abilities, you will just have a mouth and nothing. Yes, it's nothing but +1. Guanjian followed with a slight smile, didn't you say you wanted to shave off the scale tattoo? How come it's been so long and I haven't seen you do it yet? What's the point of bullying one of you two? Come on one after another if you have the guts. Tian Yingzhu said with dissatisfaction. But the next second, he was dragged into the endless starry sky. Angkong was dressed in black, and his eyes were cold and colorless under the strange mask. Tell me again, how do you want to come? As the sound of the dark sky fell, the entire starry sky seemed to come alive at the same time, and the stars in the sky shone at the same time, reflecting each other. Tianying was sweating profusely, and his heart was racing with 10,000 cao Nima. Elder brother. Well, this trick is kind of cool. Please teach me when you have time. What have you seen with a child? Aren't I bored? You didn't take me to steal chicken legs. While speaking, Tianying looked around with the corner of his eye. Not to mention, this flash of light really looks a bit like a KTV. It's a pity that there is no such place in Seoul Society or Hueco Mundo. I heard that there is in this world, but in such a developed city, it is better to go to KTV, ahem. Guangyang noticed Tianying's little movements from the side, and shook his head with a wry smile. Sometimes this guy looks very mature, and sometimes he looks childish like a child. Tianying was indeed right in saying one thing, the two of them really couldn't be on the same level as him, otherwise what else could they do? Not giving him the ability? Do you really want Sky Eagle to die here? Regardless of whether the two of them can live if the Sky Eagle dies, let's just say that this boring starry sky shines brightly precisely because of the Sky Eagle. In this dark and lonely world, it is impossible for me to stay there any longer. Ang Kong probably had the same idea. Guanjian glanced at Ang Kong. Aquila. Hey! Hearing Guanjian calling him, Tianying turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Guanjian exuded a soft white light, and floated gently in front of Tianying, stretched out his hand and rubbed Tianying's head. Actually, Ang Kong also wants to help you, but he is still in a sealed state, and you can't use him to survive. Too much force, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it. Guanjian said, raised his head and glanced at the vast starry sky, then hugged Tianying and pointed at the scales in the starry sky and said, do you know? Ang Kong and I rely on you to survive. Before you awakened your power, this world, the starry sky and this scale don't exist. There is only darkness and nothingness here, as if nothing exists except the two of us, and even if we can sense each other, we still can't communicate through language, can't see, hear, or touch. This is how we grow up. Nearly 20 years of life. You said we won't help you, but think about where your power comes from. Having been in the Shinigami world for so long, you should know how long it takes for a Shinigami to grow. Decades? The first half of the year? Even it's 1,000 years. But how old are you? 20? 40? 50? Tianying counted on his fingers, and then thought for a moment, it should be enough in 2 lifetimes. You. Guangyang patted Tianying's head gently, with a hint of endearment in his eyes. Ang Kong and I will be your strong backing, but if you want to use our power, you must be strong, otherwise I won't take the risk and let you spend your money carelessly. Your safety is the only thing that Ang Kong and I value, do you understand? A hint of warmth flashed in the corner of Tianying's eyes. He thought that no matter what request he made, Guangyang and Ang Kong would try their best to satisfy it. Even if they could not satisfy it, they would tell him the conditions they needed. Just like the time when his sister-in-law was injured, Ang Kong sent himself to Hueco Mundo to absorb spiritual pressure, but he disappeared for a while. I understand. I will work hard to improve my strength. Tianying said solemnly. Well. Kide, a gentle man, said, when you learn Bankai, maybe we can go out and do something for you. By the way, the Great Void Forest you are looking for should be about 50 kilometers to the west. You can go there directly instead of wandering around with a group of Killians. The tenderness in Tianying's heart disappeared because of this news. Good guy. I wandered around for a long time, and the two old friends were always laughing at the joke. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tianying glared at Guangyang fiercely. Ha ha. Guanjian smiled happily, and then disappeared from Tianying's side in an instant, leaving only one sentence. If you think you can find some fun playing tricks on Su here, we will naturally find ways to have some fun. Your expression, ha 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 ha. Time smiled, and the stars in the sky seemed to soften with his mood. Tianying's consciousness returned to Hueco Mundo again in depression. He looked around and saw a vast expanse of yellow sand, with only dozens of tall stone pillars standing irregularly on this barren land. The sky above was still dim, and wisps of light shone on the stone pillars, leaving dozens of invisible traces on the ground. What the hell? What the hell? The Sky Eagle is about to cry. Where is the light and autumn, which way is the west? Without the sun and compass, one becomes a road crazy even if one is not a road crazy. Just when Tianying was about to cry without tears, a silver light flashed and a black disc appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a cold and familiar voice sounded in his mind, "The brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you often forget to bring it." Team 12 Warehouse. Compass. Exclusively for Hueco Mundo. Pigs remember more things than you do. Chapter 139. The Forest of the Great Void. I finally found you, luckily I didn't give up. Outside the forest, Tianying looked at the familiar scene in front of him with tears in his eyes. I've been wandering around for almost a week, and finally found a place where I can gain experience. Tianying did not rush to enter the Great Void Forest first, but looked around the outside of the Great Void Forest. Before entering the Great Void Forest, he wanted to find a place to rest for himself. After all, it might not be that easy to find the leader of the Great Void Forest. He had to be prepared for a protracted war. Half an hour later. At the bottom of a cliff, Sky Eagle looked up and saw a cave, and nodded with satisfaction. That's it. I don't know when it started, but he no longer has any pursuit of accommodation. As long as it's a place where you can't be exposed to the outside world, it's a good place to sleep. Tread. Tread. There were several protruding rocks on the cliff from the ground to the cave, and Tianying jumped directly to the cave entrance in 2 steps. The passage of the cave is very narrow, and it can only accommodate 2 people passing through it in parallel. It is almost 3 meters high. It is initially judged that there should be no large voids living in it. He poked his head and opened his mouth to shout a few words into the dark cave. Is there any truth? Is there any emptiness? Is there any? It was very quiet inside the cave, with only faint echoes coming back from inside. Well, this place is mine. Tianying nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards the inside. Before entering the cave, he used his left hand to release Kid to condense a blue ball of light, which he used as a lighting tool, while his right hand held the Zanpakut. Be careful when sailing a 10,000-year-old ship. Tianying understood this truth after dying once. After walking for about 10 meters in a winding way, Tianying finally saw the bottom of the cave. This cave is different from the cave he lived in before. It doesn't have the feeling of being extremely narrow at first and then suddenly opening up. Until the end of the passage, the entire cave is about the same width and height. Suddenly, the gravel on the ground caught Sky Eagle's attention. This piece of gravel does not appear to be naturally formed, but was crushed by something. Hueco Mundo is the same as Soul Society. All materials are made of spiritual energy, so the material is very hard. Natural fragmentation is basically impossible. The only possibility is to be crushed by stepping on it. Trampled by whom? Tianying looked around again, trying to find some clues from the corners. Soon, he made another discovery. There are many irregular scratches on the periphery of a boulder in the corner, which looks like it has been scratched by a sharp weapon, but the middle part of the boulder is very flat, and there should be a creature resting on it. Are these claw marks? Tianying frowned slightly. Shinigami wouldn't be slashing around here with a Zanpakut, the only explanation is Hollow's sharp claws. The gravel on the ground was also explained. It should have been trampled to pieces by the Sioux living in the cave. When Tianying first entered the cave, he also stepped on a lot of stones, but he did not crush those stones. Without deliberate efforts, Shinigami's size cannot destroy the structure of the stone. Only monsters like Qin who do not restrain their own power can do this. But here comes the problem. Sky Eagle has never seen a void living in a cave, and this cave is still so small. Judging from this, the virtual one shouldn't be that big either. Tianying had a headache, so he analyzed it. This Sui lives in a cave and should have its own consciousness and lifestyle. Judging from the passage, the height of this virtual creature is no more than 3 meters, maybe even lower. Lower Su? Yaku Kaz. Sky Eagle murmured. Go wait outside first. It was not known what level of void was sleeping in the cave, so Tianying thought it would be better to wait and see outside. But just as he sold his left foot, there was a dull sound of footsteps at the entrance of the cave. Clatter! 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 Tianying immediately put the previously removed mask on his face, then drew out his Zanpakuto, and smashed the light source condensed by Kid in his left hand into the stone crevice of the cave. The bottom of this cave is not open, and there is not even any obstacle to cover the body. The Sky Eagle cannot hide and can only face it directly. He did not extinguish the light source. Since this Su can live in such a cave, it must have strong night vision, but he is different. If the light source is extinguished, he will really become blind. As if he noticed something unusual in the cave, the footsteps in the middle of the passage suddenly became much clearer, which made Sky Eagle realize that this hollow might not be as easy to deal with as he thought. Head number 4, White Thunder. Tianying raised his left hand and directly released a low-level hat as a tentative attack. Don't look at the fact that there are only 4 White Thunders in Hat's sequence, but Aquila's White Thunder directly penetrates the curved surface of the cave like a white laser. The stone wall of the cave was burnt by lightning to create a small hole 2 fingers wide, and white smoke was still rising around the hole. Although Kid's power increases as the sequence number increases, in the final analysis it still depends on the strength of the releaser's spiritual pressure. You know, it's also ballet. At first, Rukia's White Thunder might not be able to hurt even a Killian, but Byakuya used it for the first time, but it directly penetrated Bankai's body. Bang! After using the White Thunder, Aquila did not stop, but used the back of the Zanpakuto to hit the light source that Kid had condensed before, and hit the light source out like a baseball. The blue light point passed directly through the hole made by the white laser on the curved surface of the cave. It flew very fast, and the Skyhawk also moved accordingly. Shunpo! Shunpo! The 2 Shunpo passed through the twists and turns and happened to see the light source still flying. The next second, a strange-looking phantom appeared in front of Sky Eagle. For a moment, Tianying's pupils shrank into needle shapes, and his hairs burst. This guy looks familiar. What the hell is Achiuka's? This is obviously a Vastad. Entry point. A short Su Zheng stared at him coldly, his indifferent eyes without any emotion, as if everything he looked at was nothingness. Its entire body is snow white, with black wings on its back. Each of the wing spines has a sharp horn, and the sharp horn peaks glow leisurely with a cold glow under the blue light. Seeing this, Tianying understood. The scratch on the boulder just now was not caused by being caught, but by the guy unconsciously scratching it when he turned sideways. No wonder he didn't feel this guy's spiritual pressure just now. Only when he got closer could he realize the horror of this virtual spiritual pressure. Weird, heavy, suffocating, and violent spiritual pressure were all integrated, all contained by this void, as if it was its own realm. Ulquiera Sefer. Arankar number 4, the only terrifying Daigzul who can return to the second level. Chapter 140. Saw Ulquiera. A heavy BGM sounded in Tianying's mind. If he remembered correctly, this guy seemed to be carrying out autonomous Arankar's existence. No wonder now, apart from a pair of black wings and the false mask on his forehead, he doesn't look much different from a human being. Ulquiera glanced calmly at Skyhawk's Zanpakut, and then glanced at the stone wall penetrated by white lightning. There was no emotion or anger on his face. When he saw the mask on Skyhawk's face, he showed a thoughtful expression. What are you? As if because he hadn't spoken for a long time, Ulquiera's voice sounded a little stiff, cold and emotionless. He never glanced at the Zanpakut in Tianying's hand from beginning to end, as if it was just a child's toy. As if facing a formidable enemy, the Sky Eagle stared closely at Ulquiera, thinking about how to escape from the cave through Ulquiera if something went wrong. However, no matter how he envisioned it, it seemed like a fantasy to pass through Ulquiera's side and through the cave. Do I need to enable space transfer? Tianying secretly put his left hand behind his back and checked the operation of the spatial spiritual power. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no interference like when he encountered Aizen. He glanced at the source of the light without trace. It was the spiritual pressure left by Kid before, which could be used as a transfer coordinate. But now Tianying regrets not smashing the light source directly, otherwise who knows whether Ulquiorra will guard him next time he transfers back. Forget it, as long as it can save your life. Tianying didn't think too much anymore. At worst, they would ask for a location in the Great Void Forest from Angkong and Guanjian. No one told you that you need to introduce yourself before asking someone's name? Otherwise it would be very rude. Anyway, he was free to leave, and Tianying felt a lot more courageous. But the next second, Ulquiorra suddenly appeared in front of him, and the distance between them was only 30 centimeters. F***ck. Ring! Tianying shouted subconsciously. As the distance between the two of them got closer, Skyhawk became more and more aware of the horror of the spiritual pressure around Ulquiorra. The spiritual pressure that seemed to be able to melt people into nothingness was suffocating. Fortunately, the spiritual pressure in Tianying's body was also stimulated, and a silver light film covered his body surface, isolating the surrounding distortions. Ulquiorra saw a trace of doubt on Sky Eagle's face. But after a moment he returned to indifference. You are very strange. Ulquiorra stretched out his hand to touch the silver light on Aquila's body, and then said again, My name is Ulquiorra Sefer, what about you? What is it? I'm not a thing, I'm Shinigami. Bah, you're not a thing. Skyhawk wanted to say this and complain, but he held back. There was no killing intent in Ulquiorra's eyes. Skyhawk thought it would be better to have a good communication with this guy. Holding back the trembling sensation caused by Ulquiorra's touch on the spiritual pressure membrane on his body, Sky Eagle answered Ulquiorra's question truthfully. I am Shinigami. Shiba Skyhawk. He wasn't lying, that didn't make any sense. As he spoke, he removed the mask from his face, revealing a face that was somewhat similar to Ulquiorra's. Already Arrancar's Ulquiorra has a face similar to that of a human, and Sky Eagle feels that he should have a good communication with him. But the next second, Ulquiorra's words stunned Skyhawk. Shinigami? Shiba Skyhawk? You're such a waste. Forget it, it's not the same as autism. Tianying took a few deep breaths to calm down his emotions and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Ulquiorra asked again, What are you doing in my cave? Ulquiorra has been regarded as an alien since his birth. Even if he succeeds in Arrancar by chance and becomes the top Vastad, he still hasn't changed. Although he has lived for countless years, he has rarely met anyone willing to communicate. Although the thing in front of me that calls itself Shinigami is a bit useless, it seems to be a creature that is willing to communicate. Skyhawk doesn't know about Ulquiorra's psychological activities, but Skyhawk knows that Ulquiorra doesn't seem to be a murderous guy, but there is always a risk in communicating with Hollow. After thinking for a moment, Tianying slowly spoke. I'm going to the Great Void Forest outside to kill the leader and make myself stronger. Well, what then? Ulquiorra stared at the Skyhawk with his big eyes. What are you doing in my cave? Tianying was a little manic. Facing such a guy, he felt a little confused. He pointed in the direction of the Great Void Forest and continued to explain, It's too big there. I just arrived and I don't know where the commander is. I have to find a place to rest first. Well, what then? Ulquiorra continued to stare at the Skyhawk with his big eyes, not impatient at all, and continued to ask patiently, What are you doing in my cave? Ha ha ha. Tianying resisted the thought of spraying Ulquiorra, sneered, pointed into the cave and said through gritted teeth, I thought there was no one inside, so I planned to rest here. Although he was opening his mouth to explain, Tianying was already complaining crazily in his heart. Damn it, aren't there a few normal guys in the virtual world? Either he is schizophrenic, he is arrogant, he is autistic or he is bellicose. Only Aizen, a conspirator, is willing to come into contact with these guys. Damn it. After getting the answer he wanted, Ulquiorra left Sky Eagle and walked into the depths alone. This is my resting place, please go. Hearing these words, Sky Eagle's eyes widened and he looked at Ulquiorra's back in disbelief. How can this guy be so easy to talk to? Or do you mean that you don't even have the thought of letting the other party take action? Yes, the wind is blowing hard. But before Sky Eagle even took 2 steps, Ulquiorra, who had just entered the cave, appeared again. Wait a minute, you make my place look like this, repair it before leaving. Ulquiorra pointed to the damaged cave wall, then pointed to the light source stuck in the wall and said, the stuff seems pretty good, help me install a few more in the aisle. Sky Eagle stared at Ulquiorra dumbfounded, and instantly thought of a term. Home Improvement Company. This guy thinks I'm from a home improvement company. Damn it. I'm a Shinigami with dignity. How could I possibly do such a job? Don't say you won't give me money, and you won't do anything even if you add more money. I can take you to find that, well, the commander, it's an Ashoka's in the Great Void Forest. I'll take you there and I won't interfere in the battle between you. How about that? Okay. It's a deal. Chapter 141. The Great Void Forest. 2 figures, one tall and one short, one black and one white, walked in the forest. It was Aquila and Ulquiorra. It seemed that because Ulquiorra's suppression of the hollows was too strong, all the hollows who came close to the 2 of them consciously avoided them. Skyhawk had no interest in killing these lower-level hollows and Killian, and Ulquiorra was even less interested. In order to help Ulquiorra transform the cave, Sky Eagle spent nearly a day. At the end of the day, the 2 of them talked a little more. Tianying also figured out Ulquiorra's character. This guy really didn't like killing. He was very purposeful in doing things. In layman's terms, he wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Kill yourself? Ulquiorra doesn't have this idea yet. Ashoka's will not evolve if he devours Killian, and there will be no change if he devours himself. Perhaps in Ulquiorra's opinion, his spiritual pressure. While he was thinking about it, Ulquiorra suddenly spoke. Arrive. Ulquiorra stretched out his hand and pointed behind several Killians in front of him. Sky Eagle looked in the direction of Ulquiorra's finger, and it did look a little different over there. Although there were many Killians in the Great Void Forest, they rarely lived together in groups like this. After all, they have no thinking and don't know how to huddle together for warmth. Thanks, Ulquiorra, nice working with you. Seeing that he had arrived at his destination, Tianying stretched out his right hand to Ulquio. But what he got was Ulquiorra's indifference. This was Hueco Mundo, and there was no need for politeness between Hueco Mundos. Eating each other was already the greatest respect. Haha, forget it. Tianying chuckled and was about to withdraw his hand when a cold hand grasped his right hand. Is that so? Happy cooperation. As he spoke, Ulquiorra showed human thoughtfulness. Yes, the handshake means that our deal has been completed, and it also means that we look forward to working together again next time. Tianying started to talk nonsense. Anyway, he was talking about himself, so he could say whatever he wanted. Let's work together next time. A glimmer of light appeared in Ulquiorra's eyes for the first time, as if there were ripples on the water that had always been as smooth as a mirror. Okay, I'll wait for you here. When you finish your work, we can continue to cooperate later. Nanny. Tianying was stunned. I'm just being polite, why are you so rude? Is there anything else we can do together? Tianying asked subconsciously. Ulquiorra nodded directly, aren't you looking for the commanders of the Great Void Forest? I know there are several Great Void Forests, and I can take you to find them. I will not interfere in your battle with them. I will only take you to find them, and I will not care about anything else. Falsehood. A word appeared in Skyhawk's mind. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Tianying's mind. Can he establish a relationship with Ulquiorra? You know, Ulquiorra is one of the few Arankars who is willing to give in to Aizen from the bottom of his heart. If I have a good relationship with him, does it mean that he will also value this bad relationship? Bah, the feeling of acquaintance. After one day of contact, Skyhawk initially analyzed that Aizen should not have met Ulquiorra yet, and Ulquiorra is still in the wild. God-given opportunity. Skyhawk frantically searched for everything about Ulquiorra in his mind, and came up with the idea of conquering it. Ulquiorra seemed to have become a piece of cake in Skyhawk's eyes, and Skyhawk even forgot the fact that Ulquiorra himself was still a hollow. In Skyhawk's view, now that Ulquiorra has expectations for cooperation with him, it proves that he seems to be interested in him. As long as he doesn't ask to dig out his heart, everything else can be considered nothingness. Skyhawk remembered that Ulquiorra represented nothingness in Espada, and he felt that everything was meaningless. Ulquiorra once said in the original novel, "The world we live in is meaningless, and neither are we living here." If you can say something like this, autism and depression cannot be escaped. For such a guy, Skyhawk has an ADIR. Don't you have nothing to do? Aren't you empty? Find something for you. Aizen, doesn't he just like to find things for you to do? I'll find things for you too. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right back. The Sky Eagle patted Ulquiorra's shoulder without fear of death, then passed several Killians in a flash and rushed towards the leader's position. Hot chicken, come out and die. Behind Killian, a big void with a human face and a snake body seemed to have noticed someone coming outside. When the Skyhawk showed up, he opened his mouth and fired a yellow void flash. Fortunately, a strong sense of crisis sounded the alarm in Tianying's mind, allowing Tianying to calm down. Tianying is not arrogant enough to resist a Kaihoka's false flash. Because of knowing the existence of Espada, Sky Eagle has never looked down upon any Yachukas. Base. Dark Sky Broken Star. Drawing the knife, raising the hand, and slashing, this series of actions seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. The silver sword light struck straight towards the yellow flash. Because it was a hasty slash, this time the dark sky broken star did not directly penetrate the virtual flash, but was devoured after a moment of neutralization. But this was enough. Taking this opportunity, Tianying used Shunpo to quickly approach the leader of the Great Void Forest. He knew that Ulquiorra was watching the battle from a distance, and he had to show enough strength. Although these strengths may not be worth mentioning in Ulquiorra's eyes at the moment, as long as he swallows the spiritual pressure of a dozen more Ashokas, Tianying will be able to complete the spiritual pressure liquefaction mentioned by Angkong and Guanjian, thus learn Bankai. By that time, it was still unknown who was stronger and who was weaker than Ulquiorra, who had not been strengthened by Hgyaku. Shikai. With two swords in hand, Mizhiwa double sword style. After landing, Tianying appeared behind Shigzu, holding both swords behind his back and spinning his body at high speed. Tatsura knife strike. The Sky Eagle seemed to transform into a tornado, and countless blades of light formed a fierce wind circle. The surrounding leaves were blown to a creaking sound and fell from the towering trees one after another. A trace of fear flashed in the corner of Shigzu's eyes, and he twisted his snake body and ran away wildly, trying to avoid the scope of the tornado's sword attack. Shigzu quickly walked through the ground, trying to block the Sky Eagle's attack through the giant trees. But no matter how it moved, the knife tornado followed closely behind it, and all the giant trees were twisted into pieces by the knife tornado, turning into sharp weapons surrounding the outer wind circle. 10 seconds later, Shigzu died. Tianying appeared again. He didn't stay too long and left quickly after the spiritual pressure was absorbed. This Yaku cause may not be as powerful as the leader of the Great Void Forest number 11. Chapter 142. Skyhawk quickly resolved the battle and immediately returned to its original position. Seeing that Ulquiorra was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. People are really strange. When they first met, Sky Eagle was afraid that Ulquiorra would target him, and desperately wanted to escape from Ulquiorra. But now, the situation is opposite. Aquila was afraid that Ulquiorra would run away, so she threw herself into Aizen's arms and became Aizen's most loyal pony. Espada, as the top combat power under Aizen, was eventually destroyed in the hands of the Godi I-13, but no one would deny the power of Espada. At least in Tianying's view, the top 4 Daigzu and Espada definitely have the combat power of a captain. After all, these 4 guys are all full-fledged Vastods. Espada number 1, Coyote Star K. This Daigzu, who has the same name as Iron Man Star K, is the only autonomous Arrancar in Hueco Mundo, the other one is standing in front of him. He performed outstandingly in the Karakura town battle. He faced the attacks of 4 captains without losing a single blow, and even repeatedly severely damaged the captains he fought with. Although Star K was killed by Kiryu in the end, in Skyhawk's opinion, it was purely because Star K himself didn't want to live. Espadano.2, Bala Jayon Ruzenbang. Before Aizen became the master of Hueco Mundo, Bale Gang was the king of Hueco Mundo and the owner of Sui Palace. His ability is aging, and he almost killed Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, with one move. Otherwise, because of the needs of the plot, Tianying would not be able to think of how Bale Gang would die. Tianying also has to thank Juba. It is precisely because of Juba's guidance that Tianying knows that his space ability, Tianqi Bale Gang, is simply a poison-like existence. Espadano.3, Tia Haribal. There are only 2 female Vastod level Daigzu, the other one is Nelly. Whether it can be fought is debatable. Anyway, he must have the strength of captain level. In addition, she is the only surviving Vastod among the first 4 Espadas. Espadano.4 Ulquiorra Sefer. This little dwarf in front of Sky Eagle. Needless to say, this guy's combat prowess, he directly opened a hole in the chest of the protagonist, his cousin Ujigu, and released a bullhead to take him away. In the eyes of Tianying, that bull-headed Ujigu has already surpassed the Vastoid level and is completely unreasonable and perverted. Skyhawk had a second thought. If Ulquiorra becomes his pony, it means that he no longer needs to work for Aizen, and he will not be killed by Ichigo. In this case, Ulquiorra should be grateful to himself for saving him. Ulquiorra, how are you? Is my strength still good? Skyhawk, who was in a good mood, joked to Ulquiorra. As if feeling that he was already Ulquiorra's benefactor, Sky Eagle spoke more and more casually. However, Skyhawk knew what might happen next, but that didn't mean Ulquiorra also knew. Ulquiorra gave him no face at all. Waste. Not only is the spiritual pressure weak, but there are too many redundant movements in the battle. I don't know why you use so many redundant spin attacks. Ulquiorra glanced at Skyhawk indifferently, as if he didn't care about Skyhawk at all. Keeping the matter of killing his own kind in mind, he continued, in my opinion, you wasted too much power on a battle that you could obviously solve with one sword. You and that guy are both useless. Ulquiorra calmly discussed the death of his own kind, not like a hollow at all. No, strictly speaking, maybe they are not the same kind. Although both are great. But one is Achiuka's and the other is Vastod. The levels of life on both sides are completely different. The most important thing is that the leader is a little stupid. It had rejected Ulquiorra's idea of communicating with it several times. So, if it doesn't die, who will? Waste. Aquila looked at Ulquiorra with wide eyes. His perfect performance ended up with these 2 words. What does it mean to be the same as that snake? Can it be the same? I killed it effortlessly. Say it again. The tornado strike just now was a unique killing move created by himself after absorbing the idea of Blade Storm and combining it with the way of the sword. Why the hell did you say my actions were redundant? You are superfluous. Your whole family is superfluous. After complaining about Ulquiorra in his heart, Skyhawk calmed down a lot and automatically offset Ulquiorra's contempt for him. I am an adult and don't have the same understanding as a child. Seeing that Skyhawk didn't speak, Ulquiorra thought that Skyhawk didn't understand why he gave such a comment, so he explained in detail again. Both of you have a lot of spiritual pressure, but you are much stronger than it. When the spiritual pressure is not equal, the best way is to use spiritual pressure to suppress the opponent's actions, and then kill him with one blow. Your sword is very useless in my opinion. It can't be used by enemies who are weaker than you, and it can't be used by enemies who are stronger than you. Why do you think you are so strong? There was a trace of confusion on Ulquiorra's indifferent face, as if he was wondering why Sky Eagle could be so shameless. Go! Go! Go to the next Daegzu forest. Tianying no longer wanted to communicate with Gang Jing, so he waved his hand and walked towards the passage outside the Daegzu forest without looking back. There are so many bad guys on earth, who do you think you are, Ulquiorra? I'm not afraid of bullies, I'm just afraid of bullies speaking human words. Autistic and depressed bullies can often drag people into their realm inadvertently, and then join them in hating and doubting the world. Although Tianying was once an orphan, he was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. Although I don't really like the unfairness of the world, I am not hostile to the world. He has a good outlook on life and values. I can think of myself as a jerk, but others can't. The guy who calls me a hot chick now, I will let you know who is a hot chick later. Ulquiorra glanced at Skyhawk in confusion, not quite understanding why Skyhawk interrupted this communication. I was clearly telling him the shortcomings of fighting, and at the same time, I was also letting him have a clear positioning of his own strength. It's not scary to be weak. What's scary is that you don't even have the courage to admit that you are weak. But Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Skyhawk's back. Just when the Skyhawk killed the leader, Ulquiorra clearly felt that the spiritual pressure in the Skyhawk's body expanded a lot in an instant. It looks like the virtual ones have directly devoured each other. But the problem is that Ulquiorra saw with his own eyes that the Sky Eagle clearly did not eat the leader, but allowed the leader to dissipate. It's interesting, let's see what you can evolve into. Ulquiorra showed an imperceptible smile. It seemed that he had never shown this expression before. The corners of his mouth were a little stiff, and he felt like he was smiling. With a weird smile, Ulquiorra strolled and followed the departing figure of Sky Eagle. In the lonely and gloomy forest of despair, two figures, one tall and one short, stood side by side again. No one would have thought. In such a place, there is actually a Vastad mixed with a Shinigami. And their goal is to clear out the Great Void Forest. Chapter 143. The next few months. Under the leadership of Ulquiorra, the Sky Eagles frantically swept through the Great Void Forest in the lower levels of Hueco Mundo, killing one leader after another. The current Great Void Forest has basically become unmanaged. All Killians are wandering around unconsciously, and some even walked out of the Great Void Forest. After constant killing, Sky Eagle finally understood why Killian kept gathering in the Great Void Forest. Ashokas can command Killian, which Sky Eagle has known for a long time. The leader of Yakukas in the Great Void Forest regularly issues instructions to all Killians in the lower levels of Hueco Mundo through a signal-enhancing item. Although this item can strengthen the signal range of Killian's command, there is a limit, so there are so many great hollow forests distributed throughout the entire lower level of Hueco Mundo, so that the entire lower level of Hueco Mundo can be basically covered. Killian, who receives the control instructions, will move towards the Daegzu forest closest to him. They have no consciousness and will only move forward instinctively. This is why Killian gathered near the Great Void Forest. However, Sky Eagle has a question: why does Achiukas like Grimjo not use the ability to summon Killian to form a territory like the Great Void Forest? Later Tianying figured it out. Ashokas, who became the leader of the Great Void Forest, were just guys waiting to die. They did not become Vastad's ambitions. Instead, he is willing to be attached to Sui Palace and become Sui Palace's tool to manage the lower levels of Hueco Mundo. Their strength is in the middle to lower reaches among Yachukas. However, precisely because they were attached to Sui Palace, they also gained benefits. No need to worry about degradation, for example. For example, in the Great Void Forest, their combat power can be increased, and they can also forcibly control Killian in the entire Great Void Forest through the item mentioned before. Therefore, ordinary Yachukas will not mess with them. As for Yakukas who is wandering outside, he is different from the leader of the Great Void Forest. They either want to gain stronger power by devouring them, or even evolve into Vastad, like Grimjo, Neutra, etc. Or he got used to wandering around and became the food for other Yakukas to evolve, or he became the target of being captured by Sui Palace. Or they choose to form a group, or attach themselves to strong people, such as Xiaolong and other Achiukas attached to Grimjo, or other subordinate officers of Espada. In short, Yakukas is different from Killian. They are very unstable and will go to the extremes of evolution or degeneration, so they are forced to make choices. Because if Ashokas degenerates into Jillian, he will lose 100% of his individual consciousness and will never be able to evolve into Ashokas again. In fact, choosing to be the leader of the Great Void Forest is the first choice for some Yakukas who are not very strong. It is safe and comfortable. Eating the subsistence allowance of Sui Palace, supervising a group of tough guys, having some fun when you feel unhappy, bullying the subordinate Su or Yakukas who are not very strong, as long as you don't provoke the killer star, your life is very comfortable. Although the leader of the Great Void Forest occasionally kicks an iron plate and is swallowed up, it is still relatively rare in general. Some are rare for several years or even nearly 10 years or 100 years. For example, the commander of the Great Void Forest in Asido. That Achiukas lived long enough, and had been entangled with Asido for hundreds of years, and it was almost inseparable. The mountain has no edges, the sky and the earth are in harmony, it is the kind of person who dares to compete with you. But all this was broken by the killing of Sky Eagle. In less than a year, nearly 10 Great Void Forests had no leaders. The Great Void Forest was originally a place that could not be reached by orders from the Soul Society. Now, even orders from the Void Knight Palace cannot be reached. Because there is no commander and management, the Killians within the coverage of these 10 Great Void Forests have not been summoned, and all of them are wandering around in the lower blind bases irregularly. Some of them attack each other. Some are hunting down subordinates everywhere. Others were reduced to rations for some injured Yakukas, and became food to replenish spiritual pressure. In short, Sui Palace has a headache now. The main hall of Sui Palace. Bailgang Ruzenbang sat firmly on the throne on the steps of the main hall. That guy Eisen is not here, so this position belongs to him. No, this position was originally his. It used to be. From now on, sooner or later. Bailgang is tall and looks like a huge skeleton. He wore a crown with golden patterns on his head, purple boots, and a purple trench coat. The scarf at the collar of the trench coat looked like black flames swaying in the wind. There is a golden bracelet on the wrists of the skeleton-like hands. There is a chain dragging on the ground in the middle of the bracelet on the right hand. If you look closely, you can see that the other end of the chain is connected to the top of a double-edged giant axe that is as tall as a person. Now, Bailgang stared at the subordinates below with his empty eyes, and there was no emotion or anger on his fleshless face. However, those who are familiar with Bailgang have long learned to get a first glimpse of Bailgang's mood at this time from the black flames clustered around the collar of Bailgang's coat. Obviously, Bailgang was not in a good mood at this time, as the double-edged axe standing in his right hand was shining with a cold light. Tell me. Who will tell me what happened in the lower level of Hueco Mundo? Which leader of the Great Void Forest was killed just now? Has anyone counted? There were many Yakukas of different shapes standing in the hall under the steps, and they all made no sound. Because they all know that whoever gnaws will be unlucky. His Majesty Baelgang on the throne was once a traditional tyrant. Except for the 6 subordinate officers behind him who obeyed his words, the following were all tools to him. Moreover, it is not his tool now, but that man's tool. Baelgang glanced at the crowd of Daegzu, and when he saw that no one spoke, the black flame on his collar swayed even more intensely. A brutal spiritual pressure, accompanied by the breath of death, pressed down on the Yaku cause below. What's wrong? Aren't you usually very active when Aizen is around? Why are you all mute now? Espada? What a joke! Are you guys worthy of being ranked alongside me? Don't think that because you became that man's experiment, you have the qualifications to challenge me. In my eyes, you are nothing. Baelgang snorted coldly, stood up from the throne and left slowly. The king of Hueco Mundo is so proud. Chapter 144. A platform on the top of Sui Palace. Baelgang, who had just come out of the main hall, came here with 6 of his subordinate officers. Baelgang looked at the sky quietly. On his right side, there was a pillar holding up the sky. This pillar towers into the sky, as if it is directly inserted into the endless night sky above Hueco Mundo. As time goes by, a ray of sunlight gradually spreads from around the pillar, slowly giving the pale Sui Palace a golden light. The entire upper level of Hueco Mundo also gradually became brighter after the emergence of sunlight, as if waking up from the eternal night. However, the blue sky and white clouds only cover about dozens of kilometers near Sui Palace, like an umbrella with a built-in virtual image. Further outside, it is still the eternal night that remains unchanged. Artificial zenith. Baelgang murmured and reached out to touch the pillar, his expression showing no emotion or anger. The sun shone on Baelgang's body, making him a little uncomfortable as he was accustomed to the dark night. Baelgang stretched out his slender frame to cover the holes in his eyes, but because he had no flesh and blood, the sunlight still shone on his face through the gaps. This guy Aizen, what does a place like Hueco Mundo need day and night? Have you really tried to call yourself a god by making such a useless thing? How stupid! There is only one god in Hueco Mundo from the beginning to the end. As Baelgang's voice fell, the black flame on his collar seemed to come alive, rising into the sky as if to destroy this artificial zenith. But just when the black flame was about to touch the pillar, it suddenly paused and retracted to Baelgang's body again. Snort! Baelgang snorted lightly, then turned his head to look at the desolate desert in the distance. Keenan! Yes, Your Majesty! A huge figure that looked a bit like a whale took a step forward and half knelt behind Baelgang. Even if Keenan is half kneeling, he is about the same height as the tall Baelgang. Take a few Yakukas to the lower level of Hueco Mundo to investigate the problem of the Great Void Forest and let these saboteurs understand that Sui Palace is the master of Hueco Mundo. Baelgang did not. He turned around and calmly looked into the distance and gave instructions. Yes. Keenan slowly retreated. Abhirama, Geo. Baelgang spoke again. His Majesty. Abhirama and Joe walked out from one side again, half kneeling behind Baelgang. Abhirama's body is a bird, and the mask of the void looks like an eagle, with 2 black stripes on it, a pair of huge wings on its back, and red feathers on the wings. Geo is in the shape of a saber-toothed tiger. The 2 huge tiger teeth on the mask of the hollow almost touch the ground. It is thin and looks very capable. Because they have gone through Aizen's experiment, at this moment they all have some appearance of Arankar descendants, but due to lack of energy, they have not yet fully achieved Arankar transformation. After hearing the replies from Abhirama and Geo, Baelgang spoke slowly again. Previously, that guy Aizen asked Sui Palace to issue a kill order to the Great Zoo Forest. You 2 go and see if the Shinigami named Shiba Skyhawk is dead. I always feel that what happened in the Daegzu Forest recently has something to do with the Shinigami named Shiba Tianying. You 2 are quick, go and investigate first, and if necessary, kill that Shinigami yourself. I don't know what Aizen is doing, actually using the power of Sui Palace to interfere with the lower levels of Hueco Mundo, but no matter what, this is Hueco Mundo, not a place for those damn Shinigami to play house. Baelgang hates Aizen very much. Even though he has surrendered on the surface, he still thinks about killing that man all the time. Aizen used Sui Palace to issue the order to kill Shiba Skyhawk. Baelgang originally did not want to intervene, and even wanted to protect the Shinigami named Shiba Skyhawk behind Aizen's back. But he can't do it. He is the king of Hueco Mundo, and he has his own rules in this forbidden land of Shinigami. As you command, your majesty. Abirama, Zhou, and Kainun bowed respectfully and left slowly. As the three Yakukas left, the top of the empty Sui Palace fell into deathly silence again. Baelgang was still looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The remaining three Ashokas stood quietly behind him. They were Charlotte, Fender, and Nilj respectively. From subordinates to subordinate officers, plus Kainun and others who had already taken the order to leave, the 6 Yachukas were the most trusted beings in Baelgang. Same. In their eyes, although Aizen has already commanded Hueco Mundo, Baelgang is the only king. The sound of wind gradually picked up, and several footsteps suddenly came from the stairs from the top to the lower level of Sui Palace. The leader was Achiukaz with pink hair and white-rimmed glasses. Unlike other Ashokas, this pink-haired Ashoka seems to have evolved somewhat perfectly, and is infinitely closer to human appearance. Baelgang, who had already noticed who the visitor was, slowly turned his head and stared coldly at the pink-haired Yakukas with a pair of empty eyes. Sal Apollo, haven't you been eliminated from the so-called Espada a long time ago? Why are you still here in Sui Palace? The visitor was none other than Sal Apollo, who was specially designated as Espada No. 0 by Aizen. However, due to some special reasons, his strength deteriorated and he was eliminated from Espada. He was originally summoned to Hueco Mundo by Baelgang. He was an alchemist before his death. Because he was very talented in research, he was specially hired by Baelgang as a researcher of Hueco Mundo. Baelgang had previously valued Sal Apollo very highly, and even allowed him to lead a group of Daegzu to attack Seoul Society in order to study materials, which shows his preference. But after Aizen ruled Hueco Mundo, Sar Apollo directly switched sides to Aizen's side, which made Baelgang very angry. Sar Apollo was not angry when he heard Baelgang's sarcasm. As a researcher, the only thing that can make him angry is when his work is rejected, but it is obvious that Baelgang has gone in the wrong direction. Sar Apollo bowed slightly, stretched out his right hand and pushed the white-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Dear His Majesty Baelgang, have you forgotten? The construction of the artificial zenith is also one of my jobs, although recently I quit Espada for some reasons, but I don't want to cause Aizen-sama's displeasure because of my mistakes at work. After all, Aizen-sama still has the final say about Hueco Mundo now, what do you think? After saying that, Sar Apollo slowly raised his head and looked directly into Baelgang's eyes without timidity, with an evil smile showing at the corner of his mouth. Eliminate Espada? Thrall Apollo never cared. To him, power is nothing more than a scientific calculation formula. If you want to obtain stronger power, you must go through countless attempts and then master the formula to gain this power. And Sal Apollo has found such a formula in countless experiments. That is conception notification. In order to study the concept of conception, Sar Apollo even fell from Vastad into Yakukas. But Apollo didn't care. In his opinion, although Vastad is powerful, he will perish even if he is seriously injured. But as long as he completely masters the conception notification, he will be an immortal existence. As long as he has a body, he can be reborn infinitely. Until then. Espada? It's just a title. Chapter 145. After hearing Apollo's slightly sarcastic words, the black flame on Baelgang's collar suddenly rose and fell violently, obviously he was very angry. The last words of Sar Apollo touched the pain point of Baelgang. Aizen has the final say on what Hueco Mundo is now, and he is clearly the king of Hueco Mundo. In Beilagang's view, these guys obviously don't understand their good intentions. Thal Apollo, do you want to die? Beilagang's terrifying spiritual pressure was like a dark cloud, instantly covering Sar Apollo's body. How important do you think Aizen is to you? Without power, you can't even enter Espada. Look, how pathetic you are now. You only deserve to be reduced to a tool to build this kind of garbage, and even be despised by everyone in Hueco Mundo. As he spoke, Beilgang pointed to the sky pillar aside, which was the core of the artificial zenith. Artificial ceiling. It was built by Aizen to satisfy his own habits. He needs day and night, but people who are used to eternal night don't need it. I know, but so what? Although Sal Apollo was locked by Beilagang's terrifying spiritual pressure, he still looked calm and maintained an elegant manner and spoke again, abandoned by Hueco Mundo? I don't care, what does it have to do with me not liking the artificial zenith? If you really have the ability, go find Aizen-sama. As for being kicked out of Espada? That's fine. Anyway, Aizen-sama didn't ask me to give up my research, so that's enough. Ignorance. Beilgang stared at Sar Apollo and slowly restrained his spiritual pressure. He really couldn't openly treat Sal Apollo here, and it would not do him any good to forcefully break up with Aizen. From Beilagang's point of view, he was just using Aizen to increase his strength. Sooner or later, one day, I will take back everything. With a slight snort, Beilgang took the remaining 3 subordinate officers and walked past Sar Apollo, without even looking at Sar Apollo again. Sar Apollo did not say hello to Beilgang anymore, but took care of himself and led the people to continue building the artificial zenith. In fact, Tianying never knew that Aizen's so-called artificial zenith should actually be the zenith is created by the human void. But even if he knew it, he probably wouldn't have any idea. In any case, the idea of letting Hueco Mundo have day and night still coincides with Aizen's ideas. Without him, this damn night made Sky Eagle a little numb. After absorbing more than a dozen liters of the Great Void Forest, Tianying felt that his spiritual pressure had almost reached a bottleneck and he needed to complete the qualitative change of the gasified liquid. But the Great Void Forest, where Ulquiorra knew the way, has been swept away, and I'm afraid there won't be a new leader in a short time. This made Tianying feel like he couldn't stop. After all, he was about to upgrade, but he was stuck with the last bit of experience. This kind of game experience was the most uncomfortable. Ulquiorra, when you were wandering around the lower level of Hueco Mundo, didn't you encounter Achiukaz who was wandering around outside? In a cave, Skyhawk and Ulquiorra were sitting opposite each other, and Skyhawk was asking Ulquiorra. After a long period of contact, Ulquiorra has been able to understand some of Skyhawk's strange expressions, and can even draw inferences about other cases. Ashukas generally won't wander around in the lower levels of Hueco Mundo because the level of virtual beings here is too low to satisfy the energy they need to advance or avoid degradation. They are all wandering around the blind base. The blind base above can encounter Degzu of the same level. Ulchio stretched out his right index finger and pointed upward. You're so good at wandering around with this Jiba. After saying that, Tianying gave a thumbs up. Sometimes, Sky Eagle really admires Ulquiorra's learning ability, which is really strong. Sure enough, people who focus on Zi are the most talented. Sighing softly, Sky Eagle kept thinking in his mind about where to find the last Yachukas. Do we really need to go directly to the upper level of Hueco Mundo? Where is the upper level of Hueco Mundo? It is the headquarters of Sui Palace. Who knows if Aizen has installed surveillance everywhere? Besides, if I encounter a few perverted Yakukas, I really can't do a dozen of them. Although Ulquiorra was by his side, Sky Eagle could not guarantee that Ulquiorra would definitely take action to protect him. After such a long time of contact, Ulquiorra had always followed him as a bystander, like a passerby. It's just that the time this passerby passed was a bit too long. In a state of being more than a passerby and not enough friends. Bother! As he said that, Tianying fell directly onto a flat boulder in the cave, resting his head on his arms and staring at it in a daze. The cave had been cleaned by Ulquiera, and Sky Eagle was not worried about small stones poking him. This was also the only benefit that Skyhawk felt from having Ulquiera following him. Clean. Ulquiera stared at the Sky Eagle calmly, and after a moment of reflection, he also imitated the Sky Eagle and fell on the boulder, resting his head on his arms, staring at the top of the cave in a daze. He seemed to feel that something was missing and muttered another word. Bother! Tianying turned his head and rolled his eyes at Ulquiera angrily. This guy just wants to learn from himself when he has nothing to do, and he doesn't pay any tuition fees. It's really abominable. But to be honest, since Ulquiera was with me, this journey seemed to be a lot more interesting. The cave fell into a brief silence, and after a while, bursts of calls came from the mouth of the eagle. Hulyalu! Hulyalu! Probably no one has ever thought about it. A Shinigami could sleep peacefully next to a Vastod, but Skyhawk did it. And, this isn't the first time. Ulquiera was still watching the Skyhawk calmly, and seemed to be trying to imitate the way the Skyhawk slept. However, Ulquiera moved his mouth for a long time but could not make such a sound, which made him very confused. Nothingness? Empty? Boring? Looking for trouble? Ulquiera murmured and closed his eyes. Chapter 146. Defeat the Great Void Forest number 11. This is the first place where the leader was killed by Skyhawk, and it is also the target of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. Nearly a year has passed since Tianying, Ono, and Zhangping left the Expeditionary Force. It has to be said that Amagai Susuk is indeed a qualified captain. Under his protection, the remaining 37 people in the Expeditionary Force have not been missing so far. During this period of time, the soldiers of the Expeditionary Force experienced countless battles, and each of them had changed more or less. It was still the 5 caves that served as the base. This time all the Shinigami were gathered together and stood outside the Gobi. After practicing for so long, Tianbei and several other team captains finally reached an agreement and prepared to launch a crusade against this Daegzu forest. At the outermost side of the team, Tianbei Zaihuzu held his head high and his chest was high, and his black death armor was blowing in the strong desert wind. Yoshioka! Send all the Shinigami in the scout team into the Daegzu forest. First, find out the distribution of Killian within 10 kilometers of the entrance to the Daegzu forest. Yes. Yoshioka bowed slightly. His ears that had been chopped off by Ambei had recovered. This was thanks to the meat supplement Tianying left for Qing Yuan. Amagai turned to look at Kaibuan. Let the members of the combat team be on alert now and maintain the highest level of vigilance. After such a long period of fighting, it's time to go in and test the results. Clear. Okay, Litsi and Qing Yuan, take care of your own personnel and support others at any time, especially Qing Yuan and your medical team. After entering the Great Void Forest, if no one needs treatment, they will all join me in frontline combat. Understood. Litsi and Qing Yuan both replied. Yes. After Tianbei gave his instructions, he looked at everyone in the expeditionary force and made the final mobilization. Dear colleagues, the Great Void Forest here was once an insurmountable forbidden area for my crusade troops. Here, we lost 2 comrades, and another comrade fled because he was afraid of not fighting, but the rest of us did not scared. I'm proud of you. As he spoke, Tianbei bent down and bowed. After a moment, he spoke again. In the past year, you have worked hard and bravely to kill the enemy. Not only have you cleared away all the voids wandering around this Great Void Forest, you have even caused Killian in this Great Void Forest to flee. This is what a great achievement. When we return victoriously, this achievement will be passed down for thousands of years. Amagai's words made the Shinigami who were part of the conquest troops below feel like they were on fire. They were eager to rush into the great void forest and make great contributions. But they didn't know that the reason why Killian inside was wandering outside was simply because Sky Eagle had killed the commander before. The great void forest has no leader and has lost control over Killian. The Killian inside can run around without restraint, and the Killian outside under the rule will no longer be attracted. This is the reason why this great void forest is weak. However, it was indeed just right for Tianbei to choose this time to attack the great void forest. At this time, it was the time when the great void forest was at its weakest. Not only did Yaku cause no longer exist, but the number of Killians was also greatly reduced. Kill. Conquer Hueco Mundo and exalt my power. Amagai drew his Zanpakut and declared victory towards the great void forest to the west. Other team members followed suit. Kill. Conquer Hueco Mundo and exalt my power. Kill. Conquer Hueco Mundo and exalt my power. Seeing that the fighting spirit of the team members had been aroused, Tianbei suddenly raised his left hand and made a fist. After a while, the scene suddenly fell into silence again. It would be unimaginable to see this forbidden scene in Jinglingting. This shows how far Tianbei's prestige in this army has reached during this period of time. Tianbei was very satisfied with the effect of the scene and looked firmly in the direction of the Daegzu forest. Set off. As soon as Amagai finished speaking, he saw that the scout team, led by Yoshioka, all used Shunpo to attack the Daegzu forest. 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers from the entrance is the combat area designated by the expeditionary force. They must go to find out the situation in advance. The 10 members of the combat team, including Kaibuan, spread out to protect Kid Team and Shinigami of the treatment team. Riko and another female Shinigami took out bent light barriers from their arms, then poured in spiritual pressure to open the barriers. After a while, the entire expedition force disappeared. Somewhere above Hueco Mundo. Here is one of the passages connecting the upper and lower levels of Hueco Mundo. The sand layer no longer covers the entire ground, but leaves a vortex of about 100 planes, running through the upper and lower levels like a ladder to heaven. Upper entrance. Kenan, the brachial whale under the command of Bail Gang, was slowly walking into the sand channel with 5 Yachukas. Lord Kenan, can I ask you something? The person who finished speaking was Yakukaz, an ape with black hair all over his body, and his tone was a bit flattering. Hey? Monkey, tell me. Kenan yawned, his face a little tired. I would like to ask, if this matter is settled, can I just stay in the Great Void Forest on the lower level as the commander? A glimmer of hope flashed in Monkey's eyes, and he was obviously very interested in the position of commander of the Great Void Forest. Yearn 4. Hearing Monkey's question, the other 4 Ashokas also looked at Kainan with twinkling eyes, seeming to be very concerned about this issue. They are all Yakukas who failed in Arankar. Their potential has been marked in the experiment, and they are basically no longer possible to evolve. Therefore, it is a good choice to become the leader of the Great Void Forest. You are really pig-brained. Kenan did not answer directly, but first scolded the other 5 Yachukas, and then said, why would I pick you 5 and not the other Yachukas, haven't you understood yet? Seeing that the 5 Ashokas still looked confused, Kenan sighed heavily, it's really annoying, so heavy, and so tiring, but I can't help it. This is all His Majesty's fault. Order. If you guys hadn't chosen to be loyal to His Majesty Bail Gang, I wouldn't have brought you fools down. When Monkey heard this, the originally stiff Suji mask revealed a humanized joy. However, the remaining 4 Yakukas still looked confused, and they all murmured in a low voice, His Majesty Bail Gang's order. It was quiet all around, and of course Kenan heard the muttering of a few Yachukas. However, it did not open its mouth to explain, but felt helpless. If this had been the case before, when His Majesty Bail Gang was still the master, these stupid Ashokas would have become his own food. Just this moment, that moment. Fortunately, in order to please it, Monkey directly answered the questions of the other 4 Yachukas for it. Are you stupid? You don't understand Lord Keening's simple meaning. This time he chose us to fill the positions of the commanders of several great void forests. Keening glanced sideways at Monkey, finally finding someone with an above-average IQ. Hey, I'm so tired, I really don't want to move. I really want to eat these guys. Goo goo goo. The other side of the Daegzu Forest number 11 on the lower level of Hueco Mundo. Sky Eagle and Ulquiera are also heading towards this great void forest. In order to devour the last Yaku cause and complete the qualitative transformation, the Sky Eagle returned here again. Tianying thought that after such a long time, the commander here should have been replaced. After all, this is also the place where I first killed the leader. The place where dreams begin may also be the place where dreams come true. Chapter 147. Ulquiera, have you never been to the Great Void Forest? If there is no more Achiukas here, please take me to the upper level of Hueco Mundo. Have you been to the upper level of Hueco Mundo? Is there daylight there? Hey. Ulquiera thought for a moment, then shook his head, no. Then have you seen other Vastad? No, Vastad won't fool around with Kaiba. Then why are you wandering around blindly? Well, because you are wandering around blindly. This is the daily conversation between Skyhawk and Ulquiera. Short, efficient, and a little funny. Aquila spent most of the time asking, with Ulquiera occasionally answering with a word or two. At most, add a few common phrases I learned from Sky Eagle. While the two were chatting, they could already see the outline of the Great Void Forest number 11. Tianying did not rush to bring Ulquiera in, but wandered around the surrounding area for a while. The main purpose is to see if there are still people at the previous expeditionary force station. But when he arrived at the 5 cave, the place was already deserted. All the soldiers of the expeditionary army have entered the Great Void Forest and begun the expedition. Sensing the frequent spiritual pressure in the Great Void Forest, Tianying also roughly guessed that the expeditionary force had begun a clearing campaign. After thinking for a moment, Sky Eagle covered his face with the mask of hollow on his head, and turned to look at Ulquiera. You wait for me outside, I'll go in and take a look first. Forget it. Aquila originally wanted to tell Ulquiera not to take action at will, after all, they were all Shinigami from the expeditionary force. He was not afraid that Ulquiera would be injured, but that Ulquiera would kill all the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force. But Skyhawk thought about it and let it go. Ulquiera didn't seem to have the habit of attacking ants. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed 6 paths Akaihoka's level spiritual pressure in the distance approaching quickly. What are so many Yakukas doing in the Great Void Forest? Tianying was a little confused and stopped. Could it be those old Yinbai from Grimjo? No, Grimjo's group seems to only have 5 Ashokas, and they are not that weak. Skyhawk has seen Grimjo and felt Grimjo's spiritual pressure. Grimjo was already very close to Vastad. As for Xiao Long and the other 4 subordinate officers, their spiritual pressure is also higher than that of the general commander of the Great Void Forest, and is obviously not comparable to the 6 Achiukas. Could it be that he was sent by Sui Palace to fill the vacancy? Tianying's eyes lit up. It's better to come early than to come by chance. Come a step early, there is no Achiukas in the Great Void Forest. One step too late, the commander was killed by Ambe again. Now it happens that the expeditionary force is conquering inside, maybe I can take the opportunity to kill an Achiukas. Perfect. Ulquiera looked at the direction in which Achiukas was flying. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he just stood quietly beside the Sky Eagle. Aren't you going in yet? Tianying shook his head, let's wait until they start fighting. Fishing in troubled waters will save time and effort. So, are you scared? Ulquiorra tilted his head and glanced at Skyhawk, his indifferent expression driving Skyhawk a little crazy. Don't talk nonsense. Do you believe that I can kill 6 of those crooked melons and split dates by myself? When Ulquiorra heard this, he glanced at Sky Eagle, and then looked towards the direction where Keenan and others were coming. After thinking about it, he still shook his head. Hey, if I don't let you see my strength today, do you really think I'm a piece of clay? Just wait and see. Tianying gave Ulquiorra a hard look, but had no intention of entering the Great Void Forest in advance. He's really not afraid. The main reason is to see if the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force has made any progress after such a long time. Of course, I also want to see if those 2 shameless things Yoshioka and Kaibun are still there. If they are not dead, then let these 6 Yachukas kill them. In the forest of Daegsu number 11. Well done, Kifyun, your kendo skills are getting better and better. Haha, it's all you who attracted Yoshioka. Which Killian is this we have killed? I don't remember, there must be more than a dozen of them. That's not enough. Kifyun looked at Amagai who was still fighting from a distance. If he remembered correctly, Amagai had killed nearly 20 Killians on his own. Moreover, he only took action when he was forced to save other people. Although Kifyun doesn't want to admit it. But Tianbei's strength is indeed much higher than that of his own group, and he is not on the same level at all. I think you are almost ready to use your Tapi Rhea sword. Kifyun looked at the weapon hanging on Amagai's waist coldly and murmured a few words in a voice that only he could hear. But a moment later, he once again threw himself into the fight with Killian. Kifyun needs merit. He just needs to successfully complete this crusade and return to the Serenity Court alive with enough merit. Yunjing will also give him a Tapi Rhea knife. Moreover, Tianbei also promised him that he would definitely help him ascend to the position of chief minister. These are what Kifyun longs for. Come on! Kaibun! Coming! Kifyun jumped up, stepped on a tree, and then shot towards the head of a Killian. Roar violently, fierce wind. A flash of blue light flashed, and the shallow sword in Kifyun's hand turned into a chopping knife that was almost human-like. The front side is a blade, the back side is a wooden handle, and there are sharp arc-shaped openings at both ends of the wooden handle. After Shikai, Kifyun threw the gale directly towards Killian's huge hollow mask. The sharp blade scratched across Killian's mask, killing the Killian in a blink of an eye. But just when Kifyun was about to fight the gale, a terrifying spiritual pressure fell from the sky. Shinigami, it turns out that you are causing trouble in the Great Su Forest. Have you figured out how to face the wrath of Suya Palace? Boom! The huge figure hit the spot where Kaibun was standing before, kicking up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, screams continued to be heard from the expeditionary force. Kinanbo finally arrived on this battlefield with 5 Yachukas. Chapter 148. Damn it, enemy attack! Quickly shrink the formation, Duachukas is coming. The scouts and melee teams pulled to protect Kid and the rescue team retreated. Each team leader rescued the wounded in time. After the initial disruption, the expeditionary force quickly gathered under the organization of each squad leader and no longer divided into the smallest combat formations like just now. Amagai Susuk was like a fire captain, rescuing left and right, constantly killing Jillian who was disrupting the formation. But this attack came too suddenly, and the expeditionary force had already been fighting with Jillian before. The sneak attack of these 6 Ashokas killed nearly a quarter of the Shinigami in the expeditionary force, which was equivalent to the annihilation of a whole squad. Especially Kaibuniri, who was pinned down by Kinung's huge body, and his life or death was uncertain. Damn it! Why are there so many Yakukas? We have been fighting for so long, isn't there only Jillian in this great void forest? Yoshioka forced Jillian back with a knife, and then quickly retreated towards the team. Next to Yoshioka, Jiro, who was lucky to survive the initial reconnaissance with Ono, was not so lucky this time. He was tightly grasped by Monkey and was feeding him into his mouth. "Help! Save me! Captain Yoshioka!" Jiro desperately called for help, but Yoshioka didn't even look at him. After a scream, Jiro's lower body was eaten directly into Monkey's mouth. Seemingly finding the taste good, Monkey swallowed Jiro's entire upper body again. Hiccup, it seems to taste pretty good. Monkey burped with satisfaction, then looked at the gathered Shinigami again, drooling inadvertently from the corner of his mouth. If you are tired of eating too much, it seems good to change the taste. Although the scene in front of me was very shocking, the Shinigami present were experienced in many battles and did not feel any discomfort. It was just the tragic death of their companions that made their eyes turn red, and they were all filled with murderous intent. Damn it! That monster! Litzi's face was pale, and a lot of blood oozed from her teeth as she bit her lips. Just now, in order to remind her to retreat, a member of the kid team was devoured by an Ashokas. This made Litzi miserable. This is not the time when I first entered Hueco Mundo. After nearly a year of contact, the soldiers of the expeditionary force have more or less developed some feelings. Among them, the relationship between the members of Team Kid is the best, like a big family. Riko and another female Shinigami take care of the daily life of others, while the other male Shinigami in the team takes some troublesome and dangerous things on themselves, and the atmosphere of the entire team is extremely harmonious. Captain Litzi, take care of the others first. Tianbei reminded him at the right time, because he was afraid that Litzi would be impulsive. The 6 Yachokas attacked collectively, giving Ambei a headache. I got it, Captain. Litzi knew that now was not the time to get emotional, so she adjusted her mentality and organized the people again. Team Kid, attack those Jillians first, and cover other team members to evacuate Jillian's attack. The scouts and melee team members had previously stopped Jillian, allowing the Kid team to move to the rear. The rested Kid team attacked Jillian under the organization of Riko. The colorful Kid hit Jillian's huge hollow mask like fireworks, knocking back some Jillian who was condensing the hollow flash. But just as the expeditionary force gathered again, Kinung Bo set his sights on them. Green spiritual pressure quickly gathered in his mouth, shining with a terrifying light. Amagai noticed Kinung's move and quickly rushed towards Kinung's huge body. The expeditionary force that had just gathered fell into chaos again. No, it's Achiukas who flashed. Team Kid, quickly open the defense barriers. This Ryutsu is too strong. Kid team's defensive barriers may not be able to stop it, so disperse quickly. It took a lot of effort to set up the formation, but if we disperse again, we will be torn apart by these Yakukas. Just when the team members were confused, Tianbei's voice silenced them. Keep the formation and defend yourself against other big attacks. I will deal with this virtual flash. As soon as Amagai finished speaking, he directly raised the Zanpakuta in his hand across his chest. Bankai! Thunder Fire Flame Shell! After Bankai, Shikai's Thunder Fire in Amagai's hand was enlarged again. The blade was like a jagged blade with a cold light, and the handle of the knife expanded directly upward, forming a white shield that protected the entire left shoulder. Thunder Flame Bullet! Tianbei pointed the Thunder Flame Shell at Kinung, and the fiery red blade of the Thunder Flame Shell suddenly sent out dozens of blazing fireballs and hit Kinung's face. A hint of ridicule flashed in the corner of Kinung's eyes. He did not give up the charge of the false flash, but directly released the green false flash. Buzz! The green light instantly illuminated the entire Dimdagzu forest, and at the same time covered the surrounding plants with a layer of bright cyan. The thunder flame bullets met the void flash and were swallowed up instantly. The rampaging void flash shot straight towards Amagai Sushuk. Behind him were all the remaining Shinigami of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. The members of Kid's team who witnessed this scene subconsciously opened their defensive barriers, and a light blue light film covered the entire team in a semicircle. Tianbei stood in the middle, as if stunned, but when the power of the virtual flash hit him, he moved. The originally dark red Lihoi flame shell suddenly turned red, and the blazing high temperature caused the surrounding space to distort. Immediately, Tianbei Zaihuzu directly inserted the thunder fire flame shell, which was like an ordinary fire stick, directly into the ground. Xianlonjia. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a pillar of fire suddenly appeared from the land in front of Tianbei, blocking Sudian. Immediately afterwards, the great void forest seemed to have awakened as a volcano, and pillars of fire continued to erupt from all sides, attacking Yakukas and Jillian. Soon, there were constant screams all around, and each Jillian turned into a huge burning flame under the attack of the fire pillar. Well done! Captain Amagai! Is this Captain Amagai's Bankai? So powerful! It's time to counterattack! Let's follow Captain Ambai out to kill Daegzu. Amagai's blow boosted the morale of the entire expeditionary force. The already discouraged team members drew their Zanpakuta again and prepared to fight out. But before they could take action, a desperate scene appeared. Right in front of the team, Amagai Susuke, who was originally blocking them and the giant whale Daegzu, flew back and hit the outside of the defensive barriers heavily. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding pillars of fire gradually dissipated, revealing the surrounding scenes. The soldiers of the expeditionary army, who had just had their morale boosted, looked ashen when they saw the situation around them. All 6 Ashokas stood where Ambai was just now, looking at them with wrathful expressions. Moreover, countless pairs of scarlet eyes appeared in the surrounding woods, and huge pale and dull masks loomed in the gaps between the trees. They are surrounded. Chapter 149. What should I do? At the critical moment of life and death, Yoshioka became timid again. As he spoke, the corner of his eye kept wandering around, apparently trying to find an escape route. But they were already surrounded by Jillian, and countless red light flashes were pointed directly at them. 360 degrees without blind spots. Amagai spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground from the defensive barriers. His control over Bankai was not yet perfect, and the blow just now was originally just a prelude to the attack, but the fire pillar seemed to have been released too much, and it was not connected for a while. Spread out. Let's go find a breakthrough from Jillian. I will release Xianlonjia again. Tianbei stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then spit out the remaining blood in his mouth. The countless false flashes around him made him very stressed. Fortunately, these Ashokas seemed a little arrogant and did not participate when Jillian attacked. Amagai once again lifted the thunder fire flame shell and inserted it into the ground. The fiery spiritual pressure poured into the land of the great void forest with the blazing spiritual pressure, and the pillar of fire rose into the sky again. The first ones to be affected were the Jillians in the inner circle. There were about dozens of Jillians that were reduced to ashes in the flames of the dragon's fangs. The members of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force also lifted the defensive barriers. They formed a team of 4 and broke out in all directions. Of course, no one foolishly rushed to the side where the 6 Ashokas were. That's not a breakout, it's a food delivery. But Tianbei Xiu couldn't help. He had to go up and stop these Ashokas to prevent them from attacking other team members. Although he has his own deep hatred, he still retains his humanity. The pillar of fire in front of Kenan and other Yakukas suddenly cracked, and Tianbei burst out from inside holding the thunder flame shell. Booming dragon fang flame. Dozens of fire pillars were connected together, forming a dense fire net covering Kenan and other Achiukas. The gorgeous fire net cut off big trees and turned the forest into a sea of fire. A look of shock finally appeared in Kenan's eyes. The spiritual pressure of this attack clearly exceeded the fire pillar just now. And with a body as huge as his, he was a perfect target for the fire net to tear apart. Call. When the fire net came, Kenan took a sharp breath, like a whale swallowing. Countless spirit seeds floated towards Kenan's mouth from all around, and his skin slowly appeared with a metallic luster. Steel skin. This is the ability brought to them after Aizen's experiment. Just now, he used the steel skin to resist Amagai Sushik's Ryuuga, and now he is going to use spiritual pressure to strengthen the steel skin again to resist the Ryuuga flame. The other Ashokas are the products of failed experiments and do not have the ability to obtain steel skin, so they can only move around in the fire net. But as the fire net shrunk, the area they could avoid became smaller and smaller. Cut wounds appeared on their bodies, and the burning stinging sensation made them scream in agony. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Amagai Susuk held a knife and forced himself towards Monkey, who was avoiding. He had no idea of killing Kainun yet, but wanted to kill a few Yachukas as soon as possible to buy time for the soldiers of the expeditionary force to escape. Thunder Flame Bullet. 5 fireballs shot out from the blade of Thunder Flame Shell Scimitar, sealing Monkey's dodge position. Under Monkey's desperate gaze, Amagai assisted Shunpo in slashing at its mask. Monkey, die! This was the first Yaku cause to die, which brought strong morale to the soldiers of the expeditionary army who were breaking out of the encirclement. Amagai Shusuk did not stop after killing Monkey, and continued Shunpo to pounce on another insect like Achiukas. The thunder flames still dodged with the bullet seal, and then slashed towards the false face with a knife. Hold head high. The insect Yakukas also turned into countless spirit suns and disappeared amidst the screams. At this moment, the fire net formed by the burning flame dragon Fang Flame had taken shape. Countless fireballs shot from the fire net to the surrounding voids, and the fire net enveloped Kinung's huge body. Shishi. The fire net came into contact with the skin on Kinung's body, making burning sounds. Ah! Kinung growled, still mumbling, I'm so tired, so painful, and hungry. But His Majesty Balagang's order, kill them all. Boom! A loud sound was heard under Kinun's feet. The ground on its ground continued to crack, and its body rose again, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the fire net. 20 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. Shinan's body has grown to be about the same size as Jillian. His 2 arms became extremely thick, and he could grab a giant tree in the Daegzu forest with one hand. The next second, Kinung moved. Die! The huge fist smashed huge trees one after another and blasted towards Am, who was still chasing other Ashokas. The harsh sound of breaking through the air caused strong whines, and wherever it passed, it was like the air had been sucked out. Boom! Amagai, who had just killed an Ashokas, was unable to dodge and was hit by Kinun's huge fist, which was shot towards the fleeing Litsi like a cannonball. Puff! Tianbei protruded a mouthful of blood, and his face became visibly pale. The thunder flame shell could no longer maintain Bankai's state, and turned back into a shallow attack. He should be lucky that he was flying in the direction of Litsi and others, because Litsi and the others did not abandon him. A male Shinigami put Amagai on his shoulders and continued to escape outside. But as Amagai fell, the remaining 2 Ashokas blocked their way, and Shinan also moved his huge body to catch up. Cough cough cough, put me down and leave quickly. Amagai struggled to get off the male Shinigami's shoulders, but his forearms were limp and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth, with some debris mixed in the blood. Obviously, his bones and internal organs had been severely damaged. Captain Ambe, stop talking, we will take you away. Yes, you have done so much for us and have always stood in front of us. We can't abandon you at this time. As he said that, 2 Shinigami broke away from the team and rushed straight towards the 2 Achiukas in front. Captain Litsi, you take Captain Amagai and find an opportunity to leave. Let's stop these 2 monsters first. There was a trace of determination on their faces. A flash of despair flashed in Tianbei's eyes. Don't go, you are no match for the 2 of them. Tianbei was well aware of the strength of the expeditionary force. It would take several people to join forces to kill Kilian, let alone Achiukas, who was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. Sure enough, in less than a moment, the two Shinigami were caught in the hands of usse. They kept struggling, but the Zanpakuto couldn't even cut through a Kyoka's skin. Tianbei shed tears of regret, seeming to regret his hasty action. For some reason, Amagai thought of Shiba Akyo. Maybe with the guy who can kill Killian instantly, these team members may have a chance of survival. Chapter 150. Dark Sky Broken Star. There was a loud shout, and two silver blades wrapped in a harsh sound of breaking through the air, like the holy light that purified the world, slashed at the two usse holding the two Shinigami. After the sharp cutting sound, the two Yachuka's arms were cut off instantly. Immediately afterwards, a figure wearing a virtual mask appeared in front of Amagai and others. Wah, who? The mask of the hollow? Is there another great hollow? No, he just attacked those two Ashokas. They were the Death Tyrant suit and the Zanpakuto. Listening to the discussion of the team members, Tianbei opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the figure in the distance. The strange combination of the Zanpakuto, the death battle armor, and the hollow mask really makes people a little confused. No, it's not Su. After Tianbei looked at the other party, he weakly came to a conclusion. The figure in front has no void. You must know that virtual holes are the standard for distinguishing virtuality. The beginning of the soul's transformation into the void is when the heart is swallowed by the void hole, and then becomes violent. Silver slash. Litsi was thinking thoughtfully on the side, seeming to have thought of something, and her face suddenly became surprised. Is it a skyhawk? Shiba Tianying, is it you? Hearing Riko's words, the image of Tianying killing the Jillian a year ago suddenly appeared in Ambei's mind. It was also a silver slash, killing the Jillian instantly. However, what disappointed them was that the figure in front did not react at all after hearing Li Zi's call, but rushed directly towards the two usse. Since Tianying came with a mask, he obviously didn't want to recognize them. He didn't want to go back to the team with a bunch of losers. It would be better to leave the job of nanny to Ambei Zaihuzu. Shunpo, floating, Shunpo. Sky Eagle's speed left a trail of after-images all around. Kendo, roundabout and continuous cuts. After approaching the two Ashokas, the Zanpakuto in Skyhawk's hand drew two beautiful arcs, as beautiful as two crescent moons. Seeing this, the two Ashokas could only dodge backwards in a hurry, trying to escape behind Keenan. It seems that only Keenan's huge body can give them a sense of security. Pfft! One Yakuza couldn't dodge, and its head was cut off by the Sky Eagle. The other Yakuza barely escaped death because a teammate blocked the knife, and fled to Shinonpo's side. Keenan's face was gloomy, and when he saw that only one of the 5 Yachukas he had brought out was still alive, he roared angrily. Damn guy, who are you? Damn it, you and none of you can leave today. After the words fell, Keenan let out a suspicious roar. After a while, the entire Daegzu forest seemed to be completely awakened. Boom! 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 The ground continued to shake, and countless weird roars came and went. Hold head high! Hold head high! Litsi seemed to have thought of something, her face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted to Sky Eagle, No, get out quickly! This Yakuza seems to have called Jillian from the entire Daegzu forest. One Jillian may not be anything, but dozens or even hundreds of Jillians together are completely different. Jillian is different from Ashokas. The swift killing may make Ashokas retreat, but it cannot make the controlled Jillian retreat. With so many Jillians gathered together, even if they kill, they must be killed with mercy. After all, for now, the person in front of them who is suspected of being a Skyhawk has not shown any means of mass destruction. After shouting, Riko once again led people to evacuate towards the entrance, and the 2 Shinigami who had been rescued by Skyhawk also joined the team. Before leaving, they glanced at their savior hopefully. But the result made them a little disappointed. The figure did not come with them, but stood there blankly. Hey, let's go! Tianbei sighed and looked at Tianying's back with admiration. He won't follow. If he does, we will all be targeted by the giant Yakukas. As the pair team continued to retreat. Soon, they could no longer see the Sky Eagle. But even so, they couldn't look back. Even though the hollows at the entrance had been swept away by them before Yakukas attacked, Jillians were still surrounded by Kenan's shouts. All they could do was fight their way out and pray that the people inside could escape. But do the people inside really want to escape? No. Tianying froze in place, not because he wanted to cover the retreat of others, but because the spiritual pressure in his body was undergoing a qualitative change. In his consciousness, time seemed to be frozen. After killing the Yakukas, his spiritual pressure finally reached saturation, and he was instantly pulled into the endless starry sky. At this moment, the originally vast starry sky seemed to be shrinking. Stars hit the scales like a meteor shower and turned into dust the moment they hit the scales. But even so, the light emitted by the scale was still not blocked by the dust, but became brighter and brighter. In such an environment, time seems to have no end, and even space becomes seamless. The golden light is getting stronger and stronger, and the dark universe is completely lit up. The golden light was so bright that Tianying could no longer see anything at all, and felt that there was only a piece of gold left in front of him. Damn it! Rich man Jin! You blinded me! Boom! After a deafening explosion, the light suddenly disappeared, and the universe returned to its previous appearance. Skyhawk was shocked by the explosion for nearly 2 or 3 minutes before he could react. He shook his head, which was a little dizzy from the shock, and felt a little confused. The Big Bang? Guanjian and Angkong didn't even remind me. Opening his eyes, Tianying once again looked at the starry sky that he had visited countless times. What made him a little strange was that the stars that had just been shattered by the scales actually recovered again. The only change is that a particularly bright star appears on the left side of Libra, and there are several round stars orbiting it on the left side of the star. This is the solar system. Tianying murmured to himself, and the scene in front of him made him feel a little confused. What exactly have you experienced just now? Is it spectacular? I don't know when. Guanjian and Dark Sky appeared behind Tianying at the same time. It was Guanjian who spoke, his tone as gentle as ever. Tianying turned around and wanted to know his situation from them. But when he saw the two of them, his pupils were shocked. Shadow clone. The masks on Guanjian and Angkong's faces have disappeared, revealing two faces that Tianying has seen countless times. Exactly the same. The faces of Guangyang and Angkong were exactly the same as his. The only difference is that they are dressed differently. Chapter 151. You. Just as Tianying was about to speak, Guanjian directly answered his doubts. We are all you. Seeing Tianying's puzzled expression, Guanjian paused and explained again, to be precise, we are all part of your soul and are the products that appeared after you entered this world. You can think of us as the sword souls of the Zanpakut, but we are different from other Zanpakut sword souls and do not need to rely on the Zanpakut to exist. Guanjian pointed at Tianying, the carrier that carries us is the tattoo you once wanted to scratch off. Do you understand? Well, when you said that, I suddenly understood. Tianying nodded seriously, and then said confidently, I must have had a schizophrenia, and then I turned into a Zanpakut. You, explain that way, that's right. Guanjian's face was a little embarrassed. The metaphor of the great wisdom of Sky Eagle is very appropriate. The carrier of time and dark sky is Sky Eagle himself, and they are indeed a split part of Sky Eagle's soul. There is nothing wrong with saying that they are schizophrenic. It's just that unlike other schizophrenia, time and darkness will not take away Sky Eagle's consciousness, nor will they interfere with Sky Eagle's life, let alone make Sky Eagle God nag. The scene fell into a brief silence. After a while, Tianying pointed to the sun not far away with his finger and asked curiously again, why is there an extra sun in my consciousness space? Also, you said that my spiritual pressure has been sublimated, but I don't feel like there has been any change. Bankai, where is Bankai? You are not fooling me, are you? Fooling you? Guanjian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then glanced at Kong and nodded lightly. Kong didn't waste any time and waved his right hand, seeming to pull all the stars in the sky over. No, in fact it is not that the stars are being pulled over, but that they are flying towards the solar system. Speed, beyond light. Suddenly, Tianying's eyes blurred, and he felt a strong sense of dizziness. The discomfort in front of him made him unable to help but close his eyes. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. Arrive. Hearing Kong's cold voice, Tianying slowly opened his eyes. FK! Skyhawk exclaimed. He was shocked by the scene before him. Is this Hueco Mundo? Ulquira? This guy is looking for a place to sleep again. Amagai's Ihuzuk? Tisk, 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 it looks like all the bones are falling apart. How pitiful. Why does this handsome guy look so familiar? Damn it, isn't this me? There are so many Killians. Upon entering, a strange perspective occupied his vision. As if he had opened a god's perspective in Hueco Mundo, he actually saw the scene of the great void forest deep within himself. He just saw a familiar scene, thought of the people around him, and immediately switched to the shot of the person he wanted to see. Perspective? Great. Wrong. What the hell is this satellite positioning? It's really awesome. Skyhawk muttered to himself, as if he was suffering from hysteria. But he soon noticed something different. The scenes he saw were all frozen, as if the screen had pressed the pause button. Hey, look what that guy Aizen is doing. Tianying suddenly thought of Aizen and had the idea of peeping at Aizen. However, no matter how he thought of Aizen in his mind, the picture in front of him did not switch, as if he could not find this person. Fortunately, Guanjian spoke at the right time and acted as an instruction manual. Freezing time and space can only view the scene you are in, and it can only act within a 20-kilometer range of your body. If there is no creature within the frozen space, you cannot switch to his screen. Creature? Does Hgyaku count? That thing also has self-awareness. Tianying asked tentatively. He also thought about using radar to find the Hgyaku that Guy Urazono was hiding, and then throwing it into his own space to see how Aizen could jump around. At this stage, Urazono doesn't know Rukia, and Tianying can't think of where Urazono hid Hgyaku. No. Guangyang directly rejected Tianying's idea. It cannot be investigated if it is not caused by the rules of this world. Forget it, I got it. Although Tianying was a little disappointed, he accepted it calmly. After all, it is unreasonable to have such a buggy ability without some restrictions. Skyhawk had another idea. He wants to make a mobile radar that can scan wherever he goes. If you can't find an item, look for a creature. Although things like hollows are created after death, strictly speaking, they should also belong to the category of living things, otherwise he would not be able to see Ulquira. Baidu positioning and precise navigation. Peekaboo? Doesn't exist. Hey, let's scan the Sui Palace first and see if Aizen has collected some genuine espadas. Tianying decided to go first to see how much money Aizen had saved. As a time traveler, he already knows in advance which Daigzu have stronger potential and may become espada. He can take action in advance for those Daigzu who have potential but have not been strengthened by Aizen's experiments. Either do this to Ulquira and win over him if you can. Or be direct like those commanders of the Great Void Forest. Of course, for those guys who can't win over and are immortal, you can also use Aizen's name to do some bad things, like a sneak attack when you first met Grimjo. With radar navigation, the Skyhawk can accurately locate its position. Dongfeng Express must achieve its mission. He. Tianying seemed to have seen how Aizen would lead a group of weak chickens to fight in the future, and he smiled like a silly son of a landlord. It's not a loss, it's not a waste of the year I spent wandering around in this inhospitable place. Tianying only feels that the days seem to be getting more and more promising. Stop giggling. Kong's voice was bone-chilling, like a plate of cold water. The number of times you choose to switch perspectives is also limited. You can't switch perspectives more than 3 times each time you freeze time and space. You'd better make sure before searching. By the way, you can only use the ability to freeze time and space once a week. When freezing time and space, you can only be a bystander and cannot change the cause and effect of reality. Okay, you can go out. After pouring cold water on him, Kong directly issued an eviction order. Immediately afterwards, Tianying felt dizzy again, and he knew that he was about to exit the consciousness space. Shou do sak. I only saw 2 perspectives just now. There is another chance. Bang Kai. Bang Kai hasn't told me yet. Unfortunately, Tianying's consciousness was still offline from this space. When he opened his eyes again, Tianying had returned to Daegzi Forest number 11, and nothing around him had changed. The last words left by Guang Guang still echoed in Tianying's mind. Bang Kai. Light dim space and time. Chapter 152. Bang Kai. Light dim space and time. Tianying subconsciously followed the passage of time and recited it. As he finished speaking, a black and white Tai Chi pattern suddenly appeared under his feet. The black and white colors representing the 2 poles suddenly rose into the sky, forming a beam of light that enveloped him. Buzz! The terrifying spiritual pressure formed the force of a tornado, constantly passing over giant trees. The heavy gravity caused these towering giant trees that had not been shaken for thousands of years to squeak. Even the mountain-like giant whale Qineng Bo was struggling to control his body in this turbulent wave. What is this? Qineng stared at the center of the storm with wide eyes. There, he felt a breathtaking coercion gradually forming, as if a Yaku cause was completing its final evolution. Maybe it was a moment, maybe it was a long time. The black and white colors of the Tai Chi pattern were integrated and compressed back into the light pillar, and the great void forest regained its calm. It's like nothing ever happened. The light pillar disappeared, leaving only a Tai Chi pattern about 10 meters in diameter on the ground. In the middle of the Tai Chi pattern, a sky eagle in a black death-defying uniform stands proudly. Is this Bang Kai? A slight murmur sounded from Tianying's mouth, and he was a little confused. If the scene in his sight hadn't become much more gorgeous, he would have even suspected that he had been deceived by time. As a time traveler who has seen many Captain Bang Kai in Shinigami anime, Aquila is no stranger to Bang Kai. When people say Bang Kai, it doesn't mean that the sky will fall apart, but it can still be shouted. Look at Sui Feng. He has a nuclear bomb in his hand and no one loves him. Byakuya, the sky is full of pink swords, and his strength is super high. Even if Komamura is in the left formation, it would be good to open a Gundam. But what about yourself? Bang Kai is over, the knife is gone. Except that the colors in his sight became clearer, nothing seemed to have changed. What is this? Turn on color mode in black and white mode? After smoking so many yachukas, you unlocked a color screen? Black-hearted time, unscrupulous dark sky. Suddenly, a sharp pain like a needle PK made Tianying stop complaining in his heart. A series of abilities brought by Bang Kai were violently poured into his mind. Time, space, Ryutsu. Gravity, regeneration, field. Qineng saw the young creature in front of him suddenly holding his head and wailing. The deep fear in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and a hint of ferocity reappeared. It didn't know what happened to the guy in front of it. But all the unknown scenes just now seemed to be just heavy thunder and small raindrops. The next second, Qineng moved. And, die. Green spiritual pressure once again condensed and flickered in front of Qineng's chin, and the terrifying spiritual pressure swallowed up a breathtaking light. This action is Kainen's unique green false flash, and the target of this false flash is the Sky Eagle in the middle of the Tai Chi pattern not far away. As the green virtual flash accumulated, countless Killians around seemed to have received the order, and at the same time they began to focus on the Aquila, who was still holding his head to condense the virtual flash. After a few seconds, the green virtual flash shot out first, like a starting gun, triggering the attacks of all Killians, and the red virtual flashes exploded one after another. Countless false flashes instantly engulfed the Sky Eagle, with no blind spots in 360 degrees. Upon seeing this, Kainen's face, which had been facing a formidable enemy, finally showed a relieved smile. But the next second, its smile stiffened. Upon entering, Kainen's sight was already occupied by red, with a touch of familiar green mixed in. Right in front of Kainen's mask, a crack was torn open in the space, and countless red flashes poured out from inside. Among them, there is also a force that Kainen is familiar with and cannot be familiar with anymore. That's its own false flash. Surprise and surprise are not enough to describe Kainen's mood at this moment. In a hurry. It didn't have time to react at all, it didn't even have time to think about dodging, so it could only catch all these false flashes with its face. Boom! Cover your face with a flash of light. Hold head high. Kainen roared in pain. Pain. It can't remember how long it has been since it felt such pain, maybe a few years, maybe a century. It can't remember clearly. Kainen's scream also attracted Sky Eagle, who had just absorbed Bankai's ability. Just now, he felt that he was locked by several virtual flashes, and subconsciously used an ability after Bankai, the other side of space. The ability of the other side of space is to tear a space channel directly in front of the user. Through this channel, the user can reach the other side where the user wants to go. This passage can not only be passed through by the user, but can also be used to deflect attacks as before. Just now, Tianying set the exit of the other shore where the most powerful virtual flash is, that is, in front of Kainen. Tisk tisk tisk. Tianying looked at Kainen's miserable condition and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. There is a kind of pain that looks painful but sounds more painful. If Tianying read it correctly, the little white substance mixed in the two-color virtual flash should be Kainen's false mask. Unfortunately, the mask was ruined by myself. After just absorbing the knowledge of Bankai, Tianying finally understood what kind of abilities his Bankai had. Strictly speaking, it is a bug. The ability of time and space gives Skyhawk a Bankai with infinite possibilities. As long as his spiritual pressure is strong enough, he can even tear apart the entire Hueco Mundo and travel through the past and future. However, that is based on his unparalleled spiritual pressure. What Tianying can currently do is tear apart the space in this area and create a passage like the other side of space. This other side of space is different from the previous space transfer. Space transfer requires target positioning, and space tearing can occur anytime and anywhere. As long as the corresponding spiritual pressure is consumed, passages to the other side of different distances can be created. Of course, Sky Eagle can also not create a passage to the other side, but tear apart the space in the surrounding area indiscriminately, thereby attacking the creatures within the range. If a creature in the area is attacked in this way, its body will be torn apart instantly like the surrounding space, and it will turn into a spirit and be absorbed by the Sky Eagle. Of course, the stronger the spiritual pressure of the creature itself, the higher the spiritual pressure Aquila needs to tear the opponent apart. For now, without interference from outsiders, Tianying would have no problem tearing apart a weaker captain on his own. A battle without interference from outsiders means that Tianying can fully control the space field, and the target locked in this way does not even have the possibility of escaping. Tianying glanced around, and the idea of testing the power of space tearing suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, he used the 5 fingers of his right hand to slowly tighten. Following his movements, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and then an unbearable crushing sound was heard. Click! Click! The space was like a mirror, with black scratches like cracks appearing. Trees, land, Kilian, all shattered. Chapter 153. At this moment, Tianying felt as if he had mastered everything around him. Whether it is Kilian or Kinanbo, life and death seemed to depend on his thoughts. The trees were the first to break, silently breaking from their trunks. The towering ancient trees that had endured for hundreds or even thousands of years in this silent jungle fell down in the blink of an eye. Next came Kilian, whose black outer skirt and white hollow mask were separated in an instant. Out of instinct, Kilians around him kept making horrifying roars, as if they were waiting for death. The last person to be affected was Kinanbo, who was still struggling. Its giant whale-like body was slightly more resilient than Kilian. It was being pulled apart during the tearing process, trying hard to maintain its original shape. At the critical moment, Kinan gave up his original huge body and returned to his original appearance, trying to resist this power by becoming smaller. Its mask was blasted with gaps in the false flash just now, and it looked a little embarrassed, but in the face of death, it could no longer care about this. Shrinking his body, concentrating his spiritual pressure on his body surface, Kinan used his full strength to exert his steel skin. But even so, it still couldn't stop the body from tearing apart. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Since joining Sui Palace, it has always watched the death of other prey indifferently. Such powerlessness made it roar. Sky Eagle didn't pay attention to Shinanpo's roar, and there was no emotion in his eyes. The law of the jungle has always been the law of this world. With Hueco Mundo like this, only the strongest can evolve. This is the case in Soul Society, only power can make the rules. But now, Tianying finally feels that his power is no longer weak. After mastering Bankai, he already has the strength to compete in this world. Die! Tianying turned around and clenched his fists. Everything in his domain was crushed. Kinang and Kiri's security department turned into a stream of spirits, dissipated and floated around, and gathered into a blue river of spirits flowing towards him. Call! After feeling some extra souls in his body, Tianying exhaled a breath of turbid air. To be honest, this space tier was a bit wasted. A lot of spiritual pressure is wasted. He can completely control the spatial tiering and activate it only against the void, and there is no need to waste a lot of spiritual pressure on some other substances. However, with the current results, Tianying is already very satisfied. After all, this is my first time using it, so I can understand it even if I am not very proficient in the skills. Before leaving, Tianying once again looked back at the place where he launched the space tier. The forest that was originally thick with trees was suddenly cleared, and it looked like this place was just like this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Tianying waved his sleeves towards the blank space. A ray of silver light passed by, and a shocking scene appeared. The originally broken land and trees began to repair as if rewinding the tape, and the scene was very spectacular. This is the healing effect brought about by the power of time. For these dead objects that were originally composed of spirit suns, Tianying did not spend much spiritual power, only probably the spiritual power absorbed from the 2 Kilians. After doing all this, Tianying left number 11 Daegzu Forest. On the periphery, the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force is stationed. Members of the medical team are treating the remaining Shinigami. After this incident, the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force suffered heavy casualties. Only 20 people from the original team of 38 are still alive. Even the leader of the team, only Li Ziyi is still alive. Yoshioka and Kaibun were both killed in the Ashoka's raid, while more than half of Amagai's bones were shattered. When Tianhawk appeared, 3 Shinigami members of the medical team were doing their best to treat Amagai. All the members of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force looked at Skyhawk, who was still wearing the mask of the Hollow, and they were all at a loss. Shiba Skyhawk. Li Ziyi found the Sky Eagle and walked up. Tianying waved his hand, signaling Litsi to stop. He didn't take off the false mask because he wasn't ready to return to the team just yet. Tianying came here just to see how Tianbei was doing. To be honest, Tianying didn't have a good impression of Tianbei. But Tianbei sacrificed himself as a team member to fight for time to escape, which still made Tianying somewhat impressed. Tianying thinks that if he were Tianbei, he would not be able to do what Tianbei is. After all, these team members do not have much interaction with Tianying. Tianying glanced at Tianbei, who was still lying on the ground, thought for a moment, and condensed a silver-white power of time to shoot toward Tianbei. It doesn't matter if you say they can't bear it or if you say they take advantage of each other. In Amagi's view, Amagai is still somewhat helpful in his plan to subvert the Soul Society nobles. No matter what, in Tianbei's heart, the Kazumi Aji family is still the first target to be eradicated. Amagi will not explain to Amagai the misunderstanding that Yamamoto killed his father because there is no need. Tapi Yao knife. Tianying turned his attention to a silver weapon hanging on Amagai's waist, and he recognized that it was a weapon made by a guy named Kyumhwa from Kazumioji's family. If he remembered correctly, the ability of Amagai Susuk's Tapereato was to neutralize the abilities of surrounding Zanpakut. Tianying hooked his fingers at the taper Yao knife, and the double-forked taper Yao knife quietly floated into his hand. What do you want to do? Several Shinigami from the expeditionary force nearby noticed Skyhawk's movements and all gathered around him. Step back, this is the man who saved Captain Amagai and the rest of us just now. Riko frowned and stopped the behavior of these Shinigami. Tianying held the Tapi Raya knife in his hand and looked at it for a few minutes. He input spiritual pressure into the Tapere 8 knife, felt the structure of the Tapere 8 knife, and then regained control of the Taper Yao knife and floated back to Amagai. It has to be said that Kyumhwa, who invented the Taper Yao knife, is indeed a talent. Compared with the Zanpakut, the Tapi Raya sword is more like a creature that devours the world of spiritual pressure and cholera. In just a few minutes of contact, Tianying felt a greedy desire for spiritual pressure in Tapi Raya Deo. However, this taper Yao knife also has great flaws. Strong negative emotions can easily interfere with the user's mind and amplify the user's inner evil thoughts infinitely. Moreover, the lower limit of the Tapi Raya sword is very high, but the upper limit is not as high as that of the Zanpakut. In short, it is easy to gain power, but it is basically impossible to gain power as powerful as Bankai. Seeing that Amagai has begun to recover, Aquila prepares to leave to find Ulquira. Next, it's time to take a look at the upper level of Hueco Mundo. Before leaving, Tianying thought for a while and warned Litsi several times. You'd better take the injured back to the cave first. The Sui Palace has discovered the problem of the Great Sioux Forest and will probably send another one to check. It's best not to clear out the Great Sioux Forest in the near future. Sui Palace. Litsi didn't understand what Sui Palace was and looked at Tianying with some doubts. Sky Eagle had no explanation. Perhaps it would be better for these expeditionary force members not to know the existence of Sui Palace. He pointed to Amagai, who was still lying on the ground, and said to Litsi again, he will probably wake up after resting for half a day. You just need to tell him what I just said. After saying that, the Sky Eagle disappeared from the spot, as if it had never appeared just now. The only thing that could prove that he had been there was a stone left on the ground. Those were the bent light barriers that Riko and the others had lost during their previous escape. Litsi bent down and picked up the bent light barriers, looked at the sky in the distance, and murmured in a voice that only she could hear, Shiba Skyhawk, are you? What happened? Chapter 154. The connection between the upper and lower layers of the virtual circle. The spiral sand ladder still stands quietly in the sand, running through the entire world, forming a spectacular scene. Not far from the entrance of the lower sand ladder, two figures, one black and one white, braved the wind and sand and gradually approached. Their heads all have a white bone mask, but one of them has a mask that completely covers his face, while the other only covers part of his head. The yellow sand is flying, confusing the already turbid and restless world, making it look even worse. But for some reason, when the yellow sand in the sky approached the two of them, it was completely isolated by an invisible barrier, as if the two of them were surrounded by a vacuum zone isolated from the world. Ulquiera, is this the passage to the upper level of Hueco Mundo? It's really spectacular. The speaker was the black-haired man whose face was completely covered by the mask of hollow. There was a hint of shock in his eyes under the mask. Obviously, he was shocked by the spectacular scene in front of him. Well, this is just a passage. There are 4 such places in the entire Hueco Mundo. In fact, it is not difficult for advanced Daigzu to cross the sand layer, but no one wants to do the work of digging sand. Ulquiera looked at the sand ladder calmly and slowly explained. As one of the few vastods in Hueco Mundo, there is no place he can't go in Hueco Mundo, only places he doesn't want to go. The two are none other than Shiba Aquila and Ulquiera. After Skyhawk left the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, he found Ulquiera and began his journey to conquer the upper levels of Hueco Mundo. Just as Tianying had planned before, he was going to visit Sui Palace and take a peek at Aizen's collection. Ulquiera has already followed him, and maybe he can dig 1 or 2 more corners of Espada by then. Tianying took the lead on the sand ladder, stared at the sand ladder curiously, and tentatively released a trace of spiritual pressure in an attempt to analyze the structure of the sand ladder. It has to be said that the world is huge and full of wonders. The sand ladder seemed to be artificially controlled. The moment the Sky Eagle stepped into the sand ladder, the originally irregularly flying yellow sand turned into an upward trend, leading the Sky Eagle below to rise continuously. Hey, don't tell me, this sand ladder really looks like a rotating elevator, fully automatic. Watching the land under his feet moving away, Sky Eagle showed an interesting smile. This sand ladder reminded him of the escalator in the Earth Mall, just as smooth and convenient. The only difference may be that the energy sources used are different, one consumes electricity and the other consumes energy. Elevator. Ulquiera obviously still couldn't understand what an elevator was, and there was a trace of confusion on his face. As a person born with autism, he had never been to the real world before surrendering to Aizen, so he didn't know much about some modern things. I'll take you to sit in the future. What do you say about that thing? It's more suitable for lazy people. It doesn't require you to use your abilities or move your limbs to move. Tianying explained. Ulquiera nodded thoughtfully. Tianying's explanation is actually a bit redundant, because the sand ladder is basically the same as what he described. Tianying didn't think too much, but looked at the exit of the upper level of the sand ladder with some expectancy. I don't know if Aizen has made an artificial zenith. I really hope that I can see the long-lost sunshine on the upper level of Hueco Mundo. There is too much yellow sand around. Although it will not fly into the eyes and mouth, the light yellow patch makes it impossible to see the scenery in the distance clearly, so it is impossible to tell whether there is sunlight in the upper layer. Time passed by, and the speed of the sand ladder was not difficult. After a while, the Sky Eagle could vaguely see the black above the head. He was a little disappointed. It seems that Aizen didn't have time to finish the artificial zenith. The upper level of Hueco Mundo is still the eternal night. The pale moon hangs high in the sky, and the dark night is monotonous without a trace of starlight or clouds, as if the moon is the only embellishment. Ulquiera followed Skyhawk out of the sand ladder and found Skyhawk looking at the sky in a daze, so he also looked up at the moon. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. The surroundings were quiet, and occasionally a few lizards emerged from the sand. After seeing the two fools staring at the sky in a daze, they sank again. If it were before, it would be absolutely impossible for such a weak beast to survive under Ulquiera's powerful spiritual pressure. But now, Ulquiera has been able to consciously control his spiritual pressure and limit it around himself. This ability was taught to Ulquiera by Skyhawk combined with limited space spiritual pressure, allowing Ulquiera to control spiritual pressure more perfectly. At present, Aquila cannot strengthen Ulquiorra through Gyako like Aizen did later. He can only use some methods prst from time and dark sky to enhance some of Ulquiorra's soft power. Of course, there is also the evolved power of time, which can also speed up Ulquiorra's absorption and mastery of power. Although the vast odd-level Great Hollows do not need to devour other hollows to satisfy their own requirements for spiritual pressure, the accumulation of spiritual pressure is always a long process. Let's go, what are you looking at, blind Jiba? You haven't seen enough after all these years. Skyhawk came back to his senses and complained angrily to Ulquiorra, who was still looking at the moon. This Ulquiorra has been too studious lately, trying to imitate everything, becoming more and more like a human being. Ulquiorra glanced at Skyhawk lightly. Do you know where you are going? Sui Palace, didn't I tell you a long time ago? Then do you know the direction of Sui Palace? Ulquiorra's question stunned Skyhawk, and he glanced around. Under the quiet night, the surroundings are endless, except for the yellow sand and broken walls, there seems to be no place to refer to. Do you know the way? In desperation, Aquila could only turn to Hueco Mundo's mini-map Ulquiorra for help again. But this time he was disappointed. Ulquiorra obviously didn't know much about Sui Palace. I don't know. Ulquiorra answered confidently. After all, for him, he doesn't need to know places he doesn't want to go. Tianying thought for a moment, and since Ulquiorra could not be relied on, he had to rely on himself. The previously obtained map radar function is obviously not enough to search the entire territory of Hueco Mundo. Even if it is Bankai, it will only double the range. But at present, I am looking for a building, not a person. Dead objects like Sui Palace are not within the radar search range, so I can only use the most primitive and ancient method. The Skyhawk silently looked at the direction of the moon, and then pointed there with his finger. Let's go and see if we can find a Yachukas who knows the way. I don't believe that in such a big place, we can't find someone who can talk. Chapter 155. I have to say that Tianying is very lucky. The passage he came up from the lower level of Hueco Mundo was not very far from Sui Palace. Even if he walked all night with his back to Sui Palace and towards the moon, he still did not get out of the range of the artificial zenith. Yes, it's dawn. He and Ulquiorra stood on the edge of the unfinished artificial zenith, feeling the magic of the artificial zenith. Here it is. The eternal night and day are distinct. Walking less than 100 meters further, you can see Hueco Mundo's everlasting night sky when you look up. But in the same place, what Sky Eagle saw when he raised his head was bright sunshine, blue sky and white clouds, as if he was in the Soul Society. Except for the desolation of the ground, which proves that this is Hueco Mundo, there is nothing unusual about it. Captain Aizen, you are still the best. The moment it dawned, Tianying's mood improved, and he even felt a little guilty for a short time. Captain Aizen is doing what great men do, but he is poaching him. So abominable, so shameful. But so happy. Ulquiorra was obviously seeing daylight for the first time. He looked directly at the sun in the sky, thinking about something in his mind. Skyhawk thought in a wicked way, maybe Ulquiorra was wondering whether the glowing ball could withstand one of his false flashes. With the guidance of the artificial zenith, Tianying could roughly guess the direction of Sui Palace, so he turned around and continued to return the same way. Let's go, Ulquiorra, don't you always ask me what it's like during the day? Now you see it, we should go to work. Skyhawk patted Ulquiorra on the shoulder, and then left first. 2 days later. Tianying looked confusedly at the sun still ahead, with 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the coverage of the artificial zenith. Even this artificial zenith, which is not completely completed, covers such a large area that it cannot be covered in a few days. For the past 2 days, he and Ulquiorra walked at sunrise and rested at dusk. But even so, I didn't see half of my Sui Palace. However, in the past 2 days, Tianying finally figured out the rules of the sun in the sky when he was bored. The sun on the artificial zenith does not rise from the east and set from the west. Instead, it rises from a fixed place and then falls from the same place. There are 24 hours in a day, and Captain Eisen is not lazy in terms of time. Every minute and every second is accurate. Facts have proved that Captain Eisen is quite rigorous in scientific research. Well, that's the roof. Suddenly, Tianying saw a white roof suddenly appearing in the distance, and a long-lost smile suddenly appeared on his depressed face. This was the first time he had seen a complete roof among the ruins of Hueco Mundo in this period of time. Tianying's first reaction was that Sui Palace was right in front. And that's exactly what happened. As the 2 sky eagles continued to advance, they climbed over sand dunes. Upon entering, a strange-looking white building suddenly appeared in front of you. The memory of Sui Palace in Tianying's mind was awakened and kept overlapping with the building in front of him. We're here. Tianying laughed and pointed in the direction of Sui Palace, shouting excitedly to Ulquira, "We're here, it's Sui Palace." Ulquira. Compared to Aquila's excitement, Ulquira seemed much calmer. He didn't have that much thought, he was just curious about such a palace. Although he was separated by a long distance, he still felt the decadent and overbearing spiritual pressure in the deepest part of the palace. No, there are actually 2 spiritual pressures similar to his own. In other words, there are actually 2 Vastods in this palace. Although he felt that Sui Palace was unusual, Ulquira was not afraid. He had his own confidence. Go and have a look. Ulquira showed an interested smile, which was the joy of discovering the same kind. Tianying hesitated at this time, because he found that the surrounding area of Sui Palace was too flat, and there was not even a place for cover. He and Ulquira walked over rashly, and the possibility of being discovered was too high. Fortunately, there was frozen space as a radar, so Tianying didn't panic. 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers. He approached slowly with Ulquira. Behind a dilapidated wall, he pulled Ulquira to a stop. The distance is almost there, and it has reached the range of frozen space. Wait here, Ulquira. After stopping, Tianying directly entered the frozen space. The next second, God's perspective opens again. Search Eisen Suk. After receiving the instruction, the frozen space did not transfer the lens to Eisen, which proved that Eisen was not within this area at this time, which made Tianying breathe a sigh of relief. Search for the Beilagan Ruzen gang. As the camera continued to advance, the next moment Tianying saw the skeleton emperor who lived deep in Sui Palace. As Tianying expected, Bail Gang was not yet a complete Arankar at this time, and still looked like a skeleton. It seems that Bail Gang is having a small meeting in the palace, and through the camera, he can see many familiar guys standing below. If Tianying remembers correctly, these Daegzu should be the subordinates who initially followed Bail Gang, and are his subordinate officers like Keenan. After watching it for a while, Tianying lost interest. Search for Coyote Star K. After giving the order, Tianying waited nervously. He was afraid that the schizophrenic Wolf King had already been taken under Eisen's command. Fortunately, the results were good. Just like the reaction when searching for Eisen, the lens did not change. Strange, who is the remaining Vastod? Nilu or Haribol? Like Ulquira, Tianying also felt 2 spiritual pressures in Sui Palace that were obviously higher than those of other Daegzu. Star K was not there, and Ulquira was by his side. The only remaining Vastod Daegzu were Nelly and Haribol. Tianying is more inclined to think that the Vastod in Sui Palace is Nelly. After all, Haribol inherited Nelly's Espada number. Judging from the time, Nelly should not have been attacked by Neutra at this time. Search for Neliel du Odchavank. The camera turned, and a virtual figure in the shape of an antelope appeared in Skyhawk's sight. It was Nelly Lu. At this time, Neliel was looking out the window in a daze. The 2 guys beside him should be Paigzu and Don Chaka as expected. These two guys did not have their masks broken by Neutra and maintained their majestic appearance. Pei Shui is not that rickety and weak-looking, Dong De Chaka is still very thin. I have to say that Danilu is quite beautiful, but her 4 legs below look a bit shabby. It doesn't suit Skyhawk's aesthetic yet. There was still one search opportunity left, and Tianying didn't waste it. He took a look at what that guy Sal Apollo was doing. For scientists, due respect is essential. Good guy, it turns out that an artificial zenith is being built. Tianying silently praised Sal Apollo in his heart. Workers are the most glorious. Chapter 156. After the investigation, Tianying lost interest in Sui Palace. Although this palace looks grand and spectacular, there are 2 vast odd and many powerful Yakukas inside. Before the team is assembled, Tianying is not yet able to settle in it. He patted Ulquiera on the shoulder and said casually, "Let's go, Ulquiera. This time we came here just to find a way, so we won't be able to find a place in the future. Before we take this place, we have to find a few partners first. Trust me, you will like them, even though they have some psychological problems, same as you." After saying that, Tianying watched Ulquiera's reaction for a while and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Ulquiera had no objection. 2. Ulquiera was not the kind of Daigzu who was difficult to communicate with, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten along with Grimjo and Yami, 2 irritable guys. As for Ulquiera, he was already accustomed to Tianying's behavior of wandering around blindly. Before, he looked around for the great void forest like a fool. Now I have spent another 2 or 3 days traveling through mountains and sand just to take a look at this so-called Sui Palace. Is Ulquiera sisterly? He is not sisterly. But so what? He did not question Skyhawk. Compared with the boring career of lying on the corpse in the past, Ulquiera thought it was quite interesting to run around like this. At least there was someone around who was willing to talk to him. Even just hearing what Skyhawk said was better than the damn feeling of nothingness in Ulquiera's opinion. "Partner." Ulquiera murmured in a voice that only he could hear, then looked at Skyhawk's back with a smile, and quickly followed him. The 2 of them had walked a few steps when Ulquiera suddenly asked Skyhawk a century-old question. "The upper level of Hueco Mundo is no smaller than the lower level. Do you know where the guy you are looking for is?" When Aquila remained silent, Ulquiera immediately understood and seemed to not know any more. "Ahem." Tianying coughed slightly, breaking the silent awkwardness between the 2 of them. Ulquiera, don't you think that being able to appreciate the scenery along the way during a certain journey is better than arriving directly at the destination? Is it more pleasurable? Are you trying to say that the process is more satisfying than the result?" Tianying was very irritated. It was getting harder and harder for Ulquiera to fool him. It was so obvious to the world. Ulquiera looked at Tianying calmly, and then said, "When you didn't find Sui Palace 2 days ago, your mood was not like this. At that time, the result seemed to be more important than the process in your heart." "Ulquiera, don't care about these details, or you will lose me, your only friend. You said before that friends should understand each other, help each other, and remind each other. I am doing the right thing. Why did I lose my only friend?" The words that deceived Ulquiera before finally made Sky Eagle suffer the consequences. He did not expect that the chicken soup for his soul that he casually talked about would now be the poison that made him speechless. "I was wrong, brother Ulquiera, let's go. Please tell our next partner these words, otherwise I will be very distressed." 1 month later, Tianying took Ulquiera and got lost in the desert. If there weren't instruments that could determine the direction of Sui Palace, he would have had to search endlessly again. The eternal night of Hueco Mundo was still above his head, and Tianying felt nostalgic for the days he spent at the artificial zenith. Beach, no sea, but sun. Damn Hueco Mundo! Can't there be some normality? After a month, walking with his back to Sui Palace, Tianying finally felt the size of Hueco Mundo again. After walking for so long, it is still a desert, and the birds are almost fading out of my mouth. Enter the frozen space and search as usual. Search for Coyote Star K. Skyhawk said weakly. Really? The lens remains unchanged. Tianying sighed helplessly. Hey, Uncle Wolf, where are you? Every time he searches, Tianying feels like he was playing blind boxes in online games in his previous life, with a hint of expectation, and then disappointment. Not a single golden legend can be seen, nor can you see the blue sky and white clouds, only some low-level emptiness. Search for Haribal. No. Search Aizen. Ichimaru Silver. Of course, searching for the two guys at the back was purely for your own safety. Without the golden legend, the feeling of finding a needle in a haystack makes Tianying a little melancholy. Skyhawk suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Every time I look for him based on his peak combat power, why do I have to search for W.A. Stod? Isn't there someone wandering around in the Ashoka's class Espada? For example, the Grimjo who once robbed his Jillian. Since Grimjo and other Achiukas are still hunting together, it proves that they have not been absorbed by Aizen yet, so why not give it a try? Search Grimjo. Tianying started the search function with the idea of giving it a try. The last time I saw that leopard was in the lower level of Hueco Mundo. I don't know if this guy has come up. There was no response, and it turned out to be too much luck. Guangyang and Engkong also gave themselves a bug map, but not the whole map. The 5 search opportunities were used up, and Skyhawk exited the frozen space. In Hueco Mundo's reality, Ulquiorra sat on the top of a sand dune and looked at the moon, leaving only the back of Skyhawk. Sky Eagle silently sat next to Ulquiorra and watched the moon with him. This situation reminded Tianying of a classic line from a movie. When I watched the moon with others, I called them Xiao Tian Tian. Now that the new person is better than the old person, I call them Mrs. New. I really want to have someone new. The eagle shouted at the moon. Ulquiorra was startled by Aquila's nervous behavior and frowned at Aquila, seeming to blame him. It was quiet all around, and the voice of the eagle spread farther and farther under the silent night. I don't know if Tianying's depression finally made God unable to bear it anymore. Not long after he shouted, an angry roar came from not far away. Which ant disturbed Uncle Yami's sleep? Do you want to live? Immediately afterwards, Skyhawk and Ulquiorra felt a faint tremor coming from the desert beneath their feet, and it became more and more intense. It looked like a big guy was approaching. Under the moonlight, a huge thing was wrapped in rolling yellow sand, setting off a storm. Skyhawk smiled. Meet love around the corner. After working hard for a month, I finally got something. Raging Beast Yummy. Espada ranks 10th, which is really number 0. It's not the kind that can fight very well, but it can be beaten relatively well, and the more it is beaten, the stronger it becomes. Chapter 157. Hey, your saliva is almost falling to the ground. Ulquiorra glanced at the Skyhawk with disgust, stretched out his right hand and pointed at the Skyhawk's mouth. But after all, Ulquiorra turned his attention to the incoming Daigzu. This was the first time he saw Tianying showing such an expression in such a long time. Tianying subconsciously wiped his saliva with his sleeve, and couldn't help the excitement on his face. Ulquiorra, we have a new partner. With that said, Tianying pointed his finger in the direction of Yami. That big guy will be your loyal little brother from now on. Partner? Little brother. Ulquiorra nodded. A partner is a little brother, and you are a partner and a little brother, so you call me big brother. He was still thinking about the incident when Sky Eagle called him eldest brother. Ulquiorra seemed to have the same hobby as Toshiro in terms of seniority. Tianying's expression remained unchanged. He had been able to block Ulquiorra's offensive language. After such a long time, he understood a truth. As long as you pretend not to hear, no one can laugh at you. Well done, Yami. Tianying laughed and rushed towards Yami. Under the night in Hueco Mundo, two figures, one large and one small, formed a sharp contrast. They kept accelerating in an attempt to face off. Behind each of them are a figure and a dog. The figure watched the battlefield calmly without making a sound, while the dog kept barking, seemingly cheering for the big man in front. 100 meters. 50 meters. Boom. In a violent collision, Skyhawk and Yami collided. It's hard to imagine that the two of them, with such disparity in stature, were just about equal. Yami didn't seem to react, looking at the little bug under his fist in disbelief. He really couldn't understand why his impact was stopped abruptly. This was something that had never happened before. BD. After a brief pause, Yami raised his arms high and waved wildly towards the location of the Sky Eagle. Because the size difference is so big, his fist is almost the size of Sky Eagle's body. So for every hit, Yami can only judge whether it hits by feeling. The real touch from his fist let him know that his attack had not failed. But for some reason, he felt that his attack had no effect, and seemed to hit the sand. And this is exactly what Tianying wants to see, otherwise he wouldn't fight Yami with such brute force. To subdue the angry beast Yami, you must completely subdue him so that he does not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. Yami's bombardment continued for several minutes, hitting, and he suddenly stopped. You, how are you? When he entered his eyes, the guy he had just bombarded was floating in midair intact, looking at him disgustingly. This look reminded Yami of the look he gave when he saw delicious food. Unforgivable. With a roar, Yami's body grew nearly 1/10 in size again, reaching nearly the height of 2 jillions. The Sky Eagle did not attack, but watched calmly. To be honest, Espada's combat power has not reached its peak without Hagyaku's strengthening. At least for now, Yami's attack makes Tianying feel that it may be stronger than Keenan. After all, Yami is just as much an Ashokas as Keenan. Although he is more talented than Keenan, he is not even a pseudo-Arankar after all. And Keenan has been strengthened by Aizen at least once, absorbing a little of the power of the half-finished Hagyaku. After a few seconds, Yami attacked again. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, like buildings hitting the Sky Eagle. To be on the safe side, Skyhawk released Bankai. The knife is gone, but the power of bare hands is greater. Under the influence of light and space, Skyhawk could condense his Zanpakuto and strike at Yami at any time if he wanted to, but he did not do so. He just quietly suffered Yami's attack, and even kindly reminded Yami. Hey, Yami, do you have no brains? Can you dodge? UBD, how dare you laugh at you, Uncle Yami? Yami listened, then stared at the ant teasing him, don't hide if you can. Tianying smiled slightly, hooked his hand at Yami, and signaled Yami to attack. Seeing Tianying's movements, Yami's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Among Daegu's attacks, the power of the virtual flash is the greatest. The guy in front of him is really not going to hide, so he must be killed. Buzz! Yami didn't waste any time, and directly started to condense the virtual flash. At the same time, he kept his eyes on the Skyhawk to prevent the little thing in front of him from cheating. But Yami's worries are somewhat unnecessary. Sky Eagle was not prepared to hide at all. He had a very interesting idea, let's flash fly for a while. Boom! After a few seconds, Yami made a false flash, and a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aha! The next moment, Yami let out an unprecedented scream. He felt like he had no feeling in his butt. At some point, a circular black crack appeared on his back. What appeared in the crack was actually his own virtual flash. Was it fun? Do you want to do it again? Tianying's humble voice suddenly appeared next to Yami. Yami turned around, but did not see Tianying's figure. Hey, here, big guy. Skyhawk was now sitting on top of Yami's head, smiling and poking Yami's decision-making head with his hand. Damn. Yami shook his head like crazy, and the whistling sound of wind suddenly appeared in Tianying's ears, giving him the feeling of riding a roller coaster. The next second, Sky Eagle Shunpo appeared on Yami's nose, looking calmly into Yami's huge eyes. Yami's pupils suddenly shrank into needle shapes. Upon entering, there were dozens of silver blades floating on the left and right sides of the guy who just teased him. With the appearance of the silver blades, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Yami had no doubt that these blades could penetrate his eyes in the next second. Have you calmed down? The Skyhawk sat cross-legged on the tip of Yami's nose, supporting his head with his right hand. Next, I'll ask and you answer. If you don't answer quickly enough, then I'll kill you. Do you understand? Yami heard this and nodded quickly. This movement made the Skyhawk almost fall off his nose. The Sky Eagle helplessly appeared above Yami's head again, but its head was a little flatter. Can you be smaller? Hearing Sky Eagle's question, Yami nodded, then shook his head. You can make it smaller, but you have to wait until my anger subsides. His answer did not satisfy Skyhawk, who directly concentrated a Zanpakut and stabbed Yami's scalp. Are you still angry? Do you want to die? Chapter 158. As soon as Tianying finished speaking, Yami's body shrank rapidly. In the face of death, the angry beast finally gave in. After all, anger cannot save his life. Seeing this, Sky Eagle waved to Ulquiera who was not far away, motioning for him to come over. At the same time, he took off the mask from his face and revealed his true face. At this moment, Yami exclaimed. You're not Su. Yami didn't expect that there were people who were not hollows in this Hueco Mundo. You must know that in Hueco Mundo, although the fighting between virtual and virtual is everywhere, the treatment of other species is always unrelenting. Sky Eagle was not displeased by Yami's exclamation. After all, the upper level of the desert was the territory of Daegzu. Guys like Yami, who ate and slept, had obviously never seen anything other than Su. What, do you have any objections? Tianying looked at Yami with evil intentions. As long as this guy dared to say so, he would continue to educate him. Yami covered her mouth knowingly. Dignity, life is not important. At this moment, Ulquiera slowly walked over from not far away, and with him came a beast in the form of a puppy. If Tianying remembers correctly, this dog Su should be Yami's pet. Sure enough, when Yami saw the puppy Su running over, his expression immediately changed and he directly scolded, Kyukabulo, what are you doing here? Why don't you get out quickly? While talking, Yami looked at Skyhawk nervously, as if he was afraid that Skyhawk would kill Kyukabulo. Tianying looked at Yami with some humor. Sure enough, as long as there is a thinking creature, there must be softness in the heart. Just like the espada, although they represent killing, they are not completely irrational bloody machines. At least in Tianying's memory, some seemingly irritable guys were good to their subordinate officers. For example, Neutra, Grimjo, and Haribal are all a bunch of arrogant guys. This is also the reason why Tianying did not kill Espada directly compared to the ordinary hollow. Compared to the subordinate hollows who attacked the real world, Espada did not invade the real world before receiving Aizen's instructions. Otherwise, based on the current Shinigami of Division 13, they might be killed before they even have time to send out the alarm. Okay, no one's going to hurt your pet, Yami. Skyhawk rolled his eyes at Yami angrily, then pointed to Ulquiera beside him and introduced, My name is Shiba Skyhawk, and this is Ulquiera. He is a hollow like you. From now on, you will listen to him. Give orders. In the eyes of Skyhawk, a brainless guy like Yami is not suitable to work for him, so he should leave it to Ulquiera for training, just like in the original work. Hearing this, Yami looked at Skyhawk in confusion, and then turned to look at Ulquiera. He didn't understand why the guy in front of him defeated him and then let himself follow another guy. After thinking for a moment, Yami felt that he seemed to be underestimated. It's all obvious, so why should I obey this little guy named Ulquiera? I am as empty as this guy, why should I listen to him? Because I'm better than you. The next second, Ulquiera suddenly released his spiritual pressure, and the wings that were originally tied behind his back opened directly, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The black spiritual pressure seemed to solidify the surrounding space, and the originally pure sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Vastad? You are Vastad! Yami shouted in shock. He didn't know what happened to him today. First, he met a monster that pushed him down and beat him, and then he met Hueco Mundo's apex predator, Vastad. The strangest thing was that the two actually walked together. The Sky Eagle knew what Ulquiera was going to do the moment he opened his mouth, and immediately thought of opening his own space limit to protect Kyokaburo inside. If you don't do this, a weak beast like Kyokaburo will be directly broken down into spirit suns by Ulquiera's terrifying spiritual pressure. Ulquiera, do you want to kill our friend? After finally recovering an espada, Tianying didn't want to be ruined because a Petsu was accidentally killed, not to mention that this beast was really cute. Kyokaburo was very quiet in the arms of the Sky Eagle. It seemed to know that the person holding it up was protecting it and remained motionless. Yami subconsciously glanced at the Skyhawk who was speaking, and saw Skyhawk holding Kyokaburo in his arms, and finally realized that he almost lost sight of his beloved pet. Thank you, Lord Tianying. Yami said gratefully to Tianying. He has special feelings for Kyokaburo. In Yami's long virtual life, only Kyokaburo stayed with him. No matter how he treated Kyokaburo never left. Ulquiera glanced at Kyokaburo and seemed to be very interested in the combination of Yami and Kyokaburo. Especially when he heard that Yami actually thanked Skyhawk because of a weak beast, Ulquiera's eyes flashed with a hint of tenderness, but he quickly hid it. He silently regained control of his spiritual pressure, then walked up to Yami, looked at Yami calmly and said, "Am I qualified to order you now?" Yami nodded subconsciously. Ulquiera continued, "Very good, from now on we are partners, I am your big brother." Partner? Big brother? Yami was a little confused. Wasn't he a subordinate? Why did he become a partner again? But after a while, he became happy again. In a place like Hueco Mundo, with Skyhawk and Ulquiera as partners, his safety was at least greatly guaranteed. Maybe he would also have the opportunity to evolve into Vastad in the future. As for the issue of Tianying not being a phantom, Yami has already forgotten it. Even Ulquiera, who was Vastad, didn't care, so why should he cause trouble to himself? Tianying is very satisfied with the ending. He finally dug out another espada in Aizen's hand. From now on, the peak espada in Aizen's hand can only become an 8-edged sword. He glanced up at the sky. As Ulquiera gathered his spiritual pressure, the dark clouds dispersed and the bright moon emerged again. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Tianying rarely felt that the moonlight was beautiful tonight. He thought of Soul Society and wondered how the Shiba family was doing now. There are also Toshiro and Anohana-sensei. After regaining Yami, Tianying planned to let Ulquiera take Yami to find other espadas in the wild, while he went to Sui Palace to meet with Aizen. It's time to penetrate the enemy's interior. I have been away from Soul Society for a long time, and I don't know what Soul Society is like now. Amaji feels that since Aizen can travel between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo silently, there should be a device similar to a world-traversing gate in Sui Palace. I'll make peace with myself first, and then figure out the terrain of Sui Palace. Then I might be able to find a chance to sneak back to Soul Society to take a look. If he takes a step back, even if he can't go back, he still has to ask Aizen to bring him some food from the Soul Society. While Sky Eagle was thinking, Ulquiera walked up to him. Will you continue to look for a partner next? Yes. Tianying nodded, then glanced at Yami. You take Yami to find your partner. I have to go to Sui Palace first. I need to confirm something. Ulquiorra frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but said, You asked Yami and I to find someone? What if we really find someone, what if that guy doesn't want to be our partner? Courtesy first, then attack. Tianying rolled his eyes at Ulquiorra angrily, You have always said the same thing about me during this period, just tell others the same thing you said about me. If it doesn't work, just do it, just like Yami did to this guy Yami. If he doesn't accept it at first, beat him until he accepts it. After saying that, Tianying thought for a while and gave Ulquiorra a stone with space spiritual power just to be on the safe side. If you really feel unsure, just input spiritual pressure into this stone. I will feel it when the time comes. Just wait until I come over. Skyhawk was really afraid that Ulquiorra would take Yami and beat his partner to death. Of course, Uncle Wolf and Haribel were not within the scope of Sky Eagle's worries. If there is a real fight, I'm afraid even if Yami dies, Uncle Wolf and Haribel will be fine. The next day, Tianying said goodbye to Ulquiorra, and then returned to Sui Palace alone. Because I have been to Sui Palace before. Tianying directly released Bankai, then teleported 5 times and appeared outside Sui Palace in less than half a day. Feeling the long-lost sunshine, Tianying once again praised Captain Aizen in his heart. Freeze space, search for Aizensuk. There was no reaction at all from God's perspective, which proved that Aizen was not here. This gave Sky Eagle a headache. If Aizen is not here and he enters Sui Palace rashly, the guy from Bale Gang will probably directly attack him with a group of fake Arankar. After thinking about it, Tianying decided to wait for a few days. Anyway, such a long time had passed and there was no rush. A week later, Tianying was lying boredly on the desert not far from Sui Palace, basking in the sun, still yawning incessantly. In front of him were teams of Sui Palace Daigzu who were out hunting. Because the bent light was opened, these Daigzu did not notice the eagle basking in the sun, but passed by him as if there was no one around. Tisk, Nelly, why do you always take this guy Neutra out? In a few decades, this guy will attack you. Once again seeing Nelly leading people out like a female general, Tianying couldn't help but complain a few words in his heart. However, Tianying still did not move, but opened the frozen space as usual and continued to search for Aizen. The result is still the same, that guy is not in Sui Palace at all. Aizen, UBD. You asked me to come to Sui Palace to find you, but you are waiting for me here. Is it because I'm sick? I'm seriously ill. Why did you ask Sui Palace to issue a killing order for me? I'm really convinced by you. After a week of waiting, Aizen still hadn't arrived, and Tianying was very upset. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Then he opened the portable space and started rummaging through it. After a while, he found it. He took out the communicator from the space and clicked the power button. This thing he had taken out from the warehouse of the 12th Division before. After Zhang Hei's modification, it avoided being located in the 12th Division, but it could be located by Aizen. Tianying remembered that he seemed to have given one to Zhang Ping, and he wanted to see if he could contact Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping. After briefly checking the address book, Tianying dialed Zhang Ping's communication device. Du. After a few short beeps, the communicator was connected. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Ping's familiar voice came from the communication device. Is it Boss Tianying? Zhang Ping's tone seemed a little shocked, as if he didn't expect Tianying to contact him. After a moment of silence, Skyhawk Kide said, It's me, Zhang Hei. It's really you, who are you now? Sui Palace? Why are you outside Sui Palace? Hearing Zhang Ping's words, Tianying couldn't help but frown. This guy, indeed, installed positioning in these communication devices. Tianying's silence made Zhang Ping realize that he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly spoke again, I'm sorry, Boss Tianying. Tianying didn't have much reaction to Zhang Ping's apology. This guy really should apologize to himself. I trusted him so much in the past and exposed a lot of abilities in front of him. It would be better for this guy to turn around and sell himself out. Sure enough, there are no honest people in the Shinigami world who are engaged in science, they are all old six. Having said that, Tianying still had something to solve with Zhang Ping, so he pretended not to care and said, Dadu, it's okay. Everyone is their own master. Maybe we will be partners in the future. Hearing Tianying's response, Zhang Ping seemed very happy and quickly smiled kind. Yes, Boss Tianying, we will be our partners from now on. Do you have anything to do with me? Tianying Gate of Opening said directly, please contact Aizen for me. Didn't that guy ask me to come to Sui Palace to find him? I have been waiting for more than a week, where are the others? Lord Aizen? Are you looking for Lord Aizen? Don't turn off the communication device yet. I will contact him immediately. He was still asking me if I had any news from you a few days ago. After saying that, Zhang Ping hung up the call. Tianying hesitated for a moment while holding the communication device, and decided to trust Zhang Ping again. If this guy gets involved with him again, Suya Palace will send Daegzu to hunt him down. I'm sorry, now I have been completely reborn, and this Suyi Palace must be rebuilt. A few minutes later, the communication device in Tianying's hand rang again. Amaji-kun, long time no see, I'm Aizen. Tianying stared at the communication device in his hand, the anger in his chest burning. It's unforgivable, why should I wait for the other party's consent when contacting other people, while Aizen can speak directly through the communication device? The next second, Tianying fought back directly. Teacher Aizen, I didn't expect that you seem to be gentle, but you like to do sneaky things. Do you understand what privacy is? When you make a phone call, you must let someone else answer the phone before you can talk. What do you mean by connecting directly to my communication device like this? Do you want to show off the capabilities of your people? I hate you scientists the most. You just like to invent these boring things. If the world is destroyed one day, it will definitely be your doing. Chapter 159. Scientist? Destroy the world. Hee. Hearing the voice coming from the other end of the communication device, Aizen couldn't help but laugh. This Shiba Sky Eagle can always come out with some strange words in his mouth, which makes people laugh and cry. But I have to say that the little guys on the other end of the communication device are much more interesting and smarter than most of the guys in Jinglingting who only know how to follow the old-fashioned rules. Whether it is changing the world or ruling the world, only those who value science can do it. After a moment of silence, Aizen replied with a smile, Don't be impatient, Shiba-san. I know you may have some resentment towards me, but now you are looking for me, probably not just to complain to me. Now that you have appeared outside Sui Palace, I believe you are ready to join my team, right? After hearing Aizen's words, Tianying calmed down. As Aizen said, he was not looking for Aizen today just to complain, but to join. It's just that Aizen said it so directly, which made Tianying a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Tianying felt that he still needed to clarify some things before joining. He spoke to the communication device again and asked, Captain Aizen, when we were at the Serenity Palace, you asked me to report the expedition after I arrived in Hueco Mundo. What is the purpose of Jun's whereabouts? Since Zhang Ping is already in the team, why do you need me to do such a meaningless thing? Also, since you wanted me to join your team and arranged for me to come to Sui Palace to find you, then why did you issue a hunt order for me in Sui Palace? You should know that I am just the medical Shinigami of the 4th Division. Not those fighting madmen from the 11th Division. What if I really die in the hands of those crazy guys from Sui Palace? Ha, I knew you must have a lot of doubts. On the other side of the communication device, Aizen, who was in the secret base of Jinglingting, laughed and then stretched out his right hand to pat Zhang He on the side. Zhang Ping, look, the little guy still seems to have a lot of opinions on you, which makes me very embarrassed." When Eisen said this, he did not deliberately avoid the communication device, so Tianying heard what Eisen said word for word. After a while, Zhang Ping's familiar voice came from the other end of the communication device. "Lord Eisen, if Boss Tianying has any conflict with your career because of me, Zhang He is willing to die to apologize." Tianying didn't expect Zhang He to be with Eisen, and to say such decisive words. It seems that Eisen was quite successful in brainwashing his subordinates. There is Tsun Kan name above and Zhang He below, all of them are loyal younger brothers. Tianying thought for a while, he would still have to break into the enemy in the future, and having someone he knew as a liaison was better than recontacting with other people, so he stopped him. "Forget it, why keep pretending? I don't believe Captain Eisen that you would really kill such a loyal subordinate. I am quite familiar with Zhang He, so just let him continue to be my contact person." "Really?" As soon as Tianying finished speaking, Eisen's voice sounded again in the communication device. "Zhang He, did you hear that? Shiba-san thinks you are still useful and can be his contact person, so just do as he wants." "Yes, Lord Eisen, express my gratitude to Boss Skyhawk for me, and I will take my leave first." "Well, go ahead. I'll find you after I finish communicating with Tianying." The chorus in the communication device almost made Tianying laugh. The two old boys were so damn good at acting. It was as if they had betrayed their own reputation. It was so shameless. However, Tianying didn't dwell too much on it, and directly changed the topic after the two people over there finished their performance. "Captain Eisen, you haven't answered my second question yet. Why did Sui Palace issue a kill order for me?" Eisen heard this, and on the other end of the communication device, he stretched out his left hand and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "If jade is not polished, it cannot be used as a weapon. If you have not experienced fighting, how can you become a strong man in this world? You little guy, I have been paying attention to you since you joined the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. You are smarter than most Shinigami, and you have a calmness that is beyond your age. The most important thing is that you are terrifyingly talented. But I personally think that although you look good, you still have many shortcomings. First, you lack the pursuit of power, or more accurately, the lack of ambition. Although I have seen a different pursuit in you since the noble incident, that is not enough, because you may not know yet. Join my team. What will you face next? 2. You are too emotional personally. I know you may be ready to join me, but I still want to tell you through the assassination of Sui Palace that in my camp, it is best not to add too much emotion. Here not only are there Shinigami, but there are also hollows. You will be dealing with these hollows for some time in the future, so you must maintain a high degree of vigilance. There are 3 more points, and the most important point is that you are too lazy. If I don't give you some stimulation, who knows how long you can wait for me to come to me." Eisen's tone was very calm, as if he was calmly explaining some work to his subordinates. I have to say that Eisen is indeed the most charming villain boss. After saying so much, the overall meaning is that I am looking for someone to kill you for your own good. I don't want you to thank me, but you have to understand my good intentions. Bah, you damn old man, you are so nagging. Tianying couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Something like 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's like no one knows about your little activities. Isn't joining your team just to cooperate with you and become the Spirit King? Let's not talk about whether you can become the Soul King or not. It's not bad to let you mess up the Soul Society first. As for dealing with Su, Tianying has some unique insights of his own. This is also thanks to the knowledge brought by time travel, which allowed him to understand some of the characters of Daegzu and Sui Palace in advance. Of course, Tianying will not deliberately cater to the personalities of these Daegzu people and put down their posture. Because with his current strength, except for Bailgang and Nelly, the other espadas in Sui Palace are not of concern. All right, I understand, Captain Eisen, How long should I wait for you outside Sui Palace? Tianying yawned and glanced at Sui Palace not far away speechlessly. The sun has been shining for a long time, and I really want to find a room to lie down. It's been more than 2 years since entering Hueco Mundo, and Aquila has yet to sleep on a proper bed, which makes me sad just thinking about it. After a while, a reply came from the other end of the communication device. I'm leaving now. You can wait where you are, or you can wait inside Sui Palace first. I will notify Bale Gang first. Haha, I'd better wait outside. Tianying lay back in his original position again, rejecting Aizen's suggestion to enter Sui Palace in advance. What a joke! I just killed a subordinate officer in Bale Gang, why don't I go looking for water now? If I really want to go, when Aizen comes, whether the Sui Palace will still be there or not is a question. Chapter 160. After receiving Aizen's answer, Tianying waited quietly. This time, Aizen didn't make any more troubles, and used the communication device to report the position of Tianying to Sui Palace. The waiting time is boring. Fortunately, Aizen didn't keep Tianying waiting. The next day, just as the sun on the artificial zenith rose and the darkness was dispersed, Aizen heard Aizen's familiar voice. Sky Eagle, come out, I'm coming. It seemed that it was confirmed that Tianying would join his team. Aizen's voice was much more casual, and even his title was very friendly. Of course, as a skyhawk who is familiar with Aizen, he knows that this is just a way for Aizen to deceive others. For Aizen, all living beings are pawns, and I am the only one standing in the sky. Following the direction of the sound, Tianying moved his gaze. As he expected, the rebel Ichimaru-jin was also with him. After stretching, Tianying slowly put away the bent light barriers, revealing his true body. Captain Aizen, your efficiency is as high as ever. Haha, after all, to have a genius like you join me, I have to work non-stop. Hearing Aizen's words, Tianying sneered in his heart. What a non-stop! He probably did it non-stop when he issued the pursuit order to Sui Palace. Seeing that Tianying didn't speak, Aizen walked to him with Ichimaru-jin. I don't need to introduce this one, Ichimaru-jin, captain of the 3rd Division. You must have met him many times. Tianying looked at Ichimaru-jin and nodded slightly, showed a kind smile, and stretched out his right hand. Hello, Captain Ichimaru. Ichimaru-jin was not polite, he also extended his right hand to hold it with Tianying. Long time no see, Shiba 3 seats. No, I am not a 3rd seat now, I am just a prisoner of the maggot nest. Although these words were said to Ichimaru-jin, Aquila kept looking at Aizen. Hee. Ichimaru-jin showed a signature squinting smile, then smiled and shook his head without speaking. Aizen naturally knew what Tianying meant, but he loved you and was not angry. He calmly pushed the black glasses frame with his hand. When I was in Jingling Court, I sent you invitations many times, but you acted slyly several times. Next to him, Ichimaru-jin also narrowed his eyes and nodded. He was aware of Aizen's plan to recruit Skyhawk. In Aizen's plan, Aquila is not a chess piece that is ready to be discarded after use in Soul Society like Abarai Renji and those brats, but also a chess piece that can be brought to Hueco Mundo. Akio's expression gradually became serious. Although he had planned to join Aizen, he was not so easy to let go of the 2 previous incidents where Shiba was attacked. Moreover, now, if you don't ask a question, it will make it difficult to explain. Captain Aizen, I have been wanting to ask you a question since I was in Hueco Mundo. I wonder if you can answer it for me. No problem. I've been here for 2 years. I didn't just fight in the Great Void Forest like other expeditionary forces. I also went to many places. You should know that, right? Aizen nodded. Not only did he know, but he also knew that the dozen or so leaders of the Great Void Forest who were killed below were all the work of Sky Eagle. Tianying paused and spoke again, I have seen the fake Iron Car, and I also know that you are using hollows for experiments. I just want to know whether the two hollows that attacked my sister-in-law were sent out intentionally by you. Hearing this question, Aizen was not surprised, and the smile on his face became a little thicker. He nodded without hesitation, yes, it is the experimental subject I created and I sent it out. Buzz. Tianying's body suddenly burst out with a strong spiritual pressure, which caused the space to vibrate at high frequencies. Then you still want me to join you, are you not afraid that I will kill you? Tianying had already placed his right hand on the Zanpakut, his eyes as fierce as a furious lion. Seeing the sudden surge of spiritual pressure in Tianying's body, Aizen and Jin's eyes flashed with a strange color at the same time. In 2 years, this guy has become a lot stronger, and is even no weaker than a few captains. This talent is so terrifying. Aizen and Ichimaru-jin are both captains, so naturally they will not be affected by such spiritual pressure. However, Ichimaru-jin had already vaguely held his right hand on his Zanpakut, ready to defend against attacks. The next second, Aizen suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Tianying. Moreover, his hand has actually been placed on Tianying's hand holding the Zanpakut. Don't worry, nothing happened to your sister-in-law after all, right? Aizen whispered with his mouth close to Tianying's right ear. Tianying's pupils contracted. Although he had expected that Aizen would be very strong, he never thought that it would be so unexpected. What speed is this? With his control over the space, he didn't react at all. There is only one explanation for this situation, and that is that Aizen's spiritual pressure is so strong that it interferes with his control of space. But, after all, Aizen now is only half of the Hagyaku he created. Skyhawk overlooked one point. Aizen's half of Hagyaku is different from Urahara's half of Hagyaku. Aizen's half, Hagyaku, has absorbed the Ryutsu of many civilians with the potential to become Shinigami, and is always charging up. As for Urahara's half, it had stopped testing very early. Therefore, although the current Aizen is not as invincible as after fusing with Hagyaku, his spiritual pressure is already at the peak of this world. Although being held down by Aizen, Tianying's spiritual pressure has not been withdrawn, and is still in an explosive state, but his expression is much calmer. Upon seeing this, Aizen let go of Skyhawk's hand, and calmly helped Skyhawk pat the dust off his body, seemingly not worried that Skyhawk would take action. Tianying, although I sent Su, I didn't let them take your sister-in-law's life. Otherwise, why would only your sister-in-law survive every time? Aren't you surprised? In a word, your sister-in-law is fine and you should thank me for not killing her. So I should thank you. Tianying looked at Aizen coldly, who was only a few feet away, and asked without any emotion. Although his tone was very unkind, he withdrew his spiritual pressure. After all, it was just a show, and he was able to test out some of Aizen's abilities anyway. Enough. Tianying came to a tentative conclusion. For now, it was better to be honest under Aizen's nose. It was not the time to betray him yet. Thinking of this, Tianying glanced at Ichimaru-jin without any trace. No wonder this guy didn't rebel. In addition to being wary of Kaika Suijutsu, I'm afraid it was also because of Aizen's strength. Ichimaru-jin, you know shit. No need to thank you, welcome to join, Skyhawk. Aizen smiled and patted Skyhawk on the shoulder. Aquila took a deep breath, resisted the urge to remove Aizen's hand from his shoulder, and nodded silently. The attitude must be cold. Successfully penetrated into the enemy's interior. Chapter 161. After a few minutes, dozens of Daigzu, headed by Bale Gang, appeared all around at the same time, but they all stopped in place after seeing Aizen at the scene. Nelly took the lead and took a step forward. Lord Aizen, why are you here? As the only Vastad in the entire Void Knight Palace, Nelly's status is only lower than that of Bale Gang, because her Arankar number at this time is number 2. Of course, Arankar is an extremely aggressive species, and the more powerful the Arankar is, the less likely it is to obey, so this is only a superficial status, otherwise the incident of Neutra attacking Nelly would not have happened. Aizen glanced at all the Daigzu, then cast his gaze on Nelly, who had just spoken, and showed a faint smile. It's Nelly. Since you are all here, it would be a good time to take this opportunity to introduce you to a partner. Aizen hugged Tianying, who was standing next to him, and then said again, this is Tianying, and he will be one of us from now on. When I am not here, he will guard Sui Palace for me. When saying this, Aizen deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word guard and glanced at Bailgang. Sure enough, after these words were spoken, Bailgang looked at Tianying in a wrong way, as if he was looking at a potential enemy. Sui Palace obviously belongs to them. You Aizen just took it and left someone to guard it. What do you mean by keeping someone under surveillance? Tianying didn't react at all. Aizen even issued a death order for him, so there was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, Charlotte behind Bailgang came to his ear and whispered a few words. After a while, the spiritual pressure on Bailgang seemed to become a little unstable. He turned his empty eyes to Aizen and asked in a somewhat unkind tone, Aizen, is this kid the person you asked Sui Palace to chase before? Hearing Bailgang's question, the other Daigzu all remembered the pursuit order issued by Sui Palace before, and they all looked at Tianying curiously. Tianying looked calm and nodded. He knew what Bailgang was going to ask him next. Sure enough, the next moment, Bailgang asked coldly, did you kill those commanders of the Great Void Forest in the lower level of Hueco Mundo? Where's that guy Keenan? Have you seen him? Tianying smiled slightly, not hiding anything in the face of Bailgang's cold gaze. Kill. Boom. Violent spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from Bailgang's body, and the cold murderous intent instantly locked onto Sky Eagle. He didn't expect that Keenan was actually dead, and that the kid who killed him had no intention of hiding anything and just said it openly. What are you trying to do? Challenge his authority? Who does this brat think he is? Aizen Suk? No, not even Aizen Suk killed his direct subordinates. With the emergence of this spiritual pressure, some of the weaker Daigzu shuddered. They looked at Bailgang in horror, and then looked at Tianying in shock. Ever since Aizen ruled Sui Palace, Bailgang, the former king of Hueco Mundo, has not been so angry for a long time. The most shocking thing is that the guy who killed Keenan is not afraid of Bailgang at all. Bailgang slowly raised his right hand, pointed at the Sky Eagle, and roared angrily, UBD. You actually dare to kill my men? I will make your bones disappear today. No bones left? Haha. Tianying sneered, and then said, what? That guy can kill me, but he doesn't allow me to kill him back? Who do you think you are? Are you still the former king of Hueco Mundo? Tianying is not afraid of Bailgang because he knows Bailgang's weaknesses. And he, who has mastered the space ability, is the nemesis of Bailgang. If Bailgang dared to take action, he wouldn't mind letting the king of Hueco Mundo fall here right now. It's a pity that Aizen doesn't seem to have any intention of letting the two fight here. Tianying arrived at Sui Palace and had already proven his ability. What's more, the spiritual pressure Tianying had just burst out had already caught up with some captains, which attracted Aizen's attention. Aizen habitually pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and took a step forward to block between Tianying and Bailgang. Okay, this matter is over now, you all should say less. Although there was no expression on Bailgang's fleshless face, the increasingly surging spiritual pressure on his body revealed his emotions at this time. He took a step forward and said coldly, Aizen. Do you want to protect this brat? What if I don't agree? Aizen smiled faintly, then adjusted his Captain Yuri's clothes, also took a step forward, calmly stared at Bailgang and spoke again. I said this is over. Although his tone was still gentle, everyone could hear his unquestionable attitude. The spiritual pressure on Bailgang's body fluctuated violently, as if he was on the verge of losing control at any time, but he never took action. The look in Aizen's eyes reminded him of a day many years ago. That was the day when the crown on his head was completely shattered like his pride. Snort. With a cold snort, Beilagang's spiritual pressure slowly converged, and then he returned to Sui Palace without looking back, leaving with him what was left of him. With his departure, Daegzu, who was still trembling, finally returned to normal. They looked at each other, some said hello to Aizen, and some left directly. In this regard, Aizen did not show any dissatisfaction. After all, this is Hueco Mundo, not Siritii, and these hollows can't abide by the rules like Shinigami. A few days later, Tianying was lying alone on the roof of Sui Palace, basking in the sun in boredom. Aizen and Jin left on the day they brought him into Sui Palace, leaving him alone in Sui Palace. Basking in the sun on the roof has temporarily become what Tianying does most these days. There is no other reason, because he is an alien. These hollows didn't eat him as food, it was for Aizen's sake. Although he didn't go around hooking up, Tianying didn't do anything in the past few days. He had already figured out the terrain of Sui Palace clearly. I have to say, this place is really big, like a maze. The color of Sui Palace's building materials is relatively monotonous, and there are no other special decorations. It looks the same everywhere, making it easy to get lost. Over the past few days, Tianying visited Espada's palace all over because he got lost, and also suffered all kinds of cold looks. When I went to Bailguna, I almost took action directly. I almost took action when I went to Neutrona. Anyway, except for going to Nellilu's place, the other guys almost took action directly as long as they met. And of course, there's Thrall Apollo. That guy isn't here. Skyhawk glanced at the sky calmly. Artificial Zenith. Chapter 162. Su Circle, Suya Palace. Beilgang sat on the throne in the palace, and several subordinate officials stood upright below. Seeing that only 5 of the original 6 confidants were left, Chnin couldn't help but feel bursts of anger in Beilagang's empty eyes. Damn Aizen Suk, damn Shiba Skyhawk. Zhou, what has Shiba Tianying been doing in Sui Palace these days? Hearing Beilgang calling him, Gio was a little flattered. He pulled up his white Arankar suit and stepped forward quickly. Back to your majesty, Shiba Tianying has been running around Sui Palace for a while now. He seems to be familiar with the terrain here. In the past few days, he has basically walked around the entire Sui Palace, which has caused a lot of confusion. Arankar's displeasure. Oh. Beilgang nodded slightly, then tapped the armrest on the right side of the throne with his right index finger and fell into deep thought. A few days ago, the kid named Shiba Tianying suddenly broke into the palace of Beilgang. He thought he was here to provoke him, and he almost couldn't help but kill him directly, but it seemed that he was overthinking. But what the hell is Shiba Skyhawk doing? Familiar with the terrain? Did he really think that after becoming Aizen's spokesperson, the entire Sui Palace would be decided by him? Killing Qineng was already a provocation to himself, and now he is still trying to covet his own rule. It is really unforgivable. No matter the reason, Shiba Skyhawk must die. Thinking of this, Beilgang stopped tapping the handrail. He focused his attention on Zhou again and said again, "You said that Shiba Skyhawk has caused some displeasure in Arankar." "Yes." Zhou replied affirmatively. Although Beilgang is no longer the supreme king of Hueco Mundo, his power is still there. As a subordinate officer of Beilgang, it is easier for him to find out some information. Yesterday, Zhou also heard that Nutra, one of the Espadas, threatened to kill Shiba Tianying, a guy who pretends to be powerful but not in his own branch. It can be seen that the arrival of the Shiba Sky Eagle made the Daegzu of Sui Palace very hostile. This is exactly what Beilgang wants. When Beilgang heard this, he nodded slightly. As the previous master of Sui Palace, although he surrendered to Aizen, both he and Aizen knew that this was only a superficial compromise. He can't kill Aizen's spokesperson Shiba Aquila, but he can use other Espada. Thinking of this, Baelgang looked at his only remaining men and said slowly, "You guys can help me keep an eye on the situation in Sui Palace at any time, especially about that brat Shiba Tianying. It's best. You can incite other espadas to take action, do you understand?" "Yes. Your Majesty." Zhou, Charlotte, and others slowly retreated. The other side of Sui Palace. He still didn't know that Baelgang had ordered his subordinates to target his Sky Eagle, who was currently sitting on the top of Sui Palace looking at the moon. People are like this. When there is no sunshine, they miss the warmth of the sun. There is too much sunshine, and they also like to look at the stars and the moon under the night sky. Of course, at this moment the skyhawk is not below the basking zenith, but above the artificial zenith. During this period of time, he seemed very busy in Sui Palace, wandering around, but in fact he was doing nothing. Originally, he wanted to poach Aizen, but it turned out that he thought too much. Except for Nelly who doesn't speak harshly, the other espadas have never given Aquila a good look. It is estimated that if it weren't for Aizen's reputation and the lack of surveillance in Sui Palace, these guys would have taken out their knives. Tianying knew that his every move in the Sui Palace was being watched by Arrancar. Since these guys endured so much hardship, he might as well take the initiative to go to the artificial zenith and give these guys a chance. I just don't know which guy can't help it first. Just when Tianying was thinking about who would be the leader. The birds are coming. A pin drop could be heard in the quiet ceiling, and a steady sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. Tianying looked up in the direction of the sound, and when he saw the person coming, there was no surprise in his eyes. "Nitra, it's you who is here as expected." Tianying calmly greeted the visitor. The visitor was tall, wearing a white Arrancar suit, and carrying a horn-like weapon that was longer than its body on its back. It was Neutra. At this moment, Neutra Arrancar's number is not 5, but 8. Hearing Tianying's words, a trace of doubt flashed in the corner of Neutra's eyes. "Haha, you seem to know that I will come, so you are not surprised." After finishing speaking, Neutra looked around cautiously. Upon noticing Neutra's little movement, Tianying couldn't help but chuckle, showing a trace of mockery. As expected of Neutra, although he likes fighting as much as Grimjo, he is much more cautious than Grimjo in character. If it were Grimjo at this time, he would have started talking nonsense and admiring the fearful expression on his prey. "What are you laughing at?" Neutra narrowed her eyes slightly, showing displeasure. "There is no one else here except you and me, so why should I laugh?" Tianying slowly stood up, reached out and patted the non-existent dust on his butt, and then said, "Don't worry, no one here will see what you want to do." "Do you know what I'm here to do?" As he spoke, Neutra did not stop, and secretly put his right hand on his back, holding it on the horn-shaped weapon. "If you want to take action, stop inking. Why is there so much nonsense?" Tianying frowned. To be honest, he really looked down on Neutra at this time. Not only strength, but also timid character. Of course, there is also the habit of doing evil behind the scenes. Sure enough, before Tianying finished speaking, Neutra had already disappeared from the spot with a cold face. Without any sense of martial ethics, it appeared directly less than 2 meters to the right of the Sky Eagle in the next second, waving the horn-shaped sickle in its right hand towards the Sky Eagle's neck. The blade of the sickle turned into a silvery cold light in the night sky above the zenith, accompanied by a harsh sound of breaking through the sky. Tianying was well prepared and used Shunpo immediately, moving back 3 meters. Then he leaned forward slightly and struck Neutra's abdomen with his right fist. Bang! The punch hit Neutra. The dull hitting sound was a bit harsh in this silent environment. However, this blow did not seem to cause substantial damage to Neutra, and it only caused Neutra to pause for less than half a second. Tianying frowned. Neutra's steel skin was indeed much harder than Shinon's. Before he had time to think, Neutra had already swung the sickle again and sent out several slashes like crazy. "BD, do you just want to hurt me with your hands?" No one has ever looked down upon me so much. You will die today.